Chapter 1. The Beginning of Xu Sen and Allen Iverson. Blue Star, February 22nd, 2020. Inside the Dallas Mavericks American Airlines Center. At the commentary booth, Barkley slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "What a shot!" Doncic's three-pointer has ended the Mavericks' 5-minute scoring drought. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Xu Sen, the Chinese player acquired with the 60th pick this year, was nearly as handsome as half of the readers' fathers, vigorously waving a towel by the water cooler. This game featured a regular season matchup between the Mavericks and the Clippers. The third quarter reached the 6th minute. The score stood at 79-89, with the Mavericks trailing by 10 points, despite Doncic's recent three-pointer. The Clippers launched an offensive, and the Mavericks quickly transitioned to defense. Leonard executed a pick-and-roll with Zubac at the three-point line, causing Hardaway, engrossed in his defense, to collide with Zubac and fall to the ground, hitting his knee. Leonard seized the opportunity to make an open three-pointer. 79-92. The whistle blew. The Mavericks called for a timeout. Hardaway lay on the floor, clutching his knee in agony. The team physician rushed over to assess the situation and assisted him slowly toward the player's tunnel. Initially, center Porzingis was making his return from injury, yet his performance had been subpar, utterly dominated by Zubac. With the absence of this key center, Doncic faced formidable challenges as he was double-teamed by Leonard and Beverly, making scoring increasingly difficult. Now, with Hardaway sidelined, the Mavericks' chances appeared even bleaker. Head coach Kidd, his expression grim, consulted with the team physician, lost in thought. This time period bore some differences from the past. For instance, this world was free of the COVID-19 pandemic, and Kidd was not scheduled to become Mavericks head coach until the following year, yet he was already in that role now. Xu, come here. Warm up, you'll be on soon. The graying-haired Kidd beckoned Xu Sen. "All right, coach, just watch me shine." Xu Sen replied excitedly as he removed his training gear and began to warm up. Jason Kidd, hearing Zu's words, wore a frown. He had signed Xu merely for the Chinese market, without any expectation of his performance, considering that only one notable player had emerged from China over the years. Xu Sen had been in this world for merely 10 days. On his first day in Blue Star, he had received a system, granting him the athleticism of the Great Hawk and setting a novice task to play in a regular season game to immediately acquire the template of Iverson. However, in 10 days and 4 games, he had yet to see even a moment of garbage time, spending his days by the water cooler, celebrating his teammates' successful shots. Ding! The timeout concluded, and Xu Sen finally entered the game. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Iverson template, and your attributes have increased. Ding! The system's energy is depleted and will soon enter dormancy. Please develop independently. Xu Sen. Seriously? Just when I start, you go on strike. What useless system. Before Xu could voice more complaints, Boban received the inbounds pass and delivered it to him. Has Kidd given up on this game? He's putting a Chinese rookie on the court for the first time. Barkley gazed incredulously at Xu Sen as he took the court, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Stephen A. Smith received Xu Sen's basic information from his assistant. Xu Sen, hailing from the University of California, is 21 years old, standing at 194 centimeters tall and weighing 95 kilograms, with a wingspan of 210 centimeters. His vertical leap is 0.9 m from standing position and 1.2 m with a running start, and he can bench press 165 kg. Such static talent is, without a doubt, top tier among active point guards in the league. Oh, quite impressive indeed. This rookie from Huaxia bears the shadow of greatness. Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. After Smith finished reading Xu Sen's stats, Barkley witnessed Xu Sen perform a crossover against Beverly at the three-point line, effortlessly shaking him off. With a powerful leap from just inside the free-throw line, Xu Sen soared for a dunk. Zubac, noticing Xu Sen's intent to dunk, rushed over to deliver a block, only to realize too late that this young player could leap remarkably high. Xu Sen's head was nearly level with the rim. Bang! Xu Sen's inaugural score in the NBA was nothing short of explosive, as he executed a thunderous dunk over the Clippers' starting center, Zubac. Although the Mavericks fans were unfamiliar with this young Huaxia player, they erupted in cheers upon witnessing such an electrifying play. Doncic, seeing this normally reserved player perform so boldly, broke into a smile and jogged over to high-five Xu Sen. "So, excellent. Keep it up, and he'll keep feeding you the ball." The approval from the team leader was undeniable. In the Clippers' next offensive possession, Beverly, still reeling from being outmaneuvered by the rookie, dribbled over determined to retaliate. Was that just luck for the rookie? "Now, I'm going to obliterate you," Beverly snarled, glaring at Xu Senator. Xu Sen paid no heed to Beverly's words. Spotting an opening, he seized the opportunity for a gamble-style steal. Successfully intercepting the ball, he swiftly dribbled to the three-point line and launched into a 3-step windmill dunk. Within a mere 30 seconds on the court, he had pulled back 4 points, bringing the score to 83-92. Oh my goodness! The entire American Airlines Center erupted in astonishment. Beverly, chasing Xu Sen, saw him leap and could only come to a halt, eyes ablaze with frustration, contemplating a push against Xu Sen. Meanwhile, Xu Sen felt a wave of relief, having narrowly avoided an impulsive leap from the three-point line that could have ended badly. Ignoring Beverly's fiery glare, he returned to defense. Did you see that rookie's steal, dribbling, and play? Isn't it reminiscent of Isn't it Smith? Barkley shouted, nearly spitting as he spoke, his excitement palpable. Calm down, Barkley. Let's observe a bit longer, Smith retorted, distancing himself from Barkley's exuberance. Beverly inbound the ball to Shamet, who dashed across half-court, hands raised for the ball. Shamet, however, first glanced at Kawhi, and seeing that Kawhi had no intention of receiving the ball, passed it back to Beverly. Suddenly, a figure darted out, intercepting the pass. As both players paused in surprise for half a second, Xu Sen seized the moment, sprinting forward. With a powerful leap from just inside the free throw line, he executed an underthelic dunk, bringing the score to 85-92 from the Dallas Mavericks. Number 1 Xu Sen yet another explosive dunk. The crowd erupts in cheers. Xu. All the fans rise in applause. Coach Lue of the Clippers shows no inclination to call a timeout, exchanging a glance with Kawhi. Kawhi swiftly retrieves the ball and advances, signaling center Zubac to set a pick. He refuses to give Beverly an opportunity. Just as the pick effectively obstructs Doncic, Xu immediately steps in to assist against Leonard. Without even glancing at Xu, Kawhi executes a back dribble. Bang! Bang! After a brief clash, Xu stands firm like a mountain as Kawhi's expression flickers with surprise as he swiftly shakes his left shoulder, prompting Xu to instinctively shift to the left. Kawhi retreats a step to create space, pivots, and leaps to shoot. Just as the ball leaves his fingertips, an enormous hand swoops in, snatching the ball back. Xu seizes the ball and passes it to Doncic as he sprints forward. Glancing back at Doncic, he sees him launch the ball toward the opponent's basket, prompting Xu to leap. Bang! A spectacular finish. Doncic assists one. Rejected. This rookie just blocked Leonard. Barkley exclaims, mouth agape. Chapter 2. Turning the tide. 87:92. Beep. Timeout for the Clippers, with 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Xu and Doncic exchange high fives in celebration. Thanks for the assist, big guy. Xu beam. As long as you keep scoring, he'll keep passing to you, but you owe me a burger, Doncic ruffles Zu's hair. Ha, I can certainly afford a burger. Xu and Doncic chat and laugh as they return to the bench, greeted warmly by their teammates. Xu, you played exceptionally well. You haven't disappointed me. Coach Kidd smiles, patting Zu's shoulder, his earlier grim expression now vanished. Barkley, having received the stats from Zu's brief 2-minute appearance, exclaims, oh my goodness. This rookie from Huaxia has exploded onto the scene. In just 1 minute and 38 seconds, he scored 8 points, with 2 steals and 1 block. He places both hands on his bald head, astonished. Smith adds, he ignited an 80 offensive surge. Each point a magnificent dunk. Xu is a success. He has left the great Barkley in disbelief. I feel he's the enhanced version of Iverson. I must call Iverson to ask if he's been training a player from Huaxia, Barkley states. Meanwhile, Coach Lue of the Clippers scratches his head, devising a strategy infused with motivational rhetoric. From now on, Kawhi, you will control the ball. This Huaxia rookie is just a fleeting presence. Ignore him, and he will reveal his true self. Beep. The timeout concludes. Lue has benched Beverly, bringing in Lou Williams. On the next possession, Williams passes to Kawhi, who dribbles past half-court, with Doncic stepping up to defend. Williams and Kawhi create space, leading Xu away to the corner, denying him an opportunity to assist. As Xiao Ka dribbled the ball, he surged into the paint with the assistance of his teammate Harrell, executing a graceful floater that swished through the net, successfully scoring. The score extended to 87-94, widening the gap to 7 points. Xu Sen received the inbound pass and dribbled just beyond the three-point line. Donny approached and executed a handoff with Xu. Xu Sen made a decisive cut towards the basket, creating a sliver of space, allowing Donny to rise and shoot. The ball struck the front of the rim, failing to find its mark. It fortuitously bounced into Harrell's hands, who swiftly relayed it to Donny. Xu Sen, having set a screen, positioned himself at the arc's apex. Upon receiving Donna's pass, he faced off against Lou Williams, executing a crossover that evaded him as he drove towards the basket, with Xiao Ka providing help defense. Without looking, Xu Sen delivered a pinpoint pass to the wide-open Donny. The three-pointer cascaded into the net. The score read 90-94. It had been some time since Donny had enjoyed such an open shot, and a radiant smile illuminated his cherubic face. How fortunate to have Xu Sen by his side. Why had he not been discovered sooner? On the sidelines, Coach Kidd's attention was piqued. This rookie from Huaxiao understood the nuances of the game, showcasing not just a propensity for offense, but a keen sense for passing. Xu Sen's performance on that play was far from typical for a newly minted NBA rookie. Smith remarked that, "I need to call Iverson and tell him there's a player here reminiscent of him, with even better physicality." Barkley exclaimed, grabbing his phone and hastening backstage. In the ensuing possessions, both teams exchanged blows, maintaining a 4-point differential. With just 18 seconds remaining, Xu Sen received the inbounds pass, methodically dribbling over half-court to run down the clock. As he prepared to pass to Donny, the latter gestured for Xu Sen to take the shot himself. Glancing at the clock, he executed a crossover, preparing to bypass Lou Williams. "He's not going to the basket. Let him shoot defend against his drive," Xiao Ka shouted at Williams. Indeed, Xu Sen had scored 10 points in mere minutes, all from dunks. His remarkable athleticism, akin to that of a soaring eagle, made the sensation of dunking utterly exhilarating. Noticing Lou Williams retreating, creating a two-step gap, Xu Sen elegantly elevated for a long two-pointer. Swish! The score shifted to 96-98. Xu Sen had indeed embodied the essence of the elusive Iverson. How could he not shoot? Only 2 seconds remained for the Clippers. The Mavericks executed a tight press, and Zubac launched a desperate three-pointer to conclude the third quarter. As both teams retreated to their benches, Xu Sen received a warm ovation from all present. The Clippers fell into a hushed silence. Yuan Daying was already challenging enough to defend, and now, with the addition of Xu Sen, Coach Lou wore a concerned expression, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Iverson, upon receiving Barkley's call, could hardly believe it. Turning on the television, he fortuitously witnessed Xu Sen's last play, instantly intrigued by the budding talent. This Huaxiao rookie's crossover is remarkably similar to mine. Not identical, but equally aggressive. Iverson mused, watching Xu Sen on screen, smacking his lips in contemplation. Checking the Maverick schedule, he noted that the next game would be in Philadelphia, affording him the perfect opportunity to witness Xu Sen live. Xu, in the next quarter, increase your shot attempts. Let me observe your scoring prowess, Jason Kidd instructed. Luka Doncic, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Xu, don't overthink it, just go for it. I've got your back, then I shall not hold back. Coach Boss." Xu Sen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing their words in this league. Being polite equates to shirking responsibility. Moreover, after just a few minutes on the court, he had fully acclimated to the game, and now he was eager to unleash his abilities. The intermission concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The Clippers, with the exception of Zubac, fielded an all-shooter lineup, adopting a stern four-shooters formation, and Beverly re-entered the game. Since defense was proving difficult, they opted to engage in a scoring battle. As soon as the Clippers regained possession, Beverly fixated on Xu Sen, keeping a close watch even during offensive plays. Xu Sen reminded Coach Lou of a formidable player he had once faced, prompting the decision to assign Beverly to doggedly shadow him. During the Clippers' offensive play, Zubac initiated a low-post setup, passing to Kawhi Leonard. With a burst of speed, Kawhi attracted the defense before dishing the ball out to Lou Williams on the perimeter. Swoosh! The score shifted to 96-100, narrowing the gap to 4 points. As the Clippers scored, Beverly remained glued to Xu Sen, his gaze filled with a predatory intensity. Undeterred, Xu Sen received a pass and executed a swift behind-the-back dribble to slip past Beverly. Realizing he was about to be outpaced, Beverly reached out in a desperate grab. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep! Beverly was called for a foul. No free throws were awarded. Possession reverted to the Mavericks. Doncic took the initiative to inbound the ball. Xu Sen faked left to shake off Beverly, receiving Doncic's pass. With an explosive drive towards the basket, he found himself challenged by Lou Williams, but with a deft left-hand dribble, he eluded him and prepared to dunk. "Rookie, you want score against me?" Beverly exclaimed, lunging to grab Xu Sen's jersey from behind. Feeling the tug on his shirt, Xu Sen released a floater just as the referee's whistle sounded once more. Beep! Thud! Swish! The ball ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop, successfully converting the 21 opportunity. As Xu Sen approached the free throw line, he walked past Beverly. "All you can do is foul me, old timer. Unfortunately for you, that merely adds to my score." Beverly, his eyes ablaze with frustration, shoved Xu Sen roughly. Seeing Xu Sen pushed, his Mavericks teammates rushed to his side, prompting the Clippers to converge as well. Beep, beep, beep. The referee swiftly intervened to quell the escalating situation. Xu Sen looked at the referee with an innocent expression, raising his hands in feigned innocence. Beverly received a technical foul, and the Mavericks were awarded 2 free throws. Xu stepped up to the line, sinking all 3 attempts. With the score now at 101-100, the Mavericks finally took the lead. Possession remained with them. Chapter 3. Winning the game. Doncic scurried to the sideline to inbound the ball, while Xu Sen accelerated to the three-point line, receiving the pass and launching a shot. Thud! The ball hit the front rim and bounced back. Zubac, retreating to secure the rebound, was suddenly overshadowed by a towering figure, who nearly leaped over him, snatching the falling ball and deftly guiding it into the basket. Wow! A collective gasp erupted from the spectators within the arena, a collective intake of breath that seemed to ignite the atmosphere. Score, 103,100. The figure in question was Xu Sen, who executed a stunning putback dunk over Zubac, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. This young talent from China, Xu Sen, soared and delivered a breathtaking undertheligs dunk over Zubac. Impossible. Unbelievable, Barkley exclaimed, rising in astonishment. In less than 10 minutes on the court, this Chinese rookie had already astonished Barkley multiple times, and now he had unleashed an even more terrifying dunk over the towering center. This play is destined to be among today's top 10 highlights. Smith remarked, equally speechless. Beep called a timeout for the Clippers. Xu Sen and his teammates celebrated by bumping chests and high-fiving each other. Zubac, disheartened, trudged back to the bench, where Coach Lu swiftly recognized the main center's plight and began to offer motivational words of encouragement. Little did Coach Lu anticipate that what initially appeared to be a smooth game would turn tumultuous due to the appearance of a rookie from Huaxia, who managed to overturn a double-digit lead and even executed a stunning dunk over the season center. The priority now was to help Zubac regain his confidence. Otherwise, he might not even be able to participate in the next match. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, an NBA broadcaster urgently initiated a live stream of the game, prompted by a surge of viewers urging the host, known as Whale, to cover this particular match while he was streaming the Lakers game. Whale, a true devotee of LeBron James, initially appeared taken aback by the request. However, upon switching to the live broadcast, he witnessed Xu Sen's breathtaking dunk. This was the same Xu Sen who was drafted at the 60th pick this year. Remarkable, isn't it? Yn't he played before? The Clippers center seemed utterly despondent. Hilarious. A divine moment. What an astonishing dunk. I'm officially a fan. Xu Sen is remarkably handsome, captivating many viewers in the live stream. At that moment, the host, Whale, discovered Xu Sen's statistics for the match: 18 points, 2 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, 4 rebounds, and 1 turnover, filling the data column impressively. While these figures are commendable, the true test lies ahead, as the Clippers will undoubtedly strategize against Xu Sen, ensuring that a rookie who has yet to play a game will face significant challenges. The host, Whale, stated this objectively, but the tone shifted with the next remark. Xu Sen is a promising talent who should train alongside LeBron James for a few years to refine his skills. The fans in the live chat quickly echoed Whale's sentiment, enthusiastically agreeing that James possesses an extraordinary ability to nurture talent. Meanwhile, passers-by engaged in spirited debates, proclaiming James as the best, asserting that to excel, one must train under his guidance. The atmosphere in the live stream grew lively, and as they discussed, the Clippers' timeout concluded, resuming the game. Newly entered players Lou Williams and Kawhi Leonard collaborated to set up Ivica Zubac for an easy basket, aiming to restore his confidence. Zubac did not disappoint, seizing the opportunity to score without hesitation. Xu Sen received the ball and advanced over the half-court line, signaling to Doncic. Doncic approached and set a screen for Xu Sen, who utilized the pick to drive in and draw the defenders, subsequently passing the ball to Doncic. With no other option, Zubac had to step out to assist on defense, and Doncic delivered a swift pass to Porzingis, who had made his way to the basket. With a resounding slam dunk, Porzingis emphatically rejected the previous play. It was a magnificent display. This moment truly showcased the exceptional teamwork of the Mavericks. Smith exclaimed with fervor. The fans erupted in cheers, celebrating the moment. The Mavericks, already bolstered by their European twin stars, were now further enhanced by the addition of Xu Sr. As long as Xu Sen continues to maintain this level of performance and does not fade away, the Mavericks possess the potential to contend for the championship. After his enthusiastic outburst, Smith composed himself for a calm analysis. Barkley observed Xu Sen's performance, which had swiftly turned him into a fervent admirer. Xu Sen was truly remarkable. With him on the team, they had a genuine chance at the title. Smith tapped his forehead, contemplating whether to remind his old friend to temper his words. On the Mavericks bench, Coach Kidd stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering. He had lost interest in the outcome of the match and was instead focused on providing Xu Sen with more playing time, concerned that his impressive display might be fleeting. As the game progressed, the Clippers endured the pain of facing such formidable opponents. Defending Xu Sen allowed Doncic to score, while focusing on Doncic left Xu Sen open to score. When they rushed to defend both players, they still had the newly returned Porzingis in the paint. Attempting to intercept their passes proved futile, given the caliber of their playmaking. With just 3 minutes remaining in the game, the score stood at 129 to 110, with the Mavericks having extended their lead to 19 points. Beep. Coach Lue of the Clippers called for a timeout, substituting 5 players and effectively conceding the match. Kid, showing no reluctance, substituted 4 players while keeping Xu Sen on the court. After all, Xu Sen was a rookie, and it was garbage time. So no one dared to protest. Xu Sen continues to hone his skills on the court, yet the players of the Clippers appear as if they have swallowed something foul, their faces reflecting sheer dismay. Beep. As the game time concludes, Xu Sen seems to engage in play, occasionally assisting his teammates, which prompts the substitute players to regard him with expressions of gratitude. The final score reads Mavericks 136, Clippers 119, in the Huaxiao Whale livestream. The host initially intended to switch to watch the Lakers game, but noticed that the viewer count had surged to over 100,000, prompting a change of plans. The online community is abuzz with discussions. Wow, Xu Sen has already scored 32 points. This is just after a game and a half. If he plays the full 4 quarters, he could surpass 70 points. Oh Buddha, Jade Emperor, Taishang Laojun, Sun Wukong. May Xu Sen not be a fleeting phenomenon. Xu Sen's performance is merely average and cannot be compared to my beloved brother. Are you a fan of that legendary figure upstairs? Do you desire lychees? Is there anyone who admires Xu Sen? I have already established a fan group for Xu Sen. Welcome everyone to join. Wow, Miss, your avatar is stunning. I wish to join the group. After Xu Hao embraced with the Clippers team, he was intercepted on the court by a stunning blonde reporter as he prepared to return to the players' lounge. Hello, Xu Sen, you have truly proven yourself in this match. Do you have anything you would like to ask? Xu Sen cast a glance at the buxom blonde, whose name tag read Dallas Sports, Lena D. Indeed. She possessed the attributes implied by her initial. What did you say? Ah, it's nothing, just expressing my gratitude to the coach and my teammates for their trust. I shall continue to uphold this. Xu Hao's words were abruptly interrupted as he shivered. It turned out that Doncic and Harrell were playing pranks, pouring chilled water over Xu Sen's head from their bottles. Such antics are a hallmark of camaraderie among NBA teammates, and Xu Hao merely chuckled, turning to glance at them. It seems you share a harmonious rapport with your teammates, Xu Sen, Lena remarked with a smile, concluding the interview. Before departing, she tossed a flirtatious wink and slipped him a note. Chapter 4, Post-game interview upon returning to the Mavericks locker room at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. Xu Sen was welcomed with a baptism of ice water. Welcome our greatest contributor to today's victory. Wow. Xu Sen was caught off guard. He immediately began playfully bantering with his teammates. After a short while, Coach Kid entered, announcing that Doncic, Porzingis, Xu Sen, and others were to join him for a post-game interview. Can that coach not come? Xu Sen scratched his head. Wait. The entire locker room was struck with disbelief. I still need to take the bus to buy groceries, and I'm worried about running out of time. Upon hearing this rationale, the group fell silent. No way, Xu. Multiple media outlets are requesting your presence. You must go. At that moment, Doncic approached, draping an arm over Xu Sen's shoulder. Bro, wait. I'll drive you there. No need to worry. All right then. After the 4 of them finished freshening up, they traversed the long corridor to the interview room. As soon as they sat down, numerous cameras were aimed at Xu Sen, clearly indicating that many media representatives were there for him. Initially, the questions directed at Coach Kid, Doncic, and Porzingis were rather benign. But soon the focus shifted to Xu Senator. The first question came from a blonde beauty named Lena D, asking, Xu Sen, do you believe your performance was just a flash in the pan, or can it be sustained? Well, I suppose you'll find out in the second game. Of course. If it's about endurance, you can always try it for yourself, Xu Sen replied with a smile, eliciting laughter from those present. The second question came from a young Caucasian man sporting a press badge from the Los Angeles Sports Daily. Xu Sen, you proved your capabilities in this game. But why have you not had many opportunities to play this season? Kid chuckled and interjected, this kid trains exceptionally hard and improves rapidly. Today we gave him the chance to showcase himself. Following this, Xu Sen hardly answered anything. Kid took the lead in responding. After the interview concluded, Xu Sen hopped into Doncic's car and headed to a local Asian market, purchasing a variety of groceries before returning to his apartment. "Hey, boss. Would you like to try my cooking?" As a Chinese individual, polite conversation was ingrained in his DNA. "Sure. I'd love to try some Chinese cuisine," Doncic responded without hesitation, a true foodie who could not resist the allure of delectable dishes. "Then come on in," Xu Sen reluctantly conceded. As a second-round draft pick, ranked 60th overall, Xu Sen signed a 2-year contract with the Mavericks worth $2 million, with $1 million guaranteed in the first year and a team option for the second year. Thus, Xu Sen was not affluent, renting a modest apartment for $10,000 a month. Initially thrilled to be drafted, he soon found himself without playing opportunities, leading him to train diligently every day. He even invested in private coaching to hone his skills, pushing himself to the limits. Remarkably, just 10 days ago, he had truly surpassed his previous capabilities. Presently, Xu Sen found himself with little money left, only $30,000, and he needed to endure until the season's end to receive his salary. Doncic settled into the living room, gazing at the plethora of fitness equipment that filled the space. For a moment, I was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom the diligence of Xu Sen, training at home. Indeed, an hour later, Xu Sen presented a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup to entertain Doncic. There was soy sauce chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sliced braised beef, complemented by a clam soup. Doncic's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly licking the plate clean. "It seems I must frequent your abode to savor your culinary creations. The delectable Huaxia cuisine you prepare is simply exquisite, especially the soy sauce chicken and braised beef." Xu Sen patted his belly, feeling unsatisfied with his meal. Initially intending to decline, he found himself instinctively responding with, "No problem, you're welcome to come again." After saying this, he wished he could slap himself twice in frustration. Doncic, touched, exclaimed, "Good brother. From now on, I will protect you. No one shall lay a finger on you." Xu Sen silently touched his empty stomach, tears welling up in his heart. "Oh, how I wish I could control my gluttonous mouth." After chatting for a while, Doncic drove back to the Mavericks, where Cuban had prepared a grand house for him. In his modest apartment, Xu Sen berated himself for his indiscretion while frying a steak, hoping to console his unsatisfied hunger. During Xu Sen's practice, the media had already disseminated his data and interview videos, creating a modest stir in the United States, resulting in a surge of 10,000 followers on his Twitter account. Meanwhile, numerous highlight videos of Xu Sen surfaced across various video platforms in China, rapidly attracting countless fans. The fan group established in the Whale live streaming room swiftly expanded, exceeding over 100,000 members. Many fans gained significant followings by sharing Xu Sen's highlights, all while Xu Sen remained blissfully unaware of this phenomenon. This predicament stemmed from his choice of an unreliable agent, Jiang Binbin. Jiang, a brotherly figure from Xu Sen's past, had accompanied him to study in the United States, and when Xu Sen was drafted by the Mavericks, he enlisted Jiang, who had studied economics, as his agent. Initially, both were filled with aspirations for the future. However, Xu Sen found himself without any playing opportunities, and as Jiang, lacking connections in the United States, gradually became preoccupied with his romantic pursuits, he neglected Xu Sen's affairs, only occasionally checking in on him. The following day, on a day without a Mavericks game, Xu Sen, driven by his biological clock, arose at 6 a.m., an indulgence for him, as he previously trained at 4 a.m. He jogged to the American Airlines Center, arriving precisely at 7 a.m. After greeting the security guard, he commenced his daily training. By the time his teammates arrived at 9 a.m., they were quite accustomed to seeing Xu Sen drenched in sweat, having previously observed him training alone without much acknowledgement, often relegated to the role of a mere practice partner. However, following the previous day's game against the Clippers, his teammates greeted him warmly. "Hey, brother, you're here so early again. With all that training equipment at your place, you must be training every day," Luka Doncic remarked as he entered, giving Xu Sen an enthusiastic pat on the back. "Hey, the boss is here. Want to have a one-on-one?" Xu Sen challenged, gritting his teeth, eager to avenge the fact that Doncic had caused him to leave yesterday's meal unsatisfied. "Just wait a moment. Let me warm up first," Doncic replied before heading off to change and begin his warm-up routine. After more than an hour of warm-ups, all the players gathered around the court to watch the one-on-one showdown between Xu Sen and Doncic. The rules for this match allowed for unlimited dribbling, with no rebounds after shooting, aiming for 21 points. Doncic, asserting his role as the leader, let Xu Sen take the first offensive play. Xu Sen, undeterred, picked up the ball and assumed a triple threat position. though Doncic appeared relaxed. He was keenly aware of Xu Sen's performance in the previous match and diligently prepared to defend against him. As Xu Sen approached Doncic, he swiftly initiated a dribble, performing a crossover. Aware that Xu Sen intended to break through on the left, Doncic could not resist the instinct to defend on the right. Xu Sen, having successfully faked Doncic, accelerated from the free throw line, leaping into a stunning turn and executing a reverse dunk. The players on the sidelines erupted into excitement, pointing at the free throw line in sheer astonishment. The dunk was executed with such elevation that the rim seemed to be beneath Xu Sen's neck. Once the initial shock subsided, everyone gradually retreated, with Doncic displaying a look of disbelief. Chapter 5. A complete domination of 77 versus 75. The game commenced. Boss, if you let me attack first, don't blame me if I shave your head, Xu Sen said with a grin as he passed the ball to Doncic. That's impossible. If you shave my head, I'll give you $2,000. Doncic retorted through gritted teeth as he returned the ball to Xu. Senator Xu Sen chuckled, having achieved his objective, and directly maneuvered to back down against Doncic. With a resounding impact, Xu Sen's muscles clashed against Doncic's softer physique, pushing him aside to create some space. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Sen elevated for a shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. For a clock. For the third shot, Xu Sen swiftly dashed towards the corner, executing a sudden stop before transitioning into a smooth dribble beneath his legs and releasing the ball. Swish. 6 o'clock. The fourth and fifth shots followed, culminating in a commanding score of 20-0. Xu continued to gaze at Doncic with a cheerful smile, his face radiating an air of ease. Boss, I'll gladly accept the $2,000. At this moment, Doncic's complexion flushed, his eyes fixated intently on the ball in Xu Sen's hands, and he boldly declared, Xu, if you have the guts, shoot a three-pointer. Huh? A three-pointer? Xu Sen feigned surprise. Yes, if you make a three-pointer, then I will concede. Ah, you little rascal. That's not fair play. Seizing the opportunity while Doncic's eyes were diverted, Xu Sen accelerated past him, executing a powerful dunk. Doncic simply relinquished the chase, retreating to the sidelines where he plopped down, exclaiming, Xu, you really are going to shave my head. Xu Sen was surrounded by a jubilant group of teammates, their cheers echoing in the air. Suddenly, Coach Kidd approached, causing the players to disperse in an instant. Xu, you played exceptionally well, showcasing your offensive prowess. However, there are a couple of points to address. Firstly, your defense remains rather rudimentary, while your physique allows you to challenge Doncic effectively. Your previous match revealed that your defensive skills relied solely on physical talent. Secondly, you have yet to attempt a three-point shot, and your reluctance to take the shot suggests a lack of confidence. Xu Sen scratched his head, refraining from speaking, for Kidd was indeed correct. With a sharp clap of his hands, Kidd called for the team to commence their training. The principal players of the white team faced off against the substitute players of the black team. Xu Sen, you shall begin with the black team, so you may witness how your weaknesses can be exploited. As the training progressed, whenever Xu Sen received the ball within the three-point arc, he was immediately met with close defense from one player, while another swiftly moved to provide assistance. Conversely, when he caught the ball beyond the three-point line, he was afforded a step of space. The match concluded with a score of 60-45. Xu Sen was restricted to merely 12 points, managing to sink 2 out of 6 three-point attempts. His defensive performance, however, was commendable. He exhibited remarkable help defense capabilities and was sufficiently adept at containing Doncic from the perimeter. This is a testament to Xu Sen's diligent training and investment, coupled with his current physical synergy with the Atlanta Hawks. Kidd observed from the sidelines, nodding in approval. The Mavericks had struck gold yet again, albeit at a bargain. Such talent secured with a 2-year minimum contract is a steal. Xu Sen's potential could elevate him to the status of a cornerstone for the team, with a floor of at least an all-star caliber player. With that, Kidd decided to dissolve the meeting and promptly convened the coaching staff to discuss elevating Xu Sen to the starting lineup. He also reached out to his old friend, Dirk Nowitzki, the Mavericks consultant, to review the upcoming game against the 75ers. If Xu Sen maintains this level of performance, it may spell trouble for Hardaway. The next day, the entire Mavericks team flew to Philadelphia in preparation for the game. Before the match, a Philadelphia reporter intercepted Xu Sen outside the arena, inquiring, Xu Sen, do you believe you can maintain your strength here in Philadelphia? I have a feeling Simmons is going to make you call him Dad. Xu Sen furrowed his brows, about to speak when he was interrupted by Kidd's gentle pat. He composed himself and nonchalantly strode into the gymnasium. Upon arrival, Everyone changed into their uniforms and proceeded to warm up. Xu, regardless of what others say, dominating them is your strongest response, Doncic remarked to Xu Sen during their warm-up. Having learned of the earlier incident outside the gym. Indeed, I understand. By the way, boss, you still owe me the $2,000 from last time. Xu Sen replied with a cheerful grin. Oh, I wouldn't skimp on you for such a trifling sum. Just wait until the game is over, and I'll settle it, said Doncic, teasingly. Ungrateful. If I had known, I wouldn't have consoled you so early, he added before darting away. Xu Sen chuckled from behind. Tonight, the Mavericks are sure to dominate the 76ers. The Philadelphia 76ers are hosting at the Wells Fargo Center. The Mavericks are facing the 76ers on their turf. The starting lineup for the home team includes Thibault, Richardson, Simmons, Harris, and Horford. The formidable Embiid is absent due to injury. The Mavericks starting lineup features Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Doncic, D. Smith, and Porzingis. Meanwhile, in the Huaxiao Whale live stream room, the previous broadcast showcasing Xu Sen's game had ignited immense popularity, prompting Whale to stream this match as well, attracting a staggering 130,000 viewers. Hooray! Xu Sen has been elevated to the starting lineup. I always knew he was the strongest. Let us witness how Xu Sen annihilates the 76ers today. The Forest has assembled. Forest 1, Forest 2, Forest 10086. At this moment, the host Whale adjusted his glasses and spoke. Don't get your hopes up. If Xu Sen underperforms in this game, you might end up in tears. Host, could you please be quiet? You should recognize where your popularity stems from. If you continue like this, I might just start my own stream. ISNT that Yuan Wei, the leader of the Forest fans, upstairs? Let us all go live. Together. This remark left the host Whale speechless, as such immense traffic would vanish in an instant. The game commenced, with Porzingis winning the tip-off for the Mavericks, securing the first offensive opportunity. Xu Sen brought the ball to the front court and immediately passed it to Doncic, as the first play typically involves the team leader taking charge. Doncic, utilizing a screen from D. Smith, swiftly maneuvered past Simmons and, before Harris could mount a defense, released a floater to score first. In the 76ers' offensive possession, Simmons, mirroring Doncic's strategy, called for Harris to set a screen as he drove inside. Xu Sen positioned himself in front of the oncoming defender, and upon seeing the Huaxia face, Simmons charged forward. Xu Sen retreated 2 steps before Simmons could collide with him, and a smile graced Simmons' lips. The slender figure of the Chinese player resembled a strand of noodles. As Simmons leaped for a slam dunk, several figures sprang into the air alongside him. A large hand pressed firmly upon Simmons' basketball. An overwhelming force emanated from the ball. Bang! Simmons fell to the ground. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. Xu Sen stood before Simmons, casting a disdainful gaze in his direction. This scene froze for 3 seconds, immortalizing a memorable moment. The home court referee did not blow the whistle, for Xu Sen's play was undeniably clean. As Xu Sen's shot soared out, it found its way into Doncic's hands, who effortlessly delivered a long pass to Seth Curry, already positioned in the front court, resulting in an easy layup. The score stood at 4-0. At this moment in the Huaxia Whales live stream, the host had evidently cracked the code to attract viewers. What a play! Exclaimed the host upon witnessing the shot. Absolutely magnificent. This could easily become a highlight in this year's S-Block compilation. The host's assertion rang true. He lowered his gaze, but you are a devoted fan of LeBron. The emphasis on this statement was reiterated thrice for effect. Just because you are a LeBron fan does not preclude you from admiring others. Besides, is that play not impressive? As a LeBron aficionado, I find that play remarkable. I want to celebrate Xu Sen. On the court, it seemed Simmons was momentarily stunned by Xu Sen's block, leading to a sequence of 2 consecutive errors. Seizing the opportunity, the Mavericks struck with 2 3-pointers, establishing a commanding 10-0 lead within mere minutes of the game. Just 3 minutes into the match, Raptors coach Nurse called for a timeout. As Simmons returned to the sidelines, his eyes appeared vacant. Meanwhile, the sidelined Embiid and coach Nurse began offering words of encouragement. In a different section of the bench, after taking a seat, Xu Sen heard someone calling out to him from behind. Hey, Xu. The Huaxia rookie is performing quite admirably. Xu Sen turned around to behold the illustrious figures of Allen Iverson and Shaquille O'Neal. Chapter 6, Acknowledgement from Iverson. The big shark. In a swift motion, Xu Sen stood up, realizing that the 2 legends were seated right behind him. Hey kid, I heard you play basketball like me, but I don't see the resemblance, Iverson remarked. Iverson, you could never block shots like that. Simmons, this does bear a slight resemblance to my style. If I had your physique, I could do it too, Xu Sen exclaimed. Iverson, O'Neal, wait, could I get your autographs? I grew up watching you play. As the two legends bantered back and forth, Xu Sen noted that the timeout was about to conclude, prompting him to interject. Oh, sure. Just prove yourself, Iverson replied with a smile. Indeed, Xu. If you perform well in this game, I'll gift you a signed pair of sneakers, O'Neal added, casting a sideways glance at Iverson to tease him for being stingy. The two immediately resumed their playful quarrel. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, the scene of Xu Sen conversing with Iverson and O'Neal appeared on screen, sparking another wave of discussion. Look at how much fun Iverson and O'Neal are having with Xu Sen. They must truly recognize his talent. Well, Xu Sen is looking increasingly dashing. I wish to have his children. Wake up upstairs. You are a man. Xu Sen belongs to us. We aspire to give birth to a monkey one. Xu Sen's heart raced. With a pause concluded, Simmons appeared to regain his confidence, swiftly receiving a pass from Charlie Dorson. He maneuvered past his teammate, evading the defender with an emphatic slam dunk. It seemed he was playing aggressively, deliberately avoiding Xu Senator with 2:10 remaining. Xu Sen decided against passing, opting instead to showcase his skills to Iverson and O'Neal. Confronted by Dorson's defense, he executed his signature crossover, breaking through from the left side. Faced with Horford, a feigned pass led to a successful leap for a dunk. Two figures soared from the side, both aiming for Xu Sen's block. Yet he leapt far too high. Bang! Xu Sen, after making the basket, grasped the rim. Horford took 2 steps back upon landing. Simmons' hand struck Xu Sen's hand, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The home crowd did not sound a whistle to call a foul on Simmons. Xu Sen disregarded the future of NBA superstar Simmons as he swiftly retreated on defense. Subsequently, Xu Sen executed a series of relentless penetrations through the frail interior of the opposing team. Meanwhile, Doncic effortlessly launched a succession of 3-point shots from beyond the arc. In terms of defense, Simmons' confidence had been shattered, making it all too easy for Doncic to contain him. Xu Sen leveraged his physical prowess to entangle Charlie Dorsey. While the 75ers relied solely on the scoring contributions from their interior players, Horford and Harris. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Maverick starters exited the game, leaving Xu Sen to guide the team forward. The 75ers took Simmons off the court, substituting him with Korkmaz, while the remaining players continued their battle on the floor. Xu Sen orchestrated his teammates with his own rhythm, particularly the substitute center Boban Marjanovic, who stands at an impressive height of 2.24 meters and boasts a wingspan of 2.34 meters. Whenever Xu Sen delivered the ball to Boban positioned beneath the hoop, Boban would effortlessly elevate on his toes and deposit the basketball into the opposing team's net. Thus, the first quarter concluded with the home team trailing the Mavericks by 26 points, effectively rendering the contest lopsided from the very outset. In the first quarter, Xu Sen recorded an impressive performance with 15 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, fully dominating the game. On the bench, after listening to Kid's tactical arrangements, Xu Sen engaged in conversation with Iverson and O'Neal. So, does this prove my strength? Xu inquired. You are quite remarkable. I see a reflection of myself in you. Your ability to drive the basket possesses 80% of my prowess, Iverson proudly remarked. But, this kid is undeniably superior to you. He possesses physical attributes that you lack. His agility and speed far surpass yours, O'Neal interjected, dismantling Iverson's prideful demeanor. Have you not experienced my greatness? If it weren't for Kobe back in the day, I would have undoubtedly won the finals. Iverson retorted, tilting his head defiantly. Well, that's just how it is. I happen to have Kobe. Speaking of which, I haven't visited his son in quite some time, O'Neal said, crossing his arms with a sense of pride. Indeed, in this parallel universe, our leader has not encountered any mishaps and has even welcomed a son. As Xu Sen had just traversed into this realm, he was exhilarated to hear the news and left a comment on Kobe's Twitter, expressing, "Boss, I miss you so much." However, lacking fame at the time, his words stirred not a single ripple on the platform. The coach, Jason Kidd, a contemporary of Shaquille O'Neal and Allen Iverson, approached to engage in conversation. Although the match had merely progressed through the first quarter, Xu Sen was already convinced of victory, feeling utterly unburdened as he chatted. As the second quarter commenced, the possession was with Team 75, and their substitute player, Neto, positioned himself a step away from Xu Sen at the 45-degree arc. In an unexpected move, Neto launched a 3-point shot without hesitation. Did he underestimate my leaping ability? As Xu Sen executed a forward leap to block a shot, His fingertips barely grazed the basketball. He immediately shouted for a rebound. However, upon landing, he sensed something amiss and, glancing down, discovered that Neto's foot was directly beneath him. In an instant, he twisted his foot and fell to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the substitute player, Neto. The teammates on the bench, clearly witnessing the incident, promptly rose to their feet. Boban, having secured the basketball, passed it to Seth Curry, who rushed over to the scene. Meanwhile, Neto, standing at 75 inches tall, nonchalantly raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, exuding an air that was undeniably infuriating. Upon rising, Xu Sen immediately obstructed Boban. Shaking his head, on the bench, Kidd and Doncic also restrained the remaining players. Observing the potential for conflict, the referee hurried over to call a timeout. Coach Kidd, standing at the sidelines, requested a replay from the officials at the technical table, indicating suspicions of an attempted trip by the opposing team. Xu Sen and Boban paid no heed to Neto, who returned to the bench. Seeing his efforts in vain, Neto also quietly made his way back. The instant replay on the technical platform revealed a clear image. After Neto released the basketball, he noticed Xu Sen leap for a block and, in a moment of ill intent, shifted his gaze downward, extending his foot towards Xu Sen's. The crowd erupted in uproar. Iverson turned to his former team, shaking his head in disappointment. The Mavericks bench rose in unison, casting furious glances at Neto on the 75 Airs bench. Within the Huaxia Whale live stream, even the host, a fervent fan of LeBron, began to unleash a torrent of curses. Viewers flooded the screen with comments, denouncing Neto's blatant actions and urging everyone to report him to the NBA. Fortunately, my brother Xu Sen reacted swiftly, dodging the foul play. Had I been there, I would have dealt with him. Ultimately, under pressure, the referee made a decisive call against Neto, number 19 of the 75 Airs, for his malicious foot trip, issuing a technical foul and ejecting him from the game. The Mavericks were awarded 3 free throws. The game resumed. Jason Kidd, with a stern expression, promptly arranged for the starters to take the court, showing no mercy. By the end of the second quarter, the score was 70-25. By the end of the third, it stood at 100-47. With such a staggering score, a significant portion of the audience at the Wachovia Center had already departed. Fully aware that the game held no further promise for the 75 Airs, who had left them utterly disillusioned. As the fourth quarter commenced, neither team's starters took the floor. Only the bench players were left to compete. Xu Sen's remarkable performance over 3 quarters included 46 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists, 8 steals, 4 blocks, and a solitary turnover. Had he played in the final quarter, it was entirely plausible for him to elevate his assists and steals to 10, and potentially boost his scoring to an impressive 50 points, thus achieving a rare quadruple-double of 50-10-10-10. This would have firmly placed the 75 individuals involved upon the pillar of shame. Prior to the fourth quarter, Kidd inquired if Xu Sen wished to take the court, reassuring him that as a rookie, no one could cast judgment upon him. Xu Sen glanced at Iverson and shook his head. After all, it was Iverson's original team, so it was understandable. Of course, Doncic had relinquished a significant amount of ball possession to allow Xu Sen to vent his frustrations, opting not to steal the spotlight. Xu Sen shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and joyfully engaged in conversation with Doncic, Iverson, and O'Neal. Chapter 7. A sensation across the internet. While Xu Sen was chatting, major sports websites and video platforms in China erupted with discussions about his remarkable performance. Xu Sen's Douyin account has been unearthed, rapidly amassing millions of followers. The Whale Live Room has attracted over 1 million viewers, creating a frenzy of activity. How astonishing. I never anticipated that there would still be individuals in China excelling at basketball in the NBA and performing so remarkably. Xu Sen is truly exceptional. Welcome to the Xu Sen fan forest. The media in the United States is also in an uproar. A multitude of reporters has flocked to the Wells Fargo Center, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the fourth quarter, which has devolved into garbage time, in order to conduct interviews. Beep. The final score reads 123-68. As the game concluded, the 75 players walked with their heads bowed, foregoing post-game embraces and heading directly to the player tunnel. They lost by 55 points. A score that pales in comparison to Paul's 58 points, especially since the Mavericks ultimately let them down. As Xu Sen prepared to return to the dressing room after a bout with Iverson and O'Neal, he found himself encircled by a throng of journalists. Xu Sen, why did you not continue playing after scoring 46 points in 3 quarters? Is there anything else you wish to convey? A blonde-haired reporter seized the opportunity to inquire immediately. Xu Sen scratched his head with an endearing expression and chuckled as he replied, I believe that my data is not the most crucial aspect. What truly matters is collaborating harmoniously with Doncic, the coach, and my teammates to secure the championship that rightfully belongs to us. That is our ultimate goal. Xu Sen declared with righteous indignation as Porzingis and Doncic poured a cup of water over his head. Hey boss, Porzingis. You too. While a female journalist stifled a laugh. She continued to pose her questions. I believe I must return to the locker room to change my attire. I've been resting for too long and my sweat has turned cold. Farewell. Xu Sen pursued Doncic, while Porzingis made his way towards the player tunnel. After freshening up, Xu Sen accompanied Doncic and Coach Kidd to the post-game interview. Following the interviews with the coach and Doncic, all microphones and cameras were directed towards Senator Xu Sen. Do you have any comments regarding the unsportsmanlike conduct exhibited by the 75 players during today's match? The charming and graceful Lena D was once again called upon for a question. There is an old saying in China, those who do not attract envy are mediocre. I can only assert that I am formidable enough for the 75 players to realize that their defeat is inevitable in my presence, prompting them to resort to actions that violate the spirit of sportsmanship. Xu Sen straightened his posture and spoke earnestly. Another young journalist, wearing glasses, interrupted before Xu Sen could continue, rising to pose his question. Xu Sen, is it true that there is a conflict between you and Neto, and that he seeks to retaliate against you? Moreover, this action was taken personally and was not decided by the 75 players. Xu Sen glanced at his press badge from the Philadelphia Sports Association. I did not mention the incident involving the 75 individuals, nor is it a personal matter. He remarked, so there is no need for this Philadelphia journalist to hastily defend himself. The league will impose its penalties in due course. Just as Xu Sen prepared to elaborate further, another Philadelphia reporter interjected with a question. If the 75 were present, would the formidable Joel Embiid guarantee your victory? Would you still be able to achieve such impressive statistics? Upon hearing the journalist's eager interjections, both Kidd and Doncic could not help but furrow their brows in disapproval. Xu Sen's gaze was firmly fixed upon the reporter, and I pondered how the Philadelphia journalist could exhibit such rudeness, interrupting others not once, but twice during their inquiries. The question of whether Embiid participated in the game is irrelevant, for it is a contest involving 5 players, not merely one. I believe the outcome of the match would not hinge on a single individual. After voicing his thoughts, Xu Sen exchanged glances with the coach and Doncic, and they all rose to depart. The following day, the sports media across the Eagle Nation was replete with reports on Xu Sr. Envy is the hallmark of mediocrity. Los Angeles Sports News. The Philadelphia journalist's lack of decorum. Dallas Sports News. With a performance of 46-10-9-8. Just how high can Xu Sen's potential soar? NBA News. In Dallas, it is quite evident that many people greet Xu Sen while he is shopping for groceries or walking down the street. When visiting the Huaxia market, he often enjoys discounts or complimentary items. For instance, one might say, "Oh, Xu, come here. These vegetables are a gift for you." Or Xu Sen, "I can offer you these at a 20% discount, courtesy of our fellow villagers from Huaxia." While strolling along the road, it is not uncommon for someone to approach him for a friendly chat. "Hi, Xu Sen, may I take a photo with you?" A Dallas girl might ask. Similarly, a young man might exclaim, "Hey, Xu, let's break the record with 75 people." Xu Sen remained steadfast, maintaining his training intensity. Jason Kidd devised a training regimen focused primarily on three-point shooting and defense, with passing and assists being secondary. With only 15 regular season games remaining, the Mavericks currently stand 7th in the Western Conference, closely trailing the 6th-seeded Jazz and the 5th-seeded Thunder by a mere victory. The 9th-placed Grizzlies and 8th-placed Trailblazers are also 5 wins behind the Mavericks. The Mavericks, having suffered some significant losses, appear to be on a steady path to the playoffs. Fortuitously, their next 5 games are against teams that are struggling this season. The first 2 matches are back-to-back against the injury-riddled Warriors, one at home and one away. Following these, they will face a trio of Eastern Conference underperformers, the Pistons, Hawks, and Cavaliers. The day after, the Mavericks arrived at the Chase Center in Golden State. The Warriors' starting lineup featured D'Angelo Russell, Jordan Poole, Glenn Robinson III, Draymond Green, and Omari Spellman. The Mavericks' starting 5 included Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Jay Jackson, D. Smith, and Powell, with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson sidelined due to injuries. Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd decided to rest Luka Doncic and Kristaps Porzingis. Today, Xu Sen was the primary scorer, and Kidd encouraged him with a single phrase, "Today, You are the star. Unleash your potential. Let us witness your limits. Xu Sen broke into a smile. Possessing the boundless authority to unleash his firepower, what more is there to say? It was time to act. The Warriors, in their pursuit of development through adversity, imposed little restriction on Xu Sen, whether driving into the paint, executing mid-range shots, or launching from beyond the arc. Xu Sen felt no semblance of obstruction. In the opening quarter, he dominated the game with a staggering score of 33-14. Xu Sen achieved an impressive tally of 22 points. Yet he found himself somewhat disenchanted. The Golden State Warriors, who have only begun to rise in prominence over the past 22 years, currently lack any semblance of competitive spirit. As the subsequent matches unfolded, Xu Sen opted to focus more on passing, allowing all players on the Mavericks to shine collectively. By the conclusion of the game, the score stood at 114-97, with 8 Mavericks players reaching double figures, while Xu Sen recorded an extraordinary triple-double of 36 points, 10 rebounds, and 18 assists. Returning to the American Airlines Center in Dallas, he awaited the challenge posed by the Golden State Warriors the following day. Inside the arena, as the third quarter came to a close, the Mavericks led 99-98 against the Warriors. On this day, both D'Angelo Russell and Draymond Green delivered spectacular performances, with Russell amassing 28 points and Green contributing 30 points by the end of the third quarter. Xu Sen continued his previous game with a focus on assists. But as the fourth quarter commenced, he shifted his attention to scoring. At the start of the fourth, Poole's pass was intercepted by Xu Sen, who executed a fast break and completed a powerful dunk. In a bewildering moment during his second pass, Poole let the ball roll forward instead of retrieving it, prompting Xu Sen to close in, forcing Poole to pick up the ball. However, Xu Sen swiftly snatched it away once again, delivering another emphatic dunk. Enraged, Draymond Green berated Poole before venturing back to retrieve the ball. Once he crossed half-court at the top of the arc, he passed to Wiggins, who found himself entangled with Xu Sen and, unable to advance, returned the ball to Green. Green then distributed it to Poole at a 45-degree angle. Noticing that his defender, Curry, was reluctant to step out beyond the three-point line, Poole retreated and launched a shot from 2 steps beyond the arc, which missed entirely. Boban grabbed the rebound and quickly fed it to Xu Sen, who accelerated past half-court with only Poole, Wiggins, and Green trailing him near the basket. With a 1-on-3 advantage, Xu Sen initiated his leap from just beyond the three-point line, stepping within a foot of the free throw line. Witnessing Xu Sen's audacity, Poole instinctively retreated 2 steps. The Warriors called a timeout. Head coach Steve Kerr's face turned crimson as he glared at Poole from the bench. Chapter 8. The 10-game winning streak faces the Lakers. After a series of perplexing plays from Poole, Xu Sen managed to extend the score difference back to 16 points within 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. Kerr, no longer willing to fight, substituted 5 players at once, signaling his resignation. Jason Kidd, chuckling, also made a complete change, content to secure the victory and ponder what to have for dinner that evening. As the game concluded, Xu Sen joyfully returned to his apartment, treating himself to a sumptuous meal as a reward. The following day, during team practice, while the players rested, Luka Doncic, seated on a chair engrossed in his phone, suddenly sprang up. "Hey Xu, you need to check the NBA official site." The NBA had announced that Xu Sen averaged 34 points, 9 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 for steals, and 2.8 blocks per game, leading his team to an undefeated record, earning him the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Week and Western Conference Player of the Week. Xu Sen glanced at his phone, merely chuckling without much concern. A weekly best did not alter anything, nor did it constitute a significant accolade. However, Doncic was relentless, persistently pursuing Xu Sen. "Hey, this won't do. I am the star of the team, and your indifference diminishes my stature. Unless you prepare a lavish feast of Huaxia cuisine for me, this matter remains unresolved." Xu Sen, with a head full of black lines, could only obediently accompany him to the Huaxia market in Dallas to purchase an abundance of ingredients. For who could resist the culinary cravings of his team's star player? Armed with the experience of previous inadequate meals, Xu Sen prepared a feast of 5 dishes and a soup, each crafted with generous portions. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself only moderately satisfied, having consumed merely 60% of his appetite. After finishing his meal, Doncic reclined on the sofa, a look of utter contentment on his face. "Xu, it is only here with you that I can savor authentic Huaxia cuisine. Ever since my last visit, every Huaxia restaurant in Dallas has seemed lacking in comparison." Xu Sen clenched his fist, restraining himself from delivering a direct blow to the pudgy face of Dong 77. This insufferable glutton not only consumed a feast worth hundreds of dollars, but also expected him to prepare the meals while he himself remained unsated. Yet, he endured, as securing possession of the ball necessitated reliance on Doncic. Subsequently, the Mavericks effortlessly triumphed over 3 consecutive Eastern Conference weaklings, securing victory by the end of the third quarter. As a result, the Mavericks ascended to the 4th position in the Western Conference, pulling ahead of the 5th-placed Rockets by a margin of 2 wins. In these 3 matches, Xu Sen has averaged 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 15 assists, significantly diminishing the skepticism surrounding his potential as merely a fleeting phenomenon. The Mavericks have achieved a remarkable 9-game winning streak, and they are now set to face the season's Western Conference leaders, the Lakers. This season, the Lakers emerge as a formidable contender for the championship, boasting star players such as LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Dwight Howard, J.R. Smith, and Rajon Rondo. In the previous iteration of this season, they indeed claimed the championship title, albeit amidst a pandemic-affected, shortened season often referred to as the Bubble Championship. However, their prowess should not be underestimated. After numerous matches, Jason Kidd has devised various strategies centering around Xu Sen at the point guard position and Luka Doncic at the small forward position, making this encounter with the Lakers a pivotal moment for evaluation. At the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the starting players take the court. The Lakers, home Rondo, Caldwell-Pope, James, Davis, and Howard. The Mavericks, away Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Doncic, D. Smith, and Porzies. As Porzies and Howard prepare for the jump ball, the seasoned Howard, nearing the twilight of his prime, clearly finds himself outmatched by the peak-performing Porzies, is in this contest of leaping ability. Xu Sen controlled the ball at the top of the arc, raising his hand to signal a three-pointer. Seth Curry immediately descended to the left corner, while Porzingis drifted towards the right corner. Doncic and D. Smith advanced to set a high pick-and-roll. For a moment, Rondo's vision was obscured on either side. LeBron and Davis were fixated on one side. Suddenly, Xu Sen broke through from the left, near Doncic. Noticing Xu Sen's approach, LeBron hastily followed suit. Despite being 35 and experiencing a decline in speed, LeBron relied on his seasoned instincts to keep pace with Xu Sen as he maneuvered past. D. Smith quickly trailed behind, while Davis also moved down to intercept Xu Sen's passing lane. Unbeknownst to them, Doncic remained stationed beyond the three-point line. Xu Sen entered the arena, delivering a precise pass directly to Doncic without a glance at his surroundings. Ignoring Rajon Rondo, who stood merely a step away, Doncic launched a three-pointer. Swish. The Mavericks began the game with a seamless display of teamwork, leaving the Lakers' defense in utter disarray. LeBron James furrowed his brow. They had analyzed the Mavericks' recent performances and recognized Xu Sen's formidable drive to the basket. As Xu Sen made his way towards the paint, instinctively, his teammates collapsed inward to bolster the defense, thereby neglecting the true leader of the Mavericks, Doncic. In the Lakers' possession, Rondo dribbled past half-court, his teammates yet to establish their positions. Xu Sen clapped his hands, immediately advancing toward Rondo with intensity. The other Mavericks swiftly adhered to their respective matchups against the Lakers. In that moment, Rondo found himself bereft of any passing options. However, with his vast experience, Rondo began to maneuver left and right. Unfortunately, he underestimated Xu Sen's dynamic prowess. The essence of the strategy rested on Xu Sen's ability to entirely suppress the opposing point guard's passing angles and vision. No matter how Rondo tried to evade, Xu Sen shadowed him closely, and each time Rondo sought to distribute the ball, he found a hand obstructing his path. After several attempts, when Rondo finally spotted an opportunity to pass to James, the sound of the buzzer echoed 24-second violation for the Lakers. Xu Sen had succeeded. Frustrated, Rondo slammed the ball to the ground, lamenting that he had finally found an opening. The ball ricocheted and struck the approaching referee squarely. Beep. Technical foul on Rondo. At once, he was at a loss for words, attempting to explain himself to the referee, only to be pulled away by James. Laughter erupted among the Mavericks. Not only had they forced a 24-second violation, but they also unexpectedly earned a 3-shot foul. This was a significant blow to the Lakers' momentum. Doncic stepped up to the free throw line. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 free throws converted. Porzingis moved to the sideline to inbound the ball. The moment Xu Sen received the inbounds pass, Rondo immediately closed in, intent on emulating Xu Sen's defense to achieve another 24-second violation. Xu Sen grasped the ball with both hands, his back turned to Rondo, and let out a disdainful smile. "Mate, you cannot guard me." Passing you is as effortless as crossing a quiet street at dawn. With that, he paid no heed to Rondo's fiery glare. A triple threat position. With a subtle shift of his left shoulder, he suddenly dribbled to the right, swiftly pulling the ball back to the left. Rondo, caught off guard, shifted his weight to the right, allowing Xu Sen to accelerate past him. Frustration etched on Rondo's face. He chased after Xu Sen, who faced the approaching help defense from Pope. With a deft crossover, he penetrated from the left side. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Davis rushing in. A feigned shot turned into a genuine pass, delivering the ball to D. Smith under the basket, who rose and executed a layup. The score stood at 8-0. It was once again the Lakers' turn to attack. They inbound from the baseline, with Rondo slowly dribbling up the court, flanked by James and Pope providing support. Just as they crossed midcourt, Xu Sen applied pressure. Rondo, startled, quickly halted and passed the ball to James on the left side. Seeing the ball safely in James's hands seemed to ease his tension. Xu Sen's relentless defense had been terrifying. Upon receiving the ball, James surged forward, with Davis moving to set a high screen. Utilizing the screen, James barreled into the lane, aiming for a thunderous dunk to ignite the crowd. D. Smith, positioned to help, calculated that James would collide with him after 3 quick steps, anticipating an offensive foul. But lo and behold, 1, 2, 3, 4. James skillfully maneuvered around him and leaped for a powerful dunk. What? D. Smith wore a look of utter confusion. Xu Sen, observing from behind, mirrored the confusion, glancing at the referee, who had yet to blow his whistle, leaving him equally bewildered. Goodness, was this the legendary Dragon's 8 steps? Chapter 9. The absurdity of the Lakers officials. Doncic seemed unfazed by it all, calmly signaling Xu Sen to receive the ball. After receiving the pass, Xu Sen dribbled to the top of the arc where Rondo approached him. With a swift crossover, Xu Sen skillfully evaded Rondo and charged into the paint. This time, James dared not provide help defense and closely shadowed Doncic. Upon witnessing this, Xu Sen immediately took 2 steps and leapt into the air. As he ascended, Howard bellowed, "Rookie, this is a no-fly zone." He reached out with one hand towards Xu Sen's racket. However, to his astonishment, Xu Sen continued to rise. Howard's hand collided with Xu Sen's. Yet Xu Sen appeared unfazed, effortlessly slamming the ball into the hoop. With a resounding thud, Howard found himself toppled to the ground by Xu Sen's powerful dunk. A puzzled expression crossed his face. Why was there no whistle? His forearm had turned crimson from the contact. Wasn't that a foul for hitting the hand? Xu Sen gazed intently at the referee, who, with an expression devoid of any emotion, signaled for the Lakers to execute the inbound pass. Xu Sen's expression darkened. Was this the legendary referee known as the Lakers Knight? On the sidelines, head coach Jason Kidd rushed to the technical table to challenge the call. Beep. The game was paused, and a video review commenced. Ultimately, the challenge was successful, revealing a foul by Howard. Xu Sen was awarded a free throw opportunity. Although he succeeded, the referee's expression soured significantly, and the look directed at Xu Sen indicated that the forthcoming plays would be even more challenging. Swish. 11-2, the Lakers launched an offense. James dribbled the ball to the top of the arc, while Howard, undeterred, reached out for the ball against Porzingis. Observing the moment, James promptly passed it to Howard, who, despite his years of experience, still displayed a rather unrefined technique. He aggressively challenged Porzingis. Bang, bang. After 2 collisions, Porzingis stepped back slightly, allowing Howard to seize the opportunity and leap for a powerful dunk. Jason Kidd, witnessing the play from the sidelines, shouted in exasperation, "Porzingis, stand your ground and make it harder for him to score." Porzingis, chastised by his coach, hunched his shoulders and helplessly rubbed his chest, where he felt the impact of Howard's charge. He received the ball and passed it to Xu Sen, who nodded in acknowledgement. Dribbling to the front court at the top of the arc, Porzingis made a timely cut to set a screen for Xu Sen made a decisive breakthrough, while James and Rondo swiftly switched their defense to impede him. Meanwhile, Porzingis accelerated towards the basket. Xu Sen executed a high toss. Porzingis leaped, performing an alley-oop dunk before Howard could secure the ball. As he descended, he unleashed a furious roar directed at Howard. In response, Howard forcefully shoved Porzingis, sending him crashing to the ground. Xu Sen could not help but steal a glance at the referee, who remained unresponsive to the unfolding chaos. He charged forward, pushing aside Howard to lift Porzingis. The referee blew the whistle. A technical foul was called against Xu Sen. What? Instantly, all of the Mavericks' teammates surrounded the coach, demanding answers. At that moment, the live stream from the Huaxiao broadcaster, Whale, showcased the scene, igniting a fervor among netizens. How outrageous. How could the game proceed like this? How much did the referee pocket? This is infuriating. This referee is utterly despicable. Indeed, the NBA has devolved into an entertainment spectacle. Seeing my brother Xu Sen wrong makes me so angry. If you wanted the Lakers to win, you should have said so. The Mavericks could have fielded a few temporary players instead. This is LeBron James. His privileges were evident in that traveling call. The referee's biased officiating is unacceptable. Those upstairs are absolutely right. This is blatant favoritism. Indeed, those upstairs are correct 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At this juncture, Whale interjected, having been buoyed by the influx of viewers. Noticing comments praising his favorite, LeBron James. Are you all veering off topic? If we're discussing the referee, let us stick to that. What does my LeBron have to do with this? Besides, the referee's decision has yet to be finalized. What are you all talking about? It seems he had forgotten that he was a LeBron fan broadcaster. Brothers and sisters of the forest, come to Sister Pingping's live stream 13,145. The chat was flooded with promotions for a new broadcaster. Before long, Whale's viewer count plummeted by 90, with only a few scattered comments remaining. Whale was left in disbelief. I'm sorry, but the opposing streamer is a stunning beauty. I'm not returning. 1. Whale, dumbfounded, immediately ventured into the live stream of the Forest's fan hub, Sister Pingping. Upon entering, he found indeed a captivating lady, exuding confidence, with a profound understanding of basketball. Back at the Staples Center, the referees, seeking to quell the surrounding uproar, issued 2 technical fouls to D. Smith and Seth Curry. The referees were aware that issuing fouls to Doncic and Porzingis would be excessive. Under the shouts of head coach Jason Kidd, the Mavericks quietly retreated. Yet, flames of determination flickered in their eyes. They were resolved to give their all to secure victory in this match. Under the intense gaze of the Mavericks, Pope stepped up to the free throw line, sinking 6 shots. Only 3 minutes have elapsed. The Mavericks lead by 4 points with a score of 11-7. The Lakers have possession, yet Rondo seems to have momentarily forgotten his purpose due to the earlier dispute. As he crosses half-court, he disregards the 1-meter proximity of Xu Sen and passes the ball directly to James. In a flash, a figure darts past, intercepting the ball before the Lakers can catch up. Xu Sen has executed a thunderous dunk. The score now stands at 13-7. James advances the ball, delivering a lob to Anthony Davis. Recognizing the advantage within the paint, the Lakers opt for an aggressive approach. Upon receiving the ball, Davis fakes, creating space for a one-handed shot. The ball strikes the rim, ricocheting off the side, only to be claimed by Howard, who rises up against Porzingis. Having deemed the younger center too soft in the previous play, Howard is determined to overpower him. Porzingis, feeling the force of Howard's presence, braces himself. With a surprising realization that Porzingis has managed to place his hand on the ball, Howard attempts a forceful push. The ball crashes against the rim. Yet Porzingis successfully defends it. Just as he prepares to unleash a roar of triumph, the referee's whistle pierces the air. A foul is called on Porzingis for hitting the hand. Stunned, Porzingis glares at the referee, incredulous. He contemplates challenging the call, convinced that he made a clean play without touching even a hair on Howard. Luka Doncic approaches, intercepting Porzingis and shaking his head. Porzingis clenches and then relaxes his fists, moving to secure the rebound. It is well known that Howard's free throw shooting is far less proficient than that of Shaquille O'Neal. Thud. He misses both attempts. Seizing the opportunity, Porzingis retrieves the rebound and swiftly delivers a long pass to the already racing Xu Sen, with Rondo closely guarding him at the top of the arc. Received the basketball, executed a powerful leftward drive, and completed a magnificent 3-step dunk. The score is now 15-7. After Xu Sen scored, he celebrated by walking in place and patting his chest. Rondo ignored Xu Sen and threw the ball in from the baseline to LeBron, who was ready to initiate a 4-on-5 play. As LeBron leisurely dribbled past half-court, he suddenly heard the crowd shout, "Watch out for Xu Sen." Turning around, he noticed that Xu Sen, the crafty player, had already positioned himself behind him. By instinct, LeBron attempted to secure the ball, but it was too late. Xu Sen successfully executed a steal and accelerated towards the basket. Realizing the ball had been taken, LeBron immediately sprinted after him. As he reached the free throw line, he saw Xu Sen had already taken off, and unable to catch up, he resorted to grabbing Xu Sen from behind. Xu Sen felt a pair of enormous dark hands encircle him from behind. At that moment, he cast aside all hesitation and leaped into the air with his companion. Bang! The entire Staples Center, filled with over 80, 000 spectators, including the live commentators, was plunged into a profound silence. Chapter 10. Suspended by a dunk from James in the first quarter of the Lakers vs. Mavericks game at Staples Center, with 7:50 remaining on the clock. The entire arena was in a state of shock. Spectators clasped their heads with both hands, their mouths agape in terror, as they gazed at the Lakers hoop. A Chinese player was gripping the rim with both hands, while an imposing figure, LeBron James, hung from him, considerably larger in stature. James had just been lifted into the air, momentarily disoriented, but as he regained his composure, he instinctively released his grip and collapsed onto the floor. Xu Sen glanced down, noticing that James had lost his footing beneath the basket. With a powerful push from his waist, Xu Sen descended directly towards the ground. Bang! Oh my goodness! Look! There is a deity! No, no, no! This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. This Huaxia individual possesses Huaxia martial arts. It must be true. The entire sports center erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Meanwhile, the Huaxia Forest fan live stream was no better. The chat room had initially been filled with fervent discussions regarding the Lakers referees. However, as Xu Sen executed his play, the screen was momentarily blank, followed by an explosion of comments. What the heck? How is this possible? Words failed to capture the moment. All that can be uttered is simply, what the heck? Behold the divine prowess of Xu Sen. Who in the entire NBA can rival his unmatched talent? Away with you, LeBron. I have arrived at the Forest Report. The entire world, witnessing this moment, has taken note of the illustrious #1 jersey of the Mavericks, worn by the Chinese player Xu Sen, following the breathtaking dunk that left spectators in awe. Lakers head coach Darvin Ham promptly called for a timeout and summoned the team physician to examine LeBron's condition, as Xu Sen returned to the Mavericks bench. All his teammates gathered around him, touching the muscles of his feet and hands. Xu Sen, you must practice Chinese martial arts, right? What are you saying? Xu Sen undoubtedly knows martial arts, no question about it. Xu Sen, once the season concludes, you should start a Chinese martial arts class. I want to learn. Eventually. The teammates dispersed at the shout of Jason Kidd. Kidd had also brought a team physician to examine Xu Senator after 5 minutes. The physician informed Kidd that Xu Sen's body showed no issues, but for a thorough examination, he would need to return to Dallas for professional equipment. Head coach Jason Kidd, still uneasy, insisted on keeping Xu Sen on the bench after the timeout. Meanwhile, LeBron James of the Lakers followed the team physician into the players' tunnel, presumably for a checkup. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 8 minutes of the first quarter concluded, and the Mavericks emerged with an entirely different vigor, each player displaying remarkable shooting prowess. In those 8 minutes, Doncic made 5 out of 5 attempts, 3 of which were from beyond the arc. Even D. Smith managed to sink a three-pointer. The score surged to 46-19. With the Mavericks establishing a commanding 27-point lead in the first quarter, effectively dominating the game. As the second quarter commenced, Xu Sen re-entered the game during the substitute period, with James still absent. Upon Xu Sen's return, the Lakers' substitute players cast fearful glances in his direction. Xu Sen faced minimal defensive pressure during his drives to the basket, rendering his scoring remarkably effortless. Defenders often opted to pass the ball away upon encountering him, hesitating to challenge him directly. As he penetrated towards the basket, the opposing center instinctively retreated. After just 3 minutes into the second quarter, the score escalated to 60-23. Xu Sen was once again relegated to the bench, idly observing the duel between the substitute teammates on the court. Meanwhile, the big screen frequently captured his expression of ennui as he sat on the sidelines. Beep. The match concluded with a score of 112-97, marking a resounding victory for the Mavericks over the Lakers. Xu Sen scratched his head and rose to enter the players' tunnel. Before he could reach the locker room, he encountered 4 staff members and a doctor. The leading middle-aged staff member extended his hand towards Xu Sen, saying, "Hello, Xu Senator, I am Jimmy, the executive secretary of the NBA League office. We have received reports alleging that you have been using prohibited substances, and we kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation." Xu Sen glanced at the hurriedly approaching coach, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd first nodded at Xu Sen before extending his hand towards the administrative secretary, Jimmy. "Hello, Jimmy. Let me clarify that our players have absolutely not used any prohibited substances. We will also cooperate fully." After speaking, Jason Kidd turned to Xu Sen and said, "Come on. I will accompany you to the hospital for an examination." Xu Sen and coach Jason Kidd embarked on their journey to the hospital. And as they drove away from the arena, Xu Sen glanced at the throng of media reporters outside, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The crowd was overwhelming, fortunately. They had opted for an unremarkable van, or else they would have been besieged with questions for an eternity. Upon arriving at the Los Angeles hospital, Xu Sen underwent a series of tests including urine, blood, hair samples, and various physical examinations, all arranged by the league staff. 3 hours later, Dallas Mavericks general manager Nick Harrison, owner Mark Cuban, and Luka Doncic arrived at the hospital to await the results. Although they had already received a call from Jason Kidd affirming that Xu Sen had not used any performance-enhancing drugs, they felt compelled to be present. Meanwhile, Los Angeles Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka had also arrived early to await the results. After an additional half hour, while Xu Sen and Doncic were discussing what groceries to buy for a meal, the doctor appeared with the results. The report confirmed that Mr. Xu Sen had not ingested any performance-enhancing or banned substances, although his muscle density and bone strength were approximately twice that of an average individual. Upon hearing this news, the Mavericks management erupted in joyous laughter. Rob Pelinka, however, cast a jealous glance toward the Mavericks executives. "Congratulations on acquiring such a remarkable player," he said, before turning to Xu Sen. "With your talent, a larger city can offer you greater benefits. The Los Angeles Lakers would welcome you anytime." At this moment, Mavericks owner Cuban stepped forward, saying, "Pelinka, whether Xu Sen receives benefits is not for you to determine. As the owner of the Mavericks, I will ensure he receives everything he desires. You will not have that opportunity." He then addressed NBA Commissioner Adam Silver's executive secretary, Jimmy, saying, "It is evident that my player is extraordinarily talented and not a victim of the slanderous drug accusations. The NBA must publicly release the findings of this investigation. I will not allow my player to be defamed." Jimmy nodded and gestured to a staff member, responding to Cuban, "Mr. Cuban, the NBA will not allow such occurrences. We will issue the report accurately. I trust the league will uphold its integrity, won't it?" Cuban replied, "All right, gentlemen, we must depart. We have a flight back to Dallas tonight," he concluded, leading the Mavericks management, Xu Sen, and Doncic out of the hospital, boarding a flight back to Dallas. Owner Mark Cuban instructed Xu Sen to rest well and to report to the general manager's office the following morning. Chapter 11. The entire league is shaken by Xu Sen the next morning. Xu Sen arrived early at the American Airlines Center to commence his training. Xu Sen's unreliable brother and manager, Jiang Bin, finally made his appearance before Xu Senator Goodness. "When did arson become so formidable? Even I, your father, am oblivious to this. Son, if you do not arrive soon, I shall have to consider changing managers. Recently, you have been lost in indulgence with that girl. Even your father, renowned throughout the NBA, is unaware of it." "Humph, how could that be? I have secured an endorsement for you." Jiang Bin proudly lifted his head and proclaimed, "You, a mere incompetent manager, managed to procure an endorsement for me?" Xu Sen exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not look down upon me, Lin Bei. Let us set this aside for now. Come, let us head to the general manager's office," Jiang Bin declared with a grave expression as he strode forward. Xu Sen still felt it was rather strange. This Jiang Bin had been his brother since childhood. Although sometimes unreliable and fond of chasing after women, he should not pose a threat to him. Thus, he accompanied him to the general manager's office. Xu Sen pushed the door open, revealing Mark Cuban, Nick Harrison, Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki, and Luka Doncic seated on the sofa within the office. Upon noticing the door's entrance, Cuban swiftly rose and approached Xu Sen, warmly grasping his hand. "Welcome, Xu Sen. Come, have a seat." Jiang Bin entered shortly after, taken aback by the scene before him. Although Jiang Bin was a minor figure, he still recognized the owner of the Mavericks, whom his brother had joined. As he surveyed the room, he realized that these 5 men constituted the very decision-making core of the Mavericks. Suddenly, his legs trembled, rendering him momentarily unable to move. Xu Sen sat down beside Cuban and noticed Jiang Bin still lingering at the door, prompting him to call out, "Jiang Bin, what are you doing? Come in." At the sound of Xu Sen's voice, the 5 individuals present turned their gazes towards Jiang Bin, causing him to feel even more apprehensive and rooted to the spot. I believe this occasion is not quite suitable for me. You all carry on without me," Jiang Bin stammered before swiftly exiting and closing the door behind him. "Xu Sen, I strongly advise you to consider changing your manager. Otherwise, you are bound to incur significant losses," remarked General Manager Nick Harrison. Xu Sen scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was not unaware of this principle, yet he found it impossible to abandon his brother, who had occupied the original identity. After all, they had grown up together, and he held a significant level of trust in him. "Well, that's a reason," he conceded. However, I believe I can assist you when the time comes. Thank you. General Manager, Xu Sen replied. Upon saying this, Nick Harrison glanced at Xu Sen with appreciation, recognizing the general manager's adeptness at winning hearts. Hey, Xu Sen. I'm Dirk Nowitzki, the Silver-Horned King. Nowitzki greeted Xu Sen with a smile and extended his hand. Hello, Nowitzki. You are my idol. I have watched you play since childhood. The spirit you displayed while winning the championship despite your high fever has always inspired me, Xu Sen exclaimed. Haha. Thank you for your admiration, Xu Sen. Nowitzki responded with a shy smile upon hearing Xu Sen's words. Noticing that the pleasantries had reached their conclusion, Cuban directly approached the matter at hand. Xu Sen, I believe you have an inkling as to why I summoned you here. Otherwise, you would not have brought your agent along. I will not beat around the bush. I wish to extend your contract in advance. Cuban's expression was earnest, as this was a player of extraordinary physical prowess. After observing Xu Sen's diligent training and rapid technical advancements during this period, it was evident that at just 21 years of age, he possessed immense potential for growth. Renewing the contract would surely be a worthwhile endeavor. Boss, I believe it would be best to discuss the renewal after this season. I want to fully demonstrate my value, rather than have it assessed solely based on a medical report and a few games, Xu Sen stated firmly. Cuban, seeing the resolute determination in Xu Sen's eyes, sighed and acquiesced to his request. The group then shifted to other topics, and Cuban provided Xu Sen with some additional benefits. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Mavericks general manager's office, the 6 individuals were engaged in lively conversation, while outside, the NBA's official release of Xu Sen's medical report and statement stirred a tempest. NBA official, in response to inquiries regarding whether Mavericks player Xu Sen used performance-enhancing drugs during yesterday's game against the Lakers, the league's investigation concluded that player Xu Sen did not use any prohibited substances. Below is Xu Sen's medical report. Upon the NBA's clarification, various sports media outlets began to circulate and elaborate on the events of the game. Oh my gosh, is this even human? This is a superhero. A superhero. With that physique and a level of skill, who in the league can defend against Xu Sen? Goodness, are you donning the Mavericks #1 jersey to play in the NBA? It's hard to believe this is an individual's medical report. I would argue that Xu Sen still cannot outplay the Grim Reaper, Durant. Is that Durant's younger counterpart? Absolutely. He is the only one who would boast about himself. Within the Chinese online community, the fans of Xu Sen in the Forest Forum erupted in frenzy. Xu Sen's physique is inherently suited for playing basketball. What does it mean to be naturally inclined towards basketball? With such physical attributes, in which sport would he not excel? Xu Sen is invincible in the world. His physical strength is extraordinarily terrifying. I wish to bear a child for Xu Sen. As Xu Sen and Donai exited the general manager's office, it was already nearly noon. Outside the office, they found Jiang Bin lounging on a resting chair, wearing a rather lewd grin while staring at his phone. Neither Xu Sen nor Donai noticed him as they approached. Son, get up quickly. You look so lewd, Xu Sen remarked, turning back to give Jiang Bin a light pat. Oh my gosh, you scared me to death. How come you two walk so quietly? Jiang Bin exclaimed, clearly startled, nearly dropping his phone. Let us go back to the apartment for a meal, and then help Lin Bei move. Move? What are we moving? Jiang Bin asked, puzzled. The owner, Cuban, has given me a villa next to the arena to live in. That's wonderful. Let us go, let us go. This way. I can bring my dog over here. Jiang Bin replied excitedly. Upon returning to the apartment, Xu Sen took out all the ingredients from the refrigerator and prepared a grand feast. After the meal, Donai was sprawled on the sofa, clutching his stomach. Xu Sen, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You've made me so full. Xu Sen, who had been tidying up, raised an eyebrow at Donai's comment and replied, I think I need to inform the coach about your excessive eating so he can intensify your training. Amidst their laughter, Xu Sen successfully moved into the villa. Jiang Bin immediately flew to California to retrieve the 2 pastoral dogs they had there. The upcoming games for the Mavericks were exceedingly easy. As long as Xu Sen was on the court, victory was assured. The playoff teams aimed to conserve their strength and avoid direct confrontations to prevent injuries. Those not making the playoffs could not contain Xu Sen's prowess, or perhaps they were tanking to secure a favorable draft pick this year. Eventually, Jason Kidd decided to rest Xu Sen. Donai and Portsy is managing their rankings and selecting playoff opponents until the regular season concluded. Eastern Conference playoff team rankings: 1. Bucks 2. Raptors 3. Celtics 4. Pacers 5. Heat 6. 76ers 7. Nets 8. Magic Western Conference Playoff Team Rankings: 1. Lakers, 2. Clippers, 3. Nuggets, 4. Mavericks, 5. Rockets, 6. Thunder, 7. Jazz, 8. Trailblazers. Chapter 12. First round of the playoffs against the Rockets. Eastern Conference first round matchups: Bucks vs. Magic, Raptors vs. Nets, Celtics vs. 76ers. Pacers vs. Heat. Western Conference first round matchups: Lakers vs. Trailblazers, Clippers vs. Jazz, Nuggets vs. Thunder, Mavericks vs. Rockets. Coach Jason Kidd ultimately secured the Mavericks in the 4th position of the Western Conference, facing off against the 5th-seeded Rockets. Leveraging the talents of Doncic and Xu Sen against Harden and Westbrook. Xu Sen has recently been diligently honing his defensive skills, believing that if he can neutralize Harden, the victory in the first round of the playoffs will come easily. The Slaughter Dome, home of the Mavericks, is set to host Game 1 of the playoffs against the Rockets. The Mavericks starting lineup features Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Luka Doncic, Dennis Smith Jr., and Kristaps Porzingis. The Rockets counter with their own starting 5: Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Eric Gordon, P.J. Tucker, and Robert Covington. The Rockets have opted for a small ball lineup, aiming to match the Mavericks style. As the game commenced, Porzingis and Covington faced off for the jump ball. Their height disparity evident, Porzingis effortlessly claimed the tip-off, securing the Mavericks' first offensive possession. Doncic received the ball and promptly passed it to Xu Sen at the top of the arc. With Westbrook guarding him intently, Xu Sen initiated a crossover, skillfully maneuvering past Westbrook and penetrating from the left side. The small ball strategy hinges on relentless, switchable defense, but just as he broke through, he found himself confronted by Gordon, with Westbrook closing in from behind. Xu Sen's reception is a high toss, and with a resounding thud, Porzingis executes an aerial alley-oop dunk. The Mavericks swiftly transition into defense, with each player diligently marking their respective opponent. Xu Sen closely guarded Harden, as he was undeniably the centerpiece of this Rockets team, reminiscent of the peak Harden. On the defensive end, Xu Sen's primary objective was to restrict Harden's movements. Harden swiftly maneuvered to engage in a handoff with Westbrook, advancing momentarily before executing a smooth step back to create space between himself and Xu Sen, launching a three-point attempt. Upon encountering Harden, Xu Sen anticipated his intentions as he executed a retreating step. With a forward leap, he ascended to contest the shot, just grazing the basketball with the tips of his fingers. Rebounding, Porzingis secured his position, seized the ball, and passed it to Xu Sr. Xu Sen swiftly dribbled down the court, effortlessly drawing the defender away, and upon reaching the baseline, he immediately passed the ball to Doncic, who was stationed at the 45-degree three-point arc. At that moment, D. Smith had established a formidable barrier in front of Doncic, effectively isolating J. Tucker, allowing Doncic to shoot a three-pointer with ease. Swish. The score was now 5-0, and Harden was left feeling exasperated as he watched Xu Sen's athletic prowess unfold before him. With a mere gesture, J. Tucker swiftly moved forward to set a screen. Suddenly, Doncic appeared in front of Harden, alleviating some of the pressure. Unable to contain himself, Harden remarked, "It's so much easier to play against Doncic." Taken aback by the comment, Doncic momentarily paused, pondering whether it implied his defensive skills were lacking. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Harden unleashed a three-pointer. Swish. Perhaps feeling the sudden drop in pressure, Harden's shot found its mark perfectly, and he grinned at Doncic before retreating a few steps on defense. Doncic's face flushed with indignation as soon as he crossed half-court. He demanded the ball from Xu Sen with no choice but to comply. Xu Sen passed it to Doncic, knowing that failing to appease him would result in an endless debt of meals to satisfy his anger. Doncic immediately dribbled down, maneuvering past Seth Curry, and confronted Harden directly. "Watch me dismantle you, old man," he declared, charging forward. Naturally, Harden would not allow Doncic to advance so easily. He braced himself for the impending collision. With a resounding thud, their bodies collided, yet Harden was nudged back slightly as Doncic retreated a step and launched a two-point jumper. Thud. The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high and heading directly towards Westbrook and Xu Sen. Westbrook, having nudged Xu Sen aside, leapt into the air to secure the rebound. Just as he landed, a pair of hands expertly grasped the ball he had just acquired. A sudden surge of force overwhelmed Westbrook, leaving him dizzy as the basketball was snatched away, and he was sent tumbling to the ground. It was a robbery, a heist of a steal. The previously composed commentary of the game suddenly erupted into chaos. Xu Sen seized the basketball and made a direct drive towards the basket. Upon witnessing Xu Sen charging towards him, Covington couldn't help but recall a video featuring a thunderous dunk by LeBron James. With a momentary pause in his steps, Xu Sen had already soared into the air, executing a powerful axe-like dunk right over him. 7-3. The entire American Airlines Center erupted in jubilant cheers. Certainly. Greetings. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. As Xu Sen retreated to defend, he spread his arms and executed a gesture that, while not overly loud, resonated intensely within the arena. Instantly, the atmosphere in the American Airlines Center escalated, making it feel as though the very roof might be lifted by the exuberant sounds. The commentators continued to praise Xu Sen's prowess as the audience erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Russell Westbrook, who had just crossed midcourt, found himself under pressure from Seth Curry. The raucous cheers from the crowd made him slightly uneasy, prompting him to pass the ball to Harden, who was already sprinting toward the arc. Xu Sen, defending against Harden, surged forward with remarkable speed, intercepting the ball just before Harden could catch it. With a turbocharged leap from just beyond the free throw line, he executed a thunderous tomahawk dunk. Oh my heavens! If Xu Sen is absent from next year's All-Star Dunk Contest, I shall not watch it. The commentator's voice soared in excitement. Initially, the crowd's volume had diminished, but it now swelled even louder. Rockets head coach Ime Udoka, calling for a timeout from the sidelines, found his voice drowned out by the audience's fervor, compelling him to approach the scorer's table and pound on it for attention. Beep. Timeout for the Rockets. Meanwhile, in the Huaxiao Sun fan live stream room, the viewership had soared to over 2 million. Xu Sen's 2 steals and dunk had ignited a fervor in the entire live chat. Xu Sen is truly handsome. Just now, he intercepted Westbrook's ball and suddenly accelerated, as if showcasing the turbocharged prowess of his youth right before Westbrook. The power of the deity is truly immense. Even Westbrook was cast aside. If Xu Sen were present, how formidable he must be. Please, refrain from speaking above. I find myself unable to suppress my imagination. Wang Defa. This is outrageous. I wish to exit the vehicle. I desire to disembark. As the Rockets called a timeout, Coach Ime Udoka stood with a tactical board, articulating, Harden, your screen and roll was indeed correct. Next, during our offensive play, when Harden has the ball, we shall exploit the screen to create separation from Xu Sen. Covington. Draw Porzingis out to the perimeter. Do not allow him to penetrate the paint. On defense, we must sever the connection for the opposing team to pass to Porzingis. As Ime Udoka spoke, Westbrook's gaze wandered, fixated on Xu Sen's sudden burst of speed, reminiscent of his former turbocharged self. Westbrook, I am speaking to you. Are you even listening? Westbrook snapped back to reality. My apologies, coach. Could you please repeat that? Ime Udoka, exasperated, replied, You know what? Take a breather. I will substitute Daniel House to bolster our interior defense. Westbrook, somewhat distracted, acknowledged with a slight nod. The game resumed. In the Rockets' offensive possession, Harden received the inbound pass. Stationed at the top of the arc, awaiting his teammates to position themselves for the play. Chapter 13, Securing G1. Harden immediately passed to Jay Tucker and began to move, utilizing Covington's screen to shake off Xu Sen. As soon as Jay Tucker noticed Harden was open, he promptly passed the ball back to him. Upon receiving the ball, Harden saw Xu Sen closing in but did not hesitate, delivering a swift pass to Gordon, who had sprinted to the corner. With no defenders in sight, Gordon launched a three-pointer. Swish. 9-6. With no pressure, it felt akin to practice for Gordon. On the sidelines, Jason Kidd frowned, loudly instructing Seth, Stay with your man. Seth Curry, feeling uneasy, dared not meet his coach's gaze. He had just seen Xu Sen break free and instinctively sought to provide help, which inadvertently left Gordon open. Now, as the coach berated him, he remained silent, striving to avoid further mistakes. On offense, Xu Sen skillfully drew defenders away and passed to Doncic, who effortlessly secured 2 points. Thus, back and forth they went, with the Mavericks maintaining their lead. 30-26. With 2:30 remaining in the first quarter, both teams substituted their starters. Yet the physically imposing Xu Sen remained on the court, guiding the bench players, while the Rockets brought in Westbrook to lead their second unit. Xu Sen, with his back against Westbrook, skillfully dribbled at the top of the arc out of the corner of his eye. He detected Boban charging towards the basket, while his gaze shifted towards the substitute player Burke, positioned in the left corner, as he feigned a passing motion. Westbrook, taking a lateral step to the left, was startled to find the ball had been directed behind him, landing smoothly into Boban's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Boban rose onto his toes and effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. In the subsequent play, Westbrook, utilizing a screen from the substitute, executed a turbocharged leap, culminating in a resounding slam dunk. In the next round, under the relentless double team from the opponents, Xu Sen surged towards the basket, distributing the ball to the corner where the substitute guard Burke awaited. With a swift motion, Burke unleashed a three-pointer. After making the shot, Burke glanced at Xu Sen, who nodded in acknowledgement. Instead of returning to the court, he silently stepped out of bounds, placing his hands on his hips in a celebratory gesture that elicited cheers from the fans. As the Rockets prepared to inbound the ball to Rivers, Burke stealthily maneuvered behind him and executed a swift steal. Witnessing this, Xu Sen immediately sprinted towards the front court, creating a 2-on-1 situation. Burke lofted the basketball high, collaborating with Xu Sen for an alley-oop. Bang! Ever since Xu Sen's crafty maneuver of stealing the ball from LeBron in the previous encounter, all the Mavericks guards have taken note. And in the final games of the regular season, opponents have found themselves victim to the Mavericks substitute guards pilfering a couple of balls per match. Little did they anticipate such tactics would resurface in the playoffs. Rockets head coach Ime Udoka erupted in frustration from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Are you all oblivious to the fact that another Mavericks player is right behind you? Do you watch the game tapes at all?" Xu Sen and Burke celebrated with a high five. They discovered that Little Rivers was right beside them, preparing to inbound the ball. Xu Sen swiftly dashed forward, intercepting Little Rivers' pass. He then deftly relayed the ball to Burke, securing another 2 points. Coach Ime Udoka immediately rushed to the technical area to replace Little Rivers. Xu Sen and Burke leisurely made their way back to the defensive end. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the first quarter. Mavericks 40, Rockets 30. Surprisingly, during the substitution period, the Mavericks managed to extend their lead to 10 points, with all 4 of those points scored by Westbrook. Jason Kidd patted Xu Sen on the shoulder and inquired about his stamina. As the second quarter commenced, he encouraged Xu Sen to continue leading the bench players. But this time he urged him to unleash his full potential. That old-timer Udoka would likely be sending his starters back onto the court at the start of the second quarter. Xu Sen nodded. Just moments ago. During the last 2.5 minutes of the first quarter, the Mavericks had widened the score to a 10-point lead. If he were the head coach of the Rockets, he too would have summoned all his starters to the court. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets head coach indeed decided to field all the starters. Meanwhile, Xu Sen continued to lead his 4 substitute teammates. 3 minutes into the second quarter, Xu Sen's individual offensive prowess rendered Harden's defense utterly ineffective, exposing a significant vulnerability in the Rockets' defense. On the other hand, Harden's shooting was disappointingly cold, missing all 3 of his attempts in succession. Had it not been for Westbrook's relentless pursuit of 3 offensive rebounds, the score might have widened even further under Xu Sen's guidance of the bench players. The NBA official called for a timeout, with the score at 49-39. Observing that his starters struggled against the Mavericks, while Xu Sen's substitutes failed to close the gap, Rockets head coach Ime Udoka's brow furrowed with concern as he pondered how to reverse the scoreline. Ultimately, he resorted to devising several three-point strategies, aiming to stifle Doncic's influence, especially since Xu Sen's three-point shooting percentage remained alarmingly low. As the timeout concluded and the Mavericks regained possession, Doncic, having just received a pass from Xu Sen, was immediately double-teamed by Harden and Westbrook. In response, Doncic refrained from taking a shot and instead quickly passed to Xu Sen, who, upon receiving the ball, executed a bounce pass to Porzingis. Porzingis, facing Covington's defense, backed in before pivoting for a smooth hook shot that easily secured 2 points. During the Rockets' offensive possession, Harden, upon reaching the top of the arc, had his 4 teammates take turns setting screens. Whenever Harden found an opportunity, he launched a three-pointer. Otherwise, he distributed the ball to his teammates for their attempts. This season, Harden's three-point shooting percentage hovered around 35, with nearly no teammate exceeding that figure, particularly under the Mavericks' intense defensive pressure. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 109-82, as the Mavericks leveraged their high-scoring efficiency to extend the lead to 27 points. Realizing the game had lost its suspense, the Rockets reluctantly surrendered. The final whistle signified the conclusion of the match, with the score frozen at 126-108, marking the Mavericks' 18-point victory over the Rockets in Game 1 of the series. This match was Xu Sen's inaugural playoff appearance, where he delivered an extraordinary performance with a stat line of 32 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, a remarkable triple-double. Had the Rockets not faltered in their three-point shooting, Xu Sen's numbers might have been even more impressive. Meanwhile, Mavericks star Doncic recorded 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. In the Mavericks locker room, upon reviewing the stats, Doncic rose from his seat, locking his arm around Xu Sen's neck, and said fiercely, "Xu Sen, you achieved a triple-double and outscored me. Are you trying to steal my spotlight? What can I say? The Rockets' defensive strategy was to double-team you. It's beyond my control." Xu Sen, resisting Doncic's grip, patted his arm twice, signaling his acknowledgement of defeat. "Hey, I care not. Not a meal can resolve this." Donai has revealed his ultimate ambition. Xu Sen rolled his eyes dramatically, feigning faintness, which startled Doncic into releasing his grip. As soon as Doncic let go, Xu Sen leaped aside and took refuge behind Porzingis, exclaiming loudly, "You shameless scoundrel. Today, Porzingis scored 26 points and grabbed 18 rebounds. Yet you had nothing to say? You were merely bullying me." Doncic chuckled, about to respond when the locker room door swung open. Head coach Jason Kidd entered, asking, "Hey, what are you boys up to?" "Hold on, Porzingis and Doncic, you are both joining me for the press conference." "Coach, Xu Sen doesn't need to go. Let him attend." "I refuse to." Doncic interjected immediately upon hearing Kidd's words. "What are you thinking all day? Xu Sen has already faced the press on the court," Kidd exclaimed, smacking his forehead in exasperation. "Oh, then may I be excused? I played terribly today," Doncic implored, looking at Kidd with hope. "You must attend. You are the leader of the team." "If you don't go, who will?" Kidd shouted, his face reddening with frustration. "Then let us go." Chapter 14. The Rockets' transformation the next afternoon. Doncic stubbornly lingered at Xu Sen's villa, eagerly awaiting lunch. Xu Sen rolled his eyes in exasperation. The star player of the team, Doncic, with an annual salary exceeding $39 million, shamelessly mooched off his little brother, who earns a mere $100,000. How disgraceful. After their meal, Xu Sen, who was nearly out of funds, was taken by Jiang Bin, who had already relocated to a villa, to shoot a commercial endorsement. Jiang Bin had indeed arranged a previous endorsement for Xu Sen, and as Xu Sen's fame grew, the endorsement fee escalated from $300,000 a year to $2 million annually. However, Jiang Bin had never disclosed what product the endorsement was for. It wasn't until a representative from an advertising company presented the contract before Xu Sen that the details emerged. Xu Sen only then realized that this was a company selling tonics for kidney enhancement and vitality, and they wanted him to sign on as their spokesperson in the United States. Enraged, Xu Sen nearly lost his temper and considered striking Jiang Bin. Ultimately, however, Xu Sen did agree to take promotional photographs, not out of financial necessity, but rather because he found the beauty of his co-star quite captivating. Indeed, it was not due to a lack of funds. In the United States, the endorsement contract was merely for a year, and he had no plans to promote it domestically. After taxes and agency fees, Xu Sen was left with just under $1 million. With money in hand, he felt a sense of calm. At the Dallas American Airlines Center, the playoff match between the Mavericks and the Rockets commenced. The Mavericks starting lineup featured Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Luka Doncic, Dennis Smith, and Kristaps Porzingis. The Rockets starting lineup included James Harden, Eric Gordon, Robert Covington, Jeff Green, and Kenneth Faried. The Rockets had bolstered their interior game, preparing for a showdown in the paint against the Mavericks. As Porzingis and Faried faced off for the jump ball, Porzingis effortlessly tapped the ball to Xu Sr. Before the halftime break, Xu Sen was closely pursued by Gordon. With a sudden burst of acceleration, Xu Sen executed a swift maneuver to break free. However, Gordon remained relentless, adhering to him like a stubborn adhesive. Xu Sen glanced around and discovered that all the Rockets were fixated on him, poised to intercept his passing route. Xu Sen let out a cold laugh, making a swift crossover to the left before leaping into the air for a powerful dunk, allowing Xu Sen to go one-on-one. He could dismantle the Rockets single-handedly. During the Rockets' offensive possession, Harden held the ball, driving forward with Xu Sen closely trailing behind. With no other options, Harden passed to Gordon, who then distributed the ball to Clark for an interior play. Clark dribbled a couple of times to draw defenders before swiftly passing to the descending Gordon. Porzingis stepped up to defend against Gordon, who, undeterred, launched himself towards Porzingis, flailing his arms as he charged in. With a collision, Gordon released a high-arcing shot that bounced off the rim twice before finally rolling in. The score stood at 2-2. Jason Kidd, observing from the sidelines, frowned, contemplating the Rockets' strategy of relentless interior assaults. Were they attempting to draw fouls? In the ensuing possessions, the Rockets focused solely on Gordon's one-on-one against Xu Sen, persistently attacking the paint. Though many attempts were thwarted, Porzingis still found himself in foul trouble. Jeff Green incessantly hovered around Doncic, prodding him with taunts. The Mavericks called for a timeout. Upon returning to the bench, Jason Kidd unfolded the tactical board and began to outline his strategy. First, the Rockets aim to draw fouls from Porzingis to weaken our interior defense. Porzingis, be cautious of fouling. Second, if the Rockets are only deploying Gordon against Xu Sen without additional support, take more three-point shots. If they don't fall, disrupt the Rockets' rhythm during rebounds. Third, Doncic. You are constantly being double-teamed. Seek screens whenever possible. If not, conserve your energy by moving around. The third and fourth quarters are your stage. Fourth, when the Rockets double-team Doncic, Seth Curry, make sure to move and get open for shots. D. Smith, assist Porzingis in protecting the rim and minimize fouls. All right, team. We are the strongest. The Bryant Cup awaits our grasp this year. Let us give it our all. With that, they each settled into their seats, resting as they awaited the end of the timeout. As the game resumed, the Mavericks took possession, and the Rockets continued with their original strategy, double-teaming Doncic while leaving Xu Sen free. To the outside observer, Doncic and Xu Sen appeared as two potent threats, yet the choice was made to focus on the rookie, Xu Sen. Xu Sen dribbled to the top arc, observing Gordon retreating a step to guard against his drive. Without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. The moment the ball left his hands, it was evident it would find the net. Xu Sen immediately pivoted to transition back on defense. Swish. Gordon, witnessing Xu Sen's successful three-pointer, glanced towards the bench at coach Ime Udoka, pondering the coach's assertion that Xu Sen lacked a three-point shot. Understanding the look in Gordon's eyes, Udoka bellowed, "Don't give him that much space. It was merely luck." Gordon, slightly retracting his neck, received the ball and stormed across half-court, venting his frustration with a direct drive. However, he was thwarted by Seth Curry, who intercepted him. Xu Sen swiftly snatched the ball from the side, resembling a turbocharged engine as he darted past several Rockets players for a thunderous dunk. The volume of Coach Udoka's furious shouts increased significantly, catching the attention of the nearby officials. Gordon, realizing the situation, obediently passed the ball to Harden, allowing him to orchestrate the offense. Yet, Harden found himself at a loss against Xu Sen. Was this man's stamina truly boundless? Xu Sen consistently penetrated the defense to score while still maintaining energy to guard against him. His physical prowess was indeed formidable. Harden had no choice but to rely on his teammates for screens to attempt to draw a foul from Porzingis. However, with the coach's warning fresh in his mind, Porzingis denied Harden any opportunity, leaving him no choice but to launch a high shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim and fortuitously fell through the hoop. On the next possession, Xu Sen noticed that Gordon was still a step away, and once again, he unleashed a three-pointer. Swish. Another successful shot. Gordon's eyes widened in disbelief. He no longer dared to glance at the coach and silently jogged past half-court. Beep. Porzingis committed a foul, granting Harden 2 free throws. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, Porzingis once again fell victim to a foul drawn by Harden, resulting in his second foul and forcing him to be replaced by Boban. The free throw maestro Harden converted both attempts. The score stood at Mavericks 34, Rockets 22. Coach Udoka, seeing Porzingis exit, promptly substituted Gordon for Russell Westbrook, aiming to penetrate the Mavericks' interior. In the subsequent possession, Doncic finally found an opportunity for a three-pointer. But after an extended absence from shooting, it clanged off the rim. Westbrook seized the rebound and accelerated down the court. With Boban's sluggish return to defense, the Rockets exploited a 4-on-5 situation, avoiding Xu Senator Westbrook, driving to the basket, noticed Xu Sen approaching in midair, distributed the ball to the unguarded Harden at the three-point line. Swish. This was the Rockets' strategy. With Porzingis absent and Boban's lack of mobility, the Mavericks were unable to impede the onslaught of Westbrook or Harden. Chapter 15. The erupting Doncic. As the first quarter of the second game in the playoffs concluded, the Mavericks led the Rockets with a score of 38-28. After Porzingis was sidelined due to 2 fouls, the Rockets managed to narrow the deficit to just 2 points, and the Mavericks entered the second quarter with a mere 10-point advantage. At the onset of the second quarter, the Mavericks, spearheaded by Doncic and bolstered by the bench players, took to the court, while the Rockets continued with Westbrook leading their reserves. In this scenario, Doncic was not subjected to double-teaming, and he executed both three-point shots and assists with remarkable fluidity. Within a span of just 3 minutes, the Mavericks' lead swiftly expanded to 15 points. Seizing the opportunity during an official timeout, Rockets coach Ime Udoka promptly deployed his starters, prompting Mavericks coach Jason Kidd to similarly field his starting lineup. With Porzingis back on the court, the Rockets resumed their aggressive assault on the interior. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Porzingis endeavored to defend, but found himself subjected to the opponent's physicality as they collided against his arm. Xu Sen scratched his head and directly addressed Porzingis. "Trust me. They're coming for you. Step aside and let me handle this." Porzingis regarded Xu Sen for 3 seconds before nodding and passing him the ball. In those brief 3 minutes led by Doncic with the bench players, Xu Sen had found his rhythm. Even when double-teamed, with Xu Sen setting screens and executing handoff passes, he managed to create a sliver of space for a three-point shot, which he confidently took. As the Rockets launched their offense, Harden maneuvered around his teammates to evade Xu Sen and charged toward Porzingis. To his surprise, Porzingis stepped aside. With a slight smile, Harden took 3 steps for an effortless layup, akin to practice. However, just as he reveled in the moment, a hand emerged from nowhere, swatting the ascending ball against the backboard and snatching it away. Harden's expression darkened instantly. Where had the Xu Sen come from? Xu Sen landed and dribbled. Noticing that the hefty Doncic had already sprinted towards the three-point line, ready for a long pass. Alas, it was far too forceful. By the time Doncic received the ball, he was nearly beneath the basket, almost stepping out of bounds. He maneuvered slightly, executing a feint that left the descending Gordon in his wake, and then gently tossed the ball through the hoop for 2 points. Immediately after scoring, Doncic retreated on defense, approaching Xu Sen while exclaiming, "Xu, your long passes are dreadful. You nearly caused a turnover." To which Xu Sen replied with a grin, "Well, you do have the star power, don't you? Thanks for the assist data, big guy. I am about to unleash my potential," Doncic declared, emphatically clapping his hands and assuming a defensive stance. Harden, attempting to employ the same strategy, sought to penetrate the Mavericks' interior. But Xu Sen stayed closely in tow, leaving him with no choice but to pass to Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook charged forward, poised for a thunderous dunk. However, just as he was prepared to slam the ball into the basket, a powerful hand descended upon his, forcing the basketball to slip from his grasp. Xu Sen, having just blocked his younger brother Harden's shot, has now thwarted the efforts of his older brother Westbrook. The home crowd erupted in cheers, chanting "Xu, Xu, Xu." As Xu Sen landed, he once again witnessed Doncic sprinting across half court. Noticing Xu Sen leaping, Doncic began to retreat. With a swift flick of his wrist, Xu Sen delivered the ball with precision into Doncic's hands. Doncic effortlessly converted the layup, securing another 2 points. On the sidelines, Ime Udoka had shattered the tactical board in frustration, for he had been cautioned by the officials against speaking loudly. Nevertheless, his piercing gaze was as sharp as a knife, sending chills down the spine. On the offensive end, Doncic was on fire, scoring at will. As the second quarter concluded and the halftime break commenced, Doncic had amassed 18 points, while the score stood at Mavericks 70, Rockets 48. The Mavericks had achieved a remarkable 70 points in the first half of the playoffs. Xu Sen's statistics for the 2 quarters were impressive as well. 22 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Doncic recorded 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. Together, they accounted for 48 points, matching the entire Rockets team's score. As the third quarter came to a close, both Xu Sen and Doncic maintained their scorching shooting touch. Xu Sen accumulated 30 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Luka Doncic scored 36 points, along with 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. However, the Mavericks only led by 24 points as they entered the final quarter, a margin that still holds potential for struggle in this era of small ball. The Rockets, undeterred, deployed a small lineup in a bid to match the score. Unfortunately, they faced a resurgent Doncic. Having just hit a three-pointer, Harden witnessed Doncic promptly respond with one of his own. After Gordon sank a 3, Doncic matched him again. And for a full 6 minutes, the teams maintained a 24-point gap. Ime Udoka called a timeout, surrendering the game as he substituted his entire lineup. Jason Kidd graciously accepted the Rockets' concession, bringing in all bench players while sitting comfortably, engaging in a jovial conversation with Doncic. As the final whistle blew, the Mavericks triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 136-112. Xu Sen played for 39 minutes, achieving 34 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. Doncic, in 40 minutes, amassed 48 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. The Mavericks now hold a commanding 2-0 lead over the Rockets. Having defended their home court successfully, in a post-game embrace, Harden remarked to Xu Sen, "Buddy, please don't defend me like that next game. It's too tough." Meanwhile, Westbrook exchanged jerseys with Xu Sen, expressing, Watching you drive to the basket reminds me of the old days. You're going to astonish the entire league. But we will win the next game. Back in the locker room, Doncic paced excitedly, boasting about his statistics. Jason Kidd entered, observing the childlike exuberance of Doncic, teased, "Doncic, if you enjoy showing off so much, how about I take you alone to the press conference for half an hour?" Upon hearing the coach's words, Doncic's eyes sparkled. "Absolutely. Those reporters were quite harsh last time. I have some words for them. Then hurry up and shower. Stop bouncing around," Kidd admonished. "Xu Sen, you're coming with me," he added. Xu Sen timidly raised his hand. "Coach, can I skip this? Give me a compelling reason, or you must go," Kidd insisted. Xu Sen hesitated to voice his hunger, which prompted a desire to return home and indulge in some exquisite Huaxia cuisine. Instead, he prepared himself and accompanied LeBron and coach Jason Kidd to the press conference. After enduring a half-hour of intense questioning from reporters and the media, Xu Sen's hunger only intensified. While the physical prowess of the Atlanta Hawks was undeniable, even after vigorous exertion, one would inevitably feel famished. After all, how could a professional basketball player thrive on home-cooked meals alone? Nutritional meals are essential. Upon concluding the press conference, Jason Kidd announced a day of rest, followed by their departure to Houston for training the next day. Of course, a visit to the nightclub was out of the question. As Xu Sen heard the final words, he was reminded of whether Harden would indulge in nightlife during the playoffs. He patted his belly, exited the arena, and found his car, heading home for a meal. The date was April 27th, and the Toyota Center in Houston was set to host Game 3 of the Mavericks vs. Rockets. Backstage, Xu Sen encountered the illustrious Yao Ming, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. Ultimately, Yao extended an invitation for dinner at his restaurant after the game to continue their discussion. The Rockets' starting lineup for the home game featured Westbrook, Harden, Jay, Tucker, Jeff Green, and Covington. The Mavericks' starting lineup included Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Doncic, D. Smith, and Porzingis. Chapter 16. Biased Refereeing. Beep. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, and the basketball soared into the air. Porzingis effortlessly swatted the ball towards Xu Sr. Xu Sen gradually dribbled the ball towards the front court, observing that Gordon was the sole defender before him. "Are you really going to defend me all by yourself?" he inquired. Gordon, with a serious demeanor, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the basketball in Xu Sen's hands. Xu Sen executed a deft crossover, evading Gordon as he surged towards the paint. Jeff Green rushed over to provide defensive support, but Xu Sen swiftly passed the ball to the corner where Seth Curry awaited. With a fluid shooting motion, Seth attracted the defender before distributing the ball to Luka Doncic at the 45-degree arc. Doncic, displaying remarkable touch, made his first shot count. In the ensuing offensive possession for the Rockets, Harden brought the ball up court, instantly recognizing Xu Sen's defensive presence. He quickly called for a screen and drove towards the basket. Meanwhile, Westbrook dashed directly beneath the hoop, prompting Harden to deliver a precise pass for an alley-oop. Bam! The connection between the third brother and the second brother was electrifying. Xu Sen swiftly advanced the ball up the court, and as Gordon approached, Xu Sen wasted no time executing a rightward change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Gordon. After evading him, Xu Sen charged towards the paint, leaping in the face of Covington, who, recognizing the impending challenge, prepared to contest the shot. Should Covington succeed in blocking Xu Sen, it would surely earn him praise from the coach as they exited the game. Xu Sen smiled faintly and tossed the ball high towards the hoop with his right hand. Covington immediately sensed trouble. Could it be that Xu Sen was capable of throwing the ball? Turning around, he saw Porzingis soaring through the air to catch the pass. Bam! The dunk was a resounding success. They had been caught off guard. After the dunk, Porzingis, filled with fervor, let out a roar. He sprinted back on defense and approached Xu Sen for a high five, exclaiming, "Xu Sen, I feel fantastic today. Let us together penetrate the Rockets' interior defense." Xu Sen nodded with a smile. The Rockets' Harden swiftly advanced, utilizing Gordon's screen to launch an aggressive drive towards the basket. Porzingis, still fueled by the fervor of his previous play, rushed to contest the shot. Harden, with his iconic beard quivering, leaped and, with his right hand, pulled the ball down towards Porzingis' outstretched arm. As his body leaned into Porzingis, the latter raised his arm high in response. Duong. The basketball soared over the rim. Defense secured. Beep. The Mavericks' Porzingis was called for a foul. Harden was awarded 2 free throws. The referee's whistle pierced the air, issuing the call. Porzingis spread his arms in disbelief. Approaching the referee, "I raised my arm high. I did not touch him." Yet the referee remained unyielding, signaling for Harden to take his shots. Doncic stepped in to engage in a discussion. "If you do not cooperate, I shall issue a technical foul." The referee retorted impatiently. With that, the two players reluctantly returned to their positions. Swish, swish. Harden scored both free throws. 5-4. In the following possession, Xu Sen continued to assist Porzingis, who scored under the basket. The Rockets, with Harden, Westbrook, and Gordon, took turns attacking the paint, while Xu Sen and D. Smith contributed on defense. With 6:23 remaining in the first quarter, beep. Even after Porzingis had conceded ground to allow Harden's drive, he was still called for a ticky-tack foul. Porzingis' face turned a shade of green. Jason Kidd's expression darkened as he summoned Maxi Kleber to replace Porzingis, fully aware that the officiating favored the Rockets in their home arena. As Harden prepared for his free throws, Kidd beckoned Xu Sen over, instructing him to take charge alongside Doncic, focusing on scoring to match the Rockets' offense. Understood. Xu Sen received the serve and skillfully dribbled forward with remarkable acceleration. In a sudden change of direction, Gordon, who had yet to regain his balance, fell directly to the ground. Xu Sen cast a long two-pointer after glancing at Gordon, who had fallen to the ground. Swish. At that moment, the audience in the Huaxia Penguin Forest fan livestream erupted in a wave of enthusiastic comments. "So impressive. So handsome, darling. Up there. Draw your sword. Xu Sen belongs to me. Humph. My Xu Sen will finish, and then come to me." This shot by Xu Sen seems reminiscent of that iconic moment when Harden made his mark. Xu Sen truly resembles Allen Iverson, exuding an explosive charm. Gordon, sprawled on the ground, is on the verge of losing his composure. Having been repeatedly exploited as a defensive liability by a rookie fresh to the league over the course of 3 games. Helplessly, the memory of Xu Sen's dunk, reminiscent of LeBron James, lingers vividly. With no choice but to suppress his frustrations, Gordon hastily rises to rejoin the fray. Westbrook's zombie-like jump shot clangs against the rim, allowing Doncic to seize the rebound and swiftly pass the ball to Xu Sen as they advance rapidly. Harden, Westbrook, Gordon, and Jeff Green scramble back on defense. Observing that the 4 defenders have yet to establish their positions, Xu Sen promptly dishes the ball to Doncic at the top of the arc before moving in closer. Doncic receives the ball and, with Jeff Green already lunging at him, releases a 3-point shot. The ball clangs off the rim, heading towards Gordon. At the opportune moment, Xu Sen sprang up and seized the ball over Gordon's head. Observing Doncic, who had already made his way into position, he promptly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Doncic aimed to sidestep Harden with a couple of quick steps, but unbeknownst to him, Harden subtly shifted his position. Consequently, Doncic's abdomen lightly brushed against Harden, causing the latter to topple backward. Doncic then released the ball, which gracefully kissed the backboard and went in. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul on Doncic. The basket does not count. Doncic's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands raised in a gesture of confusion. "What?" he exclaimed, approaching the referee. "That's a flopping call. He was faking it. You actually touched Harden." The referee retorted, "Enough of the chatter. Just focus on your game." After a fleeting glance at Doncic, he added, "You must be mistaken. I hardly made contact. How can this stand?" The referee replied sternly, "If you keep complaining and obstructing my view, I will issue you a technical foul." Frustrated, Doncic had no choice but to retreat, while Xu Sen approached him, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Suppressing his frustration, Doncic continued with the game. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at Rockets 32, Mavericks 33. The Mavericks entered the next round with a slim lead of 1 point, having earned a single free throw opportunity and incurred 7 fouls. In contrast, the Rockets had 6 free throw chances and committed only 1 foul. Witnessing these statistics, Jason Kidd's face paled. "The officiating is truly absurd," he muttered. Nevertheless, the Rockets still managed to trail the Mavericks by just 1 point. With the onset of the second quarter, Xu Sen led the bench players, swiftly extending the lead to 5 points within 3 minutes. The starters from both teams took to the court. The Rockets, upon spotting Porzingis, began to relentlessly attack the paint. Inside, Jeff Green dribbled while pressing against Porzingis, realizing he could not overpower him. He then leaped, seemingly preparing for a hook shot. As Porzingis went up for the block, Green's right hand made contact with Porzingis, rendering the outcome inconsequential even if the shot was denied. Indeed. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Foul on Porzingis for defensive interference. Jeff Green to the line for 2 free throws. However, Porzingis could not contain himself and charged toward the referee. He is flopping. He had no intention of scoring. "Are you even competent to officiate this game?" Upon hearing the final remark, the referee immediately blew his whistle, signaling for a technical foul and ejection. Porzingis was issued a technical foul and subsequently expelled from the game. With Porzingis' ejection, fury ignited within the eyes of all Mavericks players, particularly Xu Sen and Doncic, who exchanged a glance filled with mutual determination. As the Rockets converted 3 out of 5 free throws, the score shifted to 46-42 in favor of the Mavericks. The gap between the two teams narrowed to a mere 4 points. With the Rockets in possession of the ball, Harden dribbled into the front court. And before he could call for a screen, Xu Sen closed in on him. With a swift change of direction, Harden executed a behind-the-back dribble and surged toward the right. As Xu Sen attempted to keep pace, Harden retreated with a quick two-step, seemingly leaving Xu Sen frozen in place. Harden released his shot just as the basketball slipped from his fingertips, but Xu Sen, with astonishing leaping ability, extended a hand and snatched the ball from the air, an emphatic block. Momentarily stunned, Harden quickly regained his composure, only to see Xu Sen racing past him with the ball. Muttering an expletive, Harden chased after him, but before he could cover much ground, he found Xu Sen hanging from the rim. The sheer power of this player was terrifying. It was as if he possessed the skills of a martial artist. Shaking his head, Harden murmured to himself. Luka Doncic, having overheard Harden, couldn't resist chiming in. At least you know. Xu Sen is a force capable of taking on 10 opponents. As Harden brought the ball up the court, his gaze towards Xu Sen was filled with trepidation. When Xu Sen advanced to apply pressure, Harden quickly passed the ball to his teammate, Russell Westbrook. With a thud, Westbrook's awkward jump shot clanged off the rim, but D. Smith, positioned perfectly, secured the rebound. D. Smith then handed the ball to Xu Sen, who initiated a fast break, with Doncic, Seth Curry, and Maxi Kleber sprinting forward into the offensive zone. Xu Sen approached the three-point line and directly passed the ball to Doncic, who swiftly executed a sidestep to set a screen. Doncic received the pass, lifted his hand, and released the shot. The three-pointer soared through the air, swishing effortlessly through the net. Rockets head coach Ime Udoka shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to prevent Doncic from scoring so easily. Harden and Westbrook exchanged glances, acknowledging the rapid pace of the play, compounded by Xu Sen's effective screen. During the Rockets' offensive possession, Harden relinquished his position at the top of the arc to facilitate the play and passed the ball to Westbrook. After sprinting along the baseline and utilizing a screen from Covington, he cut towards the basket. However, Xu Sen shadowed him closely. Harden then employed a screen from Jeff Green, darting towards the 45-degree mark beyond the three-point line, only to double back around Green and arrive outside the arc. As Westbrook prepared to drive, he delivered a precise pass to Harden. Upon receiving the ball, Harden made a quick adjustment, noticing Xu Sen approaching with his arm already extended in a jump preparation, slightly elevating his shooting point. Alas, the shot missed. Maxi Kleber, leveraging his height, secured the rebound but was swiftly intercepted by Westbrook. Seizing the basketball, Westbrook executed a series of fakes to deceive Kleber before leaping for a layup. However, Xu Sen, who had circled behind Westbrook, leapt as well, delivering a powerful swat that sent the ball ricocheting off the backboard and striking Westbrook on the head. With a loud thud, Westbrook fell to the ground, momentarily disoriented and feeling a wave of dizziness and soreness enveloping him. Xu Sen intercepted the ball that ricocheted off Westbrook's head and swiftly initiated a counterattack. With a 5-on-4 advantage, Xu Sen assisted Doncic with a delicate floater, securing another 2 points. In the subsequent possessions, due to Westbrook's slight discomfort, Doncic found himself unencumbered and sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. The second quarter concluded with the Mavericks leading the Rockets 64-56, entering halftime with an 8-point advantage. Westbrook exited the game to consult with the Rockets' medical staff, as he still felt a lingering dizziness, possibly indicative of a mild concussion. Following examination, it was confirmed he had indeed sustained a slight concussion, and he was advised to rest. Jason Kidd, Doncic, Xu Sen, and the entire Mavericks team consoled Porzingis in the locker room. Only after guaranteeing a victory did Porzingis finally smile. Jason Kidd clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, declaring, "Gentlemen, numerous fans have reported the referee's biased calls in the first half. They will surely hesitate to be so brazen in the second half. Let's play boldly. We will win." With renewed confidence, the Mavericks emerged from the locker room, ready to face the second half. As the third quarter commenced, Westbrook was substituted for Clark. The Rockets regained possession, and Harden, utilizing screens from Clark and Gordon, confidently launched a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. The fans at the Toyota Center erupted in cheers. "That's right, Harden. That's how we play. Keep scoring." They chanted, "Harden, Harden. The Mavericks prepared for their offensive possession. Xu Sen passed the ball to Doncic, who dribbled to the 45-degree three-point line, facing Harden. With a subtle change of direction, he suddenly altered his rhythm. The synergy between man and ball was palpable. He halted abruptly and released a three-point shot. The ball swished through the net, momentarily silencing the voices of the Rockets fans at the Toyota Center. Doncic clenched his fist. Challenging, come on. This is me. I am Doncic, and you cannot defend against me. For the next 6 minutes, Doncic and Harden engaged in a scoring duel. Harden shot 5 out of 9, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, accumulating 11 points. Doncic also shot 5 of 9, sinking 2 of 4 three-pointers for a total of 12 points. The margin between the two teams widened by a single point, rendering the Rockets fans mute. This was despite the other Rockets players being in fine form, matching the Mavericks' scoring. However, should both teams struggle to find their rhythm. The Mavericks boasted the formidable inside presence of Xu Sen. Time flew, and as the third quarter concluded, the Rockets had yet to close the gap in the score. The Mavericks led 92-80. Upon returning to the bench, the Rockets' teammates fell into deep contemplation. Could they truly win today? The Mavericks were without their center, Porzingis. Yet the score continued to widen. Harden's eyes reflected his despair. Losing 0-3 would essentially mean defeat. He lacked the ability and confidence to overturn such a deficit. Were they destined for first-round elimination? Although coach Ime spoke words of encouragement, he too harbored doubts in his heart. As the fourth quarter commenced, nearly all the Rockets players were ice-cold. Bang, bang. They nearly skewed the rim. Conversely, the Mavericks found their shooting touch increasingly precise. By the third minute of the fourth quarter, nearly a third of the fans at the Toyota Center had departed. By the sixth minute, half of the spectators had left, with the deficit ballooning to 22 points. Coach Ime about his head, signaling a timeout, raising the white flag in surrender. Beep. The final buzzer sounded. The Mavericks triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 111-95. Doncic recorded an impressive 33 points, 7 rebounds, and 10 assists. Xu Sen achieved an impressive tally of 28 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists, complemented by 3 steals and 4 blocks. On the opposing side, Harden amassed 38 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, securing the highest score of the game. In the latter 2 quarters, without the assistance of Westbrook, Harden found himself increasingly challenged, ultimately facing the bitter taste of defeat. Upon returning to the locker room and freshening up, Doncic and Porzingis accompanied Jason Kidd to the press conference. Xu Sen and Yao Ming had agreed not to attend the press conference. Upon exiting the arena, they boarded Yao's vehicle. "Let us go, Austin. I shall take you to my restaurant for a meal," Yao suggested. "Sure, brother Yao." Chapter 18. The Rockets' final struggle upon their arrival at Yao's restaurant. He instructed the manager to prepare authentic Huaxia cuisine rather than the Americanized version. They then retreated to a private room where they engaged in a tea ceremony and conversation. Xu Sen, rather audaciously, sought Yao out during the playoffs. Yao, slightly embarrassed, acknowledged the significance of the playoffs for any player, particularly since the Mavericks had a chance at the championship this year. As a core player for the Mavericks, Xu Sen should not have been distracted by other matters. However, there was no way to reach him within Huaxia, prompting Yao to come personally to extend the invitation. "Do not worry, brother Yao. I have a general understanding of the situation. I will participate in matters concerning national pride. Should I be needed for the Tokyo Olympics this year, I shall be there." Xu Sen spoke solemnly. Seeing that Xu Sen had already agreed without uttering a word about the matter, Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "Good. I knew you would consent." "Xu Senator, however, brother Yao, let me clarify. I will only participate in the Olympics and the World Championships," Xu Sen remarked. "I understand. After all, you didn't emerge from the CBA. We won't pressure you. I don't wish for you to tread the same path I did." Yao, lost in reminiscence, assured Xu Sr. "Thank you, brother Yao." Xu Sen sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. No, it is we who should be grateful to you. Once the meal is ready, let us dine together. You must sample the culinary delights of my restaurant." "Excellent." Upon returning to the hotel, Xu Sen was summoned by Jason Kidd for a meeting, where they would analyze their opponent for the second round of the playoffs. At that moment, in the series across the Western Conference, the Lakers led the Trail Blazers 2-0. The Clippers were ahead of the Jazz 2-1. The Nuggets had a 2-0 lead over the Thunder, and the Mavericks were triumphing over the Rockets 3-0. With Xu Sen's addition, the Mavericks had elevated their regular season standing to 4th in the West, disrupting many anticipated matchups in the playoffs. Initially, The Mavericks faced the Clippers in the first round, but were ultimately eliminated 4-2. Meanwhile, the Rockets and Thunder battled through 7 games before the Rockets succumbed 1-4 to the Lakers. Presently, the Mavericks held a commanding 3-0 lead over the Rockets in their first-round series, indicating a secure path to victory. The Lakers were also expected to sweep the Trailblazers 4-0, meaning the Mavericks would encounter the Lakers in the next round. Jason Kidd speculated, "The Trailblazers are unlikely to prevail against the Lakers. Lillard's leadership abilities fall short, and even with Anthony's presence, they cannot outmatch the Lakers, especially considering Anthony's age." Luka Doncic, standing nearby, boasted, "Indeed, Lillard cannot compare to me. Just how formidable am I?" Xu Sen rolled his eyes at the side. Had it not been for his absence, the Mavericks would not have faced elimination against the Clippers with a score of 4-2. Luka Doncic still led the team. Jason Kidd chose to disregard Doncic's remarks and turned to Porzingis, stating that this year, our perimeter defense would undoubtedly rival that of the Lakers. "The greatest pressure now rests upon your shoulders, Porzingis. Can you withstand Davis and become the key to our victory?" Porzingis, feeling uncertain, nonetheless replied, "I will overpower Davis. Trust me, coach. Indeed, I believe in you. You are capable." Jason Kidd, aware of the disparity between Davis and Porzingis, still echoed his support. "Our most significant enhancement this year is Xu Sen. You are the most unexpected addition and our greatest asset. We need you to contain James." Kidd gazed at Xu Sen with immense hope, knowing he could rise to the challenge. However, defending James would require sacrificing ball possession, which is a difficult notion for a newcomer to embrace. "I can do it, coach. Leave James to me. I will limit his impact," Xu Sen confidently asserted, patting his chest in assurance. "You are aware this will sacrifice offensive scoring, and you are willing to accept that?" Kidd asked, astonished by Xu Sen's resolve. "Absolutely. I am willing to do anything for the championship," Xu Sen replied. The others looked on in astonishment, their expressions reflecting their disbelief at Xu Sen's determination. Xu Sen was well aware that he still had 2 years left on his contract, and the undeniable truth remained that the Mavericks' core was undeniably centered around Doncic. At the Toyota Center in Houston, the 4th game of the first round commenced between the Mavericks and the Rockets. The Rockets, as the home team, started with Westbrook, Harden, Clark, Jeff Green, and Covington. The Mavericks lineup featured Xu Sen, Seth Curry, Doncic, D. Smith, and Porzingis. As the referee's whistle echoed, Porzingis once again triumphed in the jump ball. Directing the ball to Xu, Senator Westbrook took on the task of defending Xu Sen, granting him a 2-step cushion to thwart any drives or mid-range shots, effectively inviting Xu Sen to take a three-pointer. Unlike the previous 3 games, Doncic was not subjected to double teams. Xu Sen seamlessly collaborated with Doncic, executing a handoff followed by a screen. Doncic received the ball, made a quick dribble, stepped back 1.5 paces from the three-point line, and released his shot. Thud! The basketball struck the rim and soared high into the air. Xu Sen took a 2-step approach and leapt high amidst a throng of NBA giants, soaring above them to grasp the basketball. With a slight tremor of his hand, he accurately passed the ball to D. Smith, who had already sprinted towards the basket. D. Smith received the ball and gently leaped for a layup, scoring 2-0. "Hey, Smith, you should have dunked. That would have been much more secure. So soft." Xu Sen couldn't help but just as he transitioned back on defense. D. Smith, brimming with excitement, ran over to Xu Sen, exclaiming, "Hey, as long as you can score. That's what matters. If you want to see some dunks, just pass me the ball a few more times. All right, make sure to position yourself well." "I'll get the ball to you," replied Xu Sen, who, possessing the passing attributes reminiscent of Allen Iverson, ranked among the elite in the league. "Got it." D. Smith nodded enthusiastically. During the Rockets' offensive possession, Westbrook advanced the ball and passed it to the approaching Harden, who immediately cut down the lane. Sprinting past Xu Sen at the three-point line, Harden received the ball 2 steps beyond the arc and launched a shot. A long-range three-pointer. Swish. It smoothly found the net, 2-3. It appeared they were set for a scoring duel with the Mavericks, abandoning defensive strategies. On the Mavericks' offensive turn, Doncic positioned himself and called for the ball. Xu Sen, emulating the Rockets' recent strategy, sprinted towards the basket. Just as he arrived beneath the hoop, Doncic's shot was already on its way. Bam! It missed again. Xu Sen leapt directly, catching the basketball in midair, and executed a remarkable dunk over Covington. The impact resonated with such force that Covington found himself unable to advance for a couple of steps. Upon turning back, he realized he had just been posterized by Xu Senator. Damn. That was ruthless. The Rockets made their intentions clear, engaging in a fierce scoring battle against the Mavericks, who showed no signs of mercy in return. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at a deadlock. Mavericks 36, Rockets 36. Luka Doncic struggled with his shooting, making only 2 of 8 attempts and 1 of 4 from beyond the arc. Had it not been for Xu Sen consistently assisting his teammates, the score could have reflected a more significant lead for the Rockets. By the end of the second quarter, the score was 66-62, with the Mavericks holding a slender 4-point advantage as they entered the halftime break. Meanwhile, attention turned to Xu Sen's impressive statistics: 12 points, 8 rebounds, 15 assists, and 3 steals, a remarkable tally of 15 assists in just one half. The third quarter commenced, and Xu Sen embarked on an unending quest to maximize his assists, eager to see just how high he could elevate this number. The score was 90-84. Xu Sen recorded an impressive stat line of 14 points, 12 rebounds, 23 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and 2 turnovers, with just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The score stood at 123-118 in favor of the Mavericks, who possessed the ball. Xu Sen methodically dribbled the ball up the court, deliberately consuming time as Westbrook was unable to pressure him. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, Xu Sen evaded Westbrook and surged toward the opposing basket, where Covington and Jeff Green prepared to double-team and force a turnover. As Xu Sen observed that both passing lanes had been obstructed, an epiphany struck him. In a moment of brilliance, he executed a bounce pass that skillfully slipped through Covington's legs just as the 2 defenders closed in. By the time Covington turned around, D. Smith had already successfully scored a layup, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. The disparity widened to 125-118, a 7-point lead. With no other option, Covington passed the ball to Westbrook, who swiftly advanced into the front court, while Harden dashed forward, poised for a rapid 3-point counterattack. Just as Harden received the pass, Xu Sen had already caught up to him. Harden adjusted his stance for a shot, but was compelled to pass back to Westbrook. Westbrook launched a zombie jump shot from beyond the arc. Clang! The returning Seth Curry seized the rebound. Jeff Green immediately fouled Seth Curry, sending him to the free throw line. Chapter 19, a single game with 32 assists, securing victory for the Rockets. As Seth Curry converted one of his 2 free throws, the score reached 126-118. The Rockets called for a timeout. Meanwhile, upon returning to the bench, Xu Sen was met with applause and celebration from his teammates. Congratulations, Xu Sen, on achieving 31 assists. Hail to our assist king's triumphant return. At this moment, Xu Sen was utterly bewildered. He was aware that he had provided numerous assists, though the exact number eluded him, and he remained unaware of what the 31 assists truly signified. At this juncture, head coach Jason Kidd clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "All right, let's celebrate after the conclusion of this match," he proclaimed, then gathered his 5 starters to strategize on how to defend against the impending offensive onslaught from the Rockets. Beep. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Westbrook was poised to inbound the ball, with D. Smith defending closely. Xu Sen closely shadowed Harden, utilizing an impressive athletic condition that rendered Harden unable to receive the ball. Observing Harden in a predicament with mere moments to spare before a 5-second violation, Westbrook opted to pass the ball to Gordon. Immediately, Doncic positioned himself to deny Gordon any opportunity to attempt a 3-pointer. Covington stepped in to set a screen, allowing Gordon to break free from Doncic and elevate for a 3-point shot. Swish. The ball found the net. The score stood at 126-122 with only 50 seconds remaining in the game. The Mavericks chose not to call a timeout. Porzingis inbound the ball to Xu Sen, who was promptly pressured by Westbrook. With a swift change of direction, Xu Sen eluded Westbrook. On the sidelines, Ime Udoka shouted for a foul, insisting, "Foul him. Foul." Xu Sen also heard it. Watching Gordon and Harden rush towards him, Xu Sen dodged left and right, just as Harden was about to reach him. Mere 3 steps away from the 3-point line, Xu Sen lifted the ball and propelled it towards the hoop. Harden stubbornly attempted to halt the foul, but his body, driven by inertia, collided with Xu Sen's beat. Bang! Swish! As the referee blew the whistle, Xu Sen's seemingly casual shot struck the backboard and miraculously found its way into the net. The basket counted. Harden was called for the foul. Xu Sen was awarded an additional free throw. The score stood at 129-122 with just 39 seconds remaining in the game. Once suppressed by Harden, Xu Sen leaped joyfully into the air. The entire Mavericks bench erupted in celebration. The Toyota Center resonated with their jubilant cheers, drowning out the silence that enveloped the arena. As Xu Sen successfully converted the free throw, Rockets fans began to gradually exit the venue. The score was now 130-122, and with only 39 seconds left, the Rockets faced an almost insurmountable challenge, unless the legendary Tracy McGrady could return and weave yet another miracle. Nevertheless, the Rockets persevered, opting not to call a timeout. They swiftly executed an inbound pass, with Harden utilizing Jeff Green's screen to receive the ball and advance rapidly, aiming for a quick three-pointer, with Covington momentarily obstructing Xu Sen. Harden, despite facing Seth Curry, took a contested shot. Bang! It missed. The rebound was secured by Porteous, who had just sprinted back into position. In frustration, Westbrook committed a foul, with only 32 seconds left on the clock. Porteous made one of 2 free throws, and the Rockets swiftly executed 2 long passes, delivering the ball accurately into the hands of Gordon, who had already raced to the front court. Without hesitation, Gordon rose for a three-pointer and swished it through. After being dominated by Xu Sen for 4 games, Gordon struck twice from beyond the arc in this critical moment for the Rockets. The score was now 131-125 with just 24 seconds remaining. This offensive play took the Rockets only 8 seconds. The Mavericks, however, remained vigilant, aware that their outside shooting had been poor throughout the game, which explained their struggle against the Rockets in these final moments. Facing the tightly guarded Rockets, Porteous initiated the inbound pass. Xu Sen, utilizing his speed, deftly maneuvered to receive the ball and charge toward the front court. Confronted by the returning Westbrook and Gordon, Xu Sen did not rush in but lingered near the three-point line, ready to shoot should they attempt to foul him. Noticing that Doncic had positioned himself at the 45-degree angle, Xu Sen executed a shooting motion, delivering the ball precisely into Doncic's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Doncic unleashed a perfectly executed shot. All eyes were fixated on the ball. Swish! It went in. The score was now 134-125, restoring the 9-point lead. But only 12 seconds remained on the clock. Xu Sen rushed forward to embrace Doncic, as the other 3 Maverick starters joined in the celebration. Meanwhile, Harden, Westbrook, and the other Rockets players fell silent, acutely aware of their defeat. As the clock wound down, the game was sealed with a whistle. The final score, Mavericks triumphed 4-0 over the Rockets. Both teams exchanged embraces, and as Harden and Xu Sen hugged, Harden remarked, "Buddy, you are the most formidable rookie I have ever encountered. Your defense was relentless, and your drives and assists tore through our defenses." With a grin, Xu Sen responded, "Well, Harden, you're in for a challenge. Being so young, you'll find it difficult to evade my defense." Harden playfully punched Xu Sen on the chest and proposed, "Let us swap jerseys. And congratulations on breaking the record for most assists in a single game." In the end, Xu Sen and Harden exchanged jerseys, and the Rockets presented a basketball to Xu Sen to commemorate his record-breaking achievement. Xu Sen could not recall whose record he had broken until he returned to the locker room, where he was unexpectedly doused with ice water. It was only after playfully tussling with his teammates that he learned from the head coach. Xu Sen shattered the single-game assist record for the playoffs, surpassing the long-standing 30 assists set by Magic Scott Skiles in 1990, a record that had endured for 2 decades. Today, Xu Sen elevated this benchmark to an astonishing 32 assists. While he was in the locker room enjoying a shower, the media outside erupted with fervor, filling the Toyota Center with reporters. Major sports outlets on platforms such as Yuan Daying and Penguin Sports proclaimed headlines featuring Xu Sen's remarkable achievement of 32 assists in the NBA. The streaming room of Forest fans on Penguin was brimming with laughter and joy as the host, Sister Ping Ping, refrained from enabling gift-giving during the broadcast. The live stream garnered over 200 million likes, marking it as the highest engagement of the day. At a Rockets press conference, a reporter inquired about the perspectives of Ime Udoka, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook regarding Xu. Senator Udoka candidly remarked, "I believe many scouts will find themselves unemployed this year. They must be blind to overlook such a formidable player, who was picked up at the 60th position by the Mavericks." Westbrook chimed in, "Xu Sen is a true superhero. His speed and leaping ability surpass even my peak performance. I need not elaborate on his strength. He is indeed a genuine Superman." Harden added, "Xu Sen has numerous areas for technical improvement, such as his three-point shooting. Once he hones those skills, he will become even more formidable. Consider this. He is only 21 years old." This segment of the interview was swiftly broadcasted, further cementing Xu Sen's status as a superhero and signaling a wave of unemployment for many professional scouts. Xu Sen is merely 21 years of age. Some media representatives approached James, who was in training, to inquire about his thoughts on Xu Sen after they showed him the reports. James replied, "Our game against the Trailblazers is not yet over. I prefer not to discuss anything else." With that, he departed. Meanwhile, several members of the Mavericks immediately boarded a plane back to Dallas. Upon disembarking, they encountered Mavericks owner Mark Cuban at the airport, who had personally come to welcome the players. In front of everyone, he presented Xu Sen with a reward of $320,000 for breaking the record. The crowd urged Xu Sen to treat them. Jason Kidd, in a jovial mood, granted everyone a day off, and as the least affluent among them. Xu Sen had no choice but to take a dozen people out to a nightclub. This outing sparked numerous conversations about Xu Senator Chapter 20, the most melodious NBA player. That evening, Xu Sen, accompanied by his agent Jiang Bin and fellow Mavericks players, ventured to the finest nightclub in Dallas to celebrate. "Hey, guys, I'm just a broke guy without any endorsements and little money, so please go easy on me," Xu Sen pleaded before entering. The crowd erupted in laughter, with Luka Doncic reassuring him, "We won't let you go bankrupt. We won't go too wild. After all, we have a game ahead." Once inside, the group began to revel in the festivities, while Xu Sen, amidst astonished gazes, opted for a glass of juice. "Hey, Xu Sen, what are you doing? You're at a nightclub drinking juice. My goodness." D. Smith exclaimed incredulously. In an instant, Xu Sen became the center of attention. Even the women gasped in surprise. They were eager to approach the NBA newcomer, but his grim expression upon entering deterred them. "Alas, I am allergic to alcohol," Xu Sen offered as an excuse, though he knew the drinks were too expensive for his liking. At that moment, Doncic, accompanied by a blonde woman, noticed Xu Sen's predicament and exclaimed, "Oh, Xu, you're actually allergic to alcohol. Just so happens, I have a friend who is too, and she adores you. Allow me to fetch her." With that, the blonde beauty sauntered off and soon returned with a statuesque woman named Evelyn, a Chinese-American who had grown up in America and sang at the nightclub. They engaged in light conversation, and Xu Sen discovered that many of the English songs he cherished in his previous life were absent in this parallel universe. Noticing Xu Sen's keen interest in music, Evelyn invited him to perform a song on stage, but he politely declined, claiming unfamiliarity with the songs of this world. Just then, Doncic suddenly exclaimed, "Water! Xu Sen, you must get on stage and sing. Hey, everyone, our Dallas superstar Xu Sen is going to serenade us." Doncic's booming voice cut through the cacophony of the nightclub, instantly bringing the venue to a hush. Xu Sen once again became the center of attention. Xu Sen was utterly exasperated. That rascal Doncic should not expect to enjoy his culinary creations this month. With no other option, Xu Sen leisurely approached the stage and addressed the resident band, requesting them to accompany him with their improvisation on a new song of his choosing. Grasping the microphone, he called out, "Hello, hello. I shall sing a new piece. If it does not please your ears, do not hold it against me. This song is titled We Will Rock You. I invite everyone to clap along and provide me with your accompaniment." With a rhythmic boom, boom, clap, boom, boom, clap, the crowd gradually joined Xu Sen, clapping and stomping in time with his beat. This song was a classic from the legendary Queen, one that Xu Sen had performed countless times in a previous life. "Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. We will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, hard man, shouting in the street, gonna take on the world." As the final notes echoed through the nightclub, the gazes directed towards Xu Sen transformed entirely. The resident band looked at him as if he were a deity. "Certainly. Greetings. Xu, Ward Fa. Xu Sen. How come I have never heard this song before? It is so melodious, there is no reason for me not to have heard it." At this moment, the culprit behind Xu Sen's singing, Doncic, sat in the audience, cradling his head in disbelief, questioning the situation. Initially, he merely intended to embarrass Xu Sen. But unexpectedly, Xu Sen delivered an astonishing performance. Xu Sen set down the microphone amidst the cheers of the crowd and returned to his seat. Taking a refreshing sip of juice, he then addressed Doncic and the others. "Have you not heard? Neither had I in this world." His response momentarily stunned everyone, but they quickly erupted into applause. Eventually, the nightclub owner approached, requesting permission to feature his song in the club, only to be whisked away by Jiang Bin, who emerged from the throng of women with a mischievous grin. Evelyn, brimming with admiration, hurried over to sit beside Xu Sen, valiantly fending off all women who approached. She nestled close to him, and Xu Sen was confident that if he were to utter a word tonight, Evelyn would undoubtedly accompany him home. Yet, he refrained from making any advances, instead enjoying another glass of juice while engaging in casual conversation with Evelyn, observing the Mavericks brothers reveling in their merriment. They awaited Jiang Bin's return to provide an update before heading back to the villa. The local dog, a loyal companion of Xu Sen, was already washed and ready for bed. As Xu Sen drifted into slumber, his name had already ascended to the pinnacle of entertainment and sports in the American media. "We will rock you," hailed Xu Sen as the most melodious NBA star. Damian Lillard had fallen behind. Xu Sen had emerged as the true deity of song in the NBA. One song, one night. And the viewership soared to the top of the Billboard charts. Mavericks player Xu Sen enjoying juice at the nightclub. Xu Sen is not one to pursue the company of women. The following day at 7 o'clock, Xu Sen awoke, and after attending to his morning rituals, he proceeded directly to the American Airlines Center, where he would meticulously analyze the game footage of the Lakers in preparation for the upcoming round. Upon arriving at the arena, Xu Sen found himself utterly alone, prompting him to commence his routine training. At 9:30, after Xu Sen had successfully executed his 300th three-pointer, head coach Jason Kidd approached the sidelines, gazing at the already perspiring Xu Sen with a look of admiration. The young Xu Sen remains humble despite having broken a record. His prowess is formidable. And even during nights out, he merely indulges in singing and sipping juice, eschewing any frivolity. His remarkable execution and willingness to sacrifice personal glory for the team's benefit render him the quintessential player of every NBA coach's dreams. Jason Kidd silently expresses gratitude to general manager Nick Harrison countless times. As Xu Sen turned, he caught sight of Jason Kidd observing him from the sidelines, his gaze akin to that of a lover's. Xu Sen couldn't help but shiver slightly before speaking up. "Hey, coach." Jason Kidd, snapping back to reality, nodded and teased. "Hey, young man, you are now the NBA's singing sensation, arriving so early for practice." Hearing the coach's playful banter, Xu Sen scratched his head and chuckled softly. "Playing ball is my true vocation." Jason Kidd nodded in response. "All right, you will train with Harry on your defense. Be in the conference room at 12:30 to review the Lakers footage." With that, Jason Kidd turned and instructed assistant coach Harry regarding Xu Sen's defensive training before heading to the office of general manager Nick Harrison. Xu Sen and his assistant Harry commenced their defensive training, until one by one, the Mavericks players arrived. "Hey, my melodious teammate Xu Sen. Are you already up this early for practice?" Porzingis teased as he entered. "Hey, Xu Sen, wait a moment and give me your autograph. I believe that the signature of the melodious Xu Sen will fetch a handsome price in the future," Seth Curry remarked, his eyes gleaming with thoughts of fortune as he gazed at Xu Senator. "Oh, my brother, you must not venture into singing. I still require your passing skills," exclaimed D. Smith, a victim of sensationalist reporting. "Xu, you ought to appreciate me. Had I not encouraged you to sing, how could you have gained such fame?" Luka Doncic declared, thumping his chest in acknowledgement to Xu Senator. Upon hearing Doncic's words, Xu Sen instinctively clenched his fists, yearning to deliver a blow to the chubby face of the Eastern Star. However, he managed to display a smile and said to Doncic, "My brother, I am immensely grateful to you. As a token of my appreciation, I shall reward you with a month of not having dinner at my home." Chapter 21. The next round begins. "My brother, I am truly thankful. I reward you with a month of not being welcome at my home for meals," Xu Sen remarked with a beaming smile. "Ah, that's the spirit. A month without meals at your place." A dazed Doncic responded, "Water. This is a reward? It feels more like a punishment." Xu Sen ignored him and proceeded to the locker room for a shower before heading to a restaurant for a simple yet unpalatable lunch. In the afternoon, within the confines of the conference room, the head coach was elucidating strategies regarding the Los Angeles Lakers on the screen. The starting lineup for the Lakers included Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, shooting guard; Danny Green, forward shooting guard swingman; LeBron James, small forward, the primary ball handler for the Lakers; Anthony Davis, power forward, the core of the interior; and JaVale McGee, center, a physical specimen. The bench featured players such as Kyle Kuzma, Dwight Howard, Rajon Rondo, and Markieff Morris. Coach Jason Kidd first had everyone watch the Game 4 playoff match between the Lakers and the Trail Blazers before he began his discourse. This team lacks a traditional point guard, as James has assumed that role, orchestrating 60% of the offense. Therefore, Xu Sen, your primary task is to defend against him. After addressing Xu Sen, he turned to Luka Doncic, instructing him to support on defense. There was no alternative. Xu Sen stood at 194 centimeters, while James towered at 206 centimeters, with a weight differential of 20 kilograms. Despite Xu Sen's considerable strength, his physique presented a disadvantage. "Smith, Your main objective is to sever Davis's receiving routes, with Xu providing assistance. Furthermore, Tim Hardaway Jr., you have returned to replace Seth Curry as a starter. The bench would still be led by Xu Sen. Excellent. The offensive strategy will revolve around Doncic, Xu Sen, and Xu is executing a triangular tactic. Fast breaks will be initiated by Xu Sen. Once the strategies were established, the team engaged in intra-squad training later that afternoon, allowing the starters to experiment with various tactics. On May 2, 2020, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the playoff series between the Lakers and Mavericks commenced in Game 1. During warm-ups before the match, Xu Sen spotted the legendary Kobe Bryant preparing to watch the game alongside Shaquille O'Neal. Transforming into an enthusiastic fan, he rushed over with a prepared pen and his No. 24 jersey, eager for an autograph. "Mr. Kobe, hello, I'm Xu Sen from the Mavericks. May I have your autograph?" Kobe smiled at the rising star from China, who had made a remarkable entrance into the league. He first addressed his daughter, Gianna, saying, "Look, your favorite player is a fan of your father." Then, turning to Xu Sen, he added, "Hey, young man, keep it up. I'm impressed with your games." As Kobe signed Xu Sen's jersey, O'Neal lamented, "Hey, Xu, do you only have eyes for Kobe? Can't you see me?" Laughing, Xu Sen replied, "Of course I see you, Shaq. I'm just more excited to see the legend." Xu Sen turned to Gianna and greeted her. "Hello, Gianna." Gianna, her cheeks flushed with excitement, beamed at Xu Sen, exclaiming, "I adore your songs." Xu Sen, taken aback, responded with surprise, "Hey, young man, once you've signed, go warm up. Remember to put on an impressive performance tonight." Kobe, having signed, handed the pin and jersey to Xu Senator. "All right, boss, you will witness my prowess this evening." As the game commenced, the starting lineup for the Lakers' home team included Caldwell Pope, Danny Green, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and JaVale McGee. The Mavericks' away team featured Xu Sen, Tim Hardaway, Luka Doncic, Dennis Smith, and Kristaps Porzingis. Porzingis faced off against McGee at center court for the tip-off. McGee, humorously dubbed by fans as possessing an elite physique below the neck but lacking in mental acuity, often found himself the subject of comedic highlights. The referee tossed the ball into the air. Porzingis and McGee, both towering figures, competed for control, but McGee, leveraging his experience and physical prowess, managed to tap the ball to James. James advanced the ball slowly, opting not for a quick attack but instead initiating a set play centered around himself. Standing at the top of the arc, he felt a familiar twinge of apprehension as he faced Xu Sen, recalling the last encounter where he had been dunked on, prompting him to seek the counsel of a sports psychologist. Raising his hand, he signaled for Davis, who moved from the paint to set a screen. Utilizing Davis's pick, James barreled in from the left, drawing Hardaway's defense, and executed a right-side pass to Davis, who then attempted a fading jump shot. A large hand suddenly emerged, swatting James's shot away before Hardaway could react. It was Xu Sen's hand. Momentarily stunned, Hardaway instinctively threw the ball to the sprinting Doncic. Xu Sen and Hardaway swiftly transitioned to the front court. Doncic, receiving the pass from Hardaway, noticed the returning defense of Pope and Danny Green and opted not to force a play, retreating beyond the three-point line. Seizing the moment, Xu Sen confidently launched a three-pointer as he drew the attention of Pope and Green, who failed to interfere with Doncic's shot. Swish. The Mavericks scored first, 0-3, with the visiting team leading. During the Lakers' offensive possession, James gestured for his teammates to create space, preparing to confront Xu Sen in a one-on-one duel to exorcise his demons. Eschewing flashy dribbling and rhythmic shifts, he opted for a straightforward approach, powerfully driving the ball forward before forcefully attacking the basket. Upon witnessing this, Xu Sen took a slight step back to yield. James, noticing this, revealed a smile, convinced that Xu Sen was indeed intimidated by him. "I am the little emperor." With ease, he executed a three-step jump shot, the basketball leaving his hand just as a gust of wind swept by. Remarkably, Xu Sen caught the ball that James had just thrown, firmly grasping it in his hands. After Xu Sen swiftly advanced with the ball following a steal, the ever-reliable Luka Doncic, affectionately known as the Little Chubby One, sprinted to the front court. However, accompanying him was the seasoned Danny Green, whose primary role in this match was to guard Doncic. Green, a former member of the all-defensive second team during the 2016-2017 season, has been a vital perimeter defender for the Lakers. And although he is now 33 years old and nearing retirement, his defensive prowess remains significant. Xu Sen observed that Doncic had no opportunity to dribble the ball into the front court. seizing the moment while the Lakers had yet to establish their defensive positions. He executed a swift sidestep, accelerating past the still unsettled KCP and driving towards the free throw line. Xu Sen leapt gracefully from the ground, executing a flawless jump shot. McGee, upon witnessing this audacious act by the diminutive defender from Huaxia, was astounded. How dare he attempt to dunk in my presence? He sprang up to block Xu Sen's impending dunk, but as he reached out, he realized the ball was ascending higher than anticipated. With no other recourse, he could only make contact with Xu Sen's hand. Xu Sen's forehead grazed the rim. Thud. The hoop trembled twice as Xu Sen emphatically dunked over McGee, his arm fully extended above the rim. Beep. McGee was called for a foul, granting Xu Sen an additional free throw. Even the fans at Staples Center, loyal to the Lakers, gasped in disbelief. Xu Sen's talent was extraordinary. Standing at 194 centimeters, he had just dunked over McGee, who towered at 213 centimeters. Mavericks fans watching from their screens erupted in cheers. Centerman. Centerman. Meanwhile, Huaxia fans flooded the live stream with messages. God of Xu. With a broken tone, Superman. As the elder brother of the Lakers, James briskly jogged to assist McGee, exclaiming, "Well done, brother. This is how you defend. You are the best." McGee gazed at his elder brother with gratitude. With Xu Sen's successful free throw, the score shifted to 0-6, marking a splendid start for the Mavericks. After 2 offensive plays, James comprehended the anguish experienced by Harden. Whether shooting or driving to the basket, one must maintain distance from Xu Sen. He is exceptionally adept at blocking shots, with his incredible leaping speed and height. Of course, as the heir to the physique of the Great Eagle, Xu Sen exhibited remarkable restraint, refraining from leaping for a dunk beyond the three-point line. It was not out of fear of being sliced. Well, not exactly that. In the next possession, James opted against a forceful attack, instead calling for a screen from Danny Green before advancing to the free throw line, where he distributed the ball to Davis, who was cutting towards the basket. Davis collided with D. Smith, resulting in a resounding duong, as he executed a delicate hook shot that swished through the net. The score now stood at 2-6. In the ensuing minutes, both teams exchanged leads, with the Mavericks maintaining a slight edge due to their advantageous start, keeping the pressure on the Lakers. Chapter 22, The Fierce Battle Against the Lakers. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams substituted their players. The score read 28-31, with the Mavericks leading by 3 points. The Lakers bench was nothing short of luxurious, featuring Rondo, Howard, J.R. Smith, Kuzma, and Morris. The Mavericks bench, as usual, was led by Xu Sen, initiating their offensive strategy. Xu Sen gradually advanced, and after ensuring his teammates were in position, he observed Rondo, who was defending against him, execute a crossover. Rondo twisted his ankle, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Xu Sen paid no heed to the fallen Rondo, decisively advancing towards the basket. As he approached the free throw line, he found himself confronted by both DeMarcus and J.R. Smith, who had positioned themselves in the corner to form a formidable double team. As Xu Sen glanced at the corner of his eye, he leapt to attract the defender. Just as he was about to release the ball, he forcefully pulled it back and, before it touched the ground, flung it towards the corner. There, Seth Curry stood unguarded. With a swift and decisive motion, he released the shot. Swish. A three-pointer, perfectly executed. This moment showcased Xu Sen's core prowess in its entirety. Kobe observed the play from the stands and remarked to Shaquille O'Neal each time he witnessed Xu Sen in action. It felt as though a physically enhanced Allen Iverson had returned to the league. This particular play resembled one of Iverson's classic passes. Upon hearing O'Neal's response, Kobe nodded in agreement. Just then, J.R. Smith's two-point jump shot missed, and Boban secured the rebound, tossing it out to Xu Sen on the perimeter. Xu Sen swiftly dribbled the ball as he charged towards the front court, his speed rivaling that of renowned players such as Rajon Rondo and J.R. Smith, leaving defenders in his wake. With a remarkable leap initiated just beyond the three-point line, he astounded everyone present at the free throw line. With a resounding thud, Xu Sen executed a one-handed dunk, prompting Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant to rise in disbelief, covering their mouths in utter astonishment. The Mavericks bench mirrored this reaction, all standing in amazement, some even leaning back in shock. Such athletic prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. This play would undoubtedly earn a perfect score of 50 in any All-Star dunk contest, especially in the high-stakes environment of the playoffs. The subsequent minutes of bench rotation devolved into a showcase for Xu Sen, providing a visual feast for all spectators. His jump shots were picturesque, His crossovers left opponents off balance, and his explosive dunks were nothing short of breathtaking. With 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers could no longer contain themselves and called for a timeout, preparing to reintroduce their starters. At this juncture, the score stood at 36-45, with the gap having widened to 9 points. The Lakers were taken aback as their luxurious bench rotation was dismantled by Xu Sen alone, transforming a mere 3-point deficit into a substantial 9-point lead. Head coach Darwin Ham, who had initially hoped to regain the lead during the bench period, now found himself compelled to bring in the starters prematurely, his expression dark as thunderclouds. The indefatigable Xu Sen continued to grace the court, methodically advancing the ball to the 3-point arc facing the sizzling hot Xu Sen. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope felt a twinge of uncertainty. Xu Sen's speed was such that with a single step, he could create a 3- or 4-step lead before Caldwell-Pope could even react. Thus, he adhered to the coach's instructions, attempting to force Xu Sen into a 3-point shot. "Hey, Xu Sen, go ahead and shoot if I don't guard you," Caldwell-Pope called out as Xu Sen approached the 3-point line, a smirk forming on his lips. Just as Caldwell-Pope was about to launch another taunt, Xu Sen deftly maneuvered past him, halting abruptly beside Danny Green for a jump shot. Upon seeing this, Green rushed to defend. But instead of launching a shot at the basket, Xu Sen flicked the ball backward. Luka Doncic received the pass beyond the 3-point line, effortlessly adjusting his stance before releasing a 3-point shot. Swish. The score now stood at 36-48. Xu Sen promptly dashed back to exchange a high five with Doncic, executing their tactical play which leveraged Xu Sen's penetration and distraction. During the Lakers' offensive possession, James, holding the ball at the top arc, swiftly passed it to the positioned Davis before immediately cutting towards the basket, with Xu Sen following closely behind. Davis forcefully maneuvered past D. Smith, preparing for a layup. But Porzingis, in a timely defensive effort, prompted Davis to relinquish the shot, tossing the ball towards the airborne James. An alley-oop. Bang. The connection between James and Davis was a resounding success, while Xu Sen found himself obstructed by McGee's screen, unable to intervene. And he expressed his frustration with a clap. On the next play, Xu Sen executed a combination with Porzingis, enabling Porzingis to successfully dunk over McGee. As the Lakers struggled to contain Xu Sen, the Mavericks faced difficulties managing Davis, culminating in the conclusion of the second quarter. Beep. The halftime score stood at 60-68, with the Mavericks taking an 8-point lead into the break. Inside the Mavericks locker room, Jason Kidd was inspiring his players with motivational words. Xu Sen pondered the vulnerabilities of Davis. The illustrious brow. This season could very well be regarded as Davis's final year playing the power forward position. In his previous life, Davis secured a spot on the All-NBA first team and the All-Defensive team during this season. Alarmingly, the present-day Davis boasts a staggering 3-point shooting percentage, hitting 3 out of 4 attempts. Otherwise, the Mavericks would not hold a mere 8-point lead, especially if the Lakers were to bench Davis. Firstly, the Mavericks would find it considerably easier to penetrate the Lakers' interior defense. Secondly, the scoring efficiency of the Lakers could plummet by 30%. After much contemplation, it appears that this season, Davis truly possesses no discernible weaknesses. Xu Sen could only rely on driving to the basket in an attempt to draw fouls. "Xu, what troubles your mind?" Luka Doncic inquired with a grin, noticing Xu Sen's furrowed brow. Xu Sen, upon encountering Doncic, confided in him about his intention to seek out Davis. He also inquired of coach Jason Kidd whether this plan was feasible. Kidd, stroking his chin, recalled the tactics the Rockets had employed against Porzingis. Subsequently, he addressed Xu Sen, affirming, "You may proceed, Xu Sen, give it a try." As the third quarter commenced, the Mavericks seized possession of the ball. Xu Sen received the pass and advanced to the frontcourt, signaling Doncic to create space, before engaging in a one-on-one with James. During the third quarter, the Lakers could only deploy James to defend against Xu Sen, yet Xu Sen remained unfazed, recognizing that James was now 35 years old and far from his youthful prime. With 2 swift changes of direction, Xu Sen effortlessly maneuvered past James and surged toward Davis. He elevated the basketball high above his head, leaping directly in front of Davis. As anticipated, Davis sprang up to contest Xu Sen's shot. Just as Davis's hand descended in an attempt to block, Xu Sen proactively brought his shooting hand in close. Confirming contact with Davis, he released the ball high off the backboard. Thud. The ball swished through the net for 2 points. However, the referee did not blow the whistle. Frowning, Xu Sen retreated to defense. The subsequent few possessions mirrored the essence of the second quarter until the 6th minute of the third quarter, when Xu Sen drew a foul from Davis. Noticing the referee's inaction after several instances of contact, Davis became increasingly agitated, especially since Xu Sen had consistently scored 2 points each time. On this occasion, Xu Sen drove into the paint and leaped, while Davis prepared to contest the shot. However, this time, the brow did not merely swipe down. Rather, he unleashed a powerful hand that struck Xu Sen's shoulder instead of the basketball. Xu Sen lost his balance in midair and was on the verge of falling, but his formidable core strength prevented him from hitting the ground. Chapter 23. Ejected. Anthony Davis. Just as Xu Sen pondered whether he should lie down on the court, the referee finally blew the whistle. Beep. Anthony Davis committed a foul. Xu Sen was awarded 2 free throws. The moment this decision was made, both the Mavericks bench and players on the court erupted in discontent. Hey, he is not playing basketball. He is attacking. Look, Xu Sen was struck on the shoulder and knocked down. Was that really a foul? Doncic and D. Smith surrounded the referee, questioning him with indignation. Yet, the referee remained unmoved, upholding his original ruling and signaling for Xu Sen to take his free throws. Xu Sen, feeling helpless, rubbed his aching shoulder as he approached the free throw line, preparing to take his shot. Due to the pain in his shoulder, he managed to make only 1 out of 2 free throws, allowing McGee to seize the rebound. LeBron James noticed that Xu Sen's physical resilience might not be particularly high. When it was time for a strong play, Xu Sen stepped aside. Additionally, after being patted on the shoulder by Davis, he grimaced in pain, missing another free throw. A mysterious smile crept across James's face, as if he were contemplating some clever strategy. Receiving a pass from McGee, James dribbled the ball into the front court without calling for a screen, charging towards Xu Sen like a bull. Xu Sen instinctively stepped aside, then followed closely behind. Upon noticing Xu Sen's approach, James immediately initiated a charge, colliding forcefully with Xu Sen. Xu Sen was momentarily jolted in the chest by James. Yet he found the sensation merely a slight discomfort, one he could readily endure. Undeterred, he continued to follow the play, and as James leapt into the air, Xu Sen executed a decisive block, sending the ball downwards. In the midst of his descent, James appeared to lose his balance, impacted by the force of the encounter, and narrowly avoided an ankle twist upon landing. Once he regained his footing, Xu Sen wasted no time and swiftly dribbled towards the front court to initiate a rapid counterattack. Following Xu Sen's assist to Doncic for a 2-point shot, the Lakers called for a timeout. With the score standing at 74-84, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed with a palpable shift in intensity. The Lakers had markedly increased their physicality against Xu Sen. During offensive plays, Pope frequently applied vigorous defense. And whenever Xu Sen attempted to drive forward, his movements were unexpectedly aggressive, targeting the defender rather than the ball. Xu Sen's defense against James is noteworthy. James no longer requires screens, as he relentlessly drives towards Xu Sen with every possession. Under these circumstances, the referees occasionally call fouls, intensifying the Lakers' physicality. With just 15 seconds remaining in the third quarter, as the Mavericks initiated their offense, Xu Sen rubbed his chest, having just been collided with by James, while skillfully dribbling the ball forward with his other hand. Xu Sen has already discerned the Lakers' strategy, heightening his own confrontational approach to inflict injuries upon himself, thereby diminishing the Mavericks' offensive efficiency. It is somewhat unscrupulous, yet effective. Although Xu Sen possesses commendable recuperative abilities, the toll of physicality is not to be underestimated, as his resilience remains insufficient. Meanwhile, Davis has already accrued 3 fouls. Xu Sen readied himself for the final moments. In a breathtaking surge during the last 5 seconds, he skillfully outmaneuvered the defense of James, driving into the paint and finishing with a layup against Davis. Smack. Swish. In that fleeting instant, the ball found its way through the hoop, an unintentional shot as Davis inadvertently deflected it off Xu Sen's forearm, sending it soaring into the basket. This marked a triumphant score for Xu Sen. The referee immediately called a foul on Davis for his excessive hand movement, 2-1. Moreover, this foul marked Davis's 4th. Following Xu Sen's free throw, which ricocheted off the rim before finally dropping in, the score shifted to 87-99, with the Mavericks entering the fourth quarter trailing by 12 points. During the intermission, Xu Sen voiced his suspicions, to which Jason Kidd acknowledged he had already discerned the situation. He would ensure that Davis would be targeted at the most crucial moments. Upon hearing this, Doncic seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "We are playing basketball, not engaging in a brawl. They are violating the principles of sportsmanship." The expressions of the remaining players mirrored his sentiments. Coach Jason Kidd observed the solidarity among his players in support of Xu Sen with great satisfaction, knowing that unity would make the game more manageable. The fourth quarter commenced. The Mavericks starting five formed a circle, embracing one another and shouting encouragement. With possession now with the Lakers, James dribbled to the top of the arc, casting a scheming glance at Xu Sen, who was merely a step away. In a sudden explosive movement, he barreled forward. Xu Sen opted to evade, allowing James to drive past him, then pursued closely. Noticing Xu Sen's approach, James instinctively attempted to collide with him as he had in previous encounters. But Xu Sen cleverly stepped back, causing James to lose his balance. In a hurried attempt to salvage the play, James flung the ball towards Davis, only for it to be intercepted by D. Smith. The ball was passed to Xu Sen, who advanced with deliberate poise, now leading by 12 points, eschewing a rapid counterattack. Upon reaching the front court, he noticed Doncic still struggling to shake off Danny Green's defense and decided to charge directly into the lane. At this moment, Davis retreated, fully aware of his 4 fouls and the need to refrain from aggressive defense. Howard stepped in to assist, clearly intent on contesting the player rather than the ball. Xu Sen made a swift throw. What appeared to be merely a pass transformed into an exquisite assist. Porzingis leapt behind Davis, seizing the basketball mid-air to execute a stunning dunk over him, rendering Davis a mere backdrop. The point differential surged to 14. Darvin Ham, stationed at the sidelines, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Score." We can no longer adhere to Xu's strategy. The gap is widening. As James received the inbounds from Davis, he swiftly advanced past the half-court line. Xu Sen pressed closely, but James executed a deft change of direction, maneuvering the ball beyond the three-point arc. Danny Green stepped forward to set a screen, and seeing Xu Sen momentarily obstructed, James seized the opportunity to launch a three-pointer. This season, James has emerged as the three-point king for the Lakers, leading the team in attempts and offensive plays. Bang! The shot missed, only to be snatched by Porzingis over Howard. Claiming the rebound, Xu Sen stepped forward to receive the ball, then proceeded to dribble slowly across the court, continuing his advance toward the paint, challenging Davis directly. With no means of evasion, Davis had no choice but to raise his hands high, refraining from lowering them. Bang! Thud! It was evident that Xu Sen was hanging on the rim, his feet nearly reaching Davis's shoulders. Xu Sen descended from the rim, gazing up at Davis, declaring, "Davis, I intend to include you in my highlight reel." Without awaiting Davis's reaction, he dashed back to defend. At that moment, an expression of fury etched across Davis's face. After releasing the ball, he swiftly sprinted towards the front court, halting at a 45-degree angle, positioning himself to receive a pass from D. Smith. Observing this, James passed the ball to him and then maneuvered to set a screen for Davis, successfully initiating a switch between Xu Sen and D. Smith. Just as Davis was poised to retort to Xu Sen, the latter, with remarkable speed, lunged forward and intercepted the ball that Davis had just dribbled to his left hand. With the ball now in his possession, Xu Sen dribbled towards the front court, not rushing at full speed but keeping pace with Davis, and leaped from the free throw line to execute a thunderous dunk. Witnessing this, Davis leapt as well, fiercely attempting to block Xu Sen's shot. Xu Sen's hand shot up to catch the ball. Snap! His right hand was swatted, and he swiftly switched to his left hand, pushing the ball towards the backboard. Bang! Xu Sen fell to the floor, lifting his head just in time to see the basketball graze the board and enter the hoop. Beep! The basket counts. The Lakers' number 3 player committed a foul. The Mavericks' number 1 player was awarded a free throw. The referee immediately blew the whistle. The sound of that foul was too pronounced. Throughout this match, the referees have been quite lenient towards the Lakers. Should they continue with such biased officiating, they would likely face numerous complaints. As Xu Sen prepared for his free throw, the cacophony of the Staples Center reached a crescendo, aimed at unsettling him. Bang! The free throw missed. Davis, with one hand, pushed D. Smith aside and seized the rebound, but another pair of hands reached in, tightly grasping the basketball and attempting to pull it away from Davis. In an instant, Davis, caught off guard, lost possession of the ball. Xu Sen snatched it and leaped right before Davis's eyes. Realizing the imminent threat, Davis rushed to block him. Clap! Beep! The Lakers' number 3 player committed another foul. The Mavericks' number 1 player was granted 2 free throws, and suddenly, both the Mavericks bench and starters erupted in cheers. This was particularly significant as Davis had now accrued 6 fouls. The jubilant atmosphere that once filled Staples Center was abruptly silenced. Their core power forward, Anthony Davis, had fouled out. The deficit still loomed at 16 points. Chapter 24. Securing the victory and the announcement of the MVP with Davis's exit due to fouling out and Xu Sen converting one of his 2 free throws. The Lakers head coach, Darvin Ham, called for a timeout. Xu Sen returned to the Mavericks bench with his arms flushed red, and the team doctor promptly brought ice to soothe his injuries. Jason Kidd observed Xu Sen with satisfaction, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards general manager Nick Harrison. How fortunate they were to have discovered such a remarkable player. In the Huaxiao Penguin Forest fan livestream, the host, Sister Ping, teared up during her shift, her voice quivering as she remarked, "Xu Sen has sacrificed so much in this game. His arms are already being iced. But don't be too upset just yet. Let us take a look at Xu Sen's stats." She added, "Sister Ping, please don't cry. Your tears make me want to weep as well." Xu Sen is truly perplexing. The Lakers seem to have devised a strategy specifically aimed at him. It appears that LeBron is intent on undermining Xu Sen. Sister Ping, upon glancing at Xu Sen's statistics, was struck by the numbers. She momentarily concealed her tears while reviewing the comments, then opened the data panel to scrutinize Xu Sen's performance. In an instant, she was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had been so engrossed in observing Xu Sen's performance that she neglected to pay attention to the statistics. As the fourth quarter reached 9 minutes and 46 seconds, Xu Sen's statistics stood at an impressive 30 points, 9 rebounds, 14 assists, 9 steals, and 5 blocks. With nearly 10 minutes remaining, he needed only 1 more rebound and 1 more steal to achieve a quadruple-double. Given Xu Sen's remarkable capabilities, this was entirely within his grasp. The sound signaling the end of the timeout echoed throughout the Staples Center, and the game resumed. With Davis fouling out, the Lakers substituted in Markieff Morris. During the Lakers' offensive possession, as LeBron advanced the ball into the front court, the remaining 4 players, aside from Howard, positioned themselves beyond the arc. Jason Kidd observed the Lakers' setup. Was this a star with 4 shooters? On the court, LeBron navigated the ball, utilizing double screens from Danny Green and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to evade Xu Sen, and released a mid-range jumper from a 45-degree angle. Swish. No more petty tricks. They were beginning to close the gap. However, Luka Doncic, having been immersed in the game for quite some time, commenced a series of unreasonable baskets, each shot landing like a hammer on the hearts of the Lakers and their fans in the arena. With only 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers called for a timeout. They made a complete substitution, waving the white flag in surrender. Jason Kidd, with a beaming smile, gestured for all players to return to the bench. Xu Sen plopped down, and Seth Curry eagerly handed him the player statistics. "Xu, you are invincible. Just look at your data." Xu Sen, 32 points, 11 rebounds, 18 assists, 10 steals, 6 blocks, and 5 turnovers. Luka Doncic, watching alongside Xu Sen, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow. Xu Sen, you've achieved a quadruple-double." The other teammates turned to look, while Doncic handed them the stat sheet one by one, eliciting gasps of astonishment. All eyes aflame with admiration for Xu Senator. Indeed, a point guard adept at passing is the most cherished by teammates. Who wouldn't appreciate a player consistently setting them up for success? Xu Sen, in essence, has become the beloved mascot of the team, and his impressive performance brings joy to everyone. As the final whistle blew, the score stood at Lakers 110, Mavericks 124. The Mavericks triumphed on the Lakers' home turf. During the post-game embrace, LeBron James wrapped his arms around Xu Sen, declaring, "You're incredible. Once your contract ends, would you consider coming to the Lakers?" Xu Sen replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but for now, we remain rivals, and I haven't contemplated such matters." James offered no further words, giving Xu Sen a reassuring pat on the shoulder before moving on to embrace the next player. Back in the locker room, Xu Sen was playfully doused in ice water by his teammates as they celebrated their victory, sharing laughter and joy before freshening up for the press conference. A reporter inquired, "Xu Sen, what are your thoughts on your quadruple-double performance of 30-10-10-10-5 against the Lakers today?" Xu Sen, being a seasoned veteran, calmly responded that his only concern was the victory of the team. The media, having failed to unearth any sensational news, concluded the press conference, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the regular season awards by the NBA the following day. On the next day, after the Mavericks completed their training, each player gathered in the locker room, clutching their phones in anticipation of the award announcements. Soon enough, the results were revealed. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the cornerstone of the Bucks, triumphed over the Rocket star, James Harden, to secure the prestigious Most Valuable Player award. Other accolades were distributed accordingly. Below is the complete list of this season's award recipients. Most Valuable Player, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bucks, Rookie of the Year, Luka Doncic, Mavericks, Most Improved Player. Pascal Siakam, Raptors, 6th Man of the Year. Lou Williams, Clippers. Coach of the Year. Mike Budenholzer, Bucks, Defensive Player of the Year. Rudy Gobert, Jazz, Executive of the Year. John Horst, Bucks, Community Service Award. Bradley Beal, Wizards, Best Teammate Award. Mike Conley, Jazz. Sportsmanship Award. Mike Conley, previously with the Grizzlies, Perseverance Award. Robin Roberts, Renowned Host, Best Moment of the Year. Rose's 50-Point Night, Lifetime Achievement Award. Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, Xu Sen exclaimed in jubilant celebration, congratulating Doncic for being named the Rookie of the Year. Instantly, the locker room resonated with a chorus of voices chanting, "On the house! On the house!" a total of 12 times. Doncic's face flushed with embarrassment, for he knew that had Xu Sen participated in all the regular season games, the accolade would surely have been his. Ultimately, Doncic consented to treat everyone to a meal following the conclusion of the playoffs. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dallas Mavericks general manager in Slad City, the best general manager, John Horst of the Bucks, scoffed, "Next year, the title will be mine." Simultaneously, in a hotel in Los Angeles, Jason Kidd declared with confidence, "Next year, the Coach of the Year award will belong to me." In the evening, Xu Sen perused the list of teams that advanced in the first round of the playoffs. In the Eastern Conference, the Raptors triumphed over the Nets with a score of 4-0. The Celtics bested the 76ers 4-0. The Bucks defeated the Magic 4-1. And the Heat overcame the Pacers 4-0. In the Western Conference, the Mavericks secured victory against the Rockets 4-0. The Lakers vanquished the Trail Blazers 4-0. The Nuggets edged past the Thunder 4-2. And the Clippers narrowly defeated the Jazz with a score of 4-3. In the previous season, the Western Conference Finals featured the Lakers facing off against the Nuggets, while the Eastern Conference Finals showcased the Heat battling the Celtics. One cannot help but marvel at the undeniable strength of the Miami Heat. This remarkable team, often comprised of undrafted players, consistently orchestrates stunning comebacks. It is a testament to the exceptional prowess of their head coach, Erik Spoelstra. Had the Mavericks triumphed over the Lakers, they would have found themselves contending with the Nuggets. Currently, the illustrious Nikola Jokic is supported by a not yet fully realized Jamal Murray, and other teammates have yet to reach their peak performance. However, the formidable challenge lies in facing the Heat in the finals. With the tenacious Jimmy Butler, often likened to the son of the legendary Michael Jordan, and the strategic guidance of Coach Spoelstra, it is commonplace for the Heat to conclude games with 5 or more players achieving double-digit scores. Xu Sen, deep in thought, shook his head, attempting to dismiss his concerns. The upcoming match was of utmost importance. The primary objective remained to triumph over the formidable Lakers. This Lakers team had recently claimed the championship title, and complacency was not an option. The following evening, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the second game of the playoff series between the Lakers and the Mavericks commenced. Chapter 25. The Lakers erupt. As the live DJ harmonized with the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, the Lakers players entered the arena, shedding the shadows of their previous defeat and exuding an air of vitality. The starting lineups were announced. The Lakers, home team, featured KCP, Danny Green, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Dwight Howard. The Mavericks, away team, included Xu Sen, Tim Hardaway, Luka Doncic, Dennis Smith, and Kristaps Porzingis. As the referee approached the center circle with the basketball, Porzingis and Howard stepped forward, preparing for the jump ball. Once positions were established, the referee tossed the ball into the air. With a swift motion, Porzingis effortlessly tapped the ball to Xu Sen, who quickly advanced. Before the Lakers' starting players could organize their defense, Xu Sen executed a pick-and-roll with Doncic, facilitating a pass to him while blocking Danny Green. Doncic, having adjusted his stance, launched a three-point shot. Alas, the ball clanked off the rim, and Davis secured the rebound. Doncic swiftly returned to defense. LeBron, facing Xu Sen's guard, opted against a forceful drive, signaling for Davis to set a screen, utilizing Davis's body to shield himself from Xu Sen. LeBron elevated and released a slightly leaning three-point shot. Swish. The score read 3-0. LeBron, having made the shot, glanced at Xu Sen and patted his chest, proclaiming, "My friend, you shall not prevail against us today." Xu Sen curled his lip. Although LeBron James has developed his outside shooting ability, his three-point shooting percentage remains relatively low. Receiving an inbound pass from D. Smith, Xu Sen advanced to the front court, glancing towards the paint. With Howard starting for the Lakers, he felt compelled to make a move. Utilizing his remarkable speed, he maneuvered past Pope, driving into the lane and drawing Davis's defense. with a no-look pass. He deftly delivered the ball to the on-the-move Porzingis. Porzingis comfortably received the ball, disregarding Howard, and leaped with a single step. Bang! The score was now 3-2. And Xu Sen exchanged a high five with him. That was a smooth catch. Hey, you'll be receiving more of those soon, Xu Sen smiled, casting a sidelong glance at the offensively poised Howard. Porzingis wore a grin as he dashed to defend the paint. After Davis's shot clanged off the rim and Porzingis secured the rebound, Xu Sen advanced again. As Porzingis made his way into the paint, Xu Sen executed a bounce pass. Porzingis caught the ball and immediately soared for a thunderous dunk over Howard. Faced with the towering 2.18-meter, 2.29-meter wingspan Porzingis, Howard was utterly overmatched, reminiscent of his encounters with Yao Ming. Nevertheless, the other Lakers players were on fire today. By the end of the first quarter, the score was 32-28. LeBron had shot 4 for 5, with 2 out of 3 from three-point range, while Davis also netted 4 out of 5, making one of his three-point attempts. Together, the two core players had amassed 19 points. On the Mavericks side, Doncic managed only 1 out of 4 for 2 points, alongside 2 points from free throws, while Porzingis alone contributed 14 points, accounting for half of the team's score. As the second quarter commenced, for the first 3 minutes, Xu Sen led the bench, matching the Lakers' substitute unit. Today, J.R. Smith was extraordinary. Every time the Mavericks scored, J.R. Smith was ready to shoot, even managing to sink a shot despite being pressured by Beverly. As the starters returned, the Lakers replaced Howard with McGee to protect the rim against Porzingis. True to form, McGee, freshly entered, sent Porzingis' attempt at the basket flying with a spectacular block. His innate talent was evident. Of course, it was also due to Porzingis' underestimation. The blocked ball was initially on its way to Pope, and Danny Green eagerly extended his hand, anticipating an easy rebound. Suddenly, a dark figure zipped past. Xu Sen snatched the ball just as he was about to finish with a layup, only to realize that McGee and Davis were already converging on him. A quick glance back revealed Doncic stationed at the corner beyond the three-point line, unguarded. With no defenders in front, Xu Sen leaped, preparing to shoot, as McGee and Davis lunged towards him, with Danny Green also charging in from behind. Xu Sen captivated everyone with his dynamic play style, releasing the basketball with finesse. In the astonished gazes of McGee and Davis, the ball sailed backwards. As it soared towards Doncic, James shouted from the top arc, "Green. Corner." However, he was a moment too late. Doncic adjusted his stance for a training three-pointer. Swish. This marked Doncic's first three-pointer of the game, and he erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Yes. Yes." Davis quickly received the ball and swiftly passed it to James before sprinting towards the front court. In the midst of his celebration, Doncic was momentarily taken aback by James, who was dribbling up the court, prompting him to hasten his defensive return. Before Doncic could establish his position, Davis, receiving a pass from James, executed a smooth 45-degree jumper off the backboard, successfully scoring. Today, Davis seemed exceptionally formidable, after being fouled out in the previous game by Xu Sen, which left his team struggling to close the gap. He had resolved to focus more on offense today, as the Lakers' strategy was to score at will. James also noticed the difference. After Doncic had penetrated and scored a two-pointer against him, he initiated the Lakers' offensive sequence by promptly passing to Davis upon reaching the front court. Davis sidestepped, preparing for an isolation play. Upon receiving the ball, he turned, his thick brows furrowing as he realized his defender was not D. Smith, but Porzingis. No matter. He lowered his body and dribbled forcefully, pushing Porzingis towards the paint. After 2 steps, he found himself unable to push any further, yet with agile footwork, Davis managed to create a sliver of space. He then executed a fading jump shot. Swish. Instantly, the Staples Center erupted with cheers, while Lakers fans jeered at the Mavericks. In the front row, a portly, gray-haired man stood up, shouting, "You little cowboys, go back and cry. You can't defeat us." His words incited those around him, and soon the crowd joined in unison, chanting, "Go back and cry. Go back and cry." Ultimately, the entire arena of Lakers fans echoed, "Go back and cry." Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Xu Sen collaborated with Doncic for a simple pick and roll, leading Doncic to successfully sink another three-pointer. This resolute shot silenced the Lakers fans momentarily, providing a powerful response to the crowd. Xu Sen and Doncic celebrated with applause upon returning to the court. However, the Lakers subsequently demonstrated their prowess with a multifaceted offensive strategy. The second quarter concluded with a score of 70-59, and by the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 99-85. As the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena, the ultimate score was etched at 125 to 112. Xu Sen fought until the very last second. Each time he fiercely secured 2 points, a member of the Lakers would rise to respond. The Mavericks' other teammates could hardly impede the momentum. The Lakers opted to avoid Xu Sen in their offensive strategies, as they were in exceptional form. A total of 6 players from the Lakers scored in double figures. Davis with 30 points, LeBron with 22, Pope with 13, Danny Green with 12, J.R. Smith with 16, and Kuzma with 10. Through this collective eruption, the Lakers valiantly defended their home court, leveling the series at 1-1. After the game, in a show of camaraderie, LeBron embraced Xu Sen and remarked, "Buddy, did you lose today? Of course, you won't win next time either. You've won. Just wait for the next game, and we will surely triumph." Xu Sen gazed resolutely at LeBron and replied, "Indeed. Let's see who prevails." LeBron responded with a broad smile. Chapter 26. Doncic's determination. That evening, the Mavericks boarded a plane back to Dallas. Jason Kidd granted all the players a day off and personally contacted Doncic and Xu Sen to convene in the general manager's office the following day. Xu Sen returned to the villa, and upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the entire residence impeccably clean. Bin was not one to keep things tidy, and he also had a mixed-breed dog named Goyu. The villa was regularly attended to by housekeepers, yet the standard of domestic service in Maying country was generally lackluster, failing to achieve such cleanliness. Woof woof. As Xu Sen stepped into the living room, Goyu barked excitedly. Approaching closer, he found Bin lounging on the sofa, cradling a woman in his arms as they cozily watched television together, with Goyu nestled at their feet, a picture of domestic bliss. Bin looked up, acknowledging Xu Sen with a nod. "I know you're back. Head to the dining room. Xiaofang has prepared a late-night snack for you. Your favorite fishball noodles." Xu Sen was taken aback, but Bin quickly gathered himself and introduced Senator Xiaofang. "This is Xu Sen. You should know him. A star player in the NBA. My brother. Xu Sen, this is my girlfriend, Shenfang. Her family runs a restaurant in California, and she has just come to Dallas to open another restaurant. She has not yet found a place to stay, so she will be living here for a while. She's also from our Fujian province." "Hello. Nice to meet you." They both nodded. Shenfang, with her exquisite features and a height of 170 centimeters, exuded an air of competence and grace in her demeanor towards Senator Xu Sen. "Come and sample my culinary skills. Let us see if it matches the flavors from your hometown," Shenfang said with poise. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Xu Sen replied with a smile. "Fang, you watch television while Xu Sen and I discuss work?" Bin suggested. "Sure, you both go ahead. I'll watch for a bit and then head to bed." Shenfang responded. Xu Sen and Bin made their way towards the restaurant. Upon opening the pot, Xu Sen discovered a rich broth accompanied by fish balls, with handmade noodles ready to be immersed in the soup for a delightful meal. Xu Sen inhaled the familiar aroma, reminiscent of his hometown. "Indeed, this is the woman I intend to marry. Her culinary skills are exceptional," Bin proudly stated, arms crossed over his chest. "Have you been stepping in a lot of dog excrement lately to have found such a splendid wife? You must have exhausted your luck for the latter half of your life," Xu Sen remarked enviously. "With such a wonderful wife, let the luck be spent. Just look at our villa. She has tidied it up beautifully these past few days." Bin replied nonchalantly. "Having suddenly gained a woman in the house has certainly made things much cleaner. Perhaps I should also consider finding someone," Xu Sen mused, scratching his head. "Indeed. I've been urging you to find a girlfriend for ages, yet you remain single. I even suspect you might be gay," one of them chuckled. As they conversed, the noodles began to cook, and Xu Sen promptly retrieved a large bowl, making his way to the dining table. Bin also sat down, his expression turning serious as he began. "Let us discuss matters of importance. Recently, there have been numerous opportunities for activities and endorsements, though the general offers have not been substantial, and I have declined them all. However, I have managed to secure one for you." Xu Sen looked at Bin in astonishment. Wasn't it said that he wouldn't take on any projects during this period? As long as the money is sufficient for now. This is still what you mentioned after your last endorsement for that kidney supplement. "Let me finish," Bin interjected. "This is a domestic public service advertisement. It is not paid. You can return to filming after the season concludes, but I believe you will accept it. I also think it will benefit your rising fame." After listening, Xu Sen couldn't help but nod. Bin understood him. Xu Sen would certainly accept public service advertisements. "By the way, how is Fang doing? Is the food good?" Bin suddenly inquired. "Delicious. What's wrong?" This is another endorsement. Heh. I came here this time to leverage your fame in Dallas to open a restaurant. Of course, you will hold a 30 stake. Heh. Jiang Bin said with a chuckle. This is a trivial matter. We are all like family now, Xu replied after gulping down the remaining soup. The following morning at 9:30, Xu Sen and Doncic arrived at the general manager's office. Upon entering, they found owner Mark Cuban, general manager Nick Harrison, advisor Dirk Nowitzki, and head coach Jason Kidd already present. After greeting everyone, they took their seats. You two have performed exceptionally well, Cuban said, leading the applause, which was soon echoed by several members of the management team. This made both players feel a bit bashful. Nowitzki then spoke up at the appropriate moment. Both of you are worthy of cultivation. However, we did not summon you here merely to exchange pleasantries. Kidd, please take it from here. Jason Kidd nodded and began. In our matchup against the Lakers, we secured a victory in Los Angeles, and we have a solid chance of overcoming this formidable team this season. However, we will need you, Doncic, to make a small sacrifice moving forward. Upon hearing this, Doncic understood the purpose of their meeting. He lowered his head in thought for several seconds, while the others remained silent. As the management had initially assured Doncic of his role as the team's core player, he then looked up at Jason Kidd and said, "All right, if it means helping the team advance further in the playoffs, I am willing to make that sacrifice." At this moment, Xu Sen embraced Doncic's shoulder, exclaiming, "Doncic, let us strive for greater heights. We aim for the championship. We desire the Bryant Cup." Doncic playfully punched Xu Sen and replied, "Indeed. We must secure the championship." It was then that Jason Kidd slowly interjected, "Doncic, treat the next game as if you were a 3D player, centering our strategy around Xu Sen." Doncic nodded, fully aware that this was indeed the most prudent approach. At that juncture, Cuban spoke up, "I will ensure your compensation, Doncic." With Cuban's assurance, Doncic grew increasingly resolute in following the coach's directives, expressing gratitude to Mark. After a brief discussion, Doncic and Xu Sen exited together. "Xu Sen, you've usurped the position. I won't let that slide. I want to savor your cooking," Doncic insisted, refusing to let go of Xu Senator. "Hey, boss, this isn't team I request. Don't blame me. It's the coach's plan," Xu Sen replied, raising his hands in innocent protest. Just as Doncic was about to say something further, Kidd caught up with them, saying, "Hey guys, come to the gym tomorrow morning for training. We'll try out new tactics, don't forget." "All right." Ultimately, Doncic stubbornly followed Xu Sen back to the villa, indulging in a meal prepared by Shinfang. Satiated, Doncic lounged on the sofa, turning to Jiang Bin and remarked, "Jiang Bin, you are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Her cooking is even better than Xu Sen's. Thank you for the praise. My girlfriend will be opening a restaurant soon. You are welcome to visit," Jiang Bin replied with a proud demeanor. "Really? After the playoffs? I'll need to treat the team to a meal. Consider it booked." Doncic recalled the promise he made to his teammates. "Yes, bring them along. I'll give you a discount." Jiang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing a splendid promotional opportunity. The following day, the team engaged in preparation for their new core strategy, eagerly awaiting the Lakers' challenge in Dallas. Chapter 27, Lakers Game 3 at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. The NBA playoffs, second round, Mavericks vs. Lakers, Game 3. As the arena DJ announced, this season's most formidable dark horse, the 60th pick from Huaxia, Xu Sen. Xu Sen was the first to take the court. Subsequently, the Mavericks players emerged one by one, with Doncic ultimately maintaining his position as the nominal leader. This match was narrated by Barkley, Stephen A. Smith, and O'Neal in unison. As the starting lineup took the floor, Porzingis and McGee stood at the center circle in anticipation of the tip-off. O'Neal remarked slowly, "Although McGee frequently appears on my show, his talent is undeniable. He will surely triumph in the jump ball." Barkley, looking at O'Neal with defiance, retorted, "McGee is aging. Porzingis is still young. He will undoubtedly win." Their debate continued as the referee tossed the basketball into the air. In the previous instance, the ball was awarded to McGee, but Porzingis, having reacted too slowly, was determined this time. He focused intently and leapt swiftly, managing to touch the ball before McGee, directing it to Xu Sr. Xu Sen gradually advanced the basketball into the front court, dribbling with purpose until he reached Danny Green, drawing him in for a defensive assist. A behind-the-back bounce pass delivered the ball with precision to Doncic, who seized the moment and launched a three-pointer. With a transformed mindset, Doncic shot with unwavering confidence, his touch undeniably fiery. Swish. The first basket. Doncic had proven his worth. LeBron James erupted, bellowing at Green, "Guard Doncic." and mind your own business. Danny Green, silenced by the commanding presence of his team leader, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Xu Sen's no-look bounce pass was simply magnificent. Barkley exuberantly pounded the table, while A. Smith nodded in agreement with a smile, and O'Neal, smirking, expressed his allegiance to the Lakers, wishing to sing Xu Sen's praises as well. That kid was exceptional. As James brought the ball into the front court, he too attempted a three-pointer, signaling for Davis to come up and set a screen. Xu Sen found himself at a loss, as Davis's physique was simply too imposing. LeBron dribbled to the left and unleashed a three-point shot. With a resounding thud, an enormous hand swatted away the basketball that LeBron had just released, sending it soaring toward the front court. It was none other than Xu Sen. Xu Sen saw Davis stepping forward to provide cover and quickly retreated a step, deftly maneuvering around Davis to leap into the air, perfectly timing his jump to swat away the basketball that LeBron had just released. Of course, there was an element of chance involved, but when fortune favors the bold, it can lead to a lifetime of glory. Barkley leaped up, shouting into the microphone, "Slow-motion replay. Quick, slow-motion replay." Shaquille O'Neal and A. Smith widened their eyes, eagerly gazing at the grand screen in the arena. The replay showcased Xu Sen's remarkable move, revealing that his jump height had surpassed Davis's waist by at least a meter. Was Xu Sen raised on springs? Barkley returned to his seat, his eyes aglow, while A. Smith could not help but shake his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Incredible, simply incredible." O'Neal, with his rudimentary Chinese, managed to utter the word kung fu. The cheers from the fans at the American Airlines Center were relentless, as the big screen displayed Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, grinning broadly. Mark Cuban, too, responded with enthusiastic applause and waves. On the court, the ball that Xu Sen had sent to the backcourt went unchased out of bounds, leading to Davis of the Lakers to inbound from the sideline. Running towards LeBron at the logo to receive the ball. Just as he caught it, a gust of wind swept by, and the basketball vanished from his hands. Turning to pursue, one could see Xu Sen already taking off from the free throw line, soaring through the air. Bang! Mavericks 5, Lakers 0. The entire crowd erupted in cheers, with Charles Chuck Barkley joining the fans in their raucous celebration. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that." With a furrowed brow, James sprinted forward to initiate the play, his demeanor reflecting a palpable intensity. He found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop for Xu Sen, as he envisioned the highlights reel that would follow the match, already bracing himself for the inevitable critique from his detractors. Meanwhile, Pope dashed back onto the court to retrieve the ball, quickly passing it back upon witnessing his leader's grim expression. With determination, James dribbled into the front court, confronting Xu Sen's defense with an explosive drive, launching himself forward with fervor. Xu Sen did not confront directly, allowing the pathway to remain clear. LeBron, dribbling with purpose, surged towards the free throw line, counting his steps. 1, 2, 3. D. Smith approached for a defensive assist, making a slight adjustment, yet it was not enough. With explosive power, he leaped into the air, single-handedly elevating the basketball, poised to execute a ferocious tomahawk dunk. However, midair, another figure emerged, none other than Xu Sen, extending his hand to forcefully swat at the ball. The sound echoed as the ball, though not dislodged, was left precariously balanced, with only LeBron's pinky finger maintaining contact. As LeBron grasped the rim, the basketball clung to the neck of the basket before being launched away, where it was caught by Hardaway on the perimeter. Hardaway swiftly delivered a pass to Doncic, who sprinted toward the front court. Nevertheless, the other Lakers players rapidly retreated to fortify their defense. As Xu Sen received the ball, LeBron positioned himself, adopting a defensive stance. At that moment, LeBron's gaze was intensely focused and aggressive, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Xu Sen's shoulder, his body taut and ready to react to any potential breakthrough. Xu Sen executed a crossover to break through on the left side, while James, with a blend of intellect and physical prowess, swiftly moved to counter Xu Sen's advance. In the process, Xu Sen narrowly avoided a collision with James's formidable frame. Xu Sen also had to slow down. At that moment, Pop rushed over, ready to snatch Xu Sen's ball. As Xu Sen observed Hardaway in an unguarded position, he deftly gathered the ball with one hand, flicking his wrist to propel it over Pop's head, delivering it with precision to Hardaway. With an unobstructed 2-meter range ahead, Hardaway unleashed a three-pointer, his shot slicing through the air swish. The score soared to 8-0, igniting LeBron's fury as he bellowed at Pop, "Guard your opponent. I don't require your assistance. I can handle this." Bowing his head, Pop dared not meet LeBron's gaze and silently sprinted forward, Unfazed, LeBron received the ball and charged into the front court. Utilizing Danny Green's screen, disregarding the already open pop, and launched a contested two-pointer. Thud. The basketball clanged off the rim, only to be seized by Porzingis, who promptly passed it to Xu Sen. LeBron, retreating in defense, wore a scowl that radiated anger, while Xu Sen, witnessing LeBron's demeanor, smirked with a sardonic grin reminiscent of a Dragon King. Xu Sen accelerated continuously beyond the three-point line, deftly maneuvering past James. However, James remained steadfastly close behind. Xu Sen elevated at the free throw line, launching a shot over LeBron James. With a resounding thud, James leaped in response. However, his ascent, reminiscent of a square dance, did not match Xu Sen's height. As he prepared to contest the shot, his hand made contact with Xu Sen's arm. Xu Sen's basketball bounced twice on the rim before rolling in. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by James. Xu Sen successfully completed a 2-1 play. Despite this, LeBron James expressed his disagreement with the referee, insisting he did not commit a foul, prompting a chorus of boos from the crowd. The officials paid no mind to James, as the large screen in the arena replayed the previous sequence in slow motion, clearly showing James making contact with Xu Sen's arm. Swish. Xu Sen made the free throw. The score was 11-0. Beep. Lakers head coach Darvin Ham called a timeout, recognizing that James was becoming overly agitated and needed a moment to regain his composure. Shaquille O'Neal shook his head at James's behavior, rendered speechless. As a superstar in the league, it was simply humiliating to be outplayed by a rookie. Chapter 28. A resounding victory over the Lakers. 1. Hey, O'Neal, why are you so quiet? Barkley asked with a smile, inserting a playful jab. Humph, it's only been 2 minutes. The outcome is still uncertain. O'Neal could only respond. Exactly. Just 2 minutes in, and it's already 11-0. Barkley laughed, hitting a nerve with O'Neal, as Barkley's teasing elicited laughter from everyone watching the game. The timeout ended and play resumed. James returned to the court, the fire in his eyes now extinguished, receiving a sideline pass from KCP. He brought the ball to the top of the arc, and with a smile directed at Xu Sen, he said, Xu, if you're hoping to see me lose my temper, I'm afraid your calculations are in vain. Xu Sen was momentarily bewildered. What was James imagining? Just as he was lost in thought, James passed the ball to Davis. With a swift step and a graceful pivot, Davis turned and executed a jump shot. Swish. This basket shattered the Lakers' scoring drought. 11-2, O'Neal exclaimed. It's got to be AD. With just a simple step, he effortlessly scores. The outcome remains uncertain. TCH. Just 2 points, Barkley scoffed. Xu Sen observed D. Smith conceding points to Davis with remarkable ease, yet remained silent. Indeed, the true pillar of the Lakers is none other than the formidable Anthony Davis. As Xu Sen dribbled across the court, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of James defending him with such intensity. Was he truly not agitated by this? With a swift gesture towards the heavens, Doncic shifted over to set a screen, and Xu Sen surged forward with remarkable speed. Faced with the approaching defense of Danny Green, he executed a deceptive spin and broke through, disregarding the looming presence of McGee and Davis. Leaping into the air, both Davis and McGee immediately ascended, their large hands raised to block. Just as they believed they were about to intercept the ball in Xu Sen's grasp, they realized he was still ascending. It was only when they descended that Xu Sen commenced his dunk. With a resounding thud, Davis and McGee recoiled, with Davis even tumbling to the ground. Xu Sen executed a breathtaking dunk over the two towering centers of the Lakers. The entire arena erupted in astonished gasps. Beep. Davis, number 3 for the Lakers, was called for a foul. James, visibly incensed, rushed to the referee to contest the call, questioning where the foul had occurred. The referee, maintaining his stance, replied that it was evident from his vantage point and urged Xu Sen to proceed with the free throw. Observing this, James sprinted to coach Darvin Ham, insisting on challenging the decision. Recognizing the fury in James's eyes and the potential fallout of not challenging, Ham acquiesced and requested a review. The head referee summoned the officials to the technical area to scrutinize the footage from various angles. The arena's large screen displayed a slow-motion replay of Xu Sen's thunderous dunk, allowing everyone to clearly witness Davis's hand striking Xu Sen's forearm. After 2 minutes, the head referee announced that the Lakers' challenge had failed, upholding the original call. At this moment, James sat in despondency on the bench, his eyes devoid of hope, having realized through the replay that the challenge had been in vain. This left his teammates reluctant to place blame upon him. Beep. Xu Sen stepped up to the free throw line. Xu Sen smiled as he watched James waiting to grab the rebound. "Hey, how are you doing, buddy?" James, with a sullen expression, remained silent. Xu Sen received the referee's serve, took a deep breath, and gently propelled the basketball. Swish. 14-2. In the next play, Pope advanced with the ball, while James took a moment to compose himself, refraining from handling the ball. After a series of passes, Pope successfully delivered the ball to Davis, positioned at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the basketball, Davis charged directly towards the basket, having noticed Porzingis being drawn away by McGee. In his eagerness to perform a slam dunk, he failed to notice Xu Sen trailing James into the paint, yet did not continue to pursue him. Xu Sen positioned himself directly in the path of Davis's advance, and as Davis, unable to evade due to his rapid speed, collided with him head-on. Xu Sen was struck and let out a loud cry as he fell to the ground, sliding away with considerable force. Unbeknownst to Davis, the impact was not as severe as it seemed. He had already reduced his speed. In the next moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, declaring an offensive foul on Davis, number 3 of the Lakers. Davis, incredulous, felt little pain and couldn't understand why Xu Sen had slid so far if the collision had not been forceful. Nonetheless, he accepted the call without protest. Having indeed come into contact with Xu, Senator Luka Doncic rushed over, concerned, and helped Xu Sen up, initially fearing he had been injured, only to discover Xu Sen was smiling, revealing it had all been an act. With Davis burdened by 2 fouls, head coach Darwin Ham substituted him with DeMarcus Morris. The absence of Davis, a formidable defensive presence in the paint, allowed Xu Sen to signal to Kristaps Porzingis, who nodded in acknowledgement. Xu Sen passed the ball to Porzingis, who charged towards the Lakers' interior and leaped to dunk the ball effortlessly before JaVale McGee could react. In the first quarter, with Davis sidelined, Xu Sen frequently assisted the Mavericks' 2 big men, enabling Porzingis and Dorian Finney-Smith to score with ease. Both players wore broad smiles, secretly hoping Davis would remain off the court. As Doncic launched a deep 3-pointer from the logo, the first quarter concluded with a score of 43-24 in favor of the Mavericks, who enjoyed a substantial 19-point lead as they entered the second quarter. Smith presented Xu Sen's impressive stats: 11 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks, and 1 turnover. In just 1 quarter, Xu Sen had already achieved a double-double in assists. Barkley, with a triumphant demeanor, turned to Shaquille O'Neal and asked if he still believed the Lakers could win. O'Neal scoffed, asserting that once AD returned, the outcome would be uncertain. Smith calmly stated that the Mavericks' next objective would be to draw fouls on Davis, having already tasted the sweetness of playing against the Lakers without him. Barkley and O'Neal nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Lakers, lacking Davis and facing Xu Sen's exceptional passing skills, were vulnerable to the Mavericks' onslaught, marking a significant weakness for the Lakers. At that moment, O'Neal jokingly remarked that if he were playing in the Lakers' paint, the Mavericks would surely be overwhelmed. Barkley retorted defiantly, claiming that if he were with the Mavericks, the Lakers wouldn't win a single game. He would dominate them. O'Neal, finally grinning, shot back. "But you don't have a championship." "I have 4. Barkley, flustered and indignant, replied, "You only succeeded because of Kobe and Wade. If I had either Kobe or Xu Sen, I'd thrive too." O'Neal merely chuckled, relishing the playful banter with his old friend. The second period of the game has commenced. Indeed, as Smith predicted, the Mavericks have persistently penetrated the interior, targeting Davis. Xu Sen and Doncic relentlessly attacked the paint, seeking opportunities to draw fouls on Davis. Ultimately, with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Davis, burdened with 4 fouls, was substituted by Morris for the Lakers. The remainder of the second quarter devolved into a showcase of brilliance from Porzingis and D. Smith for the Mavericks. As the second quarter concluded, the scoreboard read 76-51, with the Mavericks extending their lead to 25 points. If they could maintain this advantage through the third quarter, they would secure an early exit from the game. The Mavericks' starting players were singularly focused on ensuring that Davis would foul out. Chapter 29, a resounding victory over the Lakers, too, at this moment. The fan live stream of the Huaxiao Penguin Forest was ablaze with excitement. As the fans cheered for Xu Sen's spectacular shots, a surge of individuals flooded the chat, hurling insults at him. The host, Sister Ping Ping, furrowed her beautifully arched brows and summoned several prominent fan administrators from the management group. Upon inspecting the profiles of these newcomers, it became apparent that they were all fans of James. Remembering Xu Sen's performance in the first quarter, she understood and addressed the situation. "James fans, it is entirely normal for players to perform variably in a matchup. Even your idol, James, appreciates our Xu god after the game. Is this how you represent your beloved James by displaying such a lack of decorum? Her words silenced many of the dissenters in the chat, although a few continued to post disparaging remarks. In response, Sister Ping Ping and the management team promptly banned or muted them. In the NBA, there are no eternal teammates, only eternal champions. Perhaps one day, James and Xu Sen will be teammates. With that final remark, the remaining James fans fell silent. With the sound of the whistle, the third quarter of Game 3 between the Mavericks and the Lakers resumed. Facing a 25-point deficit, the Lakers deployed a star-studded lineup, positioning Davis at center alongside James, KCP, Danny Green, and Rajon Rondo. Were they conceding defense against Xu Sen? Were they merely aiming to close the gap? The Mavericks maintained their starting lineup, but the gaze of their players directed at Davis sent a shiver down his spine. During the Lakers' offensive possession, James brought the ball past half-court, as his teammates swiftly executed their strategy. Eventually, Danny Green found himself open in the corner and received a pass from James. As he faced Hardaway, he rose on his toes, feigning a shot, successfully faking Hardaway out of position. Taking a step back beyond the three-point line, he released the ball. Swish. The score read 76-54, a successful execution of the Lakers' strategy. However, how many more plays could they run? Would they have enough stamina for the fourth quarter? Barkley spoke up. And Smith nodded in agreement, about to voice his thoughts when Barkley erupted once more. Xu Sen initiated a swift counterattack, dribbling past the front court, and the Lakers hurriedly retreated on defense. How peculiar. This speed hardly resembled Xu Sen's usual pace, yet it managed to catch the Lakers off guard. Xu Sen launched his offensive move, executing a series of intricate dribbles before leaping from just inside the free throw line, eluding both Pope and James. Inside the paint stood Davis, who hesitated and stepped aside, clearly intimidated. Xu Sen executed a flawless dunk. Bang! After Xu Sen descended from his dunk, he cast a disdainful glance at Davis, muttering softly under his breath, a remark just loud enough for Davis to overhear. By the time Davis lifted his head in response, Xu Sen had already sprinted back to defend. Enraged, Davis exclaimed F, a moment that the approaching referee caught with keen ears. The official fixed an intense gaze upon Davis, who, finally realizing he was being scrutinized, refrained from further words and passed the ball to James before retreating. In the Lakers' offensive possession, as James crossed into the front court, his teammates sprang into action. Davis, determined, maneuvered through the defense, demanding the ball from D. Smith. Observing this, James effortlessly lobbed the ball to Davis, who received it and executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, striking the backboard and scoring 78-56. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams entered a phase of mutual explosiveness, with the Lakers diligently running their plays. However, they found themselves nearly powerless against Xu Sen's relentless offense. His speed and passing prowess made him a formidable opponent, and with his teammates from the Mavericks on fire, any momentary lapse in defense resulted in easy points for them. Throughout the third quarter, apart from official timeouts, neither team had a moment of respite. Despite their fervent efforts, the Lakers remained 20 points adrift at 105-85. The continuous, rapid pace of play in the third quarter drained both teams' stamina severely. Even Xu Sen, known for his exceptional endurance, was visibly sweating, his chest heaving from exertion. The Lakers' starting lineup was equally drenched, their breaths ragged as if they were on the verge of gasping for air. After an entire quarter of relentless running, fatigue had set in, and their inability to close the gap in the score cast a heavy silence over the team. At that moment, head coach Darwin Ham stepped forward. Hey, guys. You played exceptionally well in the third quarter. Although we didn't close the gap significantly, the opposing team's stamina has diminished, and their scoring efficiency has decreased. As the fourth quarter approached, he announced, I will send in our bench players for a few minutes to allow the starters to rest and prepare for the final push. In the commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal, dejected by the score, recognized the Lakers' slim chances of victory, while Charles Barkley and A. Smith delightedly discussed Xu Sen's performance. The Mavericks fans at the American Airlines Center erupted in celebration of their impending triumph. As the whistle signaled the start of the fourth quarter, Darwin Ham paused, reflecting on the motivational speech he had just delivered. Observing the Mavericks lineup, he fell silent. Aside from Xu Sen, the rest of the Mavericks were substitutes. And facing a bench led by Xu Sen, the Lakers' luxurious reserves felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, their previous encounter had resulted in a hard-fought stalemate. With the whistle blowing, the Mavericks initiated their attack. Xu Sen gradually dribbled the ball past the halfway line, while Darwin Ham shouted from the sidelines to the Lakers bench, urging them to double-team Xu Sen or force him to act quickly. Do not waste time. Xu Sen smiled as he observed Rondo and Alex Caruso, the two defenders, closing in on him. With a swift change of direction, he leaped into the air, raising his hand as if to shoot. Just as Caruso's hand approached Xu Sen's sight, he executed a right-handed toss. Seth Curry appeared at the three-point line, receiving the pass and releasing the ball with precision. Swish. Do not underestimate Seth Curry. He possesses the requisite three-point prowess. The deficit was narrowed back to 23 points. During the Lakers' offensive possession, as J.R. Smith passed to DeAndre Jordan, a shadow darted forward. Xu Sen intercepted the ball. His speed was astonishing. No one could keep up with him. In midair, he executed a thunderous windmill dunk. Barkley animatedly narrated the game. Hey, the Lakers have truly lost any chance of a comeback. Shaquille O'Neal interjected at that moment. Darwin Ham, witnessing the score slip back to a 25-point deficit, glanced at the bench where his starters displayed a lack of fighting spirit. Their heads hung low. With a sigh, Darwin opted not to bring his starters back, allowing the rotation players to continue on the court. This decision resulted in Xu Sen's moment to shine, assisting Boban, stealing from Rondo, delivering a ferocious block on DeAndre Jordan, grabbing an offensive rebound over Howard. He was so invigorated that he even sank a three-pointer. He was nearly unstoppable. The first 6 minutes of the fourth quarter were undeniably Xu Sen's time, following a timeout called by the Lakers. The entire arena erupted in a chorus of cheers from the fans. Xu, MV, Xu, MV, as Xu Sen returned to the bench. The Mavericks had already secured a resounding victory over the Lakers by 30 points. The Lakers harbored no glimmer of hope. Moreover, Xu Sen did not take to the court for the remainder of the fourth quarter. Chapter 30. A resounding victory over the Lakers. 3. Beep. The game concluded with a final score of 140-116, marking a significant triumph for the Mavericks against the Lakers. In the second round of the playoffs, the series stood at 2-1 in favor of the Mavericks. As the post-game embraces commenced, the five starters of the Lakers, led by a visibly displeased LeBron James, headed straight into the players' tunnel. This prompted a chorus of boos from the fans throughout the arena. Some spectators situated near the Lakers players' tunnel began to chant towards the departing James, "Who is your daddy?" This phrase quickly caught on, and soon the entire crowd was echoing in unison, "Who is your daddy? Who is your daddy?" Meanwhile, as Xu Sen made his way back to the players' tunnel, he was intercepted by Barkley for an interview. "Xu Sen, in this match, you recorded an impressive 46 points, 11 rebounds, 24 assists, 6 steals, and 6 blocks, a remarkable triple-double. Undoubtedly, you are the MVP of this game. What would you like to say?" Xu Sen, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "How is my data so impressive? I hardly have time to scrutinize the statistics. My sole aim is to secure victory and defend our home court. I am not preoccupied with data." Upon hearing this, Barkley remarked, "Look at this young lad, throwing around nonchalance." He glanced back discreetly, gesturing to someone behind the two, and then continued to inquire, "Now that you lead the series 2-1, do you feel confident about winning this round?" Meanwhile, noticing Barkley's signal, Doncic and Porzingis approached, carrying several cups of ice water towards Xu Sen. "We shall exert our utmost effort in every game," Xu Sen began, only to be interrupted by a sudden chill. "Ah!" Barkley and the others erupted in laughter. In the end, Barkley posed a few more questions to Xu Sen before concluding the interview. Upon returning to the locker room, Xu Sen was unaware that the American media had erupted over a fan's chant of "Who is your daddy?" The first Mavericks fan to utter this phrase had been captured on camera, prompting the Mavericks to ban him from ever purchasing tickets again. Although he could still enter the arena in other capacities, these events would transpire in the days to come. Meanwhile, LeBron James sat in a hotel in Dallas. His expression darkened as he scrolled through the reports online, the atmosphere around him palpably tense. Soon after, his agent called, and after a brief exchange, he observed the influx of media online targeting him. Glancing at his phone, he slammed it down onto the table, declaring, "Mavericks, you shall not win this series." Meanwhile, Xu Sen returned to his villa, indulging in a restful slumber. For the following day, representatives from the Chinese media were scheduled to interview him, and he needed to replenish his energy after an exhausting day. The next morning, he arrived early at the American Airlines Center, commencing his routine training while awaiting the arrival of the media. At 9:30 a.m., a security guard approached to inform him that a couple of Chinese journalists were on their way to interview him. Xu Sen nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Jiangbin arrived with a charming female reporter from the media, accompanied by a cameraman. Xu Sen wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the trio, his gaze immediately drawn to the enchanting beauty before him. She boasted a cascade of lustrous black hair and a delicately sculpted oval face, her large, shimmering eyes reflecting Xu Sen's silhouette with an expression of astonished delight, as if they could speak. Adorned in a striking red dress, it accentuated her figure with a graceful curve. A cinched waist belt further highlighted her alluring form, perhaps due to Xu Sen's experiences abroad among the women of the United States. He perceived her skin to be remarkably fair. "Hello, I am Guojun, a reporter from Penguin." Guojun greeted Xu Sen with a warm smile, extending her delicate, porcelain-like hand towards him. Xu Sen, somewhat dazed, extended his hand to shake with Guojun. "Hello, I am Xu Senator. Are you here to interview me? How may I assist you? What environment do you require?" Guojun, observing the big boy's bewildered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "There's no need for anything special. Simply be yourself while I pose a few questions." Beside them, Jiangbin slapped his forehead, remarking, "Has this brother become tongue-tied in the presence of a beautiful woman?" He promptly approached Xu Sen to clarify the interview process. All that was required was for Xu Sen to respond to a few inquiries, after which they would discuss routine training. After returning and exchanging a few words with Guojun, they commenced filming, with Xu Sen cooperating as he answered several questions posed by Guojun. While in the changing room, Xu Sen took the opportunity to search for Guojun on his phone while she was interviewing his teammates about their impressions of him. Guojun is a new female anchor for Penguin, affectionately referred to by netizens as Guo Xiaoxin. Xu Sen smiled but continued with his daily training, not paying much attention. As evening approached, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xu Sen. You must strive for excellence. If you secure the championship this season, you will stand at the same starting point as Magic Johnson." Guojun gazed at the boy ahead, unable to contain his admiration. Through a day of acquaintance, he found the boy both diligent and endearing. Xu Sen scratched his head and remarked that it was still too early to contemplate, as the Lakers had yet to secure a victory. Guojun covered her mouth and chuckled, ultimately exchanging WeChat contacts with Xu Sen before taking her leave. "Good luck in the match the day after tomorrow. We'll be there to witness you triumph over the Lakers once more." "All right, goodbye." Jiangbin leaped up and playfully slapped Xu Sen on the back of his head, teasing, "You really are hopeless. Don't mention that you know me when you go out. If you like her, go after her." Xu Sen rolled his eyes. Although she was quite beautiful, he was in search of a wife. Meeting her once without truly knowing her hardly constituted a pursuit. With that thought, he turned and drove back to the villa. The American Airlines Center was abuzz with anticipation as Game 4 of the second round of the playoffs commenced, featuring the Mavericks against the Lakers. If the Lakers were to lose today, they would find themselves in a precarious situation at 3-1, with little hope for a comeback. Conversely, if the Mavericks faltered, they too would face the daunting challenge of 2 consecutive away games. Thus, both teams entered the arena with unwavering resolve, their players' eyes sparking with intensity upon meeting each other. Today's commentary was provided by Lakers legend Magic Johnson, Mavericks icon Dirk Nowitzki, and analyst A. Smith. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter while awaiting the tip-off between Porzingis and McGee. Porzingis, leveraging his youth and height, successfully tipped the ball to Xu Sr. Xu Sen gradually advanced the ball to the top of the key, patiently awaiting his teammates to make their moves. With a glance at Caruso positioned ahead of him, he offered a subtle smile. The Lakers had substituted yet another defender against him, but it proved futile. Contemplating his next move, he swiftly executed a couple of dribbles followed by a crossover. Caruso, overly focused, found himself momentarily deceived, allowing Xu Sen to glide past him to the right. Xu Sen broke through from the left and, upon reaching the free throw line, executed a jump shot effortlessly. Swish. A seamless 2 points secured. Caruso's palms were slick with sweat. Indeed, Xu Sen was formidable. Today, he had become a sieve. During the Lakers' offensive possession, James, no longer impulsive, called for a screen in the face of Xu Sen's defense. Refraining from reckless shots, utilizing the screen, he surged into the paint, and before Xu Sen could catch up, he lofted the ball toward the basket. In midair, Davis soared, catching the basketball with a resounding thud. An aerial connection. The synergy of James and Davis, tying the score at 2-2. Chapter 31. Secured. Game 4. The Mavericks initiated their offensive possession. Xu Sen had just received the serve at the baseline when he was met with the relentless pressure from Caruso. With no other options available, Caruso resorted to this method to assert his presence. Although he was aware of Xu Sen's ample stamina, Caruso aimed to deplete Xu Sen's energy as much as possible through this approach. Xu Sen received the ball and swiftly accelerated, evading Caruso with ease as he dashed towards the front court. Observing that Caruso could not keep pace, LeBron James moved in to provide assistance. However, this maneuver came at a cost, as Luka Doncic was left unguarded. Doncic sprinted towards the three-point line, and as he arrived, Xu Sen's pass reached him perfectly. With a seamless motion, he caught the ball, pivoted, and released it. Swoosh. Dirk Nowitzki, witnessing the synergy between Xu Sen and Doncic, smiled and remarked, "The Mavericks are not solely reliant on Xu Sen. Doncic is no slouch either." Magic Johnson also chuckled, stating, "Caruso had a commendable strategy, recognizing his inability to contain Xu Sen and opting to exhaust his energy with tight defense. Yet, he underestimated Xu Sen's speed." While they were engaged in their commentary, LeBron, utilizing a screen from Davis and a pick from Danny Green, successfully sank a mid-range shot. As he celebrated, thumping his chest and striding with confidence, it seemed he was proclaiming to the fans at the American Airlines Center, "I, LeBron, am the little emperor." Yet, Xu Sen was not inclined to grant him the luxury of showcasing his prowess. He received the ball and immediately initiated a rapid counterattack, dribbling past LeBron before he could react. After all, this was not the regular season, it was the playoffs. Why allow him to flaunt his skills? By the time Xu Sen reached the front court, poised at the arc for a three-pointer, LeBron had already dashed over to position himself. His gaze towards Xu Sen filled with a sense of longing and frustration. Xu Sen felt an intense gaze filled with resentment upon him. Yet he paid it no mind as he accelerated past Caruso with an impressive maneuver. He penetrated the lane and, with Davis approaching for assistance, deftly passed the ball through Davis's arms to the wide-open D. Smith. D. Smith effortlessly scored with a bank shot, securing 2 points. I glanced at the Mavericks, who had yet to see Xu Sen on the court. Their offensive efficiency stood at 108. However, once Xu Sen entered the game, the Mavericks' offensive efficiency skyrocketed to 124. This indicated that their scoring success rate had reached an astounding 80. Smith presented the data, prompting Magic Johnson to exclaim in astonishment that, based on these figures, Xu Sen could indeed be considered an all-star point guard. Nowitzki and Smith nodded in agreement, continuing to watch the match. Smith felt a sense of discomfort, finding the two legends overly rational, lacking the playful spirit exhibited by Sir Charles Barkley. As the first quarter approached the 9-minute mark, the score remained closely contested, Mavericks 28, Lakers 26. Nevertheless, Davis had still been called for a foul by Doncic. Both teams substituted players, with Xu Sen continuing to lead the Mavericks, while the Lakers opted to place Davis on the bench, intending for him to play a full quarter later. Xu Sen quietly exchanged a few words with Boban before advancing the ball into the front court. Xu Sen gestured for the Maverick substitutes to create space, allowing him to go for a solo play. Xu Sen executed a swift change of direction, accelerating past Boban as he surged into the paint. Simultaneously, Boban advanced towards the inner lane, prompting the Lakers' defense to rapidly converge towards the basket. Meanwhile, the Mavericks trio of Beria, Wright, and Seth Curry remained stationary beyond the arc, poised to seize the opportunity for a three-point shot. Xu Sen delivered a remarkable pass from the back of his head, sending the ball directly into the hands of Baylor Bell beyond the three-point line. With ample space and time to adjust his stance, Baylor Bell released a three-point shot. Swish. The training intensity had prepared the Mavericks center, Baylor Bell, who already possessed a commendable three-point shooting percentage, to make this shot with confidence. On the defensive end, Baylor Bell and Boban effectively contained Davis, while Xu Sen guarded the perimeter, creating considerable discomfort for the Lakers. The sequence concluded with KCP hitting a mid-range jumper. On offense, Xu Sen continued his routine of isolating and penetrating the interior, while Baylor Bell, Seth Curry, and Wright awaited opportunities for three-pointers from the outside. This strategy compelled the Lakers to refrain from collapsing their defense, leaving them helpless as Xu Sen barreled into the paint, drawing a foul from Davis and converting a 2-1 play. Darvin Ham, who had been seated, immediately rose and gestured for Davis to approach the sidelines, quietly advising him, "Davis, I did not assign you to lead the bench to focus on defense, but rather to score. I am being double-teamed by the Mavericks frontcourt." Davis expressed his frustration. "You must trust your teammates. Do not focus on guarding Xu Sen any longer. The Mavericks' objective is to draw fouls on you." With the referee's whistle signaling, Xu Sen sank the free throw, prompting Darvin Ham to close his mouth and pat Davis on the shoulder. The game resumed, with the Mavericks persistently double-teaming Davis, indifferent to the scoring of other Lakers players. Davis, wary of committing fouls, was hesitant to engage too aggressively on defense. Consequently, as the official timeout at the 3-minute mark of the second quarter approached, the score stood at 42-35, with the Mavericks pulling ahead by 7 points. A point guard with superstar potential is truly formidable, especially one who can defend and possesses remarkable speed, Nowitzki exclaimed with admiration. Indeed, the traditional point guard is exemplified by Chris Paul. Whichever team he joins, they invariably reach the playoffs. What a testament to his prowess. Magic Johnson seamlessly followed up on Nowitzki's remarks. Smith added, the current league undeniably belongs to the era of three-point shooting, with Stephen Curry being the archetype of the preferred point guard for all teams. However, we cannot overlook the strength of traditional point guards. As the game progressed, the Lakers found themselves persistently unable to contain Xu Sen. Forced to consume the poison served by Xu Sen, the team gradually succumbed in a protracted contest. With no other teammates igniting a spark to match the Mavericks' scoring prowess, the initially anticipated Davis faltered defensively, becoming hesitant and ultimately silenced after being called for an offensive foul during a crucial moment. Another cornerstone of the Lakers, LeBron James, found himself effectively shackled by Xu Sen. Unless aided by a screen, he struggled to elude Xu Sen's grasp, and even when he managed to shake free, he was swiftly pursued. As the second quarter commenced, the gap in scoring began to widen, becoming insurmountable. In the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, despite the Lakers exerting their utmost efforts, they remained approximately 10 points adrift of the Mavericks. The Lakers raised the white flag of surrender, sending all bench players onto the court. Jason Kidd maintained an unwavering smile, signaling his substitutes to enter the game. This series was now secure. With the final whistle echoing throughout the arena, the Mavericks triumphed over the Lakers, bringing the series to a commanding 3-1. The Lakers seemed half-heartedly resigned to their fate, already contemplating their next endeavors. Magic Johnson sighed in resignation. He had believed the Lakers had a significant chance of clinching the championship this year, as all media outlets predicted them to be the frontrunners. However, they found themselves thwarted by the unexpected rise of Xu Sen and the Mavericks. Ultimately, the Lakers' quest for the championship would once again fall short of the Celtics. Nearly all Lakers legends watching the game from the second half or from their screens could not suppress their sighs of disappointment, except for Kobe Bryant, who had distanced himself from the Lakers games since their first playoff match against Xu Sen, dismissing their efforts with disdain. Kobe felt that the Lakers' loss was somewhat justified. After all, with such intentions and failing to neutralize Xu Sen, their defeat was inevitable. Chapter 32. The Eruption of Doncic. As the Mavericks surged to a 3-1 lead over the Lakers, their locker room erupted in celebration. During a media interview, Doncic boldly proclaimed, "I am already contemplating who our opponent will be in the Western Conference Finals." This declaration made headlines in the sports section that day. With Doncic's audacity, there were also murmurs from LeBron's fans, claiming, "I am already thinking about who our opponent will be in the Western Conference Finals." The Mavericks star had become somewhat arrogant. Online, opinions were divided between ridicule and admiration, prompting Doncic to seek solace at Xu Sen's villa, feeling disheartened. Suddenly, Xu Sen had a brilliant idea. He suggested to Doncic a persona to cultivate. "My friend, you must bring to fruition everything you have ever claimed. How will the world perceive you in the future?" This remark plunged Doncic into contemplation, though it did not deter him from enjoying a meal at Xu Sen's home. The following day, the Mavericks boarded a flight to Los Angeles. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xu Sen was met with scornful shouts from Lakers fans as he stepped off the bus. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, go back to your homeland. This is no place for you. With those spindly arms and legs, how could you possibly play in the NBA? Surely, you're bribing someone. LeBron will annihilate you tonight." It was only when hotel security intervened that the deranged fans were dispersed, while Xu Sen's clenched fist bulged with tension. As Doncic, Xu Sen's close friend, stepped forward, he bellowed at the fans about to be escorted away. "Hey, tonight, we're sending your Lakers players out fishing." The other young players immediately joined in, echoing the sentiment. This spectacle was captured by a distant media outlet, resulting in the Mavericks feeling apprehensive about consuming local fare in Los Angeles, fearing potential poisoning by zealous Lakers supporters. A throng of Lakers fans continued to gather outside the hotel, creating a ruckus. It was only the arrival of Mark Cuban and general manager Nick Harrison that eventually quelled the uproar. Initially, it was thought that Doncic would face scrutiny in the press conference due to his earlier comments, but instead, he found himself at the center of an online tempest, with many ridiculing him, igniting his frustration. That evening, He stormed into Xu Sen's room, exclaiming, "Xu Sen, my brother, you must assist me. The bravado you taught me must come to pass." Xu Sen was languidly lying down, scrolling through videos when he was suddenly startled by a shout from Doncic, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and strike his face. The initially furious expression on Doncic's face transformed into a smile as he exclaimed, "Hey, buddies. You aren't watching videos of beautiful women, are you? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" Xu Sen couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied, "Sure. Introduce me to a beautiful woman from Huaxia." "Huh, I don't know anyone either." Doncic stammered. "I can't be bothered to waste time with you. How can I assist you?" Xu Sen directly stated, "Create more opportunities for me. I need to score high tomorrow." Doncic suddenly recalled his purpose for coming and said straightforwardly, "Xu Sen did not waste words. As long as you create an open shot, the ball will come your way." Upon hearing this, Doncic's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Okay. You truly are my good brother. Get lost," Xu Sen retorted. At the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the much-anticipated Game 5 of the playoffs featured the Lakers against the Mavericks. With the series at a precarious 3-1, the Lakers found themselves on the brink of elimination. The team's star, LeBron James, had previously orchestrated an incredible comeback from a similar deficit in the finals. Despite James' advancing age, the fans remained brimming with confidence. The Lakers' starting lineup included Rondo, Danny Green, LeBron James, Markieff Morris, and Anthony Davis. For the Mavericks, the lineup consisted of Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, Beria, and Porzingis. Today, the Lakers positioned Davis as the center, while the Mavericks aimed to neutralize him with the combined efforts of Beria and Porzingis. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Porzingis and Davis leaped with determination. Ultimately, it was Porzingis who prevailed, directing the ball to Xu Sr. Xu Sen dribbled past the front court, confronting LeBron's defense with a sudden burst of acceleration, only to swiftly pull back. LeBron, unable to halt his retreat, staggered back a couple more steps, leaving Xu Sen entirely open. However, instead of taking the shot, Xu Sen tossed the ball back. Upon witnessing Xu Sen's drive, Doncic promptly sprang into action, sprinting towards the top arc. Danny Green, tasked with guarding Doncic, misjudged his intentions, believing Doncic was about to penetrate the paint for a rebound, and consequently dashed inside. This allowed Doncic, upon reaching the top arc, to receive Xu Sen's pass. Adjusting his stance and eyeing the ball, Doncic raised his hand and released the shot. Swish. As the ball swished through the net, Doncic immediately turned and sprinted back, roaring with exuberance, signaling the triumphant return of the Maverick star. In the subsequent Lakers possession, Rondo, with the ball, faced Hardaway's defense. After a failed attempt to penetrate, he passed to Danny Green, stationed at the perimeter. Suddenly, a stout figure emerged, intercepting the pass, none other than Doncic. Observing Xu Sen racing towards the front court, Doncic swiftly propelled the ball forward. Xu Sen received the ball, initially intending to execute a powerful dunk. However, upon noticing Rondo, Danny Green, and LeBron James converging upon him, he swiftly passed the ball to Doncic on the perimeter. Doncic caught the ball and effortlessly launched a long-range three-pointer. Swish. He scored again, making it 2 out of 2 from beyond the arc. The score now stands at 6-0. As Xu Sen observed, it was evident that Doncic's shooting touch was on fire, prompting him to dash back and exchange a high-five with Doncic. However, in the subsequent play, James dribbled past the halfway line and, from a considerable distance beyond the three-point arc, unleashed a shot that found the net, answering Doncic's three-pointer with one of his own. As Xu Sen dribbled back, he observed Danny Green pursuing Doncic. Hardaway set a screen for Doncic, who had just emerged from it when Rondo quickly followed suit. Consequently, Hardaway found himself unguarded, and Xu Sen promptly passed the ball to him. Hardaway caught it, took a single step, and launched a shot. Swish. A long two-pointer found its mark, signaling that Hardaway was not to be underestimated. On the next play, when Rondo passed to Davis in the paint, Davis quickly realized that the Mavericks' formidable interior duo was looming ominously. Defending Davis today was none other than Porzingis, who, despite his tentative footwork, was unable to seize an opportunity to shoot. As Davis began to dribble, Xu Sen, who was guarding James at the baseline, charged forward. With a swift motion, Xu Sen intercepted the ball just as Davis was about to react, all amidst James's urgent calls. Today, Doncic was particularly energetic. Upon witnessing Xu Sen's steal, he immediately sprinted towards the front court. As Xu Sen swiftly hurled the ball, Doncic seized it, dribbling twice before observing the approaching Danny Green. Instead of immediately accelerating towards the basket, he executed a feint that left Green utterly bewildered. just as he was poised to shoot. He noticed that both James and Xu Sen had closed in. With remarkable agility, he tossed the ball towards the hoop, allowing Xu Sen to leap and execute an awe-inspiring alley-oop dunk. After Xu Sen came down, he celebrated with Doncic by applauding before promptly returning to defense. This duo was featured in the Huaxia Penguin Forest fan live broadcast. Xu Sen and Doncic initiated a seamless connection 3 times in succession. The magic duo? Indeed. The magical connection. The commentary above was rife with excitement over this enchanting interplay. As the first quarter progressed, Doncic's explosive performance showed no signs of abating. When he received the ball beyond the arc, his 3-point shot seemed almost certain. In the closing minutes, he even led the bench players into battle. By the end of the first quarter, he had remarkably scored 22 points, 5 of 6 from 3-point range, 2 of 2 on mid-range shots, and a perfect 3 of 3 from the free throw line. Thanks to Doncic's extraordinary display, the Mavericks surged ahead of the Lakers by 12 points, leading 41-29. As the second chapter commenced, the Lakers bench took to the court under the leadership of LeBron James. Just when they presumed that the Mavericks would continue with Doncic at the helm, Xu Sen stepped onto the floor accompanied by 4 substitutes. Confronted by LeBron's imposing presence as he approached with the ball, Xu Sen instinctively recoiled. In the next moment, LeBron barreled forward like a heavy tank, and Xu Sen deftly sidestepped. Noticing Xu Sen's evasion, LeBron took 2 steps and launched himself into the air for a drifting jump shot. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the rim. Dwight Howard, poised to leap, found himself outmaneuvered as Boban, utilizing his height, reached up and snatched the ball just as it descended, leaving Howard to jump in vain. With the rebound secured, Boban spotted Xu Sen racing toward the front court and swiftly tossed the ball in his direction. Xu Sen was trailing behind James as Boban's strength was formidable. The ball's trajectory had landed right on the free throw line, and by the time Xu Sen arrived, the basketball had already touched the ground and bounced out of bounds. As Xu Sen leaped to intercept the basketball, teetering on the brink of the boundary, he took a step back and prepared to execute a dunk. At that moment, he sensed 2 powerful hands pressing down upon his shoulders, none other than the formidable grip of LeBron James. Realizing he could not prevent Xu Sen from scoring, James resorted to a foul. However, what he did not anticipate was Xu Sen's explosive leap, akin to a coiled spring, propelling him upward with immense force. The rim reverberated with a resounding thud as Xu Sen soared. Due to the intensity of his jump, LeBron, who had grasped Xu Sen's shoulders, found himself momentarily lifted off the ground by over 10 centimeters. Though it was only for a fleeting moment, LeBron relinquished his hold soon after. The scene resembled an image of Xu Sen soaring with LeBron's presence clinging to him as he dunked. The hoop bent significantly under the combined weight of both players, emitting a loud clang as Xu Sen released his grip. Upon landing, Xu Sen steadied himself, raised his fist, and unleashed a triumphant roar. In one corner of Los Angeles, hundreds of Mavericks fans erupted in jubilation, their cheers drowning out the murmurs of the thousands of Lakers supporters present. LeBron stood frozen, gazing down at his hands, his expression one of bewilderment, as if his spirit had been shattered. The Lakers promptly called a timeout, and Davis along with J.R. Smith escorted LeBron back to the bench. Meanwhile, major media outlets rapidly disseminated the news and images of the momentous event. Xu Sen once again showcased his skills by dunking over LeBron James. LeBron has become the most prominent backdrop for the rookie Xu Senator. How immense is Xu Sen's leg strength? A bewildered LeBron James, along with various other stars, took to Twitter to express their astonishment. For instance, Steph Curry exclaimed, "My goodness, I can't believe this is real," while Kevin Durant remarked, "What a disgrace, James." Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Xu Sen possesses remarkable strength. The future is indeed yours. The headlines across numerous Chinese media outlets echoed this sentiment, particularly within the lively fan live stream hosted by the Penguin Forest. Even Pingping Jia, a beloved figure among fans, could not contain her excitement, unabashedly shouting in the live stream. The chatroom was flooded with admirers extolling Xu Sen and expressing the exhilaration of the fans. The atmosphere in the live stream was akin to a festive celebration. However, some dissenters, the so-called James haters, infiltrated the space, engaging in verbal altercations. Yet, the influx of detractors only served to bolster the resolve of Xu Sen supporters, leaving the critics utterly humiliated. Returning to the court, Xu Sen was met with warm embraces from teammates and coaches alike. "Incredible! Xu Sen, you are my lifelong idol. We've already won half the battle." Xu Sen chuckled as he scratched his head, undeniably the focal point amidst the throng of admirers. Once the team composed themselves, Xu Sen took a sip of water and wiped the sweat from his brow. The game resumed after a brief pause, with both teams back on the court. James remained in play, yet his gaze towards Xu Sen bore a hint of trepidation. Rondo dribbled forward, directly tossing the ball to Davis. Davis received the pass while pivoting. Maneuvering away from the Mavericks' dual interior defense, Porzingis closely trailed Davis, but James stepped in to provide a screen, effectively obstructing Porzingis. Utilizing James's cover, Davis launched a mid-range jumper. Swish. In the ensuing moments, James appeared to have assumed the role of a supporting player, focusing solely on screens and passes, eschewing any personal offensive attempts. The Lakers' primary scoring responsibility shifted to Davis. However, his efficiency waned under the Mavericks' relentless defensive pressure. The other Lakers players fell silent as well. And despite Darvin Ham's attempts to rotate the lineup, he could not salvage the situation. By the end of the third quarter, the deficit had ballooned to 27 points. With a score of 105-78, Davis amassing an impressive 32 points and 14 rebounds. In the Staples Center, half the Lakers fans had already departed, their disappointment eclipsing even the bleak outcomes during Kobe's tenure as the sole leader. Despite the Lakers assembling numerous stars and incurring significant luxury taxes this year, they were being thoroughly outplayed by a Mavericks squad led by two rookies. The final whistle sounded, halting the efforts of the battling substitutes. With the score frozen at 129-101, this marked the Lakers' exit from this round of the playoffs, suffering a 1-for defeat against the Mavericks. The Lakers did not even engage in post-game embraces or handshakes, departing directly from the court. The Mavericks, meanwhile, celebrated openly in the Lakers' home arena, welcoming media attention. Doncic exuberantly declared to the cameras, "What I say will come to fruition. I assure you, I, Doncic, am no braggart." Under the persistent questioning of a female reporter, he boldly proclaimed, "We will conquer the Western Conference Finals. We shall reach the NBA Finals." Just as Doncic was about to further elaborate, Xu Sen and Porzingis doused him with ice water, abruptly interrupting his soliloquy. This sudden drenching jolted Doncic into realization, prompting regret for his earlier words as he hastily concluded the interview. Meanwhile, after dousing Doncic, Xu Sen was approached by Guo, who joined the interview. "Xu Sen, many are intrigued by your leg strength and jumping ability. Do you have any specific data?" Guo voiced a common curiosity. Xu Sen pondered. "I have yet to undergo any recent testing, so I possess no data." He reflected on the inevitability of being retested one day, contemplating what performance metrics would suffice to validate his ability to execute a dunk alongside James without raising suspicion. This is a crucial issue. Otherwise, if everything erupts, there is a possibility of being taken away for dissection. Observing Xu Sen's contemplative expression, Guo posed a second question. "Do you have anything to say about this round of the series?" "Well, the Lakers are a formidable opponent. Our victory was attributed to luck," Xu Sen replied casually. "Haha, thank you. Xu Senator, may I inquire about a personal matter?" "This is something many netizens are eager to know," Guo said, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Please, ask away." "Xu Sen, do you have a girlfriend?" Chapter 34. They triumphed over the Lakers. Xu Sen, do you have a girlfriend? Or what type of girl do you fancy? Guo asked, his ears flushed with embarrassment. "I do not have a girlfriend. As for my preferences, I'm not quite sure, but I suppose I am drawn to girls who captivate me at first sight." Xu Sen responded, his bashfulness evident as he scratched his head, his already flushed face deepening in color due to the intense exercise. This moment during the live stream was captured and screenshotted by many, as Xu Sen's charm was undeniable. Suddenly, Xu Sen garnered a surge of female fans within the Huaxia community. That evening, under the leadership of Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, everyone boarded a flight back to Dallas. Mark Cuban ensured that the promised 100,000 was distributed to everyone, adding that should they defeat the Nuggets and advance to the finals, an additional 300,000 would be awarded to each player. The Mavericks erupted in applause. After all, playoff games are not compensated with salaries. NBA salaries are allocated during the regular season, and typically, bonuses are given to players for the playoffs, albeit not substantial. Exhausted, the players returned to their homes in Dallas. Xu Sen returned to the villa, which remained illuminated. Jiang Bin had called Xu Sen after finishing his match, informing him that they would be returning this evening. As Xu Sen entered, the door burst open with a resounding bang, followed by the explosive sound of 2 firecrackers, heralding the return of our music video. Jiang Bin and Shin Fong, this couple, each held a gift package in hand. Xu Sen involuntarily smiled, pleased to have company at home. Afterward, he savored the hometown feast prepared by Shenfang before returning to rest. The following day marked a holiday for all the players, as the Nuggets and Clippers were still engaged in their match. Xu Sen recalled that in his previous life, the Nuggets triumphed over the Clippers in a thrilling Game 7, emerging victorious. Now, the series stands at 3-2, and today marks the day of the matchup between the Clippers and the Nuggets, with another game scheduled to follow. Xu Sen, accompanied by his faithful dog Yu, embarked on a run. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself outside the entrance of the arena. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to enter. Just as coach Jason Kidd approached. "Hey, Xu Sen, aren't you going to take a break? Why are you here at the arena?" Jason Kidd remarked, his expression reflecting admiration for his prodigy. It was one thing to excel at basketball, but the dedication Xu Sen displayed in striving for improvement was truly commendable. He was indeed a boon in Jason Kidd's coaching career. Initially intending only to jog, Xu Sen felt a bit sheepish as he scratched his head, realizing he had inadvertently ended up at the arena. "Since I'm here, if you find it dull, why not join me in the conference room to watch the game between the Nuggets and the Clippers?" Jason Kidd suggested with a smile. "All right, but I must first return my dog." "Wait for me, coach. I will be there shortly," Xu Sen replied, taking off with Yu in tow. Later that afternoon, as he watched the screen display the Nuggets triumphing in the game, leveling the series against the Clippers to 3-3, Jason Kidd fell into deep contemplation. He had initially believed that this year's Clippers would secure a 4-2 victory over the Nuggets and Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals. However, today's unexpected turnaround left the outcome uncertain. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jason Kidd inquired of Xu Sen, "Which team do you think will emerge victorious when we meet in the Western Conference Finals?" Xu Sen spoke without hesitation. "The Nuggets. Shouldn't it be the Clippers?" Jason Kidd instinctively inquired, sensing that Xu Sen held a different perspective. "Look at this game. The Nuggets triumphed over the Clippers 111-98. Although Leonard and Paul George are formidable stars, their performances were not particularly dominant. In contrast, the Nuggets exhibited remarkable stability. Both their defense and scoring were consistently reliable. Whenever the Clippers struggle with their shooting, they are destined to lose. Thus, I boldly assert that the Nuggets will emerge victorious," Xu Sen declared emphatically, thumping his chest. "Of course, you already know the outcome." Jason Kidd could not help but nod, his gaze towards Xu Sen filled with satisfaction. The following day, as the Nuggets and Clippers had not yet determined a victor, the teams commenced their regular training. It was not until the third day that the Nuggets decisively defeated the Clippers 104-89 in the decisive Game 7, with Paul George and Leonard faltering completely. Jason Kidd looked at Xu Sen with eyes gleaming with astonishment. This disciple was indeed a gift from above. The Western Conference Finals were set to take place 3 days later, and from that day onward, the Mavericks began training specifically to counter the Nuggets lineup. This season, the Nuggets' cornerstone player, Nikola Jokic, averaged 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists during the regular season. The second-in-command, Jamal Murray, averaged 5 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. The Nuggets were not to be underestimated, and the Mavericks' best asset was Xu Sen's ability to defend against Murray. However, containing Jokic proved to be a more formidable challenge. Despite his bulk, Jokic plays over 36 minutes per game. Defending against Jokic became a conundrum for the Mavericks. Would they employ a double team against him as they would against Davis? Jokic would likely find that amusing, for he is a playmaking center. As the Mavericks fervently engaged in their training, a reporter at Jokic's post-game press conference asked, "How do you view your upcoming opponents, the Mavericks, led by 2 rookies?" "The Mavericks. My good friend Doncic is on that team, and I am thrilled to face him in the Western Conference Finals. However, I will not hold back," Jokic replied with a smile. "It seems you are brimming with confidence for the Western Conference Finals." The reporter chuckled. "Confidence? Not quite. They have defeated the Lakers led by LeBron James," Jokic suddenly stated with a serious expression. The next day, while James was out fishing, he encountered a reporter. "Mr. James, may I ask you a few questions? You seem to be in good spirits, having just stepped out from Xu Sen's shadow." James was in a pleasant mood and agreed to the interview. "What are your thoughts on the Western Conference Finals between the Mavericks and the Nuggets? Which team do you favor?" The reporter inquired. "While I would like to see the Nuggets win, I believe the Mavericks will take this round of the Western Conference Finals," James replied with a smile. "Why is that?" Upon hearing this remark, one could not help but inquire. "You are aware that Xu Sen is an exceptionally talented player, capable of effortlessly defending against anyone on the perimeter," James interjected. "Enough of the questions. I must take my leave now. Goodbye." James interrupted the reporter before he could pose another inquiry. With a wave of his hand, James departed in his vehicle to indulge in a fishing trip. He had made plans with Curry for today. Returning to the American Airlines Center in Dallas, the team reviewed several significant matches of the Nuggets and then turned their attention to Xu Sen to triumph over the Nuggets. The key lies with Xu Sen. As long as Xu Sen is on the court, effectively containing Jamal Murray, victory is nearly assured. Xu Sen felt the gaze of everyone upon him and could not help but nod. Murray, it's up to me. Chapter 35, Western Conference Finals Game 1 Denver Pepsi Center. Today marks the Western Conference Finals, with the Nuggets facing the Mavericks. As the energetic DJ called out, let us welcome our strongest center, Nikola Jokic. Jokic, the hefty player, bounded out from the player tunnel. Nuggets, home Jamal Murray, Gary Harris, Michael Porter Jr., Nikola Jokic, Paul Millsap. Mavericks, away Xu Sen, Tim Hardaway, Luka Doncic, Kristaps Porzingis. Maxi Kleber. The Mavericks also deployed a twin tower lineup to counter the Nuggets' formidable duo. The referee brought the ball to center court, signaling everyone to take their positions. Porzingis and Jokic approached the referee. Although Jokic stood at a towering height of 211 centimeters with a wingspan of 221 centimeters, he undeniably lacked the athletic prowess that Porzingis possessed. With a swift leap, Porzingis, responding to the referee's whistle, soared higher than Jokic by a hand's breadth and swatted the ball towards Xu Sen. Xu Sen maneuvered the ball into the front court, while his defender, Murray, subtly shifted his defensive stance towards the left. Having analyzed numerous videos of Xu Sen's plays, which predominantly showcased breakthroughs from the left side, Murray concentrated his defensive efforts on that flank. Xu Sen smiled as he bent down, skillfully dribbling the ball to his right hand before executing a sudden change of direction. Upon noticing this, Murray immediately attempted to break through on the right side. In a flash, both his body and mind surged to the right. Despite the crossover, Murray was still left off balance, allowing Xu Sen to penetrate from the left side. As Xu Sen made a breakthrough, Doncic, Hardaway, and Kleber sprang into action, instilling a sense of caution in the Nuggets' defense. Xu Sen observed Jokic's three-step leap, and as Jokic rushed to block the shot, he felt his hand nearly graze the basketball. Thud! Instead of making contact with the ball, his hand struck Xu Sen's, causing Jokic to retreat several steps. Although the referee did not blow the whistle, Xu Sen had successfully asserted his dominance over Jokic, executing a spectacular dunk right at the onset. During the Nuggets' offensive possession, Murray dribbled forward. His eyes filled with envy as he beheld Xu Sen. The highlight reel of Xu Sen's skills was nothing compared to witnessing his prowess live. At 194 centimeters, his remarkable athleticism was a sight to behold, especially for someone of Asian descent. Aware of Xu Sen's formidable defense, Murray wasted no time and tossed the ball to Jokic, who had already positioned himself at the free throw line. The others, Millsap, Michael Porter Jr., and Gary Harris, joined in, embodying the Nuggets' systematic approach. Jokic, initially intending to pass to Murray, found himself closely shadowed by Xu Sen, as were the other two players. With a swift maneuver, Jokic created space from Porzingis, launching the ball with a little too much force to avoid a block, resulting in an awkward bank shot that nonetheless found its mark. The home crowd erupted in cheers for Jokic's basket. After all, points are what matter. Hey, Porzingis, watch out, Jokic might just serve you a rejection next. Xu Sen remarked to Porzingis, who nodded with a smile, knowing that Xu Sen often facilitated opportunities for him to reclaim his pride. True to form, Xu Sen drew Jokic's defensive attention and passed the ball to Porzingis. Without hesitation, Porzingis received the ball and leaped directly over Jokic for an emphatic dunk. Thud! Jokic was once again on the receiving end of an impressive highlight. Immediately, Jokic grabbed the ball and passed it to Murray, who dashed forward, intent on executing a quick counterattack. However, as Murray approached the three-point line, Xu Sen had already caught up, forcing him to halt. With a wave, Murray called upon Michael Porter Jr. to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Murray surged inside, leaping back for a long two-pointer. The moment the ball left his fingertips, Murray sensed its success. Thud! A massive hand swatted Murray's shot away. It was none other than Xu Sen. As Murray landed, he stared in disbelief at Xu Sen, astonished by his sudden presence. A sideline ball is awarded to the Nuggets. Without allowing Murray much time for contemplation, the referee has already made a decision. Young Michael Porter passes the ball to Murray. Casting aside his thoughts, Murray gazes at Jokic, who has positioned himself near the free throw line. Rather than passing, he swiftly dribbles forward, using Jokic's imposing figure to shield himself from Henson. It is only when Porzingis arrives to assist that Murray passes the ball back to Jokic, who has sprinted to the three-point line. The idea was splendid, yet it overlooked the ball-stealing prowess of Xu Sen. Xu Sen caught Murray's pass with both hands, as if it were intended solely for him. As soon as Doncic noticed Xu Sen's movement, he too surged forward into the court, placing immense trust in Xu Sen, who did not disappoint. After intercepting the ball, Xu Sen swiftly tossed it to Doncic, who, upon receiving it just beyond the three-point line, took 2 steps forward, and with no defenders in sight, executed an effortless layup. Thus, each of the Mavericks' 3 core players scored in the opening moments 6-2. In the next offensive sequence for the Nuggets, Murray hesitated, while Jokic passed the ball to the open Porter. Swish. 6-4. Porter easily sank the shot, leaving Doncic disheartened for being outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, Murray was equally frustrated, as Xu Sen seemed to shadow him perfectly, almost like his own reflection. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Nuggets initiated their offense. Jokic, positioned at a 45-degree angle just beyond the three-point line, dribbled while Porzingis defended. Jokic then leaped and released the ball. Swish. This marked Jokic's second successful three-pointer of the quarter. With Murray being tightly guarded by Xu Sen, he was unable to assist Jokic, who was left with little choice but to take the shot himself or pass to the other 3 players. Outside of Porter, Gary Harris and the newly substituted Grant were struggling with their shooting, compelling Jokic to take matters into his own hands. Beep. Timeout called. The score stood at Nuggets 28, Mavericks 32, with Jokic having single-handedly secured 12 of the Nuggets' 28 points, while Murray lamentably had yet to score. The score remained close, thanks to Porter's scorching hot hand, hitting 5 out of 6 attempts. As the timeout concluded, both teams sent in their reserves. Xu Sen remained on the court, leading the Mavericks bench in their offensive efforts, while the Nuggets retained Murray and Millsap to guide their substitutes. After 2 rounds of playoff games, the Mavericks reserves, bolstered by Xu Sen's passing and organization, exuded newfound confidence. Murray found himself in a tough spot against Xu Sen, scoring nothing while struggling to contain him, effectively being overwhelmed. In the battle of the reserves, Boban utterly dominated Millsap. In a mere 3 minutes, the Mavericks extended their lead over the Nuggets from 6 to 12 points. This incited the ire of Nuggets head coach Michael Malone, who promptly sent his starters onto the court at the beginning of the second quarter. Chapter 36. Against the Nuggets G1-2. As the second quarter commenced, Malone fielded the starting lineup for the Nuggets, while the Mavericks continued to rely on their bench led by Xu Sen. The team that wins the opening tip-off retains the right to initiate the first attack in both the first and fourth quarters, while the losing team claims the ball at the start of the second and third quarters. Thus, the Nuggets commenced the second quarter with possession. Murray, upon crossing half-court, was immediately pressured by Xu Sen, who had previously intercepted him in the first quarter. In a moment of desperation, Murray tossed the ball backward to the approaching Jokic, only to have it intercepted by Seth Curry. Xu Sen quickly followed Seth Curry as he surged toward the front court. Noticing that Xu Sen was faster than him, Seth Curry launched the ball toward the basket from beyond the three-point line. Swish. Just as Xu Sen had leaped to contest the shot, he realized too late and refrained from touching the ball, which ultimately found its way through the net. 35-50. Seth Curry was left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Xu Sen landed, bemused, before rushing over to high-five Seth Curry. Xu Sen, I told you that pass was meant for you. Do you believe me? Seth Curry said with a hint of embarrassment. Ha ha. I know. Otherwise I wouldn't have jumped to get ready for the relay. A score is always a good play. In the Nuggets' offensive possession, Murray, not waiting for Xu Sen to apply pressure at midcourt, directly passed the ball to the hot-handed Porter, who had been on fire in the first quarter. Upon receiving the ball, Porter executed a pick-and-roll with Gary Harris, turning his defender into Seth Curry. Confronting the defensive lapse of Curry, Porter charged forward aggressively. Curry had no response and was knocked back a couple of steps, clutching his chest in discomfort as he watched Porter score with a bank shot. For the next 3 minutes, Porter and Harris alternated attacking Curry, while Xu Sen was unable to assist as Murray pulled him away to create space. The official timeout was called, and the Nuggets had managed to narrow the score to just 6 points, reducing the gap to 9. Jason Kidd did not blame Curry, considering he was up against the opposing starter, and with Curry scoring 2 out of 3 three-pointers as a substitute, he had performed admirably. As the official timeout concluded, the Mavericks fielded their starting lineup. Nuggets head coach Michael Malone made adjustments, replacing Murray with Jeremy Grant, joining Jokic and Millsap to form a formidable frontcourt. This was clearly a strategy to challenge the Mavericks' interior defense. During the Nuggets' offensive play, Jokic took on the role of point guard, forcing Porzingis to step out to defend him. Although Jokic may resemble a hefty figure, he dribbled with surprising agility, advancing from the top of the arc to the three-point line before launching a shot over Porzingis. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted high, as a throng of giants surged towards the rebound, showcasing the Nuggets' height advantage. Grant and Millsap, like towering sentinels, positioned one to box out Kleber and the other to snatch the rebound. However, they were unprepared for Xu Sen, who leaped higher and snatched the ball from above them. As if gliding through the air, seeing Xu Sen leap, Hardaway, quicker than Doncic this time, immediately dashed towards the front court. In midair, Xu Sen seized the ball and, noticing Hardaway had reached midcourt, utilized his core strength to toss the ball forward to him, arriving simultaneously. Hardaway dribbled a few times before effortlessly laying it up for 2 points. He then sprinted back to the backcourt to high-five Xu Sen, while Doncic muttered to himself, bemused that Hardaway had outpaced him, stealing his stats. Xu Sen, with keen ears, chuckled softly upon hearing this, as in the next possession. The Nuggets' imposing frontcourt forcefully scored another 2 points. As Xu Sen received the basketball during a swift counterattack, he found himself beyond the three-point line. To his astonishment, he saw Jokic standing before him. Was Jokic defending Xu Sen? Xu Sen executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly breaking past Jokic, even more smoothly than he had with the smaller Porter. However, as Xu Sen penetrated the defense, Grant swiftly converged on him. Out of the corner of his eye, Xu Sen noticed Doncic sprinting behind him. As he dribbled backward, he performed a between-the-legs dribble, forcefully bouncing the ball between himself and Jokic, perfectly landing it in Doncic's hands just beyond the three-point line. Doncic, after a single dribble, sidestepped gracefully, his rotund figure executing a beautifully fluid three-point shot. Swish. Witnessing Xu Sen's pass and the seamless collaboration with Doncic, the entire Mavericks bench erupted, applauding with more enthusiasm than the players involved. In the ensuing minutes of the second quarter, Xu Sen showcased his playmaking abilities. The Nuggets' perimeter defense proved feeble, and both Doncic and Hardaway, known for their commendable three-point shooting, found their rhythm, with Xu Sen occasionally contributing a three-pointer himself. Even Porzingis joined in, sinking a shot from beyond the arc. The Nuggets' interior strategies were swiftly drowned by the Mavericks' deluge of three-pointers. As the second quarter concluded, the score differential had ballooned to 18 points, 47-65. With the Mavericks comfortably retreating to the locker room, buoyed by their lead. Meanwhile, in the Nuggets' locker room, head coach Michael Malone wore a frown so severe it could crush a fly as he pondered which lineup to deploy. Historically, whenever their starters faced the Mavericks, victory was assured. However, he had not anticipated that the addition of Xu Sen would significantly bolster the Mavericks' competitive spirit. Having experimented with various lineups throughout the first half to little effect, the atmosphere in the Nuggets' locker room fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, Malone lifted his head, scanning the faces of his players before fixing his gaze on Murray and Porter. As the second half commenced, Malone instructed Grant, Jokic, provide ample screens for Murray and Porter, allowing them to unleash their scoring potential. Murray, Porter, keep an eye on Xu Sen's defense. Create space between him and the other player. The Nuggets nodded in understanding. Grasping that their coach's intent was clear, the primary goal for the second half was to score. With halftime concluded, both teams resumed the battle. Xu Sen approached Murray to defend him, prompting Murray to pass the ball to the left side, where Porter awaited, then dashed towards the corner. As Porter saw Xu Sen being drawn away, a weight lifted from his chest. Faced with Hardaway's defense, he skillfully dribbled beneath his legs, seeking his rhythm. Grant immediately moved up to the three-point line to set a screen for Porter. Utilizing the pick, Porter surged toward the basket, with Doncic swiftly switching to guard him. Undaunted, Porter leaped from just shy of the 0-degree angle, releasing the basketball with precision. Off the backboard and in, the ball ignited a spark of confidence in Porter, who boldly pounded his chest and shouted at the defender, Doncic. The determined Doncic, with wide eyes, prepared to advance and give him a shove. "Hey, big guy," Xu Sen called out, snapping Doncic back to reality as he picked up the basketball that had rolled to his feet and passed it to Xu Sr. Xu Sen did not waste time. After halftime, he passed the ball to Doncic and stepped forward to set a screen, thereby forcing the defender to switch to Porter Jr. Doncic, observing Porter Jr. closely, dribbled beneath his legs, seeking the right rhythm. With a glance, he signaled Xu Sen to prepare for an isolation play, prompting his teammates to clear the space for their leader. Chapter 37. Game 1 against the Nuggets. 3. Porter Jr. fixated on Doncic's shoulder, shadowing his every movement. Doncic maneuvered the ball to his right hand and aggressively drove towards the basket. Porter Jr. shifted to his right, applying pressure, but Doncic leveraged his physicality to power through. Upon reaching the 45-degree angle, Doncic executed a jump shot, pivoting with one leg raised in an elegant pose reminiscent of a solo dance. Porter Jr. was unable to contest the shot as Doncic released the ball. Swish. A shot inspired by the legendary Nowitzki, Doncic effortlessly sank the basket. After scoring, Doncic immediately shouted back at Porter Jr., who had nudged him, exclaiming, "Why did you lift your leg? You nearly injured me, you European heavyweight." Doncic glared at Porter Jr. with wide eyes, his expression serious, as he stepped forward. His Mavericks teammates rushed to his side, and Nuggets star Jokic also began to approach slowly. The referee, alarmed by the situation, quickly blew his whistle and rushed over to prevent any escalation. Hearing the whistle, both Doncic and Porter Jr. snapped back to reality. It was merely a matter of pride. Once the referee intervened, they relaxed. The officials breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Doncic and Porter Jr. separate, while another referee headed to the technical table to review the play. Ultimately, no foul was called. As the video review confirmed that Porter Jr. was at fault, the game continued. With a score of 49-67, the Nuggets needed to close the gap. During their offensive possession, Jokic controlled the ball in the frontcourt, and Murray, using a screen from Porter Jr., broke free at the three-point line, receiving a pass from Jokic. He took a jump shot. Bang! After a long absence from shooting, Murray's hands felt icy. The rebound was seized by Porzingis, who passed it to Xu Sen upon crossing half-court. Xu Sen executed a pick-and-roll with Porzingis, assisting him in a thunderous dunk. Upon returning, Jokic of the Nuggets opted to pass the ball to Porter, as he was the only player on the team exhibiting a fiery shooting touch. Porter fulfilled Jokic's trust, effortlessly sinking a mid-range shot for 2 points. The remainder of the third quarter saw the duo of Porter and Jokic tirelessly pursuing the score. However, each time the Nuggets scored, the Mavericks promptly responded, rendering the Nuggets' quest for points a seemingly endless endeavor. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 85-98. In the final moments, Murray finally managed to land the first three-point shot of the game, adding 3 points to the scoreboard. This moment nearly brought Murray to tears. Despite Xu Sen's formidable defense, he found a sliver of opportunity through a screen. Nevertheless, Xu Sen's relentless defense had left Murray shooting cold, culminating in a dismal shooting percentage of 1 for 6 and a mere 3 points by the end of the third quarter. On the bench, Michael Malone appeared to be nearing despair. Despite deploying several lineups, he could not stem the Mavericks' scoring. Malone cast a glance at Xu Sen on the bench, recognizing the stroke of fortune that Jason Kidd had in acquiring such a formidable player. Meanwhile, the Mavericks bench was filled with laughter and camaraderie, as players engaged in lighthearted banter. The fans in the Pepsi Center were disheartened yet remained in their seats, steadfast in their belief in their team. Numerous reports from American media focused on the Nuggets' defeat, shifting their attention to which Eastern Conference team might challenge the Mavericks this season. In the Huaxia region, the Penguin Live broadcast was abuzz with excitement as hundreds of thousands of viewers cheered and fervently discussed Xu Sen's remarkable prowess. Brother Xu Sen is truly remarkable. Xu Sen can be regarded as the magician of the Lone Rangers. In the postseason, Xu Sen's assist statistics have never fallen below 15 in any match. The extraordinary Xu Sen. We eagerly await the day when Xu Sen, much like a character in a cinematic masterpiece, soars from beyond the three-point line to execute a dazzling dunk. As the fourth quarter commences, the Denver Nuggets head coach deploys a lineup featuring Murray, Porter Jr., Harris, Jokic, and Bol. This configuration, comprising players proficient in three-point shooting, signals their intent to close the gap. The Mavericks maintain their unchanged lineup, exuding an air of confidence, including Xu Sen, who leads by 13 points, seemingly securing victory. In the Mavericks' offensive play, as Xu Sen dribbles to the top of the arc, Murray promptly steps up to defend him. Meanwhile, Porter Jr. and Harris, though focused on their respective assignments, frequently cast glances towards Xu Sr. As Xu Sen executed a swift change of direction, he deftly surpassed Murray. Immediately, Harris and Porter converged upon him, enveloping him as if he had stepped into a pocket. Surrounded by the three of them, Xu Sen's gaze turned icy, realizing they intended to double-team him. As the three players from the Nuggets approached, he leaped high into the air. They anticipated a jump shot and followed suit, only to discover that Xu Sen's vertical leap was in an entirely different league. In his ascent, he noticed that Doncic and Harris had already positioned themselves beyond the three-point line. Xu Sen swiftly passed the ball, glancing down at his feet as it landed. Although Murray's foot touched down beneath Xu Sen, he immediately retracted it. Upon receiving Xu Sen's pass, Doncic effortlessly adjusted his stance and took a three-point shot, then turned to prepare for defense. Bang! Just as Doncic was certain the shot would succeed, the ball struck the front of the rim. Both Porzingis and Kleber, confident that the ball would go in, casually neglected to position themselves for the rebound. The rebound was effortlessly claimed by Bol. Xu Sen was momentarily taken aback. Without uttering a word, he awaited Murray at the midcourt. During the Nuggets' offensive possession, Murray, spotting Xu Sen at the center, swiftly tossed the ball to Jokic, allowing him to advance. Murray had indeed cast a shadow over Xu Sen at midcourt. Jokic brought the ball to the top of the arc and executed a give-and-go with Porter Jr., using his body to shield both defenders, thereby facilitating Porter's drive into the paint. As Kleber noticed this, he immediately rushed to provide defensive support, but just as he reached Porter, the latter passed the ball to Bol, who had already sprinted to the perimeter. Bol, not typically a traditional center, possessed commendable offensive and shooting abilities. And upon receiving the ball, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. Following Xu Sen's own successful drive for 2 points, the Nuggets offense orchestrated a series of passes, culminating in Harris sinking a three-pointer from beyond the arc. When Xu Sen received the pass and penetrated the defense, he passed to the wide-open Hardaway, who unfortunately failed to convert. Subsequently, after a seamless offensive play, Porter from the Nuggets effortlessly secured 2 points, reducing the score difference between the two teams to a mere 7 points. Xu Sen swiftly glanced towards Jason Kidd on the sidelines, signaling him to call for a timeout. Beep. The Mavericks take a timeout. Returning to the bench, Xu Sen sat in silence. Certain matters were beyond the purview of a rookie and were better addressed by the team's leader and head coach, particularly at this juncture. Gentlemen, we cannot afford to relax. In less than 2 minutes, our 13-point lead has dwindled to just 7, Jason Kidd admonished, clapping his hands with a stern expression. If you continue down this path, we will lose this game. Maintain your defensive intensity. A few starters bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the coach's gaze, acutely aware that their complacency had led to this predicament. As we resume play, I expect you to bring the same fervor and spirit you would against the Lakers. Understood? Jason Kidd paused, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. All right. At this moment, Doncic raised his head, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit, seeing their leader's response. The others nodded in agreement. Let us rally together, Doncic declared, extending his hand. The others joined in, their hands united. Let us go. Beep. The timeout concluded. Chapter 38. Securing Victory. The first game of the Western Conference Finals. The Mavericks players, re-entering the court, seemed entirely transformed in contrast to the Nuggets, each filled with an indomitable spirit. The Nuggets persisted with their original defensive strategy. As Xu Sen broke through, Murray, Porter Jr., and Harris quickly converged to trap him. However, having anticipated their intentions, Xu Sen utilized his speed to burst through the encirclement, charging towards the paint. In the paint, Jokic stepped up to provide help defense. Xu Sen, with a deft flick of his wrist, launched the basketball towards the hoop. Bam! Porzingis soared through the air to execute a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Roaring, Porzingis landed triumphantly. On the next possession, as the Nuggets passed the ball to Porter Jr., Hardaway seized the opportunity to intercept, and he and Xu Sen swiftly raced down the court. Amidst the raucous cheers of the Nuggets fans at the Pepsi Center, the atmosphere was electric. Xu Sen and Hardaway executed a seamless play, evading the defenses of Porter Jr. and Murray, allowing Hardaway to successfully ascend for a layup, reinstating the lead to a double-digit margin. Xu Sen and Hardaway exchanged celebratory high-fives, as if the jeers from the crowd were cheers directed at them. The Nuggets, having played 2 rounds, sensed a palpable difference in the Mavericks players, who had become considerably more cautious in their passing. When the ball reached Michael Porter Jr., he attempted a drive to the basket, acutely aware of the pressure exerted by Doncic, which felt distinctly more intense. However, having already begun his move, he had no choice but to confront Doncic head-on. Thud. The basketball clanged against the backboard and ricocheted off the rim, only to be seized by the turning Doncic. As Doncic lowered the ball, preparing to advance the play, Porter Jr. sprinted from behind, intent on stealing it. Porzingis, witnessing this, immediately shouted, "Old Six." At the utterance of these words, Doncic instinctively reacted, clutching the basketball tightly as Porter Jr. dashed out from his right. Damn, Porter Jr. muttered under his breath as he charged forward. Following Xu Sen's previous Old Six incident, the Mavericks had become accustomed to the swift tactics employed by their shorter guards, who thrived on opportunistic steals. Every player on the Mavericks understood the implication behind the phrase Old Six. Doncic cast a grateful glance at Porzingis before passing the ball to him. As Porzingis took control, Jokic promptly moved to defend him. Instead of passing, Porzingis showcased his dribbling skills. For a moment, Jokic found himself at a loss against Porzingis, who pushed through to the free throw line. Murray, unable to bear the sight, rushed over to attempt a steal. Observing this, Doncic, quicker than Xu Sen, shouted "Old Six." Porzingis, without hesitation, gathered the ball, and upon seeing Murray approach, he quickly passed it back to Xu Sen without even dribbling. Xu Sen received the ball and immediately dished it out to the wide-open Kleber in the corner. Kleber effortlessly caught the ball and released a slow, deliberate shot. Swish. 2 points secured. The deficit now stood at 13 points. Beep. The Nuggets called for a timeout. Witnessing the Mavericks' consecutive scoring spree, Michael Malone urgently called a halt, requiring the Nuggets to regroup and hoping to maintain the Mavericks' sense of relaxed confidence. As the Mavericks returned to the bench, a sense of pride began to swell among them. But Xu Sen's remark about a stubborn and fiercer counterattack quickly sobered their expressions. As the timeout concluded, the Nuggets indeed came back with renewed ferocity, accelerating their offensive pace. Regardless of who had the ball, they would launch a shot at the first hint of space, completing their offensive plays within 12 seconds. Meanwhile, under Xu Sen's orchestration, the Mavericks gradually advanced their attacks, consistently maintaining around 20 seconds on the shot clock for each play. Xu Sen's remarkable speed and ball control rendered the Nuggets powerless against his mastery of time management. Even the most stringent full-court press could not deter Xu Sen from weaving through the front court with ease. Instead, the tight double teams disrupted the Nuggets' defensive formation, allowing the Mavericks to score with alarming frequency, thus widening the gap in points. By the fourth quarter, with just 4 minutes remaining, the Mavericks had extended their lead to a staggering 20 points. As the Nuggets called for substitutions, the announcement of 5 players leaving the court signaled their reluctant surrender. The remaining time devolved into mere garbage time. Jason Kidd could hardly suppress a grin as he waved his hand, sending 5 benchwarmers onto the court. He understood that numerous factors contributed to this away victory. Among them was Xu Sen, who was seen playfully interacting with Doncic on the bench, an indication that many still struggled to adapt to Xu Sen's unique style of play. Furthermore, the Mavericks achieved victory after only 5 games against the Lakers, granting the players ample rest, while also allowing them to acclimate to the altitude effects of the Nuggets' home court through prior training. In contrast, the Nuggets had to endure a grueling 7-game series against the Clippers, leaving many of their players still in recovery, which contributed to their poor shooting performance today. However, the most critical factor remained Xu Sen's effective containment of Jamal Murray. Jason Kidd felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having acquired such a player. Buzzer. The game concluded with the Nuggets at 96 and the Mavericks at 112. Key statistics for the Nuggets included Murray with 5 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 7 turnovers. Jokic with 33 points, 9 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 turnovers, and Porter with 22 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers. The Mavericks had 6 players scoring in double figures today. Xu Sen, 21 points, 10 rebounds, 23 assists, 7 steals, 5 blocks, 2 turnovers. Doncic, 28 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 4 turnovers. Porzingis, 19 points, 12 rebounds, 3 blocks. Hardaway, Kleber, and D. Smith all scored in double figures. This reflects the competitive form of well-rested players. As both teams entered the court, players exchanged friendly handshakes and embraces. The Nuggets did not proceed directly to the player tunnel, but instead moved towards the center of the court. As Xu Sen and Murray embraced and shook hands, Murray's eyes were filled with a sense of melancholy. "Hey, Xu, you truly are formidable. I had no means to counter your defense." Xu chuckled. "Haha, what can I say? The coach assigned me to guard you, claiming that if I could contain you, victory would be ours." Xu scratched his head with the other hand. Murray smiled wryly. "Then please extend my gratitude to Jason for holding me in such high regard, sending such an extraordinary defender my way." With a pat on Xu's shoulder, he moved on to greet the next person. When Jokic shook hands with Xu, he smiled and remarked, "Hey, Xu, Doncic just told me that your Huaxia cuisine is delicious. May I have the chance to sample it sometime?" "You are always welcome," Xu replied with a grin, feeling elated by the recognition of his culinary skills. Even if Doncic was known for his penchant for free meals. During the post-game press conference for the Nuggets, Michael Malone addressed the media's inquiries regarding Xu Sen's performance as the MVP of the night. "I envy Jason Kidd. He has the fortune of having such a versatile player. Xu is destined to become a superstar." Murray, glancing at the journalist with a hint of frustration, replied, "Look at how he has shut me down. What more can you ask of me?" Jokic added, scratching his head, "Su's speed is astonishing. His vision is remarkable, truly enviable." Meanwhile, the Mavericks press conference lagged behind that of the Nuggets. When the reporter inquired about the Nuggets interview with Jason Kidd, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I certainly do. If you must assign blame, let it be on the inept scouts of the Nuggets. Thank you for your attention, esteemed readers. This is my first attempt at writing, and I acknowledge there are numerous errors. I humbly seek your guidance." Chapter 39. Harrison's unceasing calls in a villa in Dallas. Nick Harrison watched the game between the Mavericks and the Nuggets, his smile never faltering. Each of Xu Sen's brilliant moments compelled him to applaud. Before becoming the Mavericks general manager, Nick was a vice president at Nike. Due to certain circumstances, he was recruited by the Mavericks owner, Mark Cuban, to take up the managerial role, initially uncertain about his capabilities. Xu Sen's emergence instilled in him newfound confidence. A genuine admirer of Huaxia culture, Nick had chosen a Huaxia player with the 60th pick. Not merely for the allure of the world's largest market, but also due to his personal affection for the culture. At the time, his selection of Xu Sen had drawn ridicule from other general managers, but now he found himself the object of envy. As the television displayed the Mavericks' decisive victory over the Nuggets, the middle-aged Nick Harrison leapt up in excitement. "Darling, I feel like your passion has returned to the fervor of years past." Nick Harrison's wife, Namo, approached him with a glass of red wine, offering it to him. With an air of excitement, Nick expressed, "I inadvertently chose Xu Sen, who has secured my position and may even lead to a higher salary and greater respect. I am undoubtedly thrilled." Namo gazed at the man before her, equally delighted. Who wouldn't appreciate wealth? Moreover, this man had rekindled his passion, bringing her happiness. "You must treat Xu Sen well. Ensure he remains with the Mavericks." Upon hearing his wife's words, Nick recalled the conditions set by owner Mark Cuban for retaining Xu Sen, and a smile spread across his face. He found it hard to believe that a newcomer to the NBA like Xu Sen, accompanied by a rookie agent, Jiang Bin, would turn down such offers. He then downed the wine in his glass and lifted his wife in his arms as he made his way to the bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, his phone in the living room buzzed incessantly, displaying notifications from the general managers of the Lakers and the Nets. In China, it was noon. And following the Mavericks' victory over the Nuggets, Xu Sen's remarkable triple-double performance of 20 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists had sent the fans into a frenzy in the live streaming room. The host, Sister Ping Ping, stepped out to take a call, returning with excitement as she shared that a fan was planning to travel to Dallas to watch Xu Sen in the finals. Having already booked her flight and contacted Xu Sen's agent, Jiang Bin, she intended to bring back some basketballs and other memorabilia for Xu Sen to sign, which would be raffled off during the live stream, igniting even more enthusiasm among the viewers. "Sister, you are my real sister. Remember to have Xu Sen sign plenty. I want his signed jersey. Not just you. I want the original flavor, if possible. Stop it upstairs. No driving." Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Xu Sen noticed a message from Jiang Bin regarding a wealthy fan in China wanting to meet him. After pondering for a moment, he replied with a simple okay, then tossed his phone aside and headed to the bathroom for a bath. The following day, at 6:30 a.m., Xu Sen awoke early in the hotel room, driven by his robust biological clock, and proceeded to have breakfast. After finishing his meal, he descended to the hotel CAF, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat in a daze. At that moment, a local journalist from Denver, accompanied by a photographer, approached. Xu Sen, lost in thought, was entirely oblivious to their arrival. "Hello, Xu Sen, I am a reporter for the Denver Post. May I ask you a few questions?" Miles inquired, jolting Xu Sen from his reverie. "Hey, buddy, you startled me." "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so bold," Xu Sen replied, slightly flustered. Miles, with a hint of mockery, thought that even if he didn't obtain any substantial information, the fact that the Mavericks' core player was a timid soul would be newsworthy. Upon witnessing Meyer's expression, Xu Sen's previously pleasant mood swiftly deteriorated, marring his spirits early in the morning. Xu Sen took a sip of his coffee, finding its temperature just right, and then downed it in one go, leaving the money behind as he rose to depart, wishing to ignore such individuals. "Hey, Xu, how can you be so impolite? Isn't your Huaxia known as a nation of etiquette?" Mears discerned Xu Sen's intentions and pursued him with questions. "Are you afraid? Are you worried about losing to our Denver Nuggets in the next match? You were fortunate to win the last game. Do you truly believe you can triumph again?" As Xu Sen heard the irritating voices around him, he hastily sprinted into the hotel, leaving the reporters stranded outside. Indeed, by noon, the American internet was abuzz with an excerpt from the Denver Sports Report featuring the interview with the reporter. The core point guard of the Mavericks was labeled a coward and impolite, igniting a considerable stir online, with Nuggets and Lakers fans engaging in mockery and sarcasm, flooding Xu Sen's Twitter with their barbs. Meanwhile, the Mavericks were already honing their skills in the rented arena. "Xu Sen, come here for a moment." Jason Kidd, having learned of the situation through his assistant coach, sought out Xu Senator. "Don't pay attention to what those people say online. Use their words as motivation to perform fiercely in the next game." Jason Kidd observed Xu Sen, sensing that he remained unaffected by the online chatter. "I am aware. And it's all fine. I will take action." Xu Sen replied to Jason Kidd. "It's laughable. The trolls on American internet merely recycle the same few phrases, lacking any real impact on me." However, Xu Sen couldn't help but smirk, thinking, "In the next match, you will understand the cost of provoking me." As the clock struck 7 on the evening of the game, both teams' players entered the arena. As Xu Sen entered the arena amidst the resounding cheers of the Pepsi Center fans, he was greeted with a rhythmic chant, "Coward. Guaranteed loss. Coward. Guaranteed loss." The atmosphere intensified as the Denver Nuggets took the court, their supporters erupting in an even louder rallying cry. "Nuggets. Victory assured. Nuggets. Victory assured." It appeared that a recent article in the Denver Sports Report had significantly bolstered the confidence of many Nuggets fans. Observing the fervor of the Denver supporters, Xu Sen couldn't help but smile, his joy unmistakable. Luka Doncic, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. It seemed that Xu Sen was poised to unleash his full potential that evening. On the Nuggets bench, Michael Malone rallied his team, exclaiming, "Do you see how exuberant the fans are today? You cannot let them down." A resounding chorus of affirmation erupted from the Nuggets bench. "Yes. Let us go." The fervor continued to build as Malone, sensing the rising passion, decided to stoke the flames further, tear them apart. The enthusiasm of the players on the Nuggets bench only amplified the volume of the fans throughout the Pepsi Center, who chanted louder than ever, "Victory assured. Victory assured." The starting lineups were announced. For the Nuggets, Murray, Porter Jr., Harris, Jokic, and Bol, and for the Mavericks, Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, Kleber, and Porzingis. The sound signaling the commencement of the match reverberated through the arena. Faced with Jokic's challenge, Porzingis effortlessly seized the offensive possession in the opening play. Directing the basketball towards Xu Senator, Xu Sen received the ball, and Murray immediately advanced to apply pressure, while Porter did not rush back to defend but lingered nearby. Watching closely, Xu Sen scoffed with disdain. "Am I the focal point of your defense this time? You may as well prepare to lose the game." Leaning into Murray to create space, he swiftly accelerated, dribbling the ball to the free throw line. Faced with the tenaciously defending Murray, he executed a sudden stop, creating room, and launched a smooth jump shot. Swish! Xu Sen scored the first basket. Those familiar with the Mavericks games know that Xu Sen typically opts to assist Doncic or Porzingis on the initial possession. However, today, Xu Sen appeared transformed. Chapter 40. Xu Sen scores 31 points in a single quarter, having made the first shot. Xu Sen immediately transitioned into defense, maintaining his watchful gaze on Murray, whose eyes reflected a determined focus. Yet this time, Xu Sen did not merely track Murray. His eyes scanned the other Nuggets players. Jokic stood at the free throw line, holding the basketball aloft, while Murray, Porter Jr., and Harris began to circle around him, executing their rotations. Such is the system naturally orchestrated by Jokic. His basketball IQ and playmaking ability enable a center to function as a primary offensive initiator, often referred to as the distributor. Suddenly, Porter Jr. set a backscreen for Murray. Momentarily obstructing Xu Senator, Jokic promptly passed the ball to Murray, who also set a screen. Observing this, Doncic quickly switched on to Xu Sen to cover Murray. But he was met with a formidable barrier created by Jokic. Receiving the ball, Murray, positioned just inside the three-point line, launched a two-point shot. Swish! The basketball found its mark with certainty. Victory! Victory! The entire crowd at the Denver Pepsi Center erupted in jubilant cheers. Xu Sen received Kleber's serve and swiftly launched a rapid counterattack, his speed surpassing even that of the Nuggets' defensive response. Amidst the raucous cheers of the fans, Jokic shouted a warning, "Watch out for Xu Sen." Yet, his voice was drowned out by the exuberance of the crowd. By the time Murray, Porter, and the others reacted to double-team him, Xu Sen had already taken off, soaring high into the air. Thud! Xu Sen was hanging from the rim. In an instant, the entire Pepsi Center fell into a profound silence. As Xu Sen descended, a smile graced his lips. He placed his hand to his ear, adopting a pose of listening, and offered a hearty salute to Iverson. The fans at the Pepsi Center erupted in a flurry of exuberance, their cheers resonating like a symphony of vibrant melodies. Xu Sen nodded in apparent satisfaction before sprinting back on defense, inciting further ire among the Nuggets supporters. Meanwhile, Jason Kidd on the bench felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his brow. The intensity of Xu Sen's ability to draw animosity was remarkable. He mused that perhaps it would be wise to depart swiftly after the game, lest he be besieged by the fervent Denver crowd. As Xu Sen returned to defense while the Nuggets executed their previous offensive strategy, Porter approached to set a screen, already prepared to pivot. The moment Murray dashed forward, Xu Sen matched his speed, sprinting after him. As Murray retreated beyond the three-point line, raising the ball in anticipation of a shot, Xu Sen leapt, delivering a resounding slap that sent the basketball soaring into the front court. He landed with swiftness, chasing after the ball, ultimately seizing it beneath the basket and soaring upward for a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 2-6. In the subsequent possession, Jokic's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Xu Sen dribbled forward, passing the ball to Doncic, and immediately made his way toward the paint. Understanding the cue, Doncic lofted the ball high towards the hoop. Jokic and Bol positioned themselves to shield Porzingis and Kleber, yet Bol was oblivious to Kleber's movement towards the perimeter. As Xu Sen soared to meet the ball, his head cleared the rim, and with a firm grasp of the basketball, he unleashed a powerful dunk amidst Bol's wide-eyed astonishment. Bam! Xu Sen soared through the air as if he were riding upon the shoulders of Bol, delivering a thunderous slam dunk into the hoop. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was Seth Curry who first broke the stillness, waving his towel in jubilant celebration. The entire Mavericks bench erupted in cheers. "Oh my goodness! Incredible! H0. Bol, momentarily stunned by Xu Sen's audacious dunk, took a few steps forward, his eyes igniting with fury. As he turned to see Xu Sen safely back on the ground, he charged towards him, delivering a forceful shove to Xu Sen's back. Xu Sen was originally about to exchange a high five with Doncic when, unexpectedly, he was forcefully shoved, causing him to stumble forward. Fortunately, Doncic, having observed Bol's actions, rushed over and caught Xu Sen just in time. Xu Sen's temper flared as he rose from Luka Doncic's embrace, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Doncic, who felt as though he were grappling with an out-of-control automaton, being tugged along. "Stay still," Doncic exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency, causing Porzingis and others who had been following Xu Sen to halt in their tracks. Doncic then turned to Xu Sen, attempting to soothe him. "Xu Sen, remain calm. Do not fall into their trap. They are trying to get you ejected. Stay composed, stay composed." At that moment, two referees, having recognized the commotion, blew their whistles and positioned themselves between Xu Sen and Bol. Xu Sen finally regained his composure. Yet his gaze upon Bol was akin to that directed at a corpse. Bol, who had just basked in the adulation of fans after a successful play, felt a chilling sensation creep up his spine upon hearing the whistle. As he regained his calm, cold sweat began to beat on Bol's forehead. After all, he was facing a practitioner of Chinese martial arts, a man capable of executing dunks alongside LeBron James. Turning to meet Xu Sen's penetrating stare, Bol's pupils dilated in horror, causing him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. At that moment, the chief referee meticulously reviewed the incident via instant replay. He ruled that Bol, the center for the Nuggets, had committed a level 2 flagrant foul, awarding the Mavericks 2 free throws and possession of the ball. As this decision was announced, Jason Kidd rushed to the scorer's table to engage in a heated discussion with the officials. He argued that this was a violation of sportsmanship and questioned why Bol wasn't ejected from the game. "What if he injures one of my players again?" "Calm down, Kidd. This was merely a standard altercation and did not warrant an ejection," the chief referee replied, acknowledging his own shortcomings. "Coach, it's fine." Xu Sen interjected as he approached the scorer's table to speak with Jason Kidd. Kidd looked up at Xu Sen, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. As Xu Sen prepared to take his free throws, Bol was substituted out by Michael Malone in favor of Paul Millsap amidst the jeers of Nuggets fans. Xu Sen coolly sank both free throws. With a score of 2-10, the Mavericks executed an inbounds pass from midcourt. Xu Sen received the ball from Doncic, maneuvering past Murray and charging towards the paint. As the Nuggets' defense collapsed inward, Xu Sen suddenly passed the basketball to Doncic on the perimeter. Doncic caught the ball, adjusted his stance, and shot, swish. Following a scoring play by Jokic, who executed a hook shot in the paint, the Mavericks' offense ignited. Xu Sen showcased his scoring prowess, executing a crossover that left Murray in his wake before hitting the shot. In the next possession, he adeptly maneuvered in the air, evading Millsap's attempt to block, and scored with a layup. He then launched into a fast break, concluding with a thunderous dunk. The tempestuous yet composed Xu Sen proved to be an unstoppable force in the first quarter, amassing an astounding 31 points, leaving Michael Malone in a perpetual state of contemplation. If they double-teamed Xu Sen, he would simply pass, yet if they did not, they could not contain his scoring. It was a vexing dilemma. He glanced up at the scoreboard, 46-22, the Nuggets trailing by 24 points at the end of the quarter. Just how far could Xu Sen's stamina stretch? At this juncture, it remained a mystery. Was it possible that Xu Sen truly possessed the skills of Chinese martial arts, reminiscent of those depicted in Tales of Extraordinary Abilities? Chapter 41. Do not provoke Xu Sen. As the second quarter commenced, the Nuggets deployed their starting lineup, akin to Game 1, while the Mavericks continued with their reserves. However, a notable difference was the enhanced offensive prowess of Xu Sen. In the initial 3 minutes of the quarter, the Nuggets starters faced off against the Maverick substitutes, managing to reclaim only 1 point from a 24-point deficit. Each time the Nuggets scored, Xu Sen promptly responded for the Mavericks, with his solitary point coming from a successful three-pointer. Michael Malone appeared visibly frustrated, as a rookie was successfully matching the Nuggets against a cadre of substitutes. How could the Maverick starters possibly compete under such circumstances? Indeed, when the Mavericks' other 4 starters entered the game, it turned into a one-sided massacre. Beep. The first half concluded with the Nuggets trailing 46-82 against the Mavericks, who held a commanding 36-point advantage. It was evident that the second quarter had essentially decided the game, with the pivotal factor being the Mavericks' starting point guard, Xu Sen. His first half statistics were astounding: 54 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. He produced numbers that many could only dream of achieving in a lifetime, all while maintaining defensive tenacity against Murray. In the Nuggets locker room, Michael Malone addressed the team, stating, "We lost this game. Just look at Xu Sen's statistics." Jokic, Murray, and the other starters recognized Xu Sen's impressive performance in the first half, but they questioned the coach's purpose in presenting his statistics. Meanwhile, the bench players hung their heads in silence, acutely aware of their shortcomings. As the starters examined Xu Sen's numbers, their expressions varied. Some displayed anger, others admiration, and many wore a look of helpless shock. If Xu Sen continued to excel, the Nuggets risked becoming mere historical footnotes in his narrative, forever marked by humiliation. Have you all comprehended this? I do not wish for my coaching career to be tarnished. And I believe you share the same sentiment about not wanting to be mere background figures, Malone stated sternly. No one desires to be a background figure. As the second half began, the focus shifted to a rigorous defense against Xu Sen. The game could be lost, but Xu Sen must not score again. Meanwhile, in the Mavericks locker room, all players rallied around Xu Sen. I'm starting to wonder if you're trying to usurp my position as team leader. You're so formidable. What am I to do? Doncic said, embracing Xu Sen. Hey, Doncic, you'd better step up. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep pace with Xu Sen, Porzingis chimed in playfully. Hey, is the team leader earning less than $1 million for the entire season? D. Smith remarked, causing an abrupt hush to fall over the locker room. Indeed, Xu Sen was merely a rookie, earning less in a season than many of them. Jason Kidd furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Regardless of the situation, winning this game is paramount. Doncic quickly interjected with a laugh, Coach. We're already leading by 36 points. How could we possibly lose? Indeed, even if they're formidable, they cannot possibly catch up with such a lead, Porzingis proclaimed. The atmosphere in the locker room grew lively once more. Beep. The whistle for the third quarter sounded. The two teams resumed their fierce contest. As soon as Xu Sen entered the court, nearly all the Nuggets starting players fixated their predatory gazes upon him. Following Harris's mid-range basket, Xu Sen had barely received the inbound pass when Murray closed in on him with intent, just as Xu Sen dribbled past Murray and advanced to the three-point line. Both Porter and Harris swiftly converged upon him. Xu Sen was taken aback for a moment. What was happening that the Nuggets were neglecting their defense? Did they underestimate his passing ability? He then delivered the basketball to the wide-open Doncic with a deft angle. Doncic received the ball, with 2 meters of space before him, and effortlessly made the shot. Swish. A seamless score. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the third quarter. Wade, what's wrong with you? They are defending you entirely. Denying you any points? Are we just clocking out after 3 quarters? Xu Sen chuckled as he walked back to the bench, his smile nearly revealing his teeth. During the third quarter, Doncic had astonishingly scored 18 points, sinking 6 of 7 three-pointers, practically unchallenged. Hardaway was also grinning from ear to ear, having achieved a perfect 4 for 4 from beyond the arc, equaling his usual game statistics in just one quarter. It seems they've conceded the game without allowing me to score, Xu Sen shrugged in resignation. He had initially aimed to break the playoff scoring record, but the Nuggets were being rather stingy, denying him the opportunity. The score difference had widened to an insurmountable 42 points, leaving little hope for a comeback. Thus, at the commencement of the fourth quarter, the stubborn coach sent out 5 substitutes, waving the white flag in surrender. Xu Sen sat on the bench, indulging in a cake he had snatched from Doncic, observing the game as a spectator while munching away. Beside him, Doncic and Mavericks owner Mark Cuban shared lighthearted banter. Nevertheless, the camera occasionally panned towards the trio. On the other side, the Nuggets fans at the Pepsi Center had mostly departed, feeling embarrassed by the defeat, especially at the hands of a young player from Huaxia, who had taunted them and emerged victorious. Fans expressed their disappointment in the Nuggets' performance, lamenting the lack of effort to redeem their pride. Only a few diehard supporters remained in the arena as the final whistle blew. Marking the conclusion of the garbage time in the last quarter, the score stood at 90-123. Ultimately, the Nuggets bench salvaged 7 points, preventing an excessively humiliating defeat. The Nuggets, however, did not approach for post-game handshakes and instead trudged off towards the players' tunnel, heads hung low. After a round of cheers, Xu Sen and the others soon gathered. Jason Kidd, not permitting Xu Sen to attend the post-game press conference, had Mark Cuban escort him away, anxious to protect Xu Sen from any potential harm from the Denver fans. At this moment, Xu Sen was indeed a prized asset of Jason Kidd, and any injury was to be avoided at all costs. Once Kidd, accompanied by Doncic and Hardaway, concluded the press conference and arrived at the airport, they promptly boarded their flight back to Dallas, the hour already late. Nevertheless, outside the airport, a throng of Mavericks fans had gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their players from Dallas. As soon as Luka Doncic and Xu Sen emerged from the airport, they were enveloped in a fervor of jubilant cheers. "Hey, our heroes of the Dallas Mavericks. We are champions." The applause resonated as Mavericks fans greeted Doncic, Xu Sen, and their fellow players with enthusiastic waves. Many among the crowd shouted in a mix of English and Chinese, but Xu Sen, already boarding the bus, did not hear them. Meanwhile, the leading sports headline in the United States proclaimed, "Don't provoke Xu Sen. Jordan, Kobe, and now Xu Sen." Similarly, the trending topics in China reflected the excitement, analyzing the reasons behind Xu Sen's formidable prowess. Bol bore the brunt of the blame, having enraged Xu Sen, and the intensity of Xu Sen's fury was illustrated by his astonishing performance of over 50 points in a single half. Yet, Xu Sen had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Jason Kidd granted everyone a well-deserved day of rest. Xu Sen, awakened by his biological clock, returned to his slumber and indulged in a deep sleep until noon. Upon descending to the ground floor, he found the entire villa deserted. Just the day before, Shenfeng's restaurant had its grand opening, and both Shenfeng and Jiang Bin had gone there to lend their assistance. Owing to Xu Sen's influence, the restaurant's business thrived remarkably. Today, Doncic had arranged for all the Mavericks players to gather there for a meal. Xu Sen finished his ablutions and drove to the restaurant. Chapter 42. Evaluations from Prominent Athletes. Xu Sen parked his car in front of a restaurant not far from the gym. Upon alighting, he beheld a 3-story building, approximately 300 square meters in size, adorned with a sign bearing the name of the restaurant, Sen's Cuisine. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard a familiar voice calling out, "Hey, Xu Sen, wait for me." It was Luka Doncic, driving a modified Ford, who parked behind Xu Sen and hurriedly approached him after flinging open his car door. The commotion instantly drew the attention of both the restaurant patrons and passers-by on the street. Upon recognizing Xu Sen and Doncic, onlookers greeted them with enthusiastic waves. Several young fans rushed towards them, clutching items in hand, quickly surrounding the duo. Doncic, with a proud grin, extended his hand to greet the fans, only to suddenly find himself being pushed forward. Xu Sen was encircled by a throng, many brandishing discs, eagerly requesting his autograph. "Ward? What is happening? I am the star of the team. I am even more handsome than Xu Sen." Doncic was perplexed until he overheard the words of the fervent fans. "Hey, Xu, could you sign this disc for me? I want one too. We have been waiting for you here for several days." "Sure. Would you kindly sign my clothing and add 'We will rock you'?" In a moment of bewilderment, Xu Sen felt as though he had returned to his homeland. Rendered somewhat at a loss, Upon realizing their intentions, he willingly provided his autograph to each of them. "Hey, you can have my signature, but do not touch me," he exclaimed. "Xu, you truly embody the essence of an NBA superstar. Your muscles are remarkably firm, akin to stone." 20 minutes later, as those surrounding Xu Sen concluded their interactions, he lifted his gaze to find the forlorn figure of Doncic lingering nearby. "Doncic, why haven't you gone inside yet?" Xu Sen inquired, astonished. "I feel as though my self-esteem has been wounded. I anticipated that someone would approach me for an autograph, yet they all flocked to you." Doncic replied, his eyes reflecting profound emptiness and despondency. Before Xu Sen could utter a comforting word, the blaring of a horn interrupted the moment. It turned out to be their teammates arriving, with Portsy is leading the group. "Hey, Xu Sen, Doncic we've come," he announced. Xu Sen and Doncic approached one another, exchanging high-fives and fist bumps. "Come on, brothers. Today, the meal is on me," Doncic proclaimed with a grand gesture. Leading the way inside, Jiangbin had already noticed the excitement at the entrance, previously capturing moments with his camera, almost mistaking the scene for a paparazzi frenzy. Once inside, Jiangbin made his way to the front desk, requesting a reservation for them in the largest private room on the 3rd floor. He continued to snap pictures, muttering to himself, "This is a living advertisement. We're going to strike it rich." It wasn't until Shenfang came over and pinched his ear that he finally ceased his chatter. This meal allowed the Mavericks players to fully appreciate the essence of Huaxia cuisine. Considering the upcoming game, the restaurant refrained from serving overly salty or oily dishes. Yet it completely captivated the palates of these foreigners. Each player eagerly sought out Xu Sen for AV card, eager to receive discounts for future visits. Hearing this, Jiangbin promptly produced a stack of discount cards, ready to distribute them to all Mavericks players. Afterward, he escorted everyone out. That evening, Jiangbin shared the photos and videos on his Twitter account. As Xu Sen's manager, he boasted over 20,000 followers. After posting, he requested Xu Sen to help with a retweet, feeling quite satisfied as he drove back to the home he shared with Shenfang. Jiangbin and Shenfang had moved out, leaving Xu Sen and a Chinese rural dog at the villa. Of course, Jiangbin still arranged for someone to clean the villa daily, having moved out due to the need for privacy with Shenfang. Shortly thereafter, Doncic arrived at Xu Sen's house, bursting through the door, exclaiming, "Xu Sen, come out. You've completely blown up, and I'm so envious." Xu Sen was initially playing with his dog in the backyard when the creature, startled by a sudden outburst of envious words, began to bark excitedly. He stepped inside to open the door for Doncic. "Aren't you supposed to be home? What brings you here?" Xu Sen inquired, particularly perplexed by the twisted expression of jealousy on Donic's face. "Humph, just let me access the computer, and you shall see," Doncic retorted with an unfriendly tone. Xu Sen brought Doncic to the room adjacent to the living room, where he usually played on the computer. Doncic sat down and eagerly clicked on a video from the Dallas Sports Report. As the video commenced, a blonde reporter appeared, microphone in hand, greeting the audience. "Hello. Would you like to know just how formidable the Maverick starting point guard Xu Sen is? Let the basketball superstars enlighten you. Let's get started." The scene shifted to LeBron James. With a microphone placed before him, a voice inquired, "Mr. James, may I ask for your thoughts on Xu Sen from the Mavericks?" LeBron, with a hint of exasperation in his gaze, replied, "Please, no more questions about Xu Senator. I've been so thoroughly outmatched by him that I'm seeing a therapist." "What more can I say?" It appeared he was outdoors. "Thank you, Mr. James," the reporter responded. Just as the video was about to switch, LeBron excitedly shouted, "Got one." The next interview featured Stephen Curry. "Curry, what are your thoughts on Xu Sen from the Mavericks?" Curry scratched his head, reflecting, "I've watched several of his games. Xu Sen is an exceptionally talented player. Lately, whenever I visit my brother, he can't help but praise Xu Sen's passing, organization, stamina, strength, and vertical leap." Seth Curry is Curry's brother. "Oh, and I want to say something to Xu Sen. Hey, buddy, your dunks aren't as impressive as mine." "Thank you, Mr. Curry," the reporter replied. The perspective changed, and to everyone's surprise, Kobe Bryant appeared next. "Kobe, what do you think of the recent superstar rookie Xu Sen? I hear he is quite the fan of yours." The somewhat plump Kobe, holding his wife and son while watching his daughters play in the water on the beach, beamed at the camera and said, "Big brother is how fans from China refer to me. As for Twitter, I can only say that perhaps your idol is also my idol. Xu Sen is performing splendidly. He embodies the Mamba mentality, averaging triple-doubles. His skills speak for themselves. But if Doncic doesn't step up, the Mavericks leader might just become Xu Senator Click." At that moment, Doncic paused the video. "Xu Sen, Do you think I'm not the team leader? Are you trying to usurp my position? Doncic said, his face full of melancholy. Yes, you are the leader. The eternal leader of the Mavericks, Xu Sen replied, finally understanding the expression Doncic had worn since entering the room. You said it. I didn't go out of my way to be nice to you for nothing, Doncic declared, a hint of pride in his tone, before resuming the video. Xu Sen felt a sense of disbelief as he turned back to watch the video. The content then featured Shaquille O'Neal, who, alongside Kobe, boldly proclaimed that with the addition of Xu Sen, the Mavericks stood a significant chance of clinching the championship, especially after their victory over the Lakers. Following this, Allen Iverson shared his thoughts, exclaiming, "Xu Sen is my devoted fan. Just look at how he studies my videos. His technique mirrors mine to a remarkable degree. It's virtually identical. Can you imagine how formidable I would be in the current league? Xu Sen embodies that strength now," Tim Duncan remarked after watching his games. "I can only say that the future belongs to Xu Sen." Tracy McGrady added, "The recent superstar rookie, Xu Sen, would be immensely powerful if he could shoot three-pointers." Vince Carter expressed, "I hope Xu Sen participates in the dunk contest next year. He is destined to be the champion." At this juncture, the perspective shifted back to the beautiful blonde journalist. Can this convey just how extraordinary Xu Sen is? She pondered. I believe it can. If it doesn't suffice, we shall interview more individuals next time. Farewell. The video concluded here. Chapter 43, G3 begins. After watching the video, Xu Sen felt a lingering sense of excitement. Who could have created such an impressive piece? Indeed, it was remarkable to see a multitude of stars praising him. TSK, Doncic exclaimed, pointing at the video in frustration. This one do. I must unleash my full potential in the next game. Xu Sen, you understand. Xu Sen promptly agreed. All right, Doncic. I understand what I need to do in the next game as the leader of my team. Doncic nodded in satisfaction, giving Xu Sen a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You have the right mindset. Excellent. I shall take my leave now. With that, feeling that he had achieved his aim, Doncic made his swift exit. Xu Sen then sat before his computer to watch a video, eager to discern the creative touch behind it. Ultimately, he discovered that it was crafted by his devoted fans. The forest. Their connections to the celebrities featured in the video stem from the fact that many among them have ties to these luminaries. For instance, the individuals who interviewed Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, and Allen Iverson included Kobe's second daughter. Xu Sen realized suddenly that he had become a fanatical admirer. Xu Sen searched the internet extensively but found no trace of the song Best of Joy, written by Michael Jackson for his fans. Xu Sen pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of regret towards Michael Jackson. Nonetheless, he picked up his phone and made several calls until he finally secured a recording studio for the following morning. He meticulously transcribed the lyrics of Best of Joy and sought assistance from the band that had performed at the Dallas nightclub to help compose the music. The next morning, Xu Sen, accompanied by the band, arrived at the studio and successfully recorded the song, crediting the night band. Subsequently, he uploaded Best of Joy to Billboard and his Twitter account, expressing heartfelt gratitude to his fans for their unwavering support and the wonderful videos they had created in his honor. He dedicated the song to them, offering special thanks to the night band, and included a link to the track. Upon posting on Twitter, a deluge of enthusiastic fans flooded in with messages. Xu, you truly cherish your fans. You are the moonlight, and we are the spring water. We are forever companions. I adore you, Xu Sen. We are eternally together. Many fans echoed the last line of the lyrics, "We are forever companions," in the comments below Xu Sen's tweet. In no time, the song surged into the top 100 of Billboard's new songs chart, garnering Xu Sen an influx of new supporters. Meanwhile, Xu Sen was engrossed in training with the Mavericks, preparing for the upcoming Game 3 against the Nuggets. Later that evening, Jiang Bin drove to the villa, exclaiming, "Wow, Xu Sen, you rascal. You release a song without telling me. I've been left in the dark. I had no clue when others asked." Xu Sen rolled his eyes and retorted, "Oh, come on. You know nothing. You're always busy with Shun Fong handling restaurant matters, and when I called to ask about recording studios, you hurriedly hung up." "Really? Ha ha. Is that so? All right, enough of that. Since you've created an English song, it would be best to compose a Chinese one as well. Otherwise, your domestic fans will cause a stir, and some may seize the opportunity to criticize you," Jiang Bin remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It matters not, regardless of the criticism. My primary identity is a basketball player. Even if I create a Chinese song, I must return to China to do so. Do you really perceive me as someone in the entertainment industry?" Xu Sen scoffed at Jiang Bin. Jiang Bin suddenly felt a pang of realization. He had indeed neglected his focus on Xu Sen lately and acknowledged that even the most prosperous restaurant business could not compare to Xu Sen's endorsement. Hey, my apologies. Dear Godfather, I'll do better in my primary responsibilities moving forward, Jiang Bin chuckled sheepishly. Good lad. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable, Xu Sen replied, adopting a parental tone and nodding approvingly. Jiang Bin, feeling exasperated, resolved to provide Xu Sen with more opportunities moving forward. The atmosphere is electric at the Dallas American Airlines Center, where the live DJ fervently exclaims, "Let us welcome our most formidable rookie of the Dallas Mavericks. The youngest player to achieve a quadruple-double, an extraordinary dark horse. The most melodious individual in the NBA, Xu Sen." Xu Sen raised his hands and sprinted forward, exchanging high-fives with the spectators on either side. Our Mavericks core player. His three-point accuracy is sublime. The Mavericks, home Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, Kleber, Porzingis. The Nuggets, visitors Murray, Harris, Porter Jr., Millsap, Jokic. Michael Malone addressed the starting lineup with a singular imperative. Remember our purpose today. Scoring is multiplied by 5. The referee, holding the ball, approached the center court as Jokic and Porzingis stepped forward. With a serious expression, Jokic gazed intently at Porzingis, and just as the referee was about to toss the ball, he exhaled towards Porzingis. Momentarily taken aback, Porzingis was left stunned as Jokic seized the opportunity to leap and swat the ball to Murray. This provoked a sense of embarrassment in Porzingis, who, while trailing Jokic on defense, remarked, "Jokic, you're playing tricks." Jokic, reveling in the success of his strategy, wore a joyful grin as he sprinted to his position, confident he had not committed a foul. "Today, I will doggedly defend you," Porzingis declared. Just as Jokic was still smiling, Porter Jr. found himself in a precarious position, and Xu Sen seized the moment to intercept the ball. Jokic's expression soured instantly. His cleverly executed ploy had been squandered. Xu Sen swiftly intercepted the ball, executing a stunning fast break that culminated in a thunderous dunk. Bang. 2 o'clock. Hey, pay attention to Xu Sen. Jokic shouted in frustration at Porter Jr. Without waiting for a response, Jokic sprinted to the free throw line to receive a pass from Murray. Porzingis immediately closed in, spreading his arms wide to thwart Jokic's shooting attempt. Xu Sen, poised on the right side, remained vigilant, while Jokic, without even casting a glance, directed a pass towards the left corner. The ball arrived perfectly as Harris leaped, executing a graceful fadeaway to release the basketball. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Jokic's no-look pass exemplified the exceptional teamwork of the Nuggets, prompting many Mavericks fans to applaud in admiration. The Mavericks commenced their offensive possession. As Xu Sen dribbled into the front court, several Mavericks sprang into action. Hardaway and Doncic executed an off-ball screen and swiftly moved to the top of the arc, where the basketball found Xu Sen's hands in an instant. Without the need for adjustment, Doncic seized the opportunity to launch a shot. Swish. The three-pointer nestled perfectly within the net. Ah, victory! 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 Exuberant cheers erupted from the Dallas fans, with some waving their support banners with fervor. The score stood at 5-3. In the first quarter, the Nuggets and Mavericks engaged in a back-and-forth scoring duel. You score one, I score one. You make a steal, I deliver a block. Even during the substitution period, Xu Sen led the Mavericks as the Nuggets brought on Porter Jr. and Murray. Although Xu Sen effectively contained Murray, Porter Jr. remained a threat on offense. The Mavericks held a slim lead of 38-36 over the Nuggets, with Porter Jr. and Harris in exceptional form. Despite Doncic and Hardaway's staunch defense, they still managed to score. It was utterly unpreventable. Chapter 44, Securing Game 3. Leading 3-0 as the game progressed into the third quarter, both teams relentlessly pursued each other's scores, generating palpable excitement among the spectators. The evenly matched contest was far more captivating than a one-sided rout. With the final possession of the third quarter approaching, Doncic utilized a screen from Xu Sen to launch a deep three-pointer that found its mark. 90-87. Victory belonged to us, the Dallas Mavericks. Doncic raised his fists triumphantly, directing a roar toward Porter Jr. unfazed. Porter Jr. walked back to the Nuggets bench for a breather. In the first 3 quarters, Doncic amassed impressive stats: 38 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. He exemplified the performance expected from a team leader. Meanwhile, apart from Murray, the entire Nuggets roster was in fine form, with 5 players scoring in double digits, returning to the bench amidst laughter and camaraderie. However, Nuggets head coach Michael Malone felt an unsettling sense of something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Beep. The fourth quarter commenced. The Mavericks had possession, and Xu Sen advanced the ball, with Murray closely monitoring his upper body, particularly his shoulder. On the sidelines, Michael Malone observed Murray's intense defense and recalled a conversation from a few days prior. After Game 2, he had approached Murray, saying, "Murray, have you found Xu Sen frustrating in these 2 games? He has been relentless in defending you and exploiting your weaknesses." Murray's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted, "Coach, what are you implying? Are you here to humiliate me?" No, Murray. What I meant to convey about Game 3 is that you must abandon your offensive pursuits. Focus entirely on defending Xu Sen. That is how we can secure victory. For the sake of the team." Malone's fervor escalated until he shouted the last part. "Understood. I will contain Xu Sen, coach. Trust me," Murray replied with determination. Murray lifted his head and spoke slowly, each word deliberate, breaking the flow of thought. Michael Malone witnessed Xu Sen execute a swift change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Murray and charging towards the basket for a thunderous dunk over Kleber. At that moment, Michael Malone finally recalled the source of his lingering unease. He called out to his assistant coach, demanding to see Xu Sen's statistics. When the assistant retrieved the data panel for the Mavericks players, it confirmed his suspicions. Xu Sen's statistics for the first 3 quarters: 12 points, 12 rebounds, 23 assists. For steals, 3 blocks, and 2 turnovers. Throughout these quarters, the Mavericks predominantly showcased the talents of other players, while Xu Sen exhibited a remarkably restrained desire to score. Michael Malone possesses a clearer understanding than Murray. Murray is utterly incapable of defending against Xu Sen. The scarcity of his points can only be attributed to Xu Sen's own reluctance to score. It seemed as if to validate Michael Malone's thoughts. Xu Sen effortlessly maneuvered past Murray and executed a mid-range shot. Goodness, is this some kind of jest? Malone's expression darkened considerably. He hesitated to call for double-teaming Xu Sen, as the Mavericks' other teammates were finding their rhythm. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Malone could no longer endure the situation and called for a timeout. The score stood at 110-99, and since Xu Sen initiated the offensive play, the gap had widened to 11 points. Ultimately, Xu Sen's prowess, akin to a double-edged sword, was revealed. After a moment of contemplation, Michael Malone decided to take a gamble. He clapped his hands to summon several players and produced a tactical board. Xu Sen of the Mavericks is poised to commence scoring. Malone instructed, "Murray, Harris, you two must double-team Xu Sen. Strive to compel him to pass the ball. The offense continues. You are among the finest scorers in the league. Alongside you, Jokic. Enhance your three-point shooting." The Nuggets huddled together, forming a circle, urging one another on. Beep. The timeout concluded. During the Nuggets' offensive possession, as Murray advanced into the front court, he passed the ball to Jokic at a 45-degree angle. Observing that Jokic was still a couple of large steps away from the three-point line, Porzingis refrained from closing in. Jokic, with the ball cradled behind his head, launched it towards the basket as if tossing it away. Thud. Swish. The ball, against all odds, banked in. The score shifted to 110-102. And Jokic broke into a wide grin, the fatigue of the preceding 3.5 quarters seemingly evaporating as he joyfully bounded back on defense. The Mavericks were now set to embark on their offensive turn. As Xu Sen skillfully maneuvered past the midfield, he was quickly confronted by Murray. Just as Xu Sen prepared to exploit his speed to break free, Harris closed in from behind, encircling him. Xu Sen received the ball and swiftly passed it to Hardaway before making his way towards him, while Murray closely shadowed Xu Sen, and Harris immediately dashed towards Hardaway. Xu Sen executed a rapid stop, deftly shaking off Murray to gain a modicum of space, receiving the ball from Hardaway in a seamless exchange. He surged once more towards the basket, but Murray, anticipating the play, used his body to nudge Xu Sen, reaching out with his right hand to swipe at the ball. Xu Sen, feeling the forceful push, gathered the ball and released it, his body leaning sideways. Thud. The basketball struck the rim. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against the Denver Nuggets point guard. Xu Sen of the Mavericks was awarded 3 free throws. Murray, with hands raised in disbelief, approached the referee. "I didn't even exert myself," he protested. "He's just acting." The referee, having observed the incident clearly from the sidelines, chose to remain indifferent to Murray's claims and upheld the decision. Realizing he could not sway the official, Murray ceased his arguments and walked away. Swish, swish, swish. Xu Sen flawlessly executed all 3 free throws, restoring the point difference to 11 at 113-102. He exchanged a celebratory high-five with Hardaway. The Denver Nuggets commenced their offensive possession. Jokic sought to shoot from the same spot again, but Porzingis, responding to Xu Sen's fervent call, intercepted. With no other options, Jokic passed the ball to the sprinting Porter. Porter, undeterred by Doncic's stout physique, drove into the paint and launched a shot. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim and flew straight to Xu Sen, who graciously seized the rebound. He swiftly dribbled toward the front court, leaving Murray in his wake. As he crossed the three-point line, he took off, leaping 3 steps. In a display of dominance, he soared above Murray and Harris, ruthlessly attacking the rim. This basket nearly sealed the Nuggets' fate, extending their lead to 13 points. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. MVP. MVP. Harris, absorbing the fans' fervent chants, quietly approached to pass the ball to Murray, ready for another offensive attempt. Millsap advanced to the three-point line to set a screen for Jokic, who, after a brief dribble, launched a shot from beyond the arc. Bang. As fatigue set in, their shooting accuracy waned, and they had to be cautious with their passes, with Xu Sen frequently emerging to intercept. Due to a lack of offensive attempts in the first 3 quarters, Xu Sen still possessed ample energy, consistently exerting pressure on the interior with a remarkably efficient scoring rate. In the final 2 minutes, Michael Malone called a timeout, seemingly waving the white flag in surrender, allowing the bench players to take the court for the last 2 minutes. Upon the final whistle, the score read 130-112. With the Mavericks leading the Nuggets 3-0 in the series, a feat that has never been overturned in the annals of NBA history. The Mavericks have effectively secured their place in the finals. The entire American Airlines Center erupted in jubilant cheers. After the game, as they embraced, Jokic warmly remarked to Xu Sen, "Congratulations, Xu Sen, for leading your team to the finals in your first season as a core player. You must secure a championship." "Indeed, I shall ensure that," Xu Sen replied with a confident smile. "That way, should you lose, you can say you were defeated by the championship team," Jokic said, affectionately ruffling Xu Sen's hair. Chapter 45, The Heat Must Prevail Over the Celtics. As the Mavericks clinched a 3-0 lead against the Nuggets, the Eastern Conference battle between the Celtics and the Heat remained fiercely contested, with the Heat leading 2-1 over the Celtics. Xu Sen contemplated that in his previous life, the Miami Heat, under the elegant leadership of Jimmy Butler, had gracefully eliminated the Boston Celtics, who boasted a formidable duo of star players, with a score of 4-2. Thus, it could be inferred that in the upcoming finals, the Mavericks would be set to confront the formidable Heat team, guided by the illustrious Persian coach. Xu Sen shook his head in the bathroom, turning off the shower and drying off his physique that would elicit shrieks from all the girls before donning his casual attire and stepping out. Today was his turn to face the press at the post-game conference. The Mavericks press conferences are typically attended in rotation by Doncic, Porzingis, and Xu Sen, and it just so happened to be his day. After the reporters finished questioning head coach Jason Kidd, they turned their attention to Doncic, and an awkward incident unfolded. Just as Doncic was about to respond to the media's inquiries, an unexpected and inappropriate sound of moans echoed from somewhere, leaving him momentarily bewildered, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief. Nearly losing his composure, Doncic had to bow his head to regain his expression before looking up again. Xu Sen stepped in to ease the tension, remarking on the impatience of some. Laughter erupted in the room, and the inappropriate sound faded away. However, Doncic, now devoid of the mood, hastily answered 2 questions before stopping. All eyes and cameras shifted to Xu Sen, who settled himself and signaled that he was ready to begin. "Xu Sen, today you achieved a triple-double of 20-20-10. But with a modest score of only 26 points. We are curious, what do you consider your scoring limit to be?" A male reporter asked first. "How would I know if I haven't reached it yet? My highest is only 54 points, which you all are aware of," Xu Sen replied, exasperated by the question. Other reporters shot disapproving glares at the one who asked. Another female reporter stood up to inquire, "Xu Sen, with the Mavericks leading 3-0 against the Nuggets, can we say the Western Championship is yours? Who do you think will be your finals opponent, the Celtics or the Heat?" "The Heat. The Heat will win 4-2 against the Celtics," Xu Sen stated without hesitation. The media gasped, astonished by Xu Sen's bold prediction, providing ample fodder for discussion. Another reporter stood up and asked, "With the Heat currently leading 2-1 against the Celtics, who do you think will win tomorrow's game?" "The Heat," Xu Sen replied nonchalantly. "All right, that concludes today's interview. I must take my leave," Xu Sen said before rising and departing. The The reporters, now brimming with sensational material, quickly gathered their equipment and returned to their respective organizations, while Xu Sen was resting at home. Numerous news articles began to surface in the sports section of the media in Mayangua. Hua Xiaosu predicts the Heat will win 4-2 against the Celtics. Is victory assured for the Heat in tomorrow's match? Hua Xiaosu, we are already prepared for the finals against the Heat. The inappropriate sound during Doncic's interview. That evening, while Xu Sen, Doncic, Jokic, and Porzingis were enjoying hot pot at a restaurant, Doncic suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Xu Sen, look, someone tagged you on Twitter." The other three, previously immersed in their meal, fell silent at Doncic's loud outburst. Xu Sen picked up an ivory clam from his bowl and took a bite. After glancing at his phone for a moment, he discovered that Jason Tatum, the Celtic star player, had mentioned him on Twitter. "Xu Sen, do you truly believe that those undrafted players from the Heat can defeat us, the Celtics?" "It's utterly laughable," he read. Numerous comments below echoed support for Tatum's remarks. Mocking Xu Senator after finishing the tweet, Xu Sen chuckled softly, then began tapping away on his phone. The three European players, still engrossed in Twitter, watched him with expressions of curiosity, eagerly anticipating his response while neglecting their hot pot. "Jason Tatum, you will undoubtedly lose your game tomorrow. I assure you," Xu Sen typed. "Moreover, us Hua Xiao people can discern a person's future merely by gazing at their face. I foresee that you will never attain a championship in your lifetime." After sending his message, Xu Sen set down his phone and picked up more ivory clams to cook in the hot pot. Jokic, astonished, looked at Xu Senator. "Hey Xu, can you really see someone's future just by looking at their face?" The other two shared a similar expression, clearly intrigued. "Perhaps someone in Huaxia possesses such a gift." "But I do not. I was merely teasing him," Xu Sen replied as he savored the cooked delicacy. "You're quite the trickster," Jokic exclaimed. "Do you genuinely believe your team will win tomorrow?" "Without a doubt," Luka Doncic interjected, eager to affirm Xu Sen's confidence. "Not necessarily," Jokic replied with a mysterious smile. "On the day after tomorrow, we shall lose," Xu Sen suddenly chimed in. "Really?" Porzingis and Doncic both wore puzzled expressions. "You will find out the day after tomorrow," Xu Sen said, sharing a similarly enigmatic smile with Jokic. The following day, after completing their training at the American Airlines Center, Xu Sen, Doncic, and Porzingis were summoned to the general manager's office. Upon entering, they found GM Nick Harrison, who had just hung up the phone, wearing a grim expression. Jason Kidd and Mark Cuban were also present, and their faces reflected a similar discontent. Xu Sen wore an expression of clarity, while Doncic and Porzingis appeared utterly bewildered. In the office, the three executives exchanged glances until Jason Kidd finally broke the silence. "Xu Sen, Doncic, Porzingis, one of you will not be allowed to play tomorrow." Just as their confusion reached its peak, Nick Harrison interjected, "The league has mandated that we can no longer sweep. We must lose a game." Doncic and Porzingis fell silent. Turning to gaze at the composed Xu Senator, did Xu Sen have an inkling of this long ago? Xu Sen spoke. "You decide how to proceed as the coach." Jason Kidd nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. "Very well, let us return," he concluded, leading the way out of the office. With Don I and Portsy is following closely behind. "Shall we head to the conference room to watch the game between the Heat and the Celtics?" Xu Sen suggested. "Indeed." The two replied, their spirits evidently dampened, yet they trailed after Xu Sen towards the conference room. "The league may slap us in the face with its current state, but what is there to fear? We can change this league," Xu Sen remarked casually. "Exactly. After all, we are victorious. That cannot be altered," Don I asserted. Portsy is nodded in agreement. Their steps grew considerably lighter as they arrived at the conference room, just in time for the commencement of the game between the Celtics and the Heat. Both teams' three-point shooting percentages are below 30%. However, Tyler Herro is performing quite well, Don I observed after watching the game. Adebayo is commendable as well. He is a formidable opponent, Portsy is added. Xu Sen lowered his head, engrossed in his phone. "I told you. The Heat will surely win," Jason Tatum tweeted. Chapter 46. The Championship of the Western Conference. 1. Xu Sen. "You're a bit mischievous. But well done. I'll post too." Luka Doncic chuckled as he watched Xu Sen's antics and picked up his phone to join in. Jason Tatum. "You want to even get a chance to face us in the finals. Alas, you're so weak. It's 3-1 now, there is no comeback for you. Despite your hefty salary and poor performance. Doncic, when you visit the Boston Celtics home court, you might just get beaten," Porzingis remarked. "Then I would be just like Trae Young, becoming a mayor?" Haha. Doncic burst into laughter. After their shared amusement, The trio returned to prepare for the match the following day. That night, several reports emerged across the media in the United States. Xu Sen's fingers and toes have sustained injuries, casting uncertainty over his participation in the upcoming match. Xu Sen's style of play is excessively detrimental to his health. Can the Mavericks still triumph in their match without him? The following evening, at the American Airlines Center in Dallas, prior to the game, the Mavericks unveiled their roster, and indeed, Xu Sen was conspicuously absent. Instead, he was seen clad in casual attire from Hongxing, seated on the bench, engaging in jovial conversation with his fellow Mavericks players. "Hey, if you lose without me, you'll certainly hear about it, especially from you, our team leader, Doncic." Xu Sen spoke to the warmed-up Doncic, declaring, "Just watch. Tonight, I shall score over 40 points and lead our team to victory." Doncic confidently patted his chest and replied, "You just rest and enjoy the show. You injured toe and finger." Laughter erupted among the players as Doncic teased. Observing the lively atmosphere on the Mavericks bench, the Dallas Mavericks fans felt a wave of relief. Their team was far from dispirited. With a whistle, the game commenced. Porzingis faced off against Jokic for the tip-off, but Jokic, undeterred, successfully tipped the ball to Trey Burke, who was Xu Sen's substitute. At 183 centimeters, Burke exhibited commendable ball handling and rhythm, yet his height rendered him a defensive liability. This was precisely why Xu Sen quickly established himself as the starting point guard for the Mavericks. The implications of having a defensive weakness on the court were evident. As the Nuggets initiated their offense, Murray, through a screen, easily maneuvered past Burke to score with a mid-range jumper. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at Mavericks 32, Nuggets 36. The assistance of the referees and the absence of Xu Sen, the team's strategic mind and defensive stalwart, had significantly diminished the Mavericks' competitiveness. However, the Nuggets' shooting was subpar, and despite this, the score remained close. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Mavericks trailed the Nuggets 110 to 119. The 9-point deficit had the fans on the brink of riot, chanting, "Corrupt officiating. The referees must be on the take." The officials were sweating profusely, internally cursing the Nuggets players. The Nuggets had attempted 40 free throws, while the Mavericks had only 21, allowing the Nuggets to widen the gap despite the questionable officiating. Murray, having faced Xu Sen's relentless defense for 3 games, was struggling terribly. With a shooting line of 8 for 21 from the field and 2 for 10 from beyond the arc, Michael Malone, coaching from the sidelines, wore a grim expression. Even if they won, it would be an unsightly victory. In an offensive possession for the Mavericks, Burke was substituted out for Seth Curry, completing an all-offensive lineup. Doncic held the ball at the top of the arc, facing Michael Porter's defense. He signaled for Hardaway and Porzingis to move up. Hardaway set a screen. And as Doncic created space, Harris, trying to defend, was blocked by the already positioned Porzingis. Doncic effortlessly launched a three-pointer. Swish. The score tightened to 113 to 119. During the Nuggets' offensive possession, Jokic, with time running low, launched a shot from beyond the arc with only 5 seconds remaining. Bang! After Porzingis secured the rebound, he promptly passed the ball to the swiftly advancing Hardaway, along with Seth Curry and Doncic. A rapid counterattack ensued, culminating in Seth Curry sinking the basketball from just 2 steps beyond the three-point line. With the score at 116-119, the Mavericks were destined for victory. The tainted officiating did not merit a triumph. The Mavericks were destined for victory. Following this momentous shot, all Dallas Mavericks fans rose in unison, cheering and exulting. The Nuggets called for a timeout. Xu Sen transformed into a water dispenser player, welcoming the athletes stepping onto the court. "You are incredible. Absolutely magnificent." He exchanged high fives with Doncic, exclaiming, "Of course. I am the leader of this team. Did you not know?" "Yes, yes, yes. Our Mavericks captain, Doncic." Xu Sen smiled as he shared a high five with Doncic. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere surrounding the Mavericks, Michael Malone, seated on the Nuggets bench, exuded a calm demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of his players. "Murray, Porter, Jokic, can I still place my trust in you? Tell me." "Yes," they chorused. "Then the 3 of you are to return to the court and score vigorously. Do not let Dallas basketball game go astray." The weight of Malone's words caused the trio to lower their heads in shame. Jokic, the core leader of the team, lifted his gaze to confront the coach, declaring, "Just watch. Malone, I assure you I will not miss another shot." "Good. If you miss even a single shot, you shall endure a day of fitness meals." Michael Malone retorted, "Could we possibly change the punishment?" Jokic's previously half-closed eyes widened in alarm. "No. When you return to the court, pass the ball to Jokic. Malone instructed the other players. The previously tense atmosphere among the Nuggets dissipated. As the timeout concluded, Jokic re-entered the game with formidable prowess, attacking the paint with determination. Unwilling to let a single shot miss lest he faced the dreaded fitness meal, Malone nodded approvingly from the sidelines, realizing that he could not pressure Jokic too much. With just 1 minute remaining in the game, the Nuggets managed to narrow the score gap to 6 points, placing the pressure squarely on the Mavericks. With his teammates providing cover, Doncic sank a crucial three-pointer, showcasing an extraordinary shooting touch today. The whistle blew. The Nuggets called a timeout, utilizing their final opportunity. "We only need one more basket and to defend against one more to nearly secure victory," Malone stated. In the final offensive play orchestrated by Malone, the responsibility was placed on Murray, his most prized disciple. As the timeout ended, the resolute team resumed their attack. With his teammates creating space, Murray faced off against Hardaway. He charged towards the basket from a 45-degree angle, challenging Hardaway as he released the ball. Bang! Hardaway ultimately demonstrated his defensive prowess. His vertical leap comparable to that of Murray. Due to Hardaway's defense, Murray was compelled to adjust the angle of his shot, causing the basketball to ricochet off the rim. Positioned strategically, Porzingis seized the rebound, but before he could pass the ball, he was fouled by Millsap, sending Porzingis to the free throw line. Under pressure, Porzingis converted both attempts, showcasing the soft-touch characteristic of European players. The Nuggets initiated their offensive play again, and this time, Murray, aided by Jokic's screen, successfully sank a three-pointer. With only 38 seconds remaining, there was no jubilation. The Nuggets needed to defend effectively to secure their victory. On the Mavericks side, Jason Kidd refrained from calling a timeout, trusting his players to resolve the situation independently. However, the usually accurate Doncic faltered on the final shot, missing entirely and failing to secure the offensive rebound. A collective sigh echoed through the arena as the Mavericks succumbed to defeat. After fouling Jokic, who converted both free throws, the deficit widened to 6 points with just 20 seconds left. The Mavericks regrettably lost Game 4. In the post-game friendly embrace, Jokic faced his friends Doncic and Porzingis with a look of shame, acknowledging that the victory was not entirely honorable. "You are indeed formidable," Doncic remarked with a smile, patting Jokic on the shoulder. "However, our cerebral powerhouse, Xu Sen, will be back for the next game," Doncic added through clenched teeth. Jokic could only chuckle awkwardly in response, unable to articulate a reply. During the post-game press conference, the Nuggets declined interviews, citing time constraints due to their flight, and promptly returned to Denver. Meanwhile, a multitude of cameras surrounded Kidd, inquiring about Xu Sen's potential return for the next game. Kidd indicated that a comeback was uncertain and dependent on the doctor's advice. Unable to extract any sensational news, the media eventually dispersed. The following morning, the entire Mavericks team flew to Denver, determined to claim the game. This time, they brought all their own food and drinking water, wary of a possible poisoning incident. Uncharacteristically, no Denver Nuggets fans attempted to harass the Mavericks, and even when Xu Sen was spotted, the fans refrained from any taunting. This unexpected behavior heightened the players' anxiety, prompting Doncic to call Jokic to learn that their fans were too intimidated to provoke Xu Sen this time. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed, their eyes fixed intently on Xu Sen. "Just don't play too harshly today, Xu Sen." Porzingis gently patted Xu Sen on the shoulder. Instinctively, everyone nodded in agreement, before bursting into laughter. Ha. At the Pepsi Center in Denver, the atmosphere was electric, with fans divided into two camps. A significant number of Dallas Mavericks supporters were present, nearly matching the fervor of the Denver Nuggets fans. Even before the game commenced, the crowd had already begun to engage in a spirited exchange, yet overall, the Mavericks supporters seemed to hold the upper hand, buoyed by the current series score of 3-1. Furthermore, the previous game had seen the Nuggets win in a rather unsatisfactory manner, which dampened the spirits of their fans. Today, Xu Sen's presence on the official roster bolstered the confidence of the Mavericks supporters. As the game kicked off with a whistle from the referee, Murray observed Xu Sen on the court, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Once again, he would have to contend with the formidable defense of Xu Sen, the relentless adversary. With the referee's signal, Porzingis effortlessly passed the basketball to Xu Sr. Xu Sen gradually advanced the basketball into the front court, while his teammates either spread out or positioned themselves at their most accurate spots. Xu Sen glanced at the defender, Murray, and smiled. "It's been a while, Murray." Just as Murray, momentarily taken aback, was about to respond, Xu Sen seized the opportunity, accelerating past him with a swift movement. charging directly towards the paint. Observing Xu Sen barreling towards him, Jokic realized he was unable to impede Xu Sen's scoring and, resigned to the inevitable, raised his hands in surrender, standing motionless. With a resounding thud, Xu Sen disregarded Jokic's outstretched arms, executing a powerful tomahawk dunk to conclude the play. MVP. MVP. The fans of the Dallas Mavericks erupted in jubilant cheers. Xu Sen raised his fist to the heavens, gazing towards the fans, and with a flourish, the crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers. Xu Sen, the Superman. Xu Sen, the Superman. Yet, as Xu Sen retreated on defense, the fervor of the crowd began to wane. However, before the cheers could completely fade, Murray advanced the ball. Hesitating momentarily as Xu Sen closed in on him with remarkable speed, failing to pass the basketball at the first opportunity. After a brief pause, he finally released the ball. But with Xu Sen's quick approach, his outstretched hand intercepted the pass. The cheers of the Mavericks fans reignited, even louder than before. Xu Sen, the Superman. Xu Sen, the Superman. Amidst the resounding chants, Xu Sen soared over Murray's defense, his body arching gracefully in the air, resembling a grand letter C. With a thunderous slam, the rim quivered as if struck by a mighty beast. Murray's heart raced in synchrony with the trembling of the hoop, leaving him momentarily stunned, grappling with the reality of Xu Sen's newfound prowess. With a score of 4-0, the first quarter became a showcase of Xu Sen's brilliance. Delightful passes, strategic screens, authoritative rebounds, mid-range shots, and emphatic dunks, steals and blocks. In the first quarter, Xu Sen delivered an impressive performance with 12 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and 1 turnover. In a brief span of time, the Mavericks extended their lead over the opposing team to 15 points, reaching a score of 29-44. Indeed, with Xu Sen, the Mavericks emerged as the most formidable team, showcasing a level of play that was simply unmatched. The value of Xu Sen was evident within just one quarter. Jason Kidd, seated comfortably on the bench, wore a constant smile, while on the opposite side, Michael Malone's expression darkened from the moment Xu Sen made his first steal, only growing more somber as the game progressed. Frustrated, he cursed his general manager, Calvin Booth, pondering how such a talented player had slipped through their fingers. The thought of how many championships the Nuggets could have secured with Xu Sen on their roster intensified his irritation. Resigned to the situation, Malone instructed his players to focus on scoring while merely attempting to defend. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the gap between the two teams had widened to an astonishing 32 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, he opted to send in the substitutes, effectively waving the white flag in surrender. The Mavericks fans in attendance began to celebrate, their cheers echoing throughout the arena, while the staff prepared exclusive championship t-shirts and hats for the Mavericks. The event was graced by the presence of NBA legend Magic Johnson, who awaited the conclusion of the final quarter's garbage time. The final moments passed swiftly, with minimal interruptions culminating in the final whistle. The Mavericks triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 4-1. Following a cordial embrace between the two teams, the DJ's enthusiastic voice resonated, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the Mavericks for winning the 2019-2020 Western Conference Championship." As the Mavericks donned their championship apparel, the atmosphere was filled with cheers and celebrations, accompanied by champagne, fireworks, and flags. All players embraced one another, capturing the moment in photographs. As Magic Johnson approached, he presented the Oscar Robertson Trophy to Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, facilitated by the media and the league president's secretary. The Pepsi Center erupted in jubilation as Cuban raised the trophy, passing it to head coach Jason Kidd, who then handed it to Luka Doncic and Xu Sen for photographs. The MVP of the 2019-2020 Western Conference Finals was none other than Luka Doncic, who widened his eyes in astonishment. It is hard to believe this moment. The entire team propelled him forward as Magic Johnson, holding the Western Conference MVP trophy, presented it to Luka Doncic. Doncic, taken aback, accepted the trophy with a bewildered expression. Those watching the live broadcast around the world were equally incredulous, questioning why it was Doncic receiving the honor instead of the triple-double powerhouse. Sioux Senator Doncic's average statistics for the Western Conference Finals were 28, 9 points, 6 rebounds, 5, 2 assists, 1, 2 steals, and 0, 8 blocks. Let us extend our congratulations to Luka Doncic, who garnered 14 out of 26 votes. The host's voice resonated once more. With the Magic Johnson trophy in hand, Doncic instinctively glanced at Xu Sen, who was applauding him from the stands, and even gave him a thumbs up in return. Turning back, Don, with an awkward smile, raised the MVP trophy before the media's cameras. Chapter 48, Western Conference Champions 3. This awkward, forced smile of Don's eyes appeared remarkably comical as it streamed across screens worldwide. The chat rooms of various streaming platforms in Huaxia were filled with animated expressions, particularly among the fans of Xu Sen. This NBA league is nauseating. I have already contacted the NBA officials for an explanation, exclaimed a viewer. Brothers and sisters, let us rally. The broadcaster, Xu Senping, urged her viewers, everyone, if you can, venture onto external networks. Xu Sen had participated in all 4 games of the Western Conference Finals, achieving an average of 28 points, 10, 8 rebounds, 23, 2 assists, 5, 8 steals, and 3, 8 blocks. How could he not be awarded the MVP? Xu Senping v 587. Xu Senping v 587. Xu Senping v 587. You compel me to love you. In no time, the question of Xu Sen's exclusion from the MVP selection flooded the NBA's official platforms. The NBA's hotline was inundated with calls from around the globe, all echoing the same grievance. Why was Xu Sen not the MVP of the Western Conference Finals? This uproar swiftly reached NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. Faced with such a deluge of complaints and negative feedback, Silver felt as though he had swallowed something distasteful. He picked up the office phone and directly berated the NBA selection committee. How do you determine the MVP for the Western Conference Finals? Why am I receiving so many complaints? Give me an answer, or you may as well resign. A voice, aged yet steady, responded from the other end, Mr. Silver. How could you suggest I resign? That one retort turned Silver's face crimson, yet he managed to regain his composure. The chairman of the committee continued. You were the one who urged me to suppress the Huaxia players. Now that he has missed a game, what is wrong with awarding the MVP to Don? In light of the numerous complaints we have received, what do you propose we do? The rationale for missing a single match is utterly indefensible, Xiaohua calmly remarked. The awards have already been presented before the world. It is now your responsibility as the general manager, Mr. Xiaohua. After the abrupt disconnection, he muttered a string of expletives. Cursing under his breath, he composed himself and dialed the public relations department, instructing them to issue a statement regarding the MVP of the Western Conference Finals. He dictated that it should clarify that the decision stemmed from the votes of esteemed judges and media representatives, with Xu Sen's failure to secure the MVP title primarily attributed to his absence from a match. Understood, Mr. President, came the reply. However, the official announcement from the NBA did little to quell the fury of the fans, with reports and insults continuing unabated. This persisted until Xiaohua reached out to Mark Cuban. After a protracted negotiation between the two seasoned strategists, Xiaohua hung up the phone, his visage dark with frustration. In contrast, Mark Cuban's smile broadened as he approached Xu Sen, beckoning him to a secluded spot amidst the commotion. Xu Sen, when you give your interview, please address the issue of the MVP for the Western Conference Finals to help soothe the fans' anger. Naturally, I recognize the unfairness you've suffered. I have successfully negotiated a compensation of $5 million from the NBA's general manager on your behalf, and you will soon enjoy treatment akin to that of a superstar. Furthermore, as your employer, I will transfer the villa you currently reside in to your name as an additional gesture. What do you think of this arrangement? Upon hearing these words, Xu Sen initially furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. To be candid, he was indifferent to the MVP of the Western Conference. What he truly desired was the MVP of the finals. If the Western Conference MVP were awarded to Doncic, so be it, for he shared a good rapport with him. Just recently, Doncic had made many unequal promises to Xu Sen, and now it seemed that a mere exchange of words could yield such substantial benefits. Xu Sen did not hesitate long before responding. All right, Mr. Mark, please proceed with arranging the interview. I knew you would agree, Xu Sen. I will take care of it. Mark Cuban extended his hand and shook Xu Sen's, departing with a smile. Before long, a group of reporters arrived, and Xu Sen was interviewed in the locker room. Xu Sen, what are your thoughts on your teammate Doncic receiving the MVP award for the Western Conference Finals? Doncic, as the leader of our team, certainly deserves this accolade. He consistently supports and encourages me, so I am thrilled for both of us. But your statistics surpass his. You could also be in contention for the MVP. One reporter interjected. Hey, I missed a game myself. Wouldn't it be unreasonable for me to claim it? As long as we can secure victories, that's all that matters. You are indeed a magnanimous person. Mr. Xu Senator, thank you for your response. After this segment of the interview was released, many fans fell silent. Even those who continued to post it so half-heartedly. Xu Sen, have you been threatened? If so, just blink. Xu Sen, how much have you gained from this? Such remarks circulated. Seeing the reports diminish, Adam Silver finally exhaled in his office, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he tidied up his belongings and prepared to return home. After the interview, Xu Sen turned back to see the guilt-ridden expression on Doncic's face, and an inner joy blossomed within him. He realized he could now tease Doncic. All the players gazed at Xu Sen with admiration, acknowledging him as a divine teammate who, despite being overshadowed in the MVP race, remained unfazed and even comforted his fellow players while continuing to assist them with his passes. Ultimately, Doncic promised to treat the entire team to a night out at a nightclub upon their return to Dallas, marking the conclusion of the day's events. That evening, the team returned to Dallas, and the following night, Doncic treated everyone to a meal at a trendy restaurant before heading to the largest nightclub in the city for a night of revelry. The next day, Xu Sen awoke early, suffering from an upset stomach due to the copious amounts of juice he had consumed at the nightclub the previous night. The Celtics had triumphed over the Heat the night before, bringing their series lead to 3-2. Tatum had taken to Twitter in a rather arrogant manner, declaring, another step closer to the finals. Mavericks, tremble in fear. This post was met with ridicule from numerous fans, leading him to delete it, resembling a jester. Upon learning of Xu Sen's predicament, Jason Kidd and general manager Nick Harrison, accompanied by the team doctor, visited Xu Sen's villa to check on his health. Kidd even called Doncic, who was still groggy, to scold him harshly, forbidding Xu Sen from going to any nightclubs, much to Xu Sen's amusement and exasperation. After Xu Sen repeatedly assured them of his well-being, Kidd and Harrison finally took their leave. The next afternoon, all teammates gathered at the arena for practice and to watch the game between the Heat and the Celtics, preparing their defensive strategies and offensive tactics against the Heat. Indeed, everyone believed the Heat would emerge victorious. No one entertained the notion that the Celtics might win. Xu Sen was assigned the defensive task of closely marking Jordan's son, Jimmy Butler. However, at this moment, Butler had not yet become the subject of such rumors. For the Miami Heat, all players of the Mavericks appeared relaxed, not perceiving the Heat as a formidable opponent. It wasn't until they watched the Heat's match against the Celtics that they began to take things seriously. The Heat triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 125-113, showcasing a remarkable performance with 6 players scoring in double digits. Even Crowder fell just 1 point shy of joining their ranks. The Heat was fully equipped and ready for battle, compelling the Mavericks to take notice. Despite their bravado, the Mavericks players were diligent during practice, each one more focused than the last, as they prepared for the championship game 3 days hence. Chapter 49. The Finals 1. On the eve of the championship match, Jiang Bin introduced a new individual. Xu Sen, the beloved figure of the Huaxia Forest fandom, is fondly referred to as Sister Ping Ping by her devoted follower, Lu Ruping. Xu Sen, this is Lu Ruping, your little admirer, who shall now serve as your assistant. Jiang Bin remarked, playfully winking at Xu Senator. Xu Sen cast a sharp glance at Jiang Bin before extending his hand towards Lu Ruping. Hello, I am Xu Senior. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lu Ruping, her eyes sparkling with brightness, reached out her hand in return. Hello, Xu Senator, I am Lu Ruping, and I will be your assistant from now on. The two exchanged smiles. As Lu Ruping had yet to find accommodation, she temporarily took residence in Xu Sen's villa. That evening, a welcoming banquet for Lu Ruping was held on the 3rd floor of the Sanxi restaurant. While conversing with Lu Ruping, Xu Sen learned that she had initially come to watch his competition. However, persuaded by Jiang Bin, she ultimately entrusted the live broadcast platform of Huaxia to her sister, Lu Ruoyan, and chose to assist Xu Sen instead. Lu Ruoyan? Xu Sen unconsciously uttered the name. Yes, my sister's name is Lu Ruoyan. Why do you ask? Do you know her? Lu Ruping replied, astonished. It's nothing. I just happened to know someone named Lu Ruoyan in the past, Xu Sen thought to himself, gazing at Lu Ruping's exquisite beauty. Truly, she was the embodiment of Lu Ruoyan, having experienced poverty, fear, wealth, blindness, injury, mistreatment, and arrogance, yet never having known ugliness. Heaven did not create Lu Ruoyan in vain. She is unmatched. When did you come to know someone named Lu Ruoyan? I had no idea. Jiang Bin interrupted Xu Sen's musings. Well, I wouldn't exactly call him a friend. I've merely heard of him, Xu Sen replied awkwardly. Shenfang pinched Jiang Bin under the table, causing him to yelp in pain. Heard of him? Was it from someone named G-Boda? Lu Ruping inquired thoughtfully. Goodness. G-Boda has surfaced. Xu Sen pondered. Could it be that G-Boda is your sister Lu Ruoyan's first love? Xu Sen instinctively asked. You know Jiboda. Where is he now? He truly is my sister's first love. They grew up together, and then, for reasons unknown, Jiboda went abroad, leaving my sister heartbroken for a long time. Xu Sen, do you know his whereabouts? Lu Rupiang questioned eagerly. Childhood sweethearts, suddenly going abroad. This plot thickens. Xu Sen thought. I don't know. It happened a long time ago, and I have no means of contacting him, Xu Sen said, scratching his head to change the subject. After diverting from this topic, everyone enthusiastically welcomed Lu Rupiang's arrival. The following evening, at the American Airlines Center in Dallas, the Mavericks had secured home court advantage for the first 2 games of the finals due to their superior record over the Heat this season. The audience was filled with notable figures, including Mavericks legends and retired jersey numbers. Among them were the franchise's all-time leaders in steals and assists, Derek Harper, as well as legends from the team's predecessor, the Dallas Chaparrals, such as Brad Davis and Rolando Blackman. Naturally, the first of them all, Dirk Nowitzki, the god of basketball, was also present, along with the Big Boss, Kobe Bryant, and the basketball deity Michael Jordan, alongside legends from other teams, gathered to witness this momentous occasion. From the Miami Heat, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh were in attendance. The presence of numerous Hollywood stars added to the spectacle, creating a dazzling constellation of luminaries that one might typically expect to see only in major cities. However, the rarity of such a gathering made this day particularly special, perhaps influenced by recent adverse events, prompting the league to invite these illustrious figures. The commentary was once again provided by the familiar trio of Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, and A. Smith. For the Mavericks, the starting lineup featured Henson, Hardaway, D. Smith, and Porteous. The visiting Heat comprised Goran Dragic, Tyler Herro, Jimmy Butler, Jay Crowder, and Bam Adebayo. As the arena erupted with the sound of the referee's whistle, all players positioned themselves around the center court. Porteous and Adebayo approached the referee at midcourt, preparing for the jump ball as directed. With a swift motion, the referee tossed the basketball into the air. Utilizing his height and wingspan, Porteous leaped gracefully, and with a resounding clap, the ball soared towards Henson, who received it and began to advance towards the front court. At the top of the arc, he faced Dragic's defense, executing a pronounced crossover as he veered sharply to the right. Even the seasoned Dragic found himself momentarily caught off guard, shifting to the right in response. Xu Sen took a step to the left, pulling back just as Dragic lunged towards him. Bang! Dragic, having moved too swiftly, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Xu Sen seized the moment and charged into the paint. The crowd erupted in applause, astonished that Xu Sen's inaugural offensive play had left the opposing team's starting point guard in disarray. However, Xu Sen's advance was swiftly met with Butler's defensive support. Recognizing the impending challenge, Xu Sen opted not to force his way through. Instead, he executed a precise bounce pass to Doncic, who had already positioned himself at the 45-degree angle. Swish! Facing an unguarded three-point shot, Doncic effortlessly sank the ball into the net. The Mavericks took the lead, 3-0. The arena resonated with cheers from Mavericks fans, celebrating the synergy between their 2 key players. MV. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, the exuberant Barkley began to extol Xu Sen's prowess, eliciting bemusement from O'Neal and A. Smith. Doncic rushed over to high-five Xu Sen, exclaiming, "That's the way, Xu Sen. Keep them coming." Xu Sen nodded with a smile. The Miami Heat initiated their offensive play, having reviewed Xu Sen's footage. Dragic promptly passed the basketball to Herro as they crossed half-court, unaware that the defender facing him was Doncic. Xu Sen rushed to defend against Butler. Recalling Coach Spoelstra's instructions, Butler believed that the Mavericks would assign Xu Sen to guard Herro, allowing him to focus on scoring. However, to his surprise, Xu Sen was now defending him. The height difference between the two was a striking 8 centimeters, and coupled with Butler's hairstyle, it seemed as though they were separated by half a head. Undeterred, Butler sprinted towards Herro, who was handling the ball at the top of the arc, signaling for the pass. As Butler approached, he and Herro exchanged the ball, but Herro's screen failed to impede Xu Sen's defense. Xu Sen continued to defend against Butler. As Butler dribbled between his legs to find his rhythm, Dragic rushed forward to set a screen. Noticing that Xu Sen was obstructed by Dragic, Butler decisively broke through on the right side and took a shot. Bang! Just as the basketball left Butler's hands, a massive hand swatted it down. Xu Sen, this Superman, utilized his extraordinary speed and agility to deliver a resounding block to Butler. This is the consequence of underestimating the Superman. Barkley exclaimed with rapid-fire commentary. The basketball, propelled forward by Xu Sen's block, was collected by Doncic, who believed in Xu Sen's prowess, leading to a fast break and a layup. Swish. 5 o'clock coach Spoelstra shouted from the sidelines. Butler. He uttered no more than that. Butler, now awakened, looked at Xu Sen with a changed expression. One no longer filled with defiance. As Dragic dribbled forward, Butler kept Xu Sen away from the ball. Eventually, with the cooperation of his other 4 teammates, Hero made a mid-range shot. 5-2 Chapter 50, the Finals. 2. The Heat were thoroughly dominated by the Mavericks throughout the first quarter, until the quarter concluded and a break was called. Mavericks 40, Heat 26. Xu Sen is truly formidable. He recorded 10 assists in the first quarter, completely controlling the pace of the offense. A. Smith remarked. O'Neal also praised Porzingis, noting that a powerful center could fully exploit ball-handling potential. And Porzingis exemplified such a fine center. Indeed, with Xu Sen in the center position, there was no need to play so aggressively, significantly reducing the risk of injury. In the previous life, Porzingis was injured in the first round of the playoffs, sidelining him for the season, but due to the butterfly effect after Xu Sen's arrival, he remained unscathed. Hey, fellas, does no one have anything to say about Luka Doncic? Hey, Smith inquired. Laughter erupted from the crowd throughout the quarter. Including time spent on the bench, Butler failed to score a single point, his mood dismal as he covered his face with a towel. He seemed to resonate with the struggles of Harden, Murray, and James. Coach Spoelstra was deep in thought. He had not anticipated that Xu Sen would target Butler for defense, believing instead that Xu Sen would guard Hero, given Hero's recent scoring prowess. Finally, Coach Spoelstra clapped his hands, calling for his Heat teammates to begin strategizing. As the second quarter commenced, Iguodala replaced Dragic, and all the starters took the court. It appeared they were ready to engage the Mavericks in a fierce contest. The Mavericks maintained their routine, with Xu Sen leading 4 substitutes onto the floor, allowing the starters to conserve their energy. During a Heat offensive possession, as Hero controlled the ball and had yet to cross half court, Iguodala closely marked Xu Sen, creating a curious scenario on the court. Xu Sen followed Butler, while Iguodala shadowed Xu Sen. As soon as HRO delivered the basketball to Butler, Iguodala immediately executed a screen. Just moments after Xu Sen maneuvered around Iguodala, HRO set another screen right before Xu Senator facing the impending defense of Seth Curry. Butler did not hesitate to perform a beautifully executed turnaround jump shot. Swish. This marked the first score for the Heat in the second quarter, bringing the score to 40-28. Xu Sen furrowed his brow. For while the other players of the Heat had retreated on defense, Iguodala continued to shadow Xu Senator. Xu Sen accelerated, creating a slight distance from Iguodala. Upon receiving a pass from his teammate, he surged into the front court. Despite Iguodala's age, his defensive prowess remained formidable, as he had once wrested the FMVP title from Curry through sheer defensive skill. Though Iguodala may have lost a step, he persistently trailed Xu Sr. As Boban charged into the paint, Xu Sen, nearly trapped, deftly tossed the basketball, which landed perfectly in Boban's hands. With a gentle rise onto his toes, Boban effortlessly deposited the ball into the basket right beneath Adebayo's gaze. Adebayo retrieved the ball and executed a long pass to Tyler Herro. Receiving the ball at the logo in the front court, Herro launched into a rapid drive towards the hoop. Just as he was about to finish, the shouts of Iguodala and Butler echoed behind him, warning, "Be careful." Reacting instinctively, Herro applied even greater force to his final step, transforming his layup into a dunk. As he leapt, he sensed an imposing figure trailing closely behind him. In a reflexive motion, Herro flung the basketball towards the rim just as he descended. Bam! Upon witnessing Adebayo release the basketball, Xu Sen immediately sprinted in the direction of its trajectory. As Herro leaped near the basket, Xu Sen positioned himself at the free throw line and followed suit, launching into the air. Just as Herro sensed something amiss and released the ball, Xu Sen deftly swatted it against the backboard and seized it with one hand. "You jump first, and I will follow." This moment mirrored the iconic play of Shannon Brown, yet transcended it. Xu Sen soared from the free throw line. The attentive Barkley, witnessing this remarkable block, exclaimed loudly in commentary. All the stars around bore expressions of disbelief, particularly Kobe. His countenance and gestures echoed those he wore when he first beheld Shannon Brown's legendary block. The female celebrities gazing at Xu Sen on the big screen were stirred with intrigue. What a robust man from Huaxia, especially for Jenna of the Kardashian clan. Her eyes sparkled with admiration for Xu Sen. At that moment, having just begun a relationship with Booker, she found herself contemplating the possibility of pursuing Xu Senator indeed. Many of the American female stars present harbored similar thoughts. Oblivious to the affections of these starlets, Xu Sen raised a hand, accepting the adulation of the fans within the arena. Iggy, noticing Xu Sen celebrating, refrained from attempting a steal, maintaining a respectful distance. Only when Xu Sen advanced the ball to the front court did Iggy step up to apply pressure. Xu Sen executed a swift change of direction and accelerated past Iguodala, charging directly towards the paint. Meanwhile, Hero, undeterred, positioned himself just behind the free throw line, preparing to draw an offensive foul from Xu Sr. Xu Sen leaped from just a step inside the free throw line, spreading his legs wide. He soared directly over the upright figure of Hero. Bang! By the time Hero regained his senses after being vaulted over, Xu Sen had already completed a thunderous dunk and landed triumphantly. Superhuman. 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 Xu Sen has once again replicated a classic moment. He completely eclipsed Hero, taking off from just a step inside the free throw line. Even the usually composed A. Smith could not contain himself, eagerly commenting before Barkley could. The crowd, which was settling into silence, erupted once more as Xu Sen executed a stunning slam dunk, sending shockwaves through the Dallas Center, the decibel level nearly shaking the arena's roof. Witnessing Xu Sen's unstoppable momentum, Heat's head coach Spoelstra felt his teeth nearly grinding. For the first time, he found himself cursing the Heat's management and scouts inwardly. However, Spoelstra refrained from calling a timeout. As his starting five faced the Mavericks' lone starter supported by 4 substitutes, to call a timeout would be utterly humiliating. Instead, he silently cursed the Heat's general manager and scouts once more. After being surpassed by Xu Sen, Hero took to the court again in the next offensive play against Seth Curry, but under circumstances that rendered him nearly defenseless. He attempted a mid-range shot that clanked off the rim, a clear indication that his mindset had crumbled. Coach Spoelstra closed his eyes, mouthed a few words, and ultimately called for a substitution, replacing Hero with Dragic. Spoelstra glanced over at Mavericks coach Jason Kidd and sighed deeply. He had an ominous premonition that this finals would not culminate in a championship. 3 minutes into the second quarter, as the other 4 Mavericks starters joined the fray, the heat, akin to flames meeting water, were swiftly extinguished. By the end of the second quarter, the Mavericks had stretched the lead to 30 points, 81-51. It could be said that the Mavericks had effectively dismantled the game within 2 quarters. Mavericks fans were already reveling during the halftime break, while the Heat returned to the locker room, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. They had lost this game, and all eyes were on Hero, who entered with his head bowed, gazing at the floor, lost in thought. What is wrong with Hero? Coach Spoelstra approached him and patted his shoulder. It's all right, coach. I think I need to take a break. May I sit out the second half? That is fine, it's all right. We lost this game, Coach Spoelstra replied. Chapter 51, The Finals, 3. As halftime concluded and the cheerleaders alongside the Mavericks mascot Mavsman departed, the game resumed. Hero of the Heat indeed did not return to the court, and the Mavericks, aware of their impending victory, saw Xu Sen abandon serious defense. The two teams engaged in an exhilarating shootout. Each spectacular basket ignited fervent cheers from the home crowd, enhancing the players' statistics with each passing moment. In the variety show Basketball and Human Relations, Xu Sen casually tossed the basketball into the air at the logo as the whistle for the match echoed throughout the arena. The Mavericks triumphed over the Heat with a commanding score of 143-122 in Game 1. In this match, Xu Sen achieved remarkable statistics: 28 points, 11 rebounds, 30 assists, 6 steals, 6 blocks, and 4 turnovers. Doncic amassed 36 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. Porzingis also delivered an impressive performance with 20 points and 18 rebounds. On the Heat side, 7 players scored in double digits, albeit with modest totals. Hero did not score in the last 2 quarters but still contributed 12 points. The highest scorer was Adebayo with 24 points. Following the game, amidst friendly embraces and handshakes, the Heat approached, recognizing that the Mavericks had intentionally eased their efforts, which, while somewhat humiliating, at least preserved their dignity. The nuances of human relations were vividly illustrated. "You are truly formidable, Xu Sen. Your defense is suffocating," Butler remarked as he grasped Xu Sen's hand. "However, I shall devise a strategy to counter you in the next match." "All right. We shall battle again in 2 days," Xu Sen replied with a radiant smile. The two exchanged pats on the shoulder before parting ways. As Xu Sen made his way back to the dressing room, he was intercepted backstage by Jenna and her sister, Kylie. "Hello, Xu Sen. It is a pleasure to meet you." I am Jenna, and this is my sister, Kylie, Jenna greeted warmly. Hi. Xu Sen momentarily froze. Realizing that he was in the presence of the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, Kendall Jenner. Would you be interested in exchanging contact information? Jenna asked with a flirtatious glance. Well, I suppose I could add you on Twitter later, Xu Sen chuckled awkwardly. Just as Jenna was about to speak again, Porzingis' voice rang out, Hey, what are you up to, Xu Sen? Then I'll await your addition, Jenna replied with a smile as she led her sister away. Xu Sen nodded and then noticed his teammates, including Doncic and Porzingis, along with D. Smith, approaching him. Hey, Xu Sen, it seems your romantic fortune has arrived. Is that a member of the Kardashian clan, Jenner? Doncic remarked, casually draping his arm over Xu Sen's shoulder. Indeed, it is Kendall Jenner from the Kardashian family. I've seen her clearly, added Hardaway. Xu Sen scratched his head, pondering the best defensive player, the Kardashian family. At that moment, the reserved Porzingis chimed in. What about you? Xu Sen? Or perhaps it is my lovely assistant beside me. After speaking, Xu Sen retreated to the locker room for a shower. This scene was captured by the staff and subsequently disseminated. When Xu Sen arrived at the post-game press conference, a journalist eagerly inquired, Hey Xu Sen, I heard that Jenna exchanged contact information with you. Will you officially become friends? The media's influence is truly remarkable. You learned about it so swiftly. However, I can only aspire to be an ordinary friend. My taste differs from yours. I have a preference for Eastern beauty. Thank you. That very evening, a plethora of news regarding Xu Sen emerged in the American media, akin to springing up like mushrooms after rain. The affairs between Xu Sen and Jenna. Xu Sen is enamored with Eastern beauties. Another triple-double. What are the limits of Xu Sen's capabilities? The NBA superstars soar through the skies. The beautiful assistant beside Xu Sen. While on the other side, Xu Sen drove Lu Ruping back to the villa. Upon returning home, Xu Sen embraced a plethora of jerseys, basketballs, CDs, and other memorabilia, diligently signing them at the table. Meanwhile, Lu Ruping had already begun editing the remarkable moments of Xu Sen to share on domestic video platforms. Currently, Xu Sen's accounts on VB and Tomato have been entrusted to Lu Ruping, his assistant. Longtime fans of the Huaxiao Forest are well aware that it is Sister Ping who is serving as Xu Sen's aide. His account consistently showcases a myriad of Xu Sen's daily life, training sessions, and exclusive, thrilling video edits. In the Penguin Forest fan livestream, a new host has taken over. Sister Ping's sister, Yin Yin, a stunning beauty in her own right, has fulfilled the promise made by Sister Ping. In every match, lucky fans are drawn to receive signed merchandise from Xu Sen himself. The livestream has seen a surge in popularity, even in the absence of Sister Ping, gradually establishing itself as the premier channel on Penguin. Brother Son, do you think my edited video looks good? Lu Ruping inquired as she emerged from the study after uploading the video for Xu Sr. Xu Sen had just finished signing some merchandise when he looked up to see Lu Ruping approaching him, momentarily captivated by her presence. Brother Son, what's the matter? Lu Ruping waved in front of him. Coming back to reality, Xu Sen felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks and managed a couple of awkward chuckles. Oh, it's nothing much, just pondering a few thoughts. You can send the video directly, and I've already signed the merchandise. Just return it when you can. Lu Ruping's ears also turned slightly red, as if she had grasped an unspoken sentiment. All right, I'll go to the study and send it out right away. With that, Lu Ruping hurried back to her workspace. Between them lay a delicate veil, an unspoken boundary neither dared to cross. After all, Xu Sen was merely drawn to her beauty, having only recently met her without truly knowing her. Lu Ruping, too, harbored feelings typical of an idol and a fan. They were simply two individuals, newly aware of their mutual attraction. The night passed in silence. The following day marked a rest day for the team. Jiang Bin visited Xu Sen's home, taking the two of them to various scheduled events, particularly in the realm of charity. They returned in the evening, utterly exhausted. This is more tiring than playing 10 basketball games. Xu Sen collapsed onto the couch in his Dallas villa, exclaiming in exasperation. Lu Ruping stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Is that all? You only played 3 games today. Just wait until you return to your country. Who knows how many more you'll face? Jiang Bin, now resembling a manager with his glasses, glanced at his tablet and remarked on the numerous events he had planned for Xu Senator Stop. Don't give me any more of these. Xu Sen jumped up, directing his words at Jiang Bin playfully. It's all about making money. Jiang Bin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Get lost. The next day, Xu Sen arrived at the gym early, eager to train. After a lengthy discussion with Jiang Bin the previous night about the plethora of activities lined up for him, he felt invigorated for the morning practice. Once all the teammates and coaches had arrived, they commenced their routine tactical training. "Xu Sen, come here for a moment," called Jason Kidd as Xu Sen prepared to leave after practice. Upon hearing his coach's call, Xu Sen approached with curiosity etched upon his face. "Coach, what is it?" he inquired, gazing at Jason Kidd in bewilderment. "The boss is looking for you," Jason Kidd replied with a smile, his joy palpable after recently securing the championship. As they entered the general manager's office, only Mark Cuban awaited them inside. Jason Kidd exchanged pleasantries before departing. This left Cuban and Xu Sen alone in the office. Chapter 52, The Finals. 4. Mark Cuban and Xu Sen engaged in conversation for nearly half an hour, primarily because Cuban wished to discuss an early contract extension. As Xu Sen emerged from the office, his head slightly spinning from the extensive discussion, he shook it to regain clarity. The conversation had felt almost hypnotic, and he nearly succumbed to the persuasive rhetoric. It was only when Xu Sen expressed his desire to first secure a championship for the team that Mark Cuban finally relented. In the past, the esteemed Dirk Nowitzki likely endured similar persuasive discussions, and with Cuban's benevolence towards him, it is no wonder that Nowitzki remained steadfastly devoted to the franchise. In truth, former NBA stars took pride in the notion of one man, one city, a sentiment far removed from the protagonist's perspective. Dallas American Airlines Center today marks the second game of the 2019-2020 NBA Finals, featuring the Mavericks against the Heat. The commentary team remains the iconic trio of Shaquille O'Neal, Stephen A. Smith, and Charles Barkley. The starting lineups are as follows: Mavericks, home Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, D. Smith, Porzingis. Heat, away Dragic, Harrow, Butler, Crowder, Adebayo. Xu Sen glanced at Hilo and, noticing his calm demeanor, released a quiet sigh of relief. Hilo remained a commendable player. Had Xu Sen managed to shatter his spirit and drive him to withdraw from the NBA, a twinge of guilt would have lingered in Xu Sen's heart. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Porzingis secured the jump ball, and the basketball swiftly approached Xu Sen's face. Reacting just in time, Xu Sen caught the ball. Sensing Xu Sen's momentary distraction, Dragic swiftly closed in, attempting to steal it. However, now fully focused, Xu Sen denied Dragic any opportunity, executing a sudden change of pace and accelerating past him with ease. Xu Sen charged towards the basket, and this time, Butler and Hero refrained from providing support, wary that Xu Sen might pass the ball to the perimeter players, Doncic and Hardaway. In the previous game, the Mavericks primarily excelled in their outside shooting. Many points were scored as Xu Sen utilized his ability to draw defenders, facilitating three-point shots for Doncic and Hardaway. Approaching the free throw line, Xu Sen noticed the absence of defenders and effortlessly executed a mid-range jumper, smoothly securing 2 points. Xu Sen's scoring came with such ease that the Heat were utterly incapable of containing him. Barkley remarked with a chuckle, as Xu Sen's mid-range shots swished through the net. The entire Mavericks team simultaneously pivoted, hastening back to their defensive half. "Wow, the Mavericks' transition defense is remarkably synchronized today," A. Smith remarked, unable to contain his excitement. Coach Spoelstra furrowed his brow, pondering how the Mavericks executed such a cohesive maneuver. Even in victory, how could they maintain such momentum? On the court, Butler and the other starting players of the Heat felt the mounting pressure. How could the Mavericks be so unified? Adebayo passed the ball to Dragic, who advanced slowly. The Mavericks had already established their positions, rendering a rapid counterattack futile, compelling them to adopt a more methodical approach. Following the Heat's transition, each Mavericks player promptly identified their defensive assignments, closing in on their respective opponents. Dragic, before Hardaway could close in, passed the ball to Harrow. Butler was quick to direct Xu Sen to the corner, distancing him from the ball. Harrow, handling the ball, attempted to break through Doncic's imposing frame with a series of lateral movements, but found it nearly impossible to shake him off. Ultimately, with the assistance of a screen set by Crowder, he successfully evaded Doncic and, before D. Smith could provide help defense, released a mid-range shot that found its mark. "Hey, look, Harrow has not been affected by the previous game. His shooting touch remains impeccable. He possesses a big heart," exclaimed O'Neal, slapping the table in excitement upon witnessing Harrow's success. In the ensuing possessions, it became evident that the Heat had strategically designated Butler to distance himself from Xu Sen, allowing others to execute their plays. The Mavericks' offense focused on closely marking Doncic and other perimeter players, preventing them from attempting three-pointers. With 9 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Mavericks substituted in their starters, yet the Heat maintained their starting lineup. Thanks to Xu Sen's commanding presence, the Mavericks' offensive efficiency remained high, leading by 6 points. They needed to capitalize on the next 3 minutes, but Xu Sen showed no mercy, predominantly orchestrating the offense himself during this period. The Heat's starting players managed to reclaim only 2 points against Xu Sen's bench, expending considerable energy in the process. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 34-30. Returning to the bench, the Heat starters were visibly exhausted. Spoelstra frowned, acutely aware of Xu Sen's formidable endurance. In the commentary booth, A. Smith remarked, "O'Neal, Barkley, have you noticed? Xu Sen's stamina is exceptional. He rarely shows signs of fatigue throughout games." Both Barkley and O'Neal nodded in agreement, sharing a common understanding. Xu Sen might truly possess the prowess of traditional Chinese martial arts. He could be one of the strongest among them, exhibiting extraordinary energy, O'Neal suggested. "It's indeed a possibility," Barkley concurred. Their commentary ignited a buzz throughout the arena, as fans began to regard Xu Sen with newfound admiration. Hearing O'Neal's words, Xu Sen almost found himself convinced. Alas, it was not chi he harnessed, but rather an extraordinary ability. As Xu Sen noticed the camera sweeping towards him, he spread his arms wide and donned an innocent expression, provoking hearty laughter from the entire arena. With the commencement of the second quarter, the Miami Heat did not start their first-string players, but instead allowed the bench to take the court for the initial 3 minutes. While Heat coach Spoelstra struggled to devise an effective strategy, the Mavericks and Heat maintained this rhythm. The Heat found themselves gradually succumbing to the Mavericks, akin to a frog being boiled slowly, as they lost a few points in both the second and third quarters. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Heat were trailing by 14 points at 94-80. The starters for the Heat had expended considerable energy, resulting in a significant decline in offensive efficiency. Conversely, the Mavericks bench players, led by Xu Sen, had not faced such exhaustion, allowing their other 4 teammates to maintain their stamina, typically formidable in the fourth quarter of the playoffs. The Heat's offensive effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the Mavericks. Even defensively, the Heat found themselves utterly incapable of containing the Mavericks players. The fourth quarter devolved into a showcase for the Mavericks starters, with the point differential ballooning to 24 in just 6 minutes. The Heat called for a timeout. And seeing no glimmer of hope for victory, Spoelstra replaced the starters with the bench, signaling a gesture of surrender. This decision ignited a jubilant celebration among Mavericks fans throughout the arena. "Let us congratulate the Mavericks on their victory in Game 2 of the Finals," commentator A. Smith remarked appropriately. "Congratulations to the Mavericks for taking a 2-0 lead over the Heat. And our Huaxia superhero has achieved a remarkable triple-double performance." Barkley chimed in with delight. "A remarkable triple-double?" Shaquille O'Neal inquired in astonishment. In this match, Xu Sen recorded an impressive 28 points, 20 rebounds, 30 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks, and 4 turnovers. At this moment, A. Smith recited Xu Sen's statistics from the game. "A triple-double of 20-20-30. O'Neal exclaimed with heightened enthusiasm. Upon hearing this commentary, the fans in the arena erupted in exhilaration, chanting, "Superman, MVP, Superman, MVP, Superman, MVP." The live chat in the Huaxiao Nation streaming room was likewise flooded with messages proclaiming MVP. In a bustling office building in Huaxia, several employees gathered around a computer, their spirits soaring as they witnessed Xu Sen's remarkable performance. "Xu Sen is incredible. Absolutely phenomenal," they exclaimed. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a poised and capable supervisor who stepped out. The employees, startled, hurried back to their desks, cautiously observing her demeanor. To their surprise, this typically stern supervisor broke into a smile, announcing a celebratory dinner for the department in honor of Xu Sen's victory. Her words left the employees wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. "What? Not enthusiastic enough? Oh ho, our supervisor is magnificent." Such scenes unfolded among Xu Sen's fans across Huaxia, though many supporters remained unaware of their fortunate counterparts. With the final buzzer signaling the end of the match, the championship game between the Mavericks and the Heat came to a close. Butler led his teammates forward to shake hands with the Mavericks players post-game. "You won this match through sheer talent, but when we return to our home turf in Miami, we shall see," Butler declared. Addressing Xu Senator, "We will prevail." Xu Sen replied with unwavering confidence. "Let us wait and see." They both chuckled, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Turning to Hero, Xu Sen complimented, "You are an exceptional player. Hero, congratulations on your 36 points today. Enough of that. I still lost to you all. You are formidable, but I will strive to become even stronger." Hero responded, a newfound determination gleaming in his eyes. After the teams embraced, Xu Sen participated in an interview with A. Smith on the court. What are your thoughts on achieving a triple-double with 20 points, 20 rebounds, and 30 assists today? First and foremost, I must commend the Heat as a worthy opponent. Xu Sen replied with humility. A. Smith, observing Xu Sen's modest demeanor, smiled outwardly while inwardly hoping for a more sensational remark. Xu Sen paused momentarily, adding, to be honest, I have yet to exert my full strength. Upon finishing his statement, Xu Sen noticed A. Smith's expression transform into one of surprise, followed by an even brighter smile. Thank you for sharing, Xu Sen, A. Smith beamed. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Smith. After exchanging a handshake with A. Smith, Xu Sen made his way back to the players' locker room. Today, he encountered yet another celebrity, the renowned actress, A. Watson, in the same location. Xu Sen gazed in astonishment at the figure of Emma Watson blocking his path. A name that might not resonate with everyone, yet she had portrayed Hermione Granger in the Harry Potter film series since childhood. Hello, Emma. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xu Sen extended his hand to shake hers. Hello, Xu Sen. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. I believe we could become friends, Emma Watson replied, her eyes glistening with warmth as she looked at Xu Senator. This directness made him shyly scratch his head. Yes, that sounds wonderful. I believe we can indeed be friends. Here is my business card. I hope you will reach out to me, Emma Watson said, handing him a gilded card before waving goodbye and departing. Upon entering the locker room, Xu Sen was met with the merciless ice bucket challenge from his teammates, a customary celebration following a Mavericks victory that filled the atmosphere with joy. Later, when Xu Sen returned to the villa, Lu Rupian caught sight of Emma Watson's business card. Ah, a business card from Emma Watson. Xu Sen, is this the one I was thinking of? She exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as she picked up the card. Yes. Hermione, Xu Sen replied casually. Oh my goodness. Quickly, Xu Sen, ask her out. I want to take a photo with her. I want her autograph. Lu Rupian rushed over, tugging at Xu Sen's hand with fervor. Xu Sen's expression darkened with annoyance as he remarked, you can add her on my Twitter instead. The invitation can wait until after the finals. Oh, indeed, he chuckled. Lu Rupian's silly grin prompted Xu Sen to gently tap her head. Ouch, that hurt, Lu Rupian cried, clutching her head with tearful eyes as she gazed at Xu Senator. Why did you do that? It really hurt. Xu Sen, unable to contain his laughter, replied. I couldn't help it. You looked foolish. Ada, that hurts. Seeing Xu Sen laughing, Lu Rupian sprang up, ready to retaliate by tapping Xu Sen on the head. However, she didn't jump high enough and ended up hitting his shoulder instead, wincing in pain. Their laughter echoed in the air. The following day, the Mavericks, under the guidance of general manager Nick Harrison and head coach Jason Kidd, boarded a plane to Miami to acclimate ahead of Game 3 of the finals. After arriving in Miami and resting, they proceeded to the training facility to commence their daily practice. Hey, Xu Sen. I can hardly imagine how quickly I can seize victory with Porzingis, Donna remarked, chuckling as he sat on the sidelines with Porzingis and Xu Sr. We've only won 2 games. It's still uncertain, Xu Sen replied after taking a sip of water. Don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, you'll end up like McGrady back in the day, overconfident and getting flipped from a 3-1 lead, Porzingis cautioned while observing their teammates still training on the court. I say, you too, don't be such a downer. Donna playfully nudged them. I still need to take this game seriously. I am the team leader. Donna added with determination. Yes, you're the leader, Xu Sen and Porzingis responded dismissively. You too. Is this how you treat the team leader? Donna exclaimed. Jumping up. Just then, a voice called out, you 3, come here for a meeting. The voice of Jason Kidd abruptly interrupted Luka Doncic's forthcoming words. Jason Kidd ultimately recalibrated the Mavericks' offensive focus, centering it around the passing of Henson and the interior prowess of Porzingis, reinvigorating the team's competitive spirit. The Mavericks had been undergoing rigorous training for the past 2 days at the Miami Eagle Airlines Center. Today marked Game 3 of the NBA Finals, pitting the Mavericks against the Heat. With the Heat trailing 2-0 in the series, this match was undeniably a do-or-die scenario for them. A loss to the Mavericks would render the championship virtually a foregone conclusion. The audience in the arena was a sea of red, filled with fervent Heat fans brandishing various paraphernalia, attempting to exert pressure on the Mavericks players. The jeers directed at the Mavericks were incessant, especially during player introductions. Except for a notable hush that fell over the crowd when Henson took the court, it was evident that they had researched Henson, aware of the incident involving the Nuggets. This moment was broadcasted via cameras to viewers around the globe, piquing the curiosity of many who sought to delve into Hensen's journey. Upon discovering his NBA experiences, a wave of admiration surged, with many fans rallying to support him. The Heat fans inadvertently contributed to a significant increase in Hensen's follower count on his social media account, particularly in China, where his popularity soared by 300,000 followers thanks to the Heat fans' actions, marking the emergence of a new superstar. As the final whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the match, both team starters took the court. The Heat, home Dragic, Harrow, Butler, Crowder, Adebayo. The Mavericks, away Hensen, Hardaway, D. Smith, Porteous. The starting lineups remained unchanged, with no defensive adjustments made to deploy Efimvi Iggy to guard Hensen, with Porteous delivering the ball to Hensen over Adebayo. Game 3 of the finals officially commenced. The Mavericks initiated their first offensive play, as Xu Sen effortlessly dribbled past the defense and penetrated into the paint. He drew the attention of Adebayo, promptly passing the ball to the poised Porteous. With a resounding thud, Porteous received the ball and executed a thunderous dunk over Adebayo. Upon descending from the rim, Porteous let out a triumphant roar directed at Adebayo. As if to proclaim his intent to dominate in this encounter, he swiftly retreated to his half of the court to defend. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat's offense mirrored the previous game, with Butler clearing space for Xu Sen, allowing the other 4 players to engage in a 4-on-4 offensive strategy. Ultimately, they capitalized on a pick-and-roll collaboration between Crowder and Dragic to score. The initial exchanges of offense encapsulated the essence of the ensuing first half. With both teams engaging in a back-and-forth contest, the score between the Mavericks and Heat never exceeding a 4-point margin. The score stood at 54-54. It wasn't until 3 minutes into the third quarter that Xu Sen, while dribbling at the top of the arc, saw Porteous take a substantial step forward, positioning himself to effectively block Adebayo behind him. As Xu Sen witnessed Porteous' movement, he promptly passed the basketball to him. Porteous received the ball and immediately turned his back against Adebayo, dribbling towards the hoop. With a resounding thud, Adebayo exerted his strength, yet was still nudged back a step by Porteous. Observing Adebayo's retreat, Porteous swiftly pivoted to create more space before launching a fadeaway jumper. In this moment, Adebayo, in his haste to defend, lost his footing and slipped. With a loud impact, although Porteous released the ball, Adebayo's body bore down upon him. Alas, Porteous found his foot pinned beneath Adebayo's upper body. Adebayo quickly scrambled up, while Porteous remained sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Xu Sen, along with Doncic and others, swiftly rushed over to investigate. Adebayo, who initially intended to assist Porzingis to his feet, sensed something amiss and stood helplessly at the sidelines, only to be abruptly pushed aside by Doncic. The referee hurried over to intervene, halting the unfolding situation and pausing the game. Xu Sen approached to assess Porteous' condition. "How are you, Porteous?" he inquired. My knee. My knee and ankle hurt," Porteous exclaimed. Team doctor. Team doctor." Upon hearing Porteous' words, Xu Sen immediately called out to the Mavericks bench. The team doctor rushed over, and after an examination, it was determined that Porteous had sustained severe injuries to his knee and ankle, rendering him unable to play. He needed to undergo a thorough examination without delay. After some time, Porteous was assisted away by the team doctor, limping. Meanwhile, the referee, having reviewed the slow-motion replay, realized that Adebayo had slipped on the sweat-soaked floor. And though unintentional, he called a foul against Adebayo. Jason Kidd, who had been arguing with the referee, fell silent upon viewing the replay, accepting the call. Ultimately, Donna took the free throw, and the Mavericks substituted Kleber into the game. With Porteous absent, the Mavericks' performance waned, especially as Xu Sen and Donna worried about Porteous' condition. Gradually, the Heat extended their lead. By the time they realized the situation, only 3 minutes remained in the game, and the Mavericks were trailing by 12 points. In the end, Xu Sen was unable to turn the tide, and the Mavericks lost Game 3 of the finals, allowing the Heat to narrow the series to 2-1. The Mavericks players did not shake hands with the Heat after the game, each hurrying back to the locker room to inquire about Porteous' injury. It was rather awkward for the Heat, as Porteous' injury was linked to Adebayo's actions, albeit unintentionally. The Heat fans were aware of this and refrained from taunting the Mavericks players. For the Heat, however, it was fortuitous, as the core of the Mavericks' interior game appeared to be seriously injured, potentially sidelining him for the remainder of the series, significantly diminishing the Mavericks' competitive edge. In a post-game interview, Adebayo expressed his sincere apologies, stating that while it was unintentional, he felt deep regret. Both the head coach and Barrett also conveyed their apologies. After taking care of their physical needs, the Mavericks players returned to the hotel. And upon hearing from General Manager Nick Harrison about Portsea's serious injury and the likelihood that he would miss upcoming games, a solemn silence enveloped the team. Ultimately, it was Jason Kidd who comforted the players. That night, Xu Sen and Donai visited Portsea in the hospital. Xu Sen, Donai, you came. Portsea said despondently. Are you all right, Portsea? Donai asked. I'm fine, but I want to be able to finish this finals with you. I'm sorry. Portsea replied with a look of regret. It's not your fault, Portsea. You can't blame yourself. We will carry your spirit and strive for the championship this year. Focus on your recovery, Xu Sen said with unwavering determination. Yes, you must believe in us. Doncic echoed in agreement. Porzingis gazed at Hasten and Doncic for a long moment. I believe in you. You can lead me to victory, Porzingis finally remarked with a smile. Yes, this year we shall lift the O'Brien Trophy. The three placed their hands together, due to Porzingis' injury that sidelined him from the game. Jason Kidd swiftly adjusted the strategy, devising numerous plays centered around Hasten and Doncic. Ultimately, they awaited Game 4 2 days later. At the Miami Arena, the Mavericks roster, as expected, was devoid of Porzingis' name. Despite the audacity, the Heat fans erupted in loud cheers during the finals. Coach Spoelstra wore a slight smirk, unbeknownst to them. This also enabled Hasten to unleash his lethal prowess. Heat, home Dragic, Harrow, Barrett, Crowder, Adebayo. Mavericks, away Hasten, Hardaway, Doncic, D. Smith, Kleber. The Mavericks opted for Kleber as the center, leaving Boban on the bench due to the Heat's rapid pace. As Kleber and Adebayo approached the center circle for the jump ball, Adebayo effortlessly outmaneuvered Kleber, tapping the basketball to Dragic. The Mavericks, lacking a core player, found the Heat at ease, unaware that Hasten had not been shaken off by Butler. Xu Sen ardently defended the perimeter. As Dragic spotted Butler breaking free and sent a pass, Xu Sen swiftly accelerated and intercepted the basketball midair. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Sen propelled forward. And before the Heat players could establish their defense, he dribbled past the three-point line and executed a powerful dunk over Dragic. Thud. He landed from the dunk without celebration, immediately transitioning back on defense, demonstrating his seriousness towards the game. Chapter 55, The Finals, 7, The Heat's Offensive Possession. Butler noticed that Xu Sen did not opt for a one-on-one defense against him and began to reposition himself. After navigating through an off-ball screen, he received a pass from Harrow and initiated a post-up against Doncic within the three-point line. Finding his rhythm, he executed a smooth turnaround fadeaway jump shot. The moment the basketball left his palm, Butler sensed it would find its mark. However, he was oblivious to Xu Sen, who had already accelerated towards him as he turned. Bam! The shot was swatted into the stands by the soaring Xu Sen. Wow! This block elicited gasps from the crowd as Xu Sen's lead nearly reached Doncic's chest. The Heat retained possession, with Barrett set to inbound, as only 6 seconds remained on the shot clock, necessitating a hurried offensive attempt. The Mavericks players adhered closely to their defensive assignments while the Heat players sprinted into position. Ultimately, Butler passed the ball to Adebayo just before the 5-second violation. Upon receiving the ball, Adebayo, not wanting to overthink, hurriedly dribbled past Kleber and launched a shot. Thud. The basketball clanged off the rim and rebounded outward, right into Doncic's hands as he surged towards the basket. Doncic swiftly dribbled forward and immediately passed to Xu Sen upon spotting him. Receiving the ball, Xu Sen charged directly towards the hoop, prompting the Heat to collapse into the paint to defend against him. As Butler closed in, Xu Sen pivoted in. Noticing Doncic nearing the three-point line, deftly flicked the ball to him at the 45-degree angle. The pass was a delight, allowing Doncic to rise without hesitation and release a three-pointer. Swish. 5-0. The Mavericks, now in focused mode, unleashed an incredible offensive surge, scoring 22 points to the Heat's 5 in a mere 6 minutes. The only contributions from the Heat came from Butler's mid-range shot and Adebayo's 2+1 inside, while the rest of the team struggled to score. After Harrow's missed three-pointer, head coach Spoelstra could no longer contain his frustration and called a timeout. This, of course, might help cool down the Mavericks' fiery rhythm. Stay composed. Slow down the pace. Get closer to the basket. Focus on the interior. Coach Spoelstra urged the Heat players. Adebayo, you need to actively seek the ball. Create some space. Understood. Beep. The pause has concluded. The match resumes, and the Mavericks embark on their offensive play. Xu Sen controlled the ball and began to accelerate, charging forward. Butler, who was primarily tasked with defending him, could only attempt to keep pace. However, Xu Sen adeptly utilized his speed and rhythm to change direction, evading Butler. He surged toward the basket, while Doncic, Hardaway, and D. Smith positioned themselves beyond the arc, preventing the Heat players from collapsing their defense inward. Adebayo, recognizing the situation, moved in to help defend, while Butler rushed toward Kleber to thwart Xu Sen's potential pass. Kleber, undeterred, propelled himself toward the basket, leaping without the ball just as Xu Sen's precise pass reached him in midair. Bang! In an instant, Kleber hung on the rim, while Xu Sen, Butler, and Adebayo all fell to the ground, roaring. Upon landing, Kleber raised his fist, expressing his exhilaration. He swiftly turned to help Xu Sen up. "Xu Sen, your passing is phenomenal. I will always believe in you," Kleber exclaimed excitedly, grasping Xu Sen's hand. "Whenever you have the opportunity, the ball will find you." Xu Sen chuckled and patted Kleber on the shoulder as they both returned to defense. As the Heat initiated their offense, this time, Harrow finally regained some shooting touch, hitting a three-pointer from the corner after utilizing a screen, breaking the Heat's scoring drought at 24-8. However, the Mavericks quickly responded with Doncic sinking a three-pointer in return. In the absence of Porzingis, Xu Sen intensified his assaults on the interior. Whenever the Heat double-teamed him, he effortlessly passed the ball out, if left unguarded. Once Xu Sen leaped, no one on the Heat could impede him, primarily due to his remarkable vertical leap and explosive power. The Heat's offensive strategy relied heavily on perimeter shooting, distancing themselves from Xu Sen, fearful of his rapid help defense, which consequently compressed their own offensive space. The Heat players struggled with their outside shooting, reminiscent of the first 6 minutes of the first quarter, where they were outscored 22-5. Although Kleber may not match Porzingis' prowess, his diligent defense against Adebayo proved effective, preventing Adebayo from dominating him. With 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Adebayo, receiving the ball inside, forcefully collided with Kleber. Duong. Kleber was shoved back significantly. Observing Kleber's retreat, Adebayo sprang up for a layup, just as he released the ball. Bang! Like a phantom, Xu Sen appeared behind Adebayo, swatting the basketball against the backboard before securing it. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. After battling through 3 quarters, nearly all players had experienced a decline in stamina, yet Xu Sen maintained remarkable energy, remaining vibrant on the court. Seizing the rebound, Xu Sen swiftly initiated a fast break. Before Butler and Dragic could encircle him, he leapt and ruthlessly slammed the ball through the hoop. The Mavericks led the Heat 102-80. And this defensive maneuver utterly shattered any hopes the Heat harbored of closing the gap, what had once been a comfortable lead of over 10 points. Sustained by the fiery performances of Harrow and Butler, had ballooned to a staggering 22 points in this sequence. Beep. The Heat called for a timeout. Simultaneously, Coach Spoelstra signaled for a substitution, effectively raising the white flag in surrender. This gesture drained the spirit of the Miami Heat fans, causing many to begin vacating the American Airlines arena. Doncic joyfully leapt into the air, embracing Hachimura, as the Mavericks bench erupted in celebration of their impending victory. In a hospital room, Porzingis smiled at the team's triumph, though it was a bittersweet smile. Who would have thought that the Mavericks could achieve victory even in his absence? Beep. The game concluded with the Mavericks successfully clinching Game 4 of the Finals on the Heat's home court, altering the series score to 3-1. One hand had touched the O'Brien Trophy. Eagerly, Doncic concluded the post-game handshake and rushed to the locker room to call Porzingis. Porzingis, upon hearing the news, exclaimed, "We won. The series stands at 3-1. The championship is practically ours." Doncic replied, "I saw it. You played wonderfully. Thank you." Porzingis responded with a smile, "Hey, I'm the team leader. We promised to give our all." Doncic's voice brimmed with pride. "But Hachimura's stats are far superior to yours." Porzingis chuckled. "Well, I am also his leader." All right. "I eagerly await the game in 3 days to lift the trophy with you," Porzingis replied with a grin. "Sounds good." Just as Doncic hung up the phone, a bucket of ice water was splashed over him. When he turned around, he found Hachimura and all his teammates beaming at him. "Congratulations to Doncic for leading our team to victory with 36 points today," Hachimura announced loudly, prompting everyone to douse Doncic with ice water. Hachimura. Chapter 56, The Finals, 8. After everyone had cleaned up, Jason Kidd took Doncic and Hachimura to the post-game press conference, while the other players returned to pack for their overnight trip back to Dallas. As the three took their seats at the press conference, the flashing lights from cameras flickered incessantly, nearly blinding the unaccustomed Hachimura. Once seated, The flashes ceased, allowing Hachimura to gradually adjust his vision. Guys, I almost thought you were going to blind me with those flashes. Hachimura couldn't help but exclaim. Ha! Everyone present burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, they adhered to the decorum and began interviewing Jason Kidd. Kidd, since your championship victory with Nowitzki in 2011, this year marks the closest the Mavericks have come to the title, just one step away. Do you feel confident in clinching the championship? The first question posed by the reporter was a friendly one. I have faith in my players. They can secure a championship ring for me as a coach. Jason Kidd replied with a smile. Applause erupted throughout the room. Following the applause, another reporter from the Miami XX newspaper stood up. Coach Kidd, we've observed that the Heat's loss today stemmed from their shooting struggles. Given that the Mavericks are currently without Porzingis, how can you maintain confidence in winning? Indeed, our interior defense has weakened significantly without Porzingis. But have we not triumphed today? We lead the series 3-1. Kidd replied. The reporter persisted. There have been instances of comebacks from a 1-3 deficit, such as the Cavaliers' turnaround against the Warriors in 2016. That's your second question, my friend. I declined to answer. Kidd responded leisurely. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. This year's championship is ours, Doncic declared boldly. Instantly, applause resonated throughout the room. Congratulations, Doncic, on scoring a team-high 36 points today. What do you believe was the primary reason for your victory in this match? All of our players performed exceptionally well. Look, 5 of us scored in double digits. This is the result of our collective effort, Doncic replied confidently. Thank you for your insightful response. After posing several questions to Doncic and Kidd, the reporter turned his attention to Xu Sen, who was the main attraction of the day. Xu Sen, congratulations on achieving an astonishing 32 points, 22 rebounds, 31 assists, 4 steals, and 9 blocks. Why didn't you enter the game during the garbage time to secure a 4th double? The Miami reporter inquired. Hey, is data really that important? Well, it seems it is, but I already won, so why should I go back in? The coach would have let me if I wanted to. But I was keen on pursuing a 4th double, Xu Sen replied with a smile. Hello, Xu Sen. I am a fan of yours. Do you think you will be this year's MVP? Another Miami reporter stood up and asked. I have fans even in Miami. So remember to cast your vote for me this year, Xu Sen said with a beaming smile. I believe in you. After all, you average a triple-double. The Miami journalist chuckled, glancing at Doncic before taking a seat. After posing a few inconsequential questions, he concluded the press conference. On their way back, Doncic proactively approached Xu Sen, exclaiming, Hey, brother, they are trying to sow discord between us. Fortunately, our bond is unbreakable, wouldn't you agree? Xu Sen replied, Hey, I didn't expect you to notice. That guy is truly incompetent. With a playful laugh, he dashed away. What are you running for? What do you mean? Are you insulting my intelligence? Doncic, initially perplexed by Xu Sen's sudden sprint, soon realized and chased after him. Jason Kidd observed the playful banter between the two young men, shaking his head with a smile. Once their antics subsided, the Mavericks did not linger in Miami, opting to fly back to Dallas that very night. Numerous reports emerged that evening, headlined with phrases such as Doncic, the championship is ours, and Doncic and Xu Sen at odds. Among them, the most sensational was the article insinuating discord between Doncic and Xu Sen, particularly due to a brief video clip showing Doncic chasing after Xu Sen in a mock fight. The following day, while Xu Sen was still asleep, Erupting stood outside his room, fervently knocking on the door. Sengu, wake up. There has been a situation. Groggily, Xu Sen opened the bedroom door, shirtless, and asked, What is going on? Erupting, who had been knocking, playfully slapped his well-defined abs, startling him awake. Her face flushed a vibrant peach. Is my abs pleasant to touch? Xu Sen inquired, noticing Erupting's hand lingering on his abdomen. Upon hearing this, Erupting quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks nearly burning. Concerned that she might faint, Xu Sen asked, What is the rush this early in the morning? Erupting suddenly recalled, Your Doncic got into a fight. When did I get into a fight with Doncic? Xu Sen questioned, bewildered. But it's all over the news. Erupting exclaimed, thrusting her phone in front of him. Taking the phone, Xu Sen read the report in disbelief, rolling his eyes at Erupting. You, as my assistant? Didn't he even accompany me to the game in Miami, and now you believe I was fighting with Doncic during our playful antics? I thought the comments from the fans were quite typical, Erupting replied, still dazed. Is it possible that they're just bored and making things up? Xu Sen mused. Hey, I'll call Doncic to join us for dinner. You can record a video and post it. Oh, okay. Just as Xu Sen picked up his phone to call Doncic, he received a call from him. Xu Sen, there are so many reports claiming we got into a fight. What should we do? Xu Sen glanced at Lu Ruping and then at his phone, letting out a sigh. Come to the forest-themed restaurant for lunch, he suggested. Later that afternoon, Lu Ruping posted a video on Xu Sen's account, showcasing their joyful dining experience with Doncic, which quelled the uproar. On July 16, 2020. At the American Airlines Center in Dallas, the Mavericks faced the Heat in Game 5 of the Finals. The arena was bustling with numerous NBA legends and Hollywood stars. Reminiscent of Game 1. Among the most notable was the Celtics' esteemed veteran, Bill Russell, who arrived bearing the O'Brien Trophy, as if heralding the Mavericks' imminent championship victory. This scene deeply wounded the Heat players, igniting a fierce determination within them as they clenched their fists in defiance. Chapter 57, The Finals 9. Upon seeing the O'Brien Trophy on the podium, the Heat players were filled with a sense of indignation. Yet they resolved to give their all in the upcoming contest. Meanwhile, on the Mavericks side, during warm-ups, Doncic approached Xu Sen while dribbling a basketball and playfully nudged him with his elbow. Look, no O'Brien. Tonight, lifting the trophy will be our moment of glory. Then you better put on a good performance tonight. Don't embarrass us. Show off your three-point skills to everyone in the arena. Xu Sen teased Doncic. No problem. Watch me sink a deep three, replied Doncic as he dribbled towards the logo, finding his rhythm before launching the ball. Thud. The basketball struck the rim and soared high before gracefully swishing through the net. Though the shot was somewhat fortuitous, it nonetheless garnered applause from a segment of the audience. Doncic then cast a challenging glance at Xu Sen, as if to say, can you do that? Impressive, isn't it? Xu Sen could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. This child was truly naive. Beep. The warm-up concluded, and the finals of Game 5 commenced. Mavericks, home Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, D. Smith, Kleber. Heat, visitor Dragic, Tyler Herro, Barrett, Crowder, Adebayo. The players took their positions, with Kleber and Adebayo both gazing at the basketball in the referee's hands, awaiting the whistle. Beep. The whistle blew. Adebayo, leveraging his longer arms, reached for the basketball, suspended in midair. The Heat initiated the offense. Dragic received the ball and advanced slowly, instinctively seeking his teammates upon noticing Xu Sen, who was guarding him just 2 meters away. Why was it Xu Sen defending him? This was terrifying. Observing Herro break free, he swiftly passed the basketball to him. However, noticing Dragic's trajectory, Xu Sen dashed towards Herro, closing in tightly on him. The moment Herro received the ball and turned around, he realized Xu Sen was now the one defending him, prompting an instinctive desire to pass the ball. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xu Sen's hand shot up. Clap. The basketball held by Herro was swatted away and promptly collected by Xu Sen, who accelerated towards the frontcourt. Bang. In the face of Herro's defense, Xu Sen effortlessly executed a dunk, securing 2 points. Jason Kidd, seated on the bench, smiled at this scene. It was all part of his strategy. Xu Sen would guard the perimeter. Hardaway assisted with the defense, for Xu Sen's quick reflexes and lateral movement were commendable. No star player he defended could deny Xu Sen's prowess in individual defense. Jason Kidd glanced at the elder Bill Russell in the front row, then at Xu Sen, thinking of him as the perimeter version of Bill Russell. Xu Sen was indeed a stroke of luck for Jason Kidd. Just as Kidd pondered this, he witnessed Xu Sen leap from the side to block Butler's recently attempted shot. Superman. MVP. The Mavericks fans erupted in cheers at Xu Sen's remarkable block. In an instant, the Mavericks' momentum surged. The Heat's shot clock dwindled to 4 seconds. They had squandered too much time avoiding Xu Sen's defense. If they could withstand 4 more seconds, it would result in a shot clock violation for the Heat. Butler, having been blocked, took the initiative to inbound the ball. Faced with Xu Sen's presence, he felt a jolt of fear. Had he known, he would have refrained from making the pass. In the final second, Butler managed to pass the basketball to Herro, who had positioned himself at the logo, but Hardaway remained relentless, closely shadowing him. Finding no opportunity to shoot, Herro grew increasingly anxious. But his nerves did not prevent the referee's whistle. Beep. The Heat violated the 24-second shot clock. Mavericks ball. As the whistle sounded, all Mavericks players erupted in applause, celebrating their triumph. The moment began with the Heat committing a 24-second violation, an event that significantly boosted the confidence of the Mavericks. The fervent cheers of the audience grew even more resounding as they sensed a palpable difference in their team today. Meanwhile, the renowned NBA stars seated in the front rows joined in the applause. Notably, Bill Russell, leaning on his cane, gazed with his clouded eyes at the jubilant celebration between his teammate and Xu Sen, a scene that evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own youthful days. Following a brief celebration, Kleber initiated the play by delivering the ball to Xu Sen from the baseline. Xu Sen dribbled the ball slowly towards the three-point line, raising his hand to signal his teammates to create space, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. The defender against Xu Sen was none other than Butler. He spread his legs slightly, adjusting his stance as he maintained a defensive position just a step away, poised to counter Xu Sen's drive. Xu Sen bent slightly, dribbling the ball from side to side. Noticing Butler's intense focus, he lifted his left shoulder, as if to execute a dramatic change of direction, pulling the basketball to the right with his left hand. Upon observing this, Butler instinctively shifted to the right, only to recall Xu Sen's signature crossover reminiscent of Iverson, prompting him to quickly realign his stance to the left. Nevertheless, Xu Sen continued to maneuver the ball to his right hand, feigning a breakthrough to the right, while Butler, having already moved to the left, had yet to regain his balance and was compelled to shift right once more. Xu Sen's lips curled into a smile as he dribbled the basketball from his right hand to his left. Meanwhile, Butler attempted to shift to the left, but his balance faltered. His upper body leaned left while his lower body swayed right, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Sen swiftly penetrated the defense, took 2 steps, and, with no one to contest him, effortlessly launched a mid-range jumper. Swish! The crowd erupted in cheers, especially when the large screen displayed a slightly portly Allen Iverson. Oblivious to his own image on the screen, Iverson smiled and applauded Xu Sr. When Xu Sen glanced back during his defensive retreat and saluted himself with a gesture, Iverson's laughter grew even heartier. It wasn't until Shaquille O'Neal nudged him and pointed at the screen that he realized the audience was watching him. Iverson waved to the fans, acknowledging their enthusiasm. The cheers had been unrelenting since the game commenced. The Heat launched their offense. Dragic, upon reaching the three-point line, passed the ball to Adebayo, who had already established position. The perimeter was heavily guarded, so they focused on the interior. As Adebayo received the ball, Kleber closed in on him, but before he could make a move, Crowder stepped in to set a screen. Utilizing the screen, Adebayo deftly evaded Kleber and faced D. Smith, executing a gentle scoop shot that sent the basketball into the hoop. After 3 possessions, the Heat finally scored their first points. Upon making the basket, the Heat players quickly returned to defend, determined to thwart Xu Sen's rapid counterattack. If they couldn't outrun him, they could at least beat him back on defense. However, upon receiving the inbounds pass, Xu Sen accelerated, charging into the Heat's defensive line. By the time his Mavericks teammates positioned themselves, the Heat's defensive setup was already in disarray. Just as Doncic settled into his preferred shooting spot, Xu Sen delivered the ball to him. As Doncic prepared to shoot, Dragic leapt to contest him, prompting Doncic to gather, dribble, and sidestep before releasing the shot. Swish! Another effortless score. 7-2. The Heat continued to push inside, with Adebayo and Crowder collaborating to score off the backboard. Meanwhile, Xu Sen deftly disrupted the Heat's defensive formation with his speed and ball handling, passing to Doncic, who sank another three-pointer. 10-4. The Heat found themselves at a loss, struggling against Xu Sen, who effortlessly scored 2 points. He was renowned for his playmaking, averaging over 20 assists per game. Yet, the Heat were relentless, expending their energy to run their tactical plays, targeting the Mavericks' interior weaknesses with relentless determination. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at Mavericks 34, Heat 26. The Mavericks maintained their lead, though the Heat closely trailed. It was evident that Adebayo and Crowder were visibly fatigued, while the Mavericks still had their ultimate powerhouse, Xu Sen. Chapter 58. The Finals, 10. During the intermission, Xu Sen was still perspiring profusely. The relentless effort in defending the perimeter had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Despite the exhaustion, he remained resolute. Jason Kidd patted Xu Sen on the shoulder and inquired about his condition. "I'm managing. I can endure a full 48 minutes." Xu Sen replied while wiping his brow. "Indeed. If we secure this victory, the series will conclude," Jason Kidd remarked with a smile. Yes. As the second quarter commenced, the Heat went all out with their starting lineup. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, they had kept their starters on the court, which allowed them to recover 4 points. However, this time the Mavericks were not solely reliant on Xu Sen. They had incorporated Hardaway to replace Seth Curry, who was a defensive liability. With Hardaway's presence, the burden on Xu Sen in defending the perimeter was alleviated. With the addition of Hardaway, Xu Sen's opportunities for assistance increased. and the Heat's interior players had to remain vigilant for Xu Sen's potential interventions. Xu Sen's heightened energy during offensive plays thwarted the Heat's strategy of capitalizing on the bench players to close the gap. After 3 minutes, the official timeout was called, with the Mavericks leading 42-34, maintaining an 8-point advantage. As time gradually elapsed, the atmosphere within the Dallas Mavericks American Airlines Center and among the gathered fans outside became increasingly fervent. The Mavericks slowly extended their lead, while the stamina of the Heat starters waned more rapidly. By the beginning of the fourth quarter, the score stood at 98-82, with the Mavericks ahead by 16 points. The Heat executed their offensive strategies with urgency, often nearing the expiration of the 24-second shot clock before making their shots, yet they were consistently successful. However, the fatigue among the Heat players was evident, particularly in Adebayo, whose chest heaved with exertion. Having scored 30 points in the first 3 quarters, he had been a pivotal force. Adebayo felt his legs growing weak from the immense physical toll of the game. Sensing the Heat's diminishing stamina, the Mavericks seized the opportunity to launch a rapid counterattack following a missed mid-range shot by Butler, opting to play at a fast pace against the Heat. Xu Sen accelerated swiftly, while the Mavericks trailed behind, taking their time, allowing Xu Sen to surge ahead. Let the Heat follow suit. Xu Sen dribbled the ball with remarkable speed, compelling the Heat to hastily retreat in defense. If they managed to return quickly, Xu Sen would effortlessly execute a layup. One defender alone could not contain him. Even 2 would find it futile once he leaped. Observing Xu Sen's rapid advance, apart from Adebayo and Crowder, the remaining 3 gritted their teeth and sprinted back to keep pace with him. Xu Sen advanced into the front court, spotting Butler, Hero, and Dragic already positioned within the paint, ready to defend. With a deft maneuver, Xu executed a crossover dribble and retreated a couple of steps. Butler stepped forward to apply pressure, prompting Xu to change direction and surge towards the basket. In a swift ascent, he leaped from a distance of 2 meters, catching the defenders off guard. Meanwhile, Adebayo, who had sprinted over, gritted his teeth and prepared to deliver a formidable block. However, as he soared into the air, a peculiar realization dawned upon him. Xu was still floating gracefully while Adebayo began his descent. In that fleeting moment, Adebayo could have sworn he saw Xu wink at him. With a resounding thud, Xu executed a spectacular pump fake, evading Adebayo's impending block, and effortlessly slammed the basketball into the hoop. The score now read 100-82. As Xu landed, he caught Adebayo's gaze, offering a playful wink before transitioning back on defense with a smile. Adebayo clinched and then relaxed his fist. He was reluctant to let anger jeopardize his career. Silently, he retrieved the basketball from the ground and passed it to Dragic along the baseline. The Heat needed to score from beyond the arc. Otherwise, their chances of closing the gap would diminish. Upon crossing half court, all but Adebayo sprinted beyond the 3-point line. The Heat, in a frenzy, moved the ball around until it found Dragic, who stood unguarded away from Xu. Just before Hardaway could close in, Dragic released a 3-point shot. Swish. The score now stood at 100-85. At that moment, Xu Sen shouted, "Stay close in my absence." This rare outburst from him instantly compelled Doncic and Hardaway, who had been silent and focused, to dash towards the front court. Xu Sen received the ball and surged towards the front court with remarkable speed. Once the players were positioned, he boldly charged into the paint, brushing past Butler. Executing a deceptive pass fake to elude Adebayo, he leaped for a thunderous dunk. The exhausted Heat were utterly unable to contain the explosive Xu Sen, who was brimming with energy. On defense, Xu Sen directed Doncic and Hardaway, instructing them to stay close to Dragic and Harrow, emphasizing, "As long as we prevent the 3-pointer, victory is ours." The 2 nodded in agreement, as at that moment, Xu Sen assumed the role of the team's leader. The Heat reverted to their familiar strategy of rapid movement and ball circulation. However, this time, the Mavericks denied any opportunity for a 3-point shot. With just 4 seconds left on the shot clock, Harrow was forced to attempt a desperate shot. The ball barely grazed the rim, hitting the underside and allowing Kleber, who had positioned himself perfectly, to secure the rebound. Xu Sen dashed forward to receive the ball, and upon securing it, launched an immediate counterattack. As he penetrated into the 3-point arc, Butler, Hero, and Crowder converged upon him, determined to thwart Xu Sen's scoring opportunity. Failure to do so could jeopardize the entire match. Xu Sen noticed them closing in. At that moment, he had complete faith in himself and hurled the basketball towards the backboard. Just as the Miami Heat players turned their gaze towards the hoop, Xu Sen stepped out of their encirclement and leapt into the air. Unbeknownst to Adebayo, who was focused on securing the rebound, Xu Sen soared high behind him. Xu Sen leaped to seize the rebounding basketball. With a deft maneuver over Adebayo, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Bang! Adebayo was momentarily pushed forward by Xu Sen's forceful impact. The score stood at 104-85, and as he turned, Xu Sen had just descended from the rim. Once again, he had become the backdrop. Adebayo felt a surge of despair. Was there truly no way for four players to thwart Xu Sen's scoring? Could they still secure victory in this match? Unsure, he silently retrieved the basketball and stepped beyond the line to initiate play. In the ensuing moments, the Heat struggled as their stamina waned and evading Xu Sen's defense became increasingly futile, leading to a significant decline in their shooting accuracy. Meanwhile, the Mavericks' offense was entirely orchestrated by Xu Sen. Xu Sen appeared to have entered a mode of divine prowess, soaring through the air with an agility that rendered him unstoppable once he took flight. In the final 3 minutes, the Heat failed to make any progress on the scoreboard, instead witnessing the Mavericks extend their lead to a staggering 26 points. Jason Kidd had already substituted all of the Mavericks starters with 5 minutes remaining. While the Heat continued to persevere, Coach Spoelstra, with a sense of despondency, approached the technical area to request substitutions, signaling the conclusion of the 2019-2020 NBA Finals. The Mavericks fans in the arena seemed impervious to fatigue, their jubilant cheers echoing throughout the venue. Upon observing the Heat starters being replaced by substitutes, the cheers grew even louder. Mavericks, champions! Mavericks, champions! Bill Russell rose from his seat, ready to present the trophy, as the Mavericks had secured victory. They had claimed this year's championship, and the FMB trophy awaited his presentation. At this moment, he instinctively sought out the young Chinese rookie, Xu Sen, believing that this year's FMV would undoubtedly belong to him. Chapter 59, Champions. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of celebratory cannons erupted from above. Confetti and streamers cascaded down like a vibrant shower. At the American Airlines Center in Dallas, the Mavericks celebrated their second championship title in franchise history. The noise from the Mavericks fans reached a crescendo, as if it could lift the very roof of the arena. The cheers spilled out into the streets surrounding the American Airlines Center, where even more fans gathered, many of whom had come as families. Young and old alike embraced their singular identity as Maverick supporters. The entire city of Dallas was engulfed in jubilation as they witnessed the Mavericks' victory on the big screen. Everyone leaped into the air in unison. Each celebration was unique. Some hoisted children aloft, while couples shared tender kisses, all reveling in the triumph of their beloved team. In America, sports stars often hold a stature comparable to that of Hollywood celebrities, and in some cases, they wield even greater influence. To speak candidly, in the United States, excelling in the three major sports, football, baseball, and basketball, grants one a preferential status in the realm of romance. An NBA championship is not merely a title. It is a source of pride for the city and its inhabitants. In various locales, specific days are even designated to honor certain sports stars, such as the legendary Michael Jordan. Today, countless fans across China tuned in to watch this momentous game. Many chose to skip classes or take leave from work just to witness the spectacle. Some benevolent leaders even declared a holiday to allow everyone to enjoy the match. Particularly on the Penguin streaming platform, millions were glued to the NBA's main channel today. The technical staff behind the platform diligently added server capacity to ensure a stable streaming experience. The upper management of the streaming service felt a mix of elation and concern. After today, the influx of viewers will surely diminish. Aside from the main channel, the most significant one is the Forest Fans Live streaming room, which attracted over 1 million viewers today. Lu Ruoyan received 200 items from her sister Lu Ruoping, which had been sent back to her by Xu Sr. At the moment of triumph, these items were all given away, instantly drawing another 1 million viewers to the live stream. Fans were engulfed in jubilation, their ecstatic roars echoing beyond the screen as they witnessed the Mavericks' victory, particularly among various universities. Tonight, the dormitory buildings are likely to resonate with shouts of Xu Sen. In the vibrant city of Shanghai, Yao's family watched on television as Xu Sen celebrated his championship win, feeling immensely proud of this remarkable achievement. He truly did it. How impressive! At the onset of the finals, during Game 1, he had already sought to meet with Xu Sr. Xu Sen has explicitly promised to report to the national team for training together after the finals, participating in the upcoming Olympics. Yao Ming, who had previously cheered for him, recognized that Xu Sen's effortless victory over the Heat signified their ultimate championship triumph. Although Yao is quite busy in juggling multiple responsibilities, He could not help but feel a surge of joy for Xu Sen's achievement as the tactical core of the Mavericks, marking a historic honor for China. Yao Ming, who entered the NBA in 2002 as a Chinese player and champion, rapidly made a name for himself, earning All-Star selection at an impressive pace and becoming a pivotal player for his team. His journey in the NBA was remarkably smooth. However, he never clinched a championship title and did not even reach the Western Conference Finals, a lingering regret for him. Now, with Xu Sen reaching such heights and securing a championship, Yo feels a sense of personal satisfaction as well. Back on the court, Xu Sen and fellow Mavericks players, including Luka Doncic, promptly approached the Heat players for friendly embraces and handshakes. While hugging Butler, Xu Sen remarked, "I knew you wouldn't just walk away. You're the tough guy, Butler. You won this time with your strength, but next time, it won't be so simple. I will reclaim the victory." Butler smirked, "Haha. I look forward to your challenge. For now, we are the champions." They exchanged playful gestures, and Butler, with a hint of envy in his eyes, encouraged Xu Sen. "Go on, rookie, embrace your glory." The Heat, under coach Spoelstra, departed after the handshakes, clearly disheartened by their loss to the Mavericks. But they had no choice but to return to Miami and prepare for the next season. Meanwhile, the fans in the Dallas American Airlines Center remained, standing in celebration, singing, and dancing in their favorite players' jerseys, all eyes fixed on the court, eagerly anticipating the awards ceremony. Before long, the ceremony commenced, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver took the stage, announcing the Mavericks as the champions of the 2019-2020 season. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers as Silver presented the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy to Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. After shaking hands with Silver, Cuban excitedly lifted the trophy before passing it to Jason Kidd, eventually handing it to the players. Doncic squeezed through the crowd, quickly embracing the trophy and planting a kiss on it. "Hey, Doncic, give it to me. I want a kiss too. Just don't slobber all over it. I'll just hold it for a moment. Give it to me." Xu Sen and Porzingis, leaning on his crutch, stood on the sidelines, refraining from snatching the trophy, for they knew it would eventually be within their grasp to touch and capture a few photographs. This trophy rightfully belonged to everyone. Yet, there might be a trophy destined solely for oneself. Hiki. Xu Sen's final game statistics were astonishing: 45 points, 16 rebounds, 22 assists, 5 steals, and 6 blocks. Over the course of the 5 finals games, he averaged an incredible 30-10-20. Ultimately, Kleber handed the trophy to Porzingis and Xu Sen, allowing them to touch and lift it. Following the award presentation, Mark Cuban, as the owner, was the first to speak, followed by the general manager, head coach, assistant coaches, and players. Each individual spoke, yet their words invariably circled back to Xu Sen. Some even expressed that without Xu Sen, they would not have secured the championship. Just as Xu Sen was about to address the crowd, the fans erupted into a fervent chant, "Superman! Superman!" After all, he was a player drafted by their Mavericks. Moreover, he had achieved the championship in his first season as the team's core player. Xu Sen had accomplished what Magic Johnson once did, becoming only the second rookie in history to win a championship as a central figure. Xu Sen patted his chest and turned around, smiling as he acknowledged the fans before expressing his gratitude briefly before descending from the stage. Ultimately, it was Doncic, the leader of the team. As Doncic began to speak, tears welled in his eyes, prompting applause from the entire audience. He choked back his emotions but managed to say, "To be honest, at first, I thought we wouldn't secure the championship. However, we approached each game with utmost seriousness. Bravo, Doncic, you're the best." The crowd erupted in applause. In truth, the person I am most grateful to is Xu Sen. His arrival has bestowed upon us boundless possibilities. It was he who assisted us in achieving the championship. Yet, Xu Sen is exceptionally formidable. For a rookie, he is astonishingly powerful, making my role as the leader somewhat challenging. This remark elicited laughter from the audience. Nonetheless, Doncic's assertion holds true. Xu Sen is indeed remarkable. Chapter 60, FMVP. Xu Sen. Doncic uttered one more phrase before pausing. At this juncture, the host picked up the microphone to elaborate on the statistics and performances of various Mavericks players, particularly highlighting Xu Sen's impressive display during the early regular season and his performance as the playoffs commenced. They faced the Rockets, the Lakers, the Nuggets, and ultimately the Heat in the finals. Finally, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver publicly announced, the recipient of the 2019-2020 NBA Championship Finals MVP is Xu Sen. After a prolonged pause, he proclaimed it. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, fervently chanting, "Xu Sen! MVP. Xu Sen. MVP. Xu Sen approached with a smile while the venerable Bill Russell, assisted by staff, made his way towards him, carrying the FMV trophy, known as the Russell Cup. On the sidelines, Jiang Bin, Shen Fong, and Lu Ruyin clapped joyfully. With Lu Ruping's hands turning red from her enthusiastic applause, her eyes reflecting a newfound affection beyond mere admiration for the man on stage. Shen Fong nudged Jiang Bin, gesturing towards Lu Ruping, and they exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with maternal smiles as they looked at Xu Sen, who was preparing to receive his award from the esteemed Bill Russell. "Young man, you are remarkable. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you." Russell spoke to Xu Sen, marking their first exchange of the evening. "I will, sir. Your endorsement means the world to me," Xu Sen replied, cradling the FMB trophy as he acknowledged the legendary figure. With a smile, Russell departed, leaving the stage to the younger generation. After Xu Sen passionately kissed the trophy, exclaiming a delighted smack, he raised it high, a symbol of his singular achievement, following several photographs taken by the media. He took the microphone from the host and handed the trophy to Jiang Bin and his companions who approached him, before delivering his acceptance speech. First and foremost, he expressed his gratitude to his team for providing him the opportunity to showcase his talents, and to the coach for his nurturing guidance. He acknowledged the tireless efforts and cooperation of his teammates, emphasizing that without them, the championship would have remained unattainable, and so too would the finals MVP award. A victory is not the result of one individual. It is a collective effort of the entire team. It is through the trust of my teammates, who allowed me to take the ball, that I was able to receive this honor. Thank you, my dear teammates, for your contributions that led us to this championship. He extended special thanks to his owner, Mr. Mark Cuban, for his unwavering belief in him. "I am profoundly grateful," he continued, as applause erupted from all Mavericks staff and players, led by the owner himself. He also expressed heartfelt appreciation for the fans who supported him, stating, "Your love and encouragement have provided me with boundless motivation to strive for this championship title. It is your support that empowers us to face any challenge and ultimately ascend to the championship throne. Thank you immensely." The entire arena resonated with applause, including fans watching from afar, as they cheered. "We also thank you for bringing another championship to the city of Dallas." Lastly, he expressed his gratitude to his family, acknowledging their absence at the event but recognizing their vital support that has propelled him to this moment. "Thank you." Xu Sen bent down towards the camera. Xu Sen was uncertain whether the original body's parents were watching television, yet he felt a profound gratitude towards them. After all, they had occupied their son's body. And with the merging of Xu Sen's memories, he had truly become Xu Sen himself. Xu Sen is indeed correct. His parents, accompanied by numerous relatives, gathered at home, watching the computer as they relived their son's moments of glory. At that moment, tears streamed down their faces. Although they had not been in contact with their son for quite some time, it did not diminish their love for him. Xu Sen took the FMV trophy from Jiang Bin's hands, alongside the championship trophy held by Doncic, asking Jiang Bin to assist him with the microphone. "At last, I wish to express my profound gratitude to my homeland, to the countless fans from Huaxia who have supported me. Thank you. I want to proclaim that I have achieved it. Secured the championship. Obtained the FMV. What others can accomplish, we from Huaxia can achieve as well." This heartfelt declaration nearly brought tears to the eyes of all Huaxia fans, who erupted in applause for Xu Sen, with many young people from Huaxia shouting, "Xu Sen, yes." That evening, following the award ceremony, numerous videos surfaced across various platforms, showcasing students in dormitories chanting, "Mavericks, yes. Xu Sen, yes." After descending the stage with both trophies in hand and posing for photographs with the media, Xu Sen returned to the locker room to shower, when a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. System reactivation. Task initiated. Please take your starting position. Reward ding. The host has already secured the championship. Is that all there is to it?" Xu Sen wore a perplexed expression, akin to that of a bewildered individual. "What is the matter with your system?" he inquired. "I have already claimed the championship title, yet you only reappear now. Beep. There is no alternative. This system has exhausted its energy while accompanying you through the traversal. Only today has it gathered sufficient energy. I have also acquired knowledge of all events through my search." "Wait, where did you conduct this search?" Xu Sen seized upon the crux of the matter. "Beep. On the internet of this world. Otherwise, would I delve into your memories? Our system is also bound by limitations and cannot indiscriminately invade the host's memories." After Xu Sen listened, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully led your team to victory in the championship. You have earned FMV. A series of tasks from the system has been deemed unnecessary. You may directly select your rewards. Ding. You may choose 2 from 5 golden top-tier rewards. Upon the system's announcement, 5 rewards appeared before Xu Sen. 1. $1 billion. 2. The ultra-high arc three-pointer of the basketball player Muniki from the black team. Range, half-court, 100 accuracy when unguarded. With a defender, the accuracy decreases based on defensive strength, with a minimum of 50, excluding blocks. 3. The ability to enter Z0 in E at any time. 4. The ultimate invincible Kobe turnaround fadeaway jumper. Within the three-point line, 100 accuracy, disregarding defense. 5. The invincible kidney. Those who understand. Understand. Xu Sen gazed at the 5 rewards before him, eagerly selecting the second one with fervor. As he contemplated the remaining 4, he stroked his chin and posed a question. Can I claim them all, dear system? Ding. That is not permissible. But why should $1 billion be included among these rewards? I strongly demand a substitution. Ding. There is a reason for being eligible for the golden reward. Make your choice swiftly. Once selected, you can only choose again after securing the championship in each season. Very well. I shall select rewards 2 and 5. Otherwise, opting for 4 would render me excessively formidable. It's not that I am adamantly choosing 5. The first option offers mere cash, which is rather trivial, as I can earn that any time. As for the third, do I still need to enter the Z0 in E mode? I am already invincible. Ding. Host, there is no need for further explanation. No one else would choose differently. Ding. The rewards have been distributed. The system is off to engage with the system's sister. Farewell. In an instant, Xu Sen felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his sides. And his hands felt somewhat unusual as well. This is exhausting. More taxing than playing 5 finals. He lamented, collapsing onto the sofa. The celebrations and championship parades over the past 3 days had left him utterly drained. Upon returning to his villa, Xu Sen sighed deeply. On the opposite sofa, Lu Ruping stifled a laugh behind her hand. Enough lamenting. You need to head to Tokyo first thing in the morning. The men's basketball team is called. It's time for you to assemble, Jiang Bin remarked, adjusting his glasses. Xu Sen suddenly remembered that he still needed to attend the men's basketball training camp. What sets this world apart is that the men's basketball team surprisingly passed the preliminary rounds, securing their qualification for the Tokyo Olympics. This has afforded Xu Sen the opportunity to participate in the Olympic Games. Well then, time to gather his belongings. Such a laborious fate. Chapter 61. The Tokyo Olympics. As Xu Sen, Jiang Bin, and Lu Ruping emerged from the airport, they immediately spotted a tall man who stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Xu Sen focused his gaze and recognized it was indeed De Yao. De Yao clearly spotted the 3 of them and waved in greeting. Xu Sen jogged over, embracing De Yao like a bird returning to its nest. Welcome, Xu Sen. We are delighted by your arrival, De Yao exclaimed, smiling as he greeted Jiang Bin and Lu Ruping. Hello, Jiang Bin, Xiao Lu. Greetings, De Yao. They replied in unison. Come, Xu Sen, let me take you all for a meal, De Yao kindly offered. He led the trio to a private room in a Huaxia restaurant, where 2 gentlemen were already seated. From this point forward, all references to the men's basketball team will utilize pseudonyms. Upon entering the room, De Yao began the introductions. Xu Sen, this is Coach Gong. And this is Assistant Coach Li. This is Xu Sen along with his manager Jiang Bin and assistant Lu Ruping. Xu Sen stepped forward and shook hands with the 2 coaches, expressing his delight at meeting his esteemed seniors. I am Xu Sen. I shall now entrust myself to both of you. Ha ha ha. First and foremost, congratulations to Xu Sen on winning the NBA championship and the FMV. I count on you to lead us further along this journey. Coach Gong chuckled heartily. Assistant Coach Li also joined in the laughter, saying, with you, our strength has at least doubled. Haha. In this joyful atmosphere, everyone enjoyed a delightful meal together. Jiang Bin and Lu Ruping were assigned by De Yao to a place to stay, while Xu Sen was to reside in the Olympic Village for the Tokyo Olympics. Xu Sen also encountered his teammates from the men's basketball team. However, they seemed somewhat unwelcoming during practice. They frequently failed to catch his passes or outright neglected to pass the ball to him, leaving Xu Sen perplexed. Aren't we all here to bring glory to our country? Is this directed at me? Ultimately, coaches Gong and Li called a halt to the practice and convened a meeting where they reprimanded the team for half an hour. Xu Sen curled his lip and remarked, not convinced, challenge me to a duel. The victor commands the respect of the loser. A 1-on-1 to 11 points. A 3-pointer counts as 2, and the remaining point shall be determined. Is that clear? This applies to all, including me, the center, inquired the formidable Xu De. Very well. Xu Sen responded, passing the basketball to Xu De. Then I shall not hold back, Xu De declared as he received the ball, immediately turning to back down Xu Sr. Upon noticing that the formidable Xu De intended to make a move, Xu Sen did not relent. He met him with unwavering force. Xu De, straining to push back, took 2 steps in retreat, utterly bewildered by the unexpected strength of this 194 centimeters tall opponent. In a moment of desperation, Xu De pivoted, dribbling the ball with one hand while using the other to shove Xu Sen. Despite this, Xu Sen merely retreated a step, keeping pace with him. As they approached the basket for a jump shot, Xu De leaped to execute his shot. With a resounding thud, Xu Sen delivered a magnificent block. Xu Sen smiled upon landing. This is your only opportunity to attack. Huh. As long as I can thwart your advance, what are you then? At this moment, Lord Xu displayed a look of disdain as he spoke. Xu Sen chuckled and shook his head. The moment he received the basketball sent by the formidable Xu De from beyond the three-point line, he instantly released the shot. Both Xu De and the onlooker, Lan, were momentarily stunned. However, mere seconds later, swish. The ball soared through the air and nestled perfectly into the net. What were you just saying? Defend against me? Huh. It was merely a stroke of luck. Xu Sen shook his head with a smile, gesturing for the formidable Xu De to serve. Although Xu De muttered something about Xu Sen's luck, he positioned himself defensively. As Xu Sen received the ball, he glanced at the approaching Xu De and chuckled. Is this how you plan to defend against me? With that, he made a subtle shoulder shimmy, dribbled to the left, and executed a retreating step, leaving Xu De momentarily frozen in place. Xu Sen cast a quick glance at him before launching a three-pointer. Swish. The score was now 4-0 in favor of Xu Sr. Your serve, Xu De, he called out. Xu De's face darkened with anger upon hearing this, his fists clenched tightly. A teammate retrieved the basketball and passed it to him. This time, a newfound seriousness appeared on Xu De's face, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. He approached Xu Sen and passed the ball to him. Xu Sen, upon receiving the basketball, began to dribble backward, advancing towards the midcourt amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Xu De initially followed closely but, fearing Xu Sen's potential breakthrough, hesitated to maintain his pursuit, his expression one of disdain as he prepared to unleash a taunt. In a moment of sheer incredulity, Xu Sen made his move. With a swift motion, the ball soared through the air and found its mark, another flawless shot. The score stood at 6-0 against the formidable Xu De. Xu Sen maintained his serene smile, while gasps of astonishment erupted from the coach and the basketball players on the sidelines. Aren't you supposed to be poor at three-pointers? How can you be so accurate? Xu De's face contorted in disbelief. Huh? When did I ever claim to be incapable of shooting threes? Xu Sen replied, astonished. I just wasn't accurate before. I didn't enjoy shooting. Now, with the extraordinary high arc of my shots, reminiscent of the great Kuroiwa Shintaro, why wouldn't I shoot? I'm exceptionally precise, you know. With a haughty demeanor, he added a playful huff. Then why don't you shoot in the NBA? Xu De retorted, his face flushed with frustration. I don't need to shoot threes to win a championship, do I? Xu Sen replied, exuding a sense of playful arrogance. You. Let us see it again, Xu De exclaimed, thrusting the basketball into Xu Sen's hands, pressing him closely. Xu Sen executed a sudden shift in direction, accelerating before pulling back, then surged forward again, pinning the formidable Xu De to the ground. With effortless grace, he scored a layup. It's 7-0 now. I'm not just a three-point shooter, Xu Sen remarked with a smile. No, I'm done. Xu De, receiving a pass from his teammate, tossed the basketball aside in frustration and stormed off towards the sidelines. So you concede? Xu Sen inquired. I concede. I'll follow your lead. Is that enough? Xu De retorted, plopping down on a chair and opening a bottle of water. At that moment, his teammates from the same squad approached Xu Sen eagerly. I'm sorry. Brother Xu, your passing is truly exceptional. I'll cooperate. Coach Gong and assistant coach Li chuckled from the sidelines. Xu Sen is impressive. He has quickly established his authority. This year's results will surely be remarkable. Indeed, who would have thought he could shoot three-pointers with such precision? What a delightful surprise. They laughed heartily. Thus, the spirited training continued until the commencement of the men's basketball competition in the Olympics. Huaxia was assigned to Group A and would face the Czech Republic in their opening match. Early in the morning, Xu Sen stretched and complained. This bed is truly tiny. Is it because the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation are short that they provided us with such small beds? His roommate, Wang Xiaoshui, who is also from Fujian province, couldn't help but express his discontent. I feel like this bed is disposable. Once the competition is over, I'm going to dismantle it to see for myself. It's really uncomfortable. Stop thinking about it. Let us go grab something to eat. The match starts at 9. Xu Sen replied with exasperation. While eating, the group continued to voice their concerns. I've heard this is food from the radiation island. Are we going to be all right? Zhou questioned. We should be fine, right? Zhao, the scorer, responded. Forget it. Let us eat quickly. If something happens, we won't be able to play at all. Xu Sen said after sipping some milk. At the Saitama Super Arena in Tokyo, today marked the first match of the men's basketball tournament, Huaxia versus the Czech Republic. As Xu Sen stepped onto the basketball court, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Lead the Huaxia team to surpass historical achievements. Task reward, to be determined by task completion. Their essay task too? Xu Sen pondered. Ding. Any major competition comes with tasks. Only the level of the competition and the rewards differ. Oh, both the Czech Republic and Huaxia currently have one player each in the NBA. The former boasts Thomas, a backup guard for the Bulls, while the latter features the core player of the Mavericks, Xu Senator Chapter 62, the unstoppable Huaxia team. As the referees took to the court, the starting players from both teams positioned themselves around the center line. For the Huaxia team, Xu Sen, Zhao Defen, Lin Xiaoqian, Wang Daying, and Zhou Mo Wang. For the Czech team, Thomas Viola, Jakub Selina, Pavel Pumpla, and Balvin. Zhou Mo Wang and the Czech center Balvin approached the center circle to prepare for the jump ball, with Balvin towering at 216 centimeters. Zhou Mo Wang undoubtedly lost the jump. Upon receiving the ball, Thomas advanced slowly. Noticing Xu Sen guarding him, his immediate response was to pass the basketball. This newly minted FMV is no stranger to the game. He is aware of the formidable defense and certainly does not wish to embarrass himself. Xu Sen smiled nonchalantly. Retreating to the three-point line, prepared to implement a full-court defense akin to that seen in the finals. The Czech team, clearly aware of Xu Sen's formidable reputation, promptly passed the ball into the paint, targeting the interior players Balvin and Pavel. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly creating space. Balvin deftly banked the ball off the backboard, scoring effortlessly. Zhou, the formidable player, remained silent, retrieving the basketball and passing it to Xu Sen, who had positioned himself for the catch. Upon receiving the ball, Xu Sen observed Thomas, who had already initiated his defensive stance. Utilizing his speed and agility, Xu Sen deftly evaded him, dribbling forward to just 2 steps beyond the three-point line. With no defender in sight, he unleashed a three-point shot. Swish! The ball found the net with pristine accuracy. Thomas gazed in astonishment at Xu Sen, returning to defense, having never heard of this powerhouse's three-point prowess. Regaining his composure, he swiftly received the basketball and advanced it up the court, orchestrating the team's passing plays. The essence of European basketball lies in its emphasis on teamwork. However, unbeknownst to them, Xu Sen's reflexes and speed were unparalleled. As they executed their passes, the basketball traversed right before Xu Sen, who intercepted it with remarkable ease. Xu Sen charged towards the front court with the ball in hand. Zhao Defen immediately followed suit. Just as the two Czech defenders shifted their focus onto Xu Sen, he dashed towards the basket and casually tossed the basketball towards the hoop. Bang! Zhao Defen executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk. As he descended, Zhao Defen excitedly called out to Xu Sen, "Xu God, let's have a couple more." Xu Sen smiled and nodded. Faced with the formidable perimeter defense of the Huaxia team, the Czech team was forced to concentrate their scoring efforts within the paint, resulting in a rather inefficient offensive performance. When Huaxia launched their attacks, the Czech team had no choice but to focus their defensive strategy on Xu Senator. If Xu Sen was left unguarded, he would effortlessly shoot a three-pointer. Once he took the shot, success was almost guaranteed, even if 2 or 3 defenders were assigned to him. Xu Sen could easily pass the ball to an unmarked Huaxia teammate, and although he occasionally missed, the relentless pressure was undeniable. At times, Xu Sen even executed powerful dunks, leaving the Czech coach visibly distressed, questioning whether Xu Sen was concealing his true prowess as if he were an NBA player. By the end of the third quarter, the score had widened to over 30 points, 88-50, essentially sealing Huaxia's victory. The Huaxia fans, donned in red, were on the verge of losing their voices from cheering so passionately, having not witnessed such a decisive triumph over European and American teams in quite some time. Each time Huaxia initiated an offensive play, the crowd erupted in encouragement. Huaxia team, go for it. Huaxia team, go for it. When it came to defense, their chants transformed into a unified roar. Defense. Defense. It felt as though they were experiencing a home game atmosphere in the land of cherry blossoms. One could only marvel at the endearing spirit of the Huaxia people. Thousands upon thousands of Huaxia spectators watching the game on television or their phones, many of whom were unfamiliar with Xu Sen, began to seek out information about him, causing his follower count to rise steadily. In the fourth quarter, Xu Sen did not take to the court. With the game already secured, Coach Gong wisely chose to keep their prized asset, Xu Sen, off the floor to prevent any unnecessary injuries. Although the absence of Xu Sen resulted in a dip in offensive efficiency, the Huaxia players, now brimming with confidence, played with an invigorated spirit against the Czech team, slowly extending their lead even further. Seeing that Xu Sen was not on the court, the Czech team had hoped to mount a comeback, but as they witnessed the Huaxia team's rising momentum, their shooting percentages plummeted and their offensive efforts became lackluster. Beep. The game concluded with a resounding score of 100-69 in favor of the Huaxia team. This marked Huaxia's first significant victory in the Olympic Games against the Czech team. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in jubilant cheers from the Huaxia fans. Many veteran fans were moved to tears. It has been a long time since they witnessed such confidence and excellence from Huaxia. Huaxia's performance, particularly by Xu Sen, was truly remarkable. Xu Sen, clad in his training attire, was on the bench, welcoming the players about to take the field, exchanging high fives in celebration. "You are magnificent. This is the spirit we need. We can rewrite history. Let us create a new legacy for Huaxia, my brothers." The eyes of the Huaxia players reflected a newfound admiration for Xu Senator Restwell. Next match. Bring forth your utmost spirit. We must perform exceptionally. All right. 3 days later, the much-anticipated match awaited, pitting Huaxia against the host nation, Sakura country. Time flew by. Throughout these 3 days, Lu Ruing managed Xu Sen's various accounts, witnessing an ever-growing fanbase, which filled her with joy. On Jiang Bin's end, he received countless collaboration calls, each one eager to partner with Xu. Senator Jiang Bin beamed with delight, despite his insistence that Xu Sen should focus solely on the competition. A steady stream of partnership proposals and contracts arrived at his hotel in Tokyo, all awaiting Xu Sen's post-Olympic selection. Indeed, as Xu Sen had expressed to the system, his rise to fame had made earning money exceedingly effortless. Most notably, a lucrative sneaker contract and endorsement deal had been presented by LeBron, offering a 5-year contract worth $200 million, along with a share in sneaker sales, which Jiang Bin had received. On the day of the match at the Saitama Super Arena, the Olympic group stage featured Huaxia versus Sakura country. Even before the game commenced, the atmosphere within the arena was electric. The red-clad Huaxia supporters occupied about 1/3 of the venue, while the white and red-clad fans of Sakura country dominated the remaining 2/3. However, the fervor of the Huaxia fans was not diminished as chants of "Go Huaxia" echoed from one side, countered by "Go Sakura country" from the other, amplifying the palpable tension in the arena. The home team, Sakura country, boasted 2 players in the NBA, Rui Hachimura, still with the Wizards, and Yuta Watanabe of the Raptors, with many others playing in the Australian League. The Sakura lineup included Shin Ikeda, Yudai Baba, Rui Hachimura, Yuta Watanabe, and Rika Takuchi. Beep. The match began. Facing the 207 centimeters tall Riku Takuchi, the formidable Zhou De leapt with all his might, passing the basketball to Xu Senator Stylish. "The great Zhou!" Xu Sen exclaimed as he caught the ball. Xu Sen, just as in the previous match, dribbled forward to within 2 steps of the 3-point line. And without any defender approaching, he unleashed a shot. Swish. The score was now 3 in favor of the Sakura team, as they launched their offense. Facing Xu Sen's formidable perimeter defense, Beij Shinsuke called upon Marabaro Dai for a screen. He could hardly believe that one individual could possess such exceptional defensive prowess. However, as he took his jump shot utilizing Marabara's pick, the reality struck him. A large hand effortlessly intercepted the basketball he had just released. Xu Sen swiftly advanced towards the front court after seizing the ball, yet his teammates from the Huaxia team remained largely stationary. However, just 3 steps away from the 3-point line, Xu Sen took a decisive shot. Swish. With virtually no defense against him, Xu Sen's 3-point shooting percentage was impeccable. 6 o'clock. This match was destined to be a rout. Chapter 63. Tokyo Olympics. 1. Prior to the match, Xu Sen had advised his fellow starting players to conserve their energy during the first 2 quarters. Xu Sen was determined to take charge. The third and fourth quarters were essentially his domain. Thus, When Xu Sen intercepted the ball, his four teammates ambled along. Yet, Xu Sen did not disappoint. In the first quarter, he exhibited relentless defense, nearly guarding from the three-point line to the paint. All five players from the Sakura team either faced his blocks or were stripped of the ball by him. Their defensive efforts left them in a state of anxiety. Shooting with utmost caution. On the offensive end, Xu Sen achieved an astonishing three-point shooting record of 10 for 10. He also succeeded in two-point attempts, including dunks and layups, with 4 out of 5. His free throw accuracy was impeccable at 2 for 2. By the end of the first quarter, he had amassed an impressive 40 points. Consequently, the score between the two teams ballooned to 46-18, widening the gap to 28 points. The interest in the men's basketball team of the United States had already been high regarding the Olympics. However, many in the NBA had overlooked it, with most attention drawn from scouts. Following Xu Sen's explosive three-point performance in the previous match, numerous scouts reported their observations back to various teams. Therefore, today's match between Huaxia and Sakura attracted a plethora of NBA stars, coaches, and general managers. Upon receiving the news, the American men's basketball team, led by head coach Jason Kidd, also came to watch the game. A crowd gathered in the corridor to observe. As the second quarter began, Xu Sen, fresh on the court, caught sight of Jason Kidd leading the American team, momentarily surprised. Why would the head coach come to watch his game? However, as the Sakura team launched their offense, he quickly refocused and intensified his defense. Once the Sakura team crossed half-court, aside from Teuchi Ritsu penetrating inside, the other four players scurried along the perimeter. Each time Xu Sen attempted to move, an opposing player would come over with a screen, and whenever he tried to approach the ball, yet another Sakura player would block his path, leaving Xu Sen feeling as though he could hardly move. Zhang Daoxin seized the opportunity created by three teammates to take a three-point shot from the 45-degree angle. Swish. Beep. A European referee's whistle pierced the air. The foul was called for a moving screen by Rue Hakamura. The score was rendered invalid. This decision incited a riot among the Sakura fans in the arena, unleashing a torrent of insults directed at the referee. The big screen replayed the slow-motion footage of Hakamura's screen. It showed Hakamura had established his position, and as Xu Sen shifted left to prepare for defense, Hakamura moved with him and extended his foot to impede Xu Senator. As the footage played, the noise from the Sakura fans diminished, while the Huaxia supporters erupted in boos directed at the Sakura players. The European referee, under the furious gaze of his fellow Sakura officials, maintained his original ruling. The Huaxia team embarked on their offensive possession. Xu Sen dribbled purposefully towards the front court, followed closely by two players from the Sakura team, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close. As Xu Sen approached the halfway line, the two defenders converged upon him. Undeterred, he leaped into the air and, amidst the astonished gazes of his adversaries, released the basketball from his hands. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were drawn to the soaring sphere. Swish. The stadium erupted in exuberant cheers from the fervent red-clad fans of Huaxia. Meanwhile, the players of the American Eagles, along with Jason Kidd, stood agape, their expressions blank with disbelief. Draymond Green of the Warriors, standing beside Kidd, muttered to himself, "Is that accuracy even possible? I can't believe this kid has such a precise three-pointer up his sleeve, and he didn't showcase it until the finals." Jason Kidd, too, murmured in astonishment, "Hey, was that just luck?" Durant chuckled, while the remaining players exchanged glances but remained silent, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the unfolding drama on the court. Xu Sen, driven by a desire to decisively conquer the Sakura national team, refrained from reserving any of his three-point shooting prowess, nearly surpassing the halfway line with his efforts. Once he evaded his defender, it was a swift release of his three-point shot. In a moment of collective inspiration, his four teammates from the Huaxia team devised a plan to set screens for Xu Senator. Their focus was entirely dedicated to defense, which allowed Xu Sen to score an astounding 16 three-pointers within the span of 10 minutes in the second quarter, successfully making 15 of those attempts. Xu Sen scored an impressive 45 points in yet another game. The score between the two teams has reached 94-40, resulting in a staggering point differential of 54. Xu Sen's personal score has reached an impressive 85 points. How on earth are we to defend against Xu Sen next season? Booker of the Suns gasped in astonishment. "We must double-team him as soon as he crosses half-court," Draymond Green of the Warriors uttered gruffly. Contrasting the concern and astonishment expressed by the players from the United States, the head coach, Jason Kidd, was secretly reveling in delight. "The championship of the 2020-2021 season belongs to my Mavericks. I am on the brink of becoming a back-to-back champion coach. However, as he currently represented the national team, he could not openly express his elation. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips and the gleam in his eyes betrayed his joy. After stealing a few more glances at Xu Sen, who had returned to the bench, Jason Kidd turned away. There's no need to watch any longer. This match has lost all significance. The Cherry Blossom team has been nailed to the pillory of disgrace. The players of the national team silently followed Kidd's lead. Only Durant cast a fleeting glance back at Xu Sen, a spark of scheming flickering in his mind. "Xu God, you've scored 85 points. Are you going to aim for another 15 in the third quarter and reach a perfect 100? Exclaimed the ever-exuberant Zhou, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the statistics. Xu Sen nodded at the data panel in the hands of the formidable Zhou. "If I score a 101 or 102, I shall cease my efforts. That alone would suffice to affix them to the pillar of shame." Following Xu Sen's remark, the players on the Huaxia bench cast their glances toward the Sakura Nation's substitutes, a malicious grin playing upon their lips. Soon, the halftime intermission came to a close, and both teams returned to the field. The expressions of the Sakura Nation players darkened as they beheld Xu Sen re-entering the fray, their eyes almost bloodshot with fury. In a surge of indignation, during an offensive play, Takuchi Natsuki received a pass and forcefully shoved aside the formidable Zhou, executing a thunderous dunk to score. As they retreated, they positioned themselves at the half-court, seemingly intent on establishing a defensive barrier to thwart Xu Sen's advance. Xu Sen broke into a smile, subtly gesturing to the players from Huaxia. In an instant, all the players dashed past the half-court, with Xu Sen dribbling alongside them. As the players from Sakura Nation closed in, Xu Sen launched the basketball towards the front court. Yuan Daying had already positioned himself at the free throw line in the front court. The Sakura players, noticing that Xu Sen had passed the ball, hurried back to defend. However, they were taken by surprise when Yuan Daying relayed the ball back to Xu Sen on the perimeter. Swish. Unbothered by defenders, Xu Sen effortlessly sank a three-pointer. In the next possession, Makiyama Masaru recklessly followed Xu Sen, only to be outmaneuvered by Xu Sen's swift change of direction, creating space to receive the ball. As Xu Sen prepared to shoot, Makiyama Masaru lunged forward, tugging at Xu Sen's jersey. Unfortunately for him, Xu Sen had already released the basketball, resulting in Makiyama falling to the ground. This incident seemed to ignite a powder keg. All the Huaxia players surged towards Makiyama Masaru, who, frightened, retreated. The referee urgently blew his whistle, rushing over to intervene between the Huaxia players and the Sakura players, who appeared ready to brawl. Ultimately, Xu Sen rose to block all his teammates. After the referee reviewed the play in slow motion, it was determined that Xu Sen's basket counted. He was awarded an additional free throw, and Makiyama Masaru was assessed a level 2 flagrant foul. The Huaxia team was granted 2 extra free throws. With a smile, Xu Sen converted all 3 attempts, elevating his personal score to 94 points. On the next play, Xu Sen, faced with Rue Hakamura, attempted a three-pointer, but it clanged off the rim. In the following possession, he again shot over Hakamura and scored, bringing his total to 97 points. On the next play, despite the combined efforts of Hakamura and Yuto Watanabe to block him, Xu Sen managed to release the shot. Swish. He reached the remarkable milestone of 100 points. Beep. Hakamura committed a foul on Xu Sen's shooting hand, granting him another free throw. Xu Sen smiled radiantly as he took the free throw. Swish. Xu Sen achieved a remarkable personal score of 101 points. Chapter 64. The Tokyo Olympics, 2. As the Huaxia team requested a substitution, replacing Xu Sen, it felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from the hearts of the entire Sakura Nation team. Finally, they were no longer required to confront this formidable adversary. However, the players from Sakura Nation were acutely aware that they had become a source of disgrace, a disgrace that would haunt them for a lifetime. Contemplating this grim reality, their passion for the game was met with an unprecedented blow. On the court, their demeanor alongside the other Huaxia players appeared utterly dispirited. Regrettably, the Huaxia players showed no mercy. They played with relentless determination, for this was a matter of national pride. There was no room for leniency. Beep. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena, and the players from Sakura Nation exhaled in relief. At long last, this torturous match had come to an end. With a staggering score of 138-80, the Huaxia team triumphed over Sakura Nation by a staggering 58 points. At that moment, the arena was largely vacant, as many Sakura fans had already departed. In contrast, the Huaxia supporters remained, filled with exuberance, as someone began to sing the national anthem. And the entire stadium resonated with the grand and uplifting melody. Xu Sen and his fellow players rose to their feet, their expressions solemn as they awaited the conclusion of the song. The video capturing this match from start to finish has been meticulously edited by various prominent Huaxia bloggers and is now available on numerous streaming platforms. Although the video is not overly long, it has garnered an impressive number of views. With Huaxia's victory in this match, only one preliminary game remains. A win in this upcoming match will guarantee their spot in the top 8 for the quarterfinals. Their next opponent will be the Italian team, with a match scheduled for 2 days hence. While the Italian team's prowess is not particularly formidable, especially when compared to the likes of the American Eagles, the Romantic Nation, and the Bullfighting Nation, they are still a worthy opponent compared to prior competitors. However, the addition of Xu Sen to the Huaxia roster changes the dynamic significantly. In the match against Italy 3 days later, despite the Italian team assigning 2 players to specifically counter Xu Sen, they posed no threat due to his extraordinary speed. The focus on Xu Sen allowed Huaxia to capitalize on their offensive strategy, enabling him to enhance their playmaking abilities. His exquisite passes frequently assisted fellow teammates in scoring. Ultimately, Xu Sen delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 58 points, 13 rebounds, 16 assists, 6 steals, and 6 blocks. His three-point shooting was particularly impressive, hitting 10 out of 12 attempts. With Xu Sen's remarkable statistics, Huaxia triumphed over Italy with a score of 100-88, successfully advancing as the top team in their group to the quarterfinals. The news of Huaxia's return to the top 8 sent waves of jubilation throughout the nation, with many establishments celebrating the team's achievement with spirited toasts. This surge in celebrations resulted in an explosive growth within the Huaxia culinary industry, further elevating Xu Sen's profile as a prominent athlete. Across the ocean, NBA teams began reassessing Xu Sen's capabilities, particularly the coaches of those teams poised to enter the playoffs, as they strategized on how to defend against him. They simultaneously reached out to their management to discuss the potential acquisition of Xu Sen for the upcoming season. After witnessing his remarkable triple-double average during the playoffs and his stellar three-point performance in the Olympic Games, who would not desire to secure Xu Sen? Signing him equates to acquiring the cornerstone of a championship team. In the past 3 days, Xu Sen has been summoned by Jiang Bin to the hotel to scrutinize endorsement contracts. Xu Sen beheld the towering endorsement contract at the hotel, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he inquired of Jiang Bin, "What is all this?" Jiang Bin replied, "It's everything. I have meticulously sifted through it as per your request. I spent 3 to 4 days on this, meeting representatives from various companies daily. It has been exhausting." Xu Sen scoffed, "What profit do you expect to earn?" From the outset of his endorsement endeavors, Xu Sen had compiled a list of companies that had previously disrespected China or treated it unfairly, instructing Jiang Bin to reject all such offers. No way, he declared. He would only consider domestic sneaker contracts. Today, he was primarily focused on finalizing the sneaker deal and endorsements. They had tentatively settled on Anta, and today's meeting was with Anta's representatives. After negotiations, Anta proposed a lucrative offer of $220 million over 5 years, plus a share of the sneaker royalties. The Anta representative, elated with the signed contract, prepared to return to China for promotional activities. Once the representative departed, Jiang Bin leapt for joy, realizing his commission would amount to several $1 million. He eagerly urged Xu Sen and Lu Ruiying to continue exploring other endorsement contracts. However, Xu Sen advised Lu Ruiying and Jiang Bin to investigate whether any of those companies had encountered financial crises before proceeding. He then returned to prepare for training and the upcoming match, as 8 teams had already qualified: China, Italy, Spain, Australia, the United States, France, and Argentina. China was set to face Spain in the first match. The Spanish team featured the Gasol brothers, both in their 40s yet still competing, along with the talented Ricky Rubio, the Hernan Gomez brothers, and Rudy Fernandez. It was clear that China's opening match would be a formidable challenge, as the Gasol brothers posed a significant threat in the paint, though their stamina was waning with age. At the Saitama Super Arena in Tokyo, the day had arrived for the first quarterfinal of the Tokyo Olympics, China versus Spain. The stadium resonated with the fervent cheers of Chinese fans, who painted the venue in a sea of red. As the Chinese team entered, a raucous applause erupted. Xu Sen led the starting lineup for China, while Spain's starters included Rubio, Kleber, Albad, Fernandez, and Marc Gasol, who had been relegated to the bench due to age. In the tip-off, the young and agile Zhou, the great Demon King, faced off against the seasoned Marc Gasol. Despite his youth and speed, Zhou's reach fell slightly short, allowing Gasol to tip the ball to Rubio. Spain initiated their first offense. As Rubio dribbled past half-court, he called for Albad to set a screen against Xu Sen, rapidly advancing. Upon noticing Xu Sen closing in, Rubio felt a jolt of surprise. Before the game, the head coach approached Rubio, advising him to either set screens or swiftly pass the ball when confronted by Xu Sen's defense. Rubio had diligently studied numerous game tapes of Xu Sen, but it was only upon facing him on the court that he comprehended the true terror of his prowess. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, Rubio acted decisively, immediately passing the ball to the well-positioned Pau Gasol. Without hesitation, Gasol utilized his dreamlike footwork and physical advantage to swiftly maneuver past Zhou, preparing to release his shot. "Watch out." A teammate's voice echoed from behind Gasol. Although he heard the warning, Gasol had already launched the ball. Thud. Xu Sen, lurking behind Gasol, swatted the ball away. It ricocheted off the backboard and fortuitously bounced into Xu Sen's awaiting arms. Roars erupted from the audience. "Go, Huaxia team." The fervent cheers from Huaxia fans intensified as Xu Sen landed and surged forward, breaking free from a double team just beyond the three-point line. He released a shot that swished through the net, amplifying the crowd's elation. "Xu Sen, Xu Sen, Xu Sen, go, go, go." The overwhelming cheers from the fans, coupled with Xu Sen's imposing presence, instilled immense pressure on the bullfighting nation team. In Chapter 65, Tokyo Olympics, 3, Rubio, after receiving the inbounds pass, advanced slowly towards the front court. As he crossed half-court and noticed Xu Sen approaching with an aggressive intent, he promptly distributed the ball, shedding any notion of complacency. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the shooting guard, Kleber, received the ball and instantly passed it to the interior player, Fernandez. Fernandez, upon catching the pass, forcefully drove into the lane, instinctively glancing at Xu Sen, wary of his potential block. Swish. The score was now 3-2, with Huaxia maintaining a high offensive efficiency, bolstered by Xu Sen's consistent scoring and timely assists to his teammates. On the defensive end, Xu Sen's elusive movements left the bullfighting nation players exhausted, significantly lowering their offensive effectiveness, particularly from the perimeter. Consequently, the gap in the score widened, causing the bullfighting nation team to grow increasingly anxious, resulting in hasty shots and declining accuracy. As the clock ticked down to the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, the scoreboard read Huaxia 96, bullfighting nation 81. Xu Sen has also begun to defend the perimeter with utmost intensity. In response to the offensive plays, whenever the Bulls national team successfully scores from the outside, Xu Sen promptly retaliates with an equal shot. Consequently, the Bulls national team collapsed, opting to substitute all their players and conceding defeat. Meanwhile, Coach Gong of the Huaxia team, cautious not to underestimate the situation, merely took Xu Sen off the court while retaining more than 3 starters on the floor. And so, the match concluded with Huaxia triumphing over the Bulls national team with a score of 106-94. Xu Sen's personal statistics are nothing short of remarkable: 67 points, 16 rebounds, 12 assists, 6 steals, and 11 blocks, culminating in an astonishing quadruple-double. Upon the conclusion of the match, Xu Sen's impressive stats were laid bare before numerous teams, as he posed a considerable challenge for every opponent. The possibility of defeat loomed large for any team unable to contain him, especially considering that Xu Sen is a man capable of scoring 101 points in just over 2 quarters. Particularly significant is the impending clash between Kangaroo Nation and Argentina, as the victor of this encounter will face Xu Sen's team in the semifinals. Meanwhile, the sports community and basketball circles in Huaxia are in a state of euphoria. The Huaxia men's basketball team has achieved its historical best by advancing to the Final Four, following their recent victory over the Bull Nation. Yaming rushed over to Xu Sen, embracing him tightly. "Thank you, Xu Sen. Thank you," he expressed, his eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Yao, calm down. If we win the next match, we'll secure a medal. We can celebrate then." Xu Sen gasped, nearly breathless from the embrace. "Haha, I apologize for my excitement." Yao Ming chuckled, wiping his tears after releasing Xu Senator understandable. "But please, no more of this," Xu Sen managed to say, only to be swept up and tossed into the air by his exuberant teammates. The entire Huaxia team was engulfed in joyous celebration. That evening, Huaxia's television news prominently featured this event, lauding Xu Sen, which significantly enhanced his reputation throughout the country. The older generation recognized him as well, urging the younger ones to emulate his example as they watched the news. After being tossed around by his teammates, Xu Sen was eventually rescued by Coach Gong, who intervened to protect him, as Xu Sen has become the treasured asset of the Huaxia men's basketball team, deserving of careful safeguarding. The entire team escorted him back to the athlete's dormitory, showering him with praise. That night, Kangaroo Nation erupted in triumph, defeating Argentina with a decisive score of 97-59. Upon returning to their dormitory, the Kangaroo Nation team convened to strategize on how to confront Huaxia's team in 3 days, particularly focusing on how to counter Xu Senators similarly. The Huaxia men's basketball team was engaged in a meeting, deliberating on how to afford Xu Sen greater opportunities to shine. After all, securing a victory against Kangaroo Nation would guarantee at least a silver medal, a historic milestone. Meetings, training sessions, and evaluations became the primary objectives for the Huaxia men's basketball team over the ensuing days. The Kangaroo Nation roster boasts several active NBA players, including Aaron Baines Raptors, Matthew Dellavedova Cavaliers, Dante Exum Rockets, Joe Ingles Jazz, Patty Mills Spurs, Josh Green Mavericks, and Matisse Thybulle 76ers. Xu Sen recalled that in his previous life, the Kangaroo Nation had triumphed over the Slovenian national basketball team, led by Doncic, securing a third-place finish and a bronze medal. In this life, however, Slovenia had failed to advance from the so-called group of death, being eliminated early by the Romantic Nation and the American Eagles. During these days, Doncic had been indulging in culinary delights. When the time came for the match between the Huaxia team and the Kangaroo Nation, Doncic would come to cheer for Xu Sen and chide him for developing such a formidable three-point shot in silence, which had gone unused in the finals. Huaxia, go! Huaxia, go! Huaxia, go! At noon, the Chiyu Super Arena was alive with anticipation as the Huaxia team faced off against the Kangaroo Nation in the Olympic men's basketball semifinals. The venue was predominantly filled with Huaxia fans, a sea of red, with only a small section occupied by supporters of the Kangaroo Nation clad in brown. In the front row sat representatives from other nations' teams that had been eliminated. As the two teams entered the arena, the cheers from the Huaxia fans reverberated, intimidating the players from the Kangaroo Nation, who felt as though they were not in the land of cherry blossoms, but in Huaxia. With the warm-ups concluded, the starting lineups took the court. The Kangaroo Nation starters included Mills, Ingles, Seibold, Landale, and Nick Kay. The Huaxia team, however, had made a strategic adjustment, replacing a shooting guard with a more defensively adept small forward, thus creating a duo of formidable players at the small forward position. As the game commenced with the tip-off, Zhou, the formidable player from Huaxia, had shown remarkable prowess against teams outside of the Cherry Blossom Nation, often leading to victories. Upon losing the tip-off, the other Huaxia players promptly fell into their defensive formation, placing immense trust in him. This moment elicited laughter from the substitute bench, where Yao Ming, Coach Gong, and assistant Coach Li could not help but find amusement. The Kangaroo Nation initiated the attack. Mills, the current point guard for the Spurs, was well acquainted with Xu Sen's capabilities. As he crossed half-court, he passed the ball to Seibold, the small forward position farthest from Xu Sen, while he maneuvered to the opposite side to draw Xu Sen's defense away, hoping to set up Seibold for a one-on-one opportunity. However, Xu Sen did not pursue, as the other Huaxia players executed seamless switches in defense. Seibold received the ball and charged toward the paint, initially intent on scoring. But upon hearing his teammate's urgent shout of caution, he quickly gathered himself, seeking to pass to a teammate. Aware of Xu Sen's proximity, he glanced towards him, saw him positioned on the right side, and instantly passed to Mills, who was cutting in from the other side. Yet, in midair, the pass was intercepted by a yellow-clad hand, none other than Yuan Daying, a player from Huaxia whom the Kangaroo Nation had underestimated. In the lead-up to the game, the Huaxia team's strategy had been clear. Aside from Xu Sen, the remaining players would devote 90% of their energy to defense, with the offense revolving around Xu Senator therefore. The Kangaroo Nation's dismissal of Huaxia's players would likely lead to repercussions, as illustrated by this play. Seibold's disregard for his Huaxia counterparts resulted in Yuan Daying successfully stealing the ball. After securing possession, Yuan Daying promptly passed it to the open Xu Senator as Xu Sen received the ball. He noticed that both Mills and Ingles from the Kangaroo Nation team were converging upon him in a double team. Xu Sen chuckled as he dribbled swiftly towards the front court. In the face of the Kangaroo Nation team, a number of Huaxia players obstructed his path. Just after crossing half-court, Xu Sen noticed that the Kangaroo team was closing in on him, so he halted his advance and launched a three-point shot. Swish! The unguarded three-pointer found its mark with a 100 accuracy. 3 o'clock. Chapter 66. Tokyo Olympics 4. Xu Sen. Invincible. Xu Sen. Invincible. The fans in the stands erupted into deafening cheers upon witnessing Xu Sen's extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Meanwhile, Doncic stood agape, although he had reviewed footage of Xu Sen. Witnessing his shooting speed and range in person was truly astonishing. Doncic felt that his position as the team leader for the next season might be at risk, his gaze turning sorrowful as he eyed Xu Sen, who was defending on the court. The Kangaroo Nation players continued to underestimate the other Huaxia players, seemingly oblivious to their presence, fixated solely on Xu Sen's movements. Noticing that Xu Sen was at a certain distance, Kangaroo forward Landale backed into Wang and executed a turnaround jump shot. To his surprise, Wang maintained his defensive stance and leapt powerfully, nearly blocking the basketball from Landale's hands. With no other option, Landale had to increase the height of his shot. However, the ball soared too high and struck the rim, missing entirely. Xu Sen, who had surged into the paint, seized the rebound and initiated a swift counterattack. This time, Siebel quickly closed in on Xu Sen, while Mills also rushed towards him. As Xu Sen crossed the halfway line, he immediately noticed that he was being double-teamed. In an instant, he executed a sudden stop followed by a prayer-like gesture. Siebel leaped into action to defend and contest the shot, while Mills also sprang up from behind to assist. Upon witnessing how effortlessly he deceived two opponents into jumping, Xu Sen was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly changed direction, creating distance before surging forward a couple of steps. As he reached the designated spot for his first shot, he executed a clean jump shot. Swish. The score now stood at 6 o'clock, leaving the two players who had fallen for Xu Sen's feint exchanging glances of resignation and shaking their heads. In the subsequent play, Ingles attempted a shot from the three-point baseline but missed, allowing the well-positioned Joe, the great Demon King, to secure the rebound and pass it back to Xu Sr. Xu Sen's recent leap in prayer was merely a fleeting gesture, yet he effortlessly created space with his subsequent jump, achieving remarkable height. He seamlessly sank another three-pointer, bringing the score to 9-0. The Kangaroo Nation pressed on with their offensive, having shed their previous underestimation of the other players from the Huaxia team. They executed a flawless play that culminated in a basket by center Nick K, finally earning themselves 2 points. The head coach of the Kangaroo Nation, seated on the sidelines, hesitated to call for a timeout. As Huaxia initiated their attack, Xu Sen found himself encircled by 3 defenders. He deftly passed the ball to the formidable Zhou, who capitalized on Nick K's dismissive attitude and converted a 2-1 play. After Zhou missed his free throw, Xu Sen seized the rebound and executed a powerful putback dunk. The Kangaroo Nation could not resist calling a timeout at this point. Returning to the bench, the starters from the Kangaroo Nation faced the eloquence of their coach, who imparted a lesson on humility. The players quickly grasped the importance of respecting their Huaxia counterparts. After the timeout, the Kangaroo starters re-entered the court with renewed seriousness. Their disdain for the other Huaxia players noticeably diminished. During their offensive, the Kangaroo Nation utilized screens to obstruct Xu Sen, allowing Siebel to easily isolate against Lin. The score was 13-4. However, even with their lead, the Huaxia team, under Xu Sen's leadership, maintained a steady advantage of around 10 points. Xu Sen remained determined to play the full 40 minutes, and the confidence gained from previous matches, where Xu Sen provided a safety net, bolstered the morale of his teammates. Whenever Xu Sen was double-teamed and passed the ball, they were quick to shoot, demonstrating that confidence is indeed the most effective means of enhancing skill. Each successful basket further deterred the Kangaroo Nation from aggressively double-teaming Xu Senator in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. Xu Sen stepped beyond the arc and sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 13 points, effectively extinguishing the Kangaroo Nation's hopes of a comeback. Nevertheless, they persevered, fervently launching three-point attempts and continuing to double-team Xu Sen in a last-ditch effort to close the gap. Although Xu Sen refrained from shooting during this critical juncture, his fellow Huaxia players maintained an impressive shooting percentage when it mattered most. As the final whistle blew, the score reflected a mere 5-point difference. Huaxia triumphed over the Kangaroo Nation with a score of 92-87, securing their place in the finals. It can be said that Huaxia had already clinched a medal, at the very least a silver. They now awaited the victor of the evening's match between the Romantic Nation and the American Eagles, who would face off for the gold medal in 3 days. The entire Huaxia was engulfed in jubilation, with many tears of joy flowing freely. Notably, the venerable figures of Yao Ming, Coach Gong, and assistant Coach Lee were moved to tears, shedding their composure before the cameras. Before numerous television screens and mobile devices, fans of Huaxia could be seen shedding tears alongside the three protagonists. The history of Huaxia basketball has been rewritten. No longer merely a top 8 contender, we have secured at least the position of runner-up. Finally, we are no longer regarded as a weak team on the global stage. Huaxia reporters, too, were misty-eyed as they conducted interviews with individuals present at the venue, starting with the illustrious Yao Ming. Brother Yao, what do you wish to express upon witnessing the Huaxia team advance to the finals? He was asked. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the current players. It is their relentless effort and determination that have elevated the Huaxia men's basketball team to this remarkable height. Of course, the most significant acknowledgement goes to Xu Sen. He is the one who has led us. Yao replied, his eyes reddened and voice hoarse, yet brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Coach Gong, having once been a part of the Huaxia men's basketball team, what are your thoughts now that the team has achieved such success under your leadership? The elderly coach, with his white hair and trembling lips, struggled to articulate his response. We must still express our gratitude to Xu Sen. His arrival has transformed our entire Huaxia men's basketball team. However, the other players have also given their all. Victory rightfully belongs to them. The reporter then interviewed the formidable Zhou, asking, Zhou the Great, you have shattered the historical barriers of Huaxia men's basketball. What are your thoughts? Zhou, brimming with excitement and joy, exuberantly shouted, Xu Sen is invincible. The Huaxia team has broken all boundaries. Further interviews with several other players yielded similar sentiments. Finally, the reporter approached Xu Sen, who was seen enjoying a light-hearted moment with Donai in the audience. Xu Sen, you have guided the Huaxia team to break historical records and reach the Olympic finals. What are your reflections? At that moment, Donai, noticing Xu Sen being interviewed by an attractive Huaxia reporter, glanced around before making his exit. I simply strive to play my best, but the most crucial element is the effort and cooperation of my teammates, along with the support of the coaching staff. And of course, the cheers from our fans. Xu Sen declared. Donai returned with a bottle of ice-cold mineral water and playfully drenched Xu Sen with it, laughing heartily as he ran off before Xu could fully comprehend the prank. This lively scene brought smiles to the faces of reporters whose eyes had once brimmed with tears. And similarly, viewers watching through television dramas and mobile devices shared a knowing chuckle, reflecting on the momentous occasion. Xu Sen and his NBA teammates share a remarkable camaraderie. In Huaxia, where Xu Sen resides, basketball embodies boundless possibilities. Chapter 67, Tokyo Olympics, 5. That evening, the match between the American Eagle team and the Romantic Nation team commenced. In the group stage, the American Eagle team had suffered a defeat, losing 76-83 against the Romantic Nation. This year's roster for the Romantic Nation, competing in the NBA, includes Rudy Gobert, Jazz, Nicholas Batum, Clippers, Evan Fournier, Celtics, Frank Ntilikina, Knicks, and Timothy Luwawu-Cabarrot, Nets. Other players include Nando de Colorado, Gaius Ubusel, Thomas Hurdle, Andrew Albasi, Vincent Poirier, Mustafa Fall, and Peter Corneli. Among them, Gobert stands out as the most renowned, destined to be a recipient of the D.O.V. award in the future. He has already demonstrated impressive rim protection skills, while the scoring and agility of the other players are commendable as well. Many speculate that this year, the American Eagles may once again succumb to the Romantic Nation. The match that evening between the Romantic Nation and the American Eagles was intensely contested, culminating in a nail-biting conclusion in the final minutes of the last quarter. Ultimately, the American Eagles withstood the pressure, narrowly triumphing over the Romantic Nation with a score of 87-82, successfully advancing to face the Huaxia team in the finals for the coveted gold medal. Watching this match from the sidelines, Xu Sen was entirely unfazed, recalling a similar scenario from a past life. Looks like you will be facing the American Eagles. Do you have confidence in clinching the gold? Luka Doncic inquired with an unusually serious expression. To be honest, I have no assurance at all. After all, this is a team sport, Xu Sen replied, though he secretly mused, I wish every basketball could soar from the three-point line for a dunk. But I fear you won't see me next season. After this Olympics, I might just appear at the Academy of Sciences the very next day. Setting aside those thoughts, he declared, let's go celebrate our Huaxia's achievement in securing a medal in men's basketball. I shall treat you, my NBA teammate from the loser's bracket. Xu Sen chuckled. Xu Sen, do you dare mock me? Do you believe I will eat you into bankruptcy? Doncic retorted through gritted teeth. That might be a challenge. I just signed a 5-year, $220 million sneaker contract. Xu Sen replied with a grin. What? How is that possible? Doncic exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Come on, Xu Sen said as he rose and made his way outside the arena. An hour later, Xu Sen, accompanied by Doncic and his wife, Jiang Bin, and Erupting, found themselves at a top-rated huaxia restaurant in Tokyo. Hey, Doncic, aren't you going to introduce your lovely wife? Jiang Bin asked. This is the beautiful lady. My wife, Anna Maria. She is the love of my life. Doncic proudly introduced his wife, then proceeded to introduce a few others to her. This is Xu Sen, my teammate. This is Xu Sen's agent and assistant, Erupting. Hello. Anna Maria graciously greeted the group with a handshake. Come, try the huaxia cuisine here, Xu Sen cheerfully suggested. With the lively banter of Jiang Bin and Doncic, the group enjoyed a delightful meal. As they prepared to leave, Doncic pulled Xu Sen aside, leaning in to speak in hushed tones. Xu Sen, my wife discreetly mentioned that your enchanting assistant, Erupting, has a crush on you. She kept stealing glances at you during dinner. Doncic chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. Get lost. Hurry back to your wife, Xu Sen replied with a playful shove. Xu Sen's ears tinged with crimson as he playfully nudged Doncic, unable to resist glancing at Erupting, who was engrossed in an intimate conversation with Anna Maria. Their eyes met momentarily before they both quickly averted their gaze. It was unclear what Anna Maria had said to Erupting, but it had evidently caused her to blush profusely. After bidding farewell to the couple, Jiang Bin settled into the front passenger seat, while Xu Sen and Erupting, both with flushed ears, remained silent in the back. Xiaolu, you're usually quite talkative. Why the silence tonight? Are you feeling shy? Jiang Bin could no longer tolerate the quiet and broke the silence. In no way. Jiang Ge, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Sister Shin that you're bullying me, Erupting stammered. Jiang Bin turned to glance at her, as if he had uncovered a delightful secret. Oh, really? Don't come begging me later. I was going to assist you, but now you want to report me. Humph. Well, I want to report you then, Erupting said. Her cheeks now a deep shade of red, lost in thought about something. Assist with what? Xu Sen asked, bewildered. It's a work-related matter. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Bin replied, taking the conversation forward. Xu Sen acknowledged lightly before returning to his phone. Erupting observed the man beside her, his lips silently moving as if to convey that he would eventually win over this foolishness. In terms of looks, Xu Sen was undeniably the handsomest in the entire NBA, surpassing even Kuzma and the slightly overweight Doncic. Comparatively, he was just a tad less appealing than the towering figures among avid readers. Presently, Xu Sen had amassed over 1 million female fans in huaxia, a testament to his charm. Upon returning to the hotel, the group dispersed to their respective rooms to rest. Unfortunately, Xu Sen could no longer tolerate the discomfort of the beds arranged in the cherry blossom country, leading him to seek refuge in a hotel. The following day, he made his way to the training base of the huaxia men's basketball team. During training, Xu Sen detected an unsettling air of complacency among the players of huaxia. It seemed as though their defeat to the American Eagles mattered little to them, creating a disquieting atmosphere. The entire training session was filled with laughter and chatter, which Xu Sen found unbearable. He approached Coach Gong to discuss the matter, but the coach remained uncharacteristically silent. Subsequently, he summoned all the players for a meeting. However, Xu Sen observed that the situation showed no signs of improvement. Xu Sen felt a sense of foreboding. On the other side, the head coach of the American basketball team, Jason Kidd, was conducting a strategy meeting with his players. From the previous matches involving the huaxia team, it was evident that they consistently maintained their scoring advantage by leveraging Xu Sen's scoring ability right from the start. Bam Adebayo. You must win the jump ball against that formidable Joe. After that, avoid Xu Sen's defensive prowess. The rest is up to you all, he instructed. And every player nodded in agreement. As for defense, Kevin Durant, as the captain of this team, you will guard Xu Sen. Draymond Green, your role is to assist in cutting off Xu Sen's passing lanes. After reviewing several game tapes of the huaxia team, it was clear that Xu Sen possessed an impressive three-point range. You must begin defending him as soon as he crosses half-court. This time, we must secure victory. We cannot afford to lose. If we do, your reputations will suffer immensely. I trust you understand, Jason Kidd added. His words cast a shadow over all the American players present. Indeed, they were acutely aware of Xu Sen's prowess. However, the thought of losing to a single NBA player, especially when several of them were current stars in the league, was daunting. Their expressions changed, stealing their resolve to give 120 in the upcoming match against the huaxia team. During their cooperative training, all the American players actively engaged with one another. When a group of NBA stars humbles themselves to seek synergy, the resulting prowess is formidable. At this moment, the American NBA stars were focused solely on triumphing over the Huaxia team in the Olympic finals. They simply could not afford to lose. Chapter 68, Tokyo Olympics, 6, Finals. Inside the Saitama Super Arena, the atmosphere was electric, filled with passionate Huaxia fans. Upon entering, Xu Sen was greeted by a wave of fervent cheers that resembled a crimson tide. Go Huaxia! Go Huaxia! The whistle blew, signaling the start of the Olympic men's basketball final. The roster for the American team included Durant, Adebayo, Beal, Devin Booker, Jeremy Grant, Draymond Green, Drew Holiday, Levine, Lillard, Love, Middleton, and Tatum, all NBA stars, their eyes alight with fierce determination. As the referee signaled the commencement of the match, the American team fielded their starting lineup: Lillard, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, and Adebayo. The Huaxia team countered with a dual power forward formation, primarily focused on defense and screens. The game was about to begin. In the game, the formidable Zhou, known as the Great Demon King, proved to be no match for Adebayo. The camera captured a stark contrast in their responsiveness. The first offensive play belonged to the American team. Lillard received the basketball, dribbled it forward, and with a subtle smile directed at Xu Sen before him, deftly passed the ball to Durant. Lillard immediately charged forward to entangle Xu Sen, momentarily obstructing him. Just as Xu Sen was preoccupied with Lillard, Durant took a shot from beyond the arc swish. Amidst the pressure and self-doubt, Durant confidently sank his first basket. Xu Sen furrowed his brow, for Durant's offensive maneuvers were alarmingly effortless. No one on the Huaxia team could contain him. As Xu Sen rushed to receive the ball, Lillard continued to cling to him. Though it had little significant impact on Xu Sen, it merely prevented him from maneuvering with ease. Once Xu Sen dribbled past Lillard and crossed half-court, Durant immediately closed in, while Green stood nearby, vigilantly guarding the passing lanes between Xu Sen and his teammates. Meanwhile, after Xu Sen's advance, Lillard retreated to the half-court to assume a defensive position. Xu Sen dribbled skillfully between his legs, seamlessly altering his rhythm and direction. He toyed with Durant. And as he approached the three-point line, Green was also poised to rush over for a double team. Xu Sen skillfully maneuvered around Durant, creating space. He took a three-point shot. Swish. 3. Xu Sen. Invincible. Xu Sen. Invincible. After Xu Sen released his three-point shot, he did not possess a feeling of absolute certainty regarding its success. Nevertheless, the ball found its way into the net. System. What was the defensive level just now? What is the shooting percentage now? Ding. With a mere thought, one can summon the desired attributes within the mind. Such trivial matters should not disturb my interaction with the system, dear sister. Xu Sen contemplated for a moment. And then the introduction of the ultra-high three-point skill emerged, a remarkable 100 success rate from half-court, which diminishes as the level of defense increases, with a minimum of 50. The previous shot had a success rate of 75. It appears that Durant's defense remains formidable. His wingspan, height, and agility are exceptionally high. Had it not been for Xu Sen's impressive leap and lean-back technique, the shooting percentage would have plummeted even further. As he visualized the skill, Lillard approached while dribbling, employing the same strategy as before. However, this time, Xu Sen did not hesitate. The moment Lillard released the ball, Xu Sen sprinted towards him. Upon receiving the ball, Durant noticed Xu Sen rapidly closing in on them and immediately passed it to Green, who had already made his way down the court. Thud. Yuan Daying was utterly unable to impede Green, who effortlessly dunked the ball, sending Wang crashing to the ground. The referee did not blow the whistle. As Yuan Daying rose, fire ignited in his eyes. Xu Sen observed this and realized that he might just be able to stir the competitive spirit of his teammates. Upon receiving the pass, Xu Sen observed that the American team adhered to their previously established defensive strategy. This time, however, Xu Sen accelerated his dribbling pace, surging past the half-court and executing two sharp pivots to evade Durant. Just as Green approached, he unleashed a three-point shot. Swish. The Huaxia team led 6-5 against the American team. After Xu Sen scored, he turned to the white-bearded coach Jason Kidd on the bench of the American Eagle team and broke into a smile. Jason Kidd noticed this. His usually composed demeanor appeared to crack slightly. However, although Lillard's shot did not go in, Adebayo seized the rebound and executed a powerful dunk, bringing the score to 6-7. Xu Sen failed to score on his next attempt, and his teammates were unable to secure the rebound. This moment allowed Jason Kidd to revert to his earlier calm expression, one that conveyed a sense of assured victory. In the first quarter, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange, or rather, it was a duel between Xu Sen and the entire American Eagle team. Xu Sen attempted 4 shots, successfully landing one amidst 3 open opportunities. Despite the circumstances, Xu Sen remained resolute in his offensive endeavors, executing 3-pointers, driving to the basket, and mid-range jumpers, all while playing a full 10 minutes. The score stood at Huaxia Team 28, Meiying National Team 32. Huaxia ultimately fell short by 4 points, as Meiying's offense appeared remarkably effortless. Apart from Xu Sen, his teammates struggled to contend with the formidable NBA stars, leaving their scoring potential reliant on the shooting touch of the Meiying players rather than the defensive efforts of Huaxia. During the intermission, it became evident that the strategy was to suppress Xu Sen's 3-point attempts. Subsequently, forwards Wang De and Wu De were instructed to position themselves beyond the arc to provide Xu Sen with the necessary screens. Xu Sen was advised to prioritize his 3-point shots to keep pace with the score. Coach Gong acknowledged the futility of halting Meiying's scoring and recognized that Huaxia's hopes rested solely on Xu Sen's ability to score. All Huaxia players nodded in agreement. As the second quarter commenced, Huaxia initiated their offense, with Xu Sen crossing half-court as both forwards immediately set screens for him. Xu Sen effortlessly sank a 3-pointer under the cover of defense. Swish. 31-32. The moment that ball went in, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Xu Sen, go! Xu Sen, go! This shot served as a tremendous motivation. Witnessing Xu Sen score, his teammates from Huaxia were invigorated, realizing that victory was within their grasp. They had Xu Sen. Defense. Defense. The fans, spotting Lillard receiving the ball and initiating the advance, immediately began to chant. Xu Sen exchanged a high-five with the 2 power forwards, emphasizing the importance of solid defense and securing rebounds. The 2 nodded in agreement. Lillard gazed at Xu Sen with deep admiration, thinking to himself how formidable and precise he was, more so than when he played alongside Curry. Despite his inner reflection, he passed the basketball, aware that Xu Sen, who had averaged 4 steals per game in the previous season's playoffs, posed a significant threat. Durant received the pass and swiftly distributed it to Booker, who had already positioned himself well. As a disciple of Kobe, Booker effortlessly executed a fadeaway jump shot against the similarly tall Chinese player, scoring with ease and stabilizing the score. As the Chinese team mounted their offense, Durant, navigating around the screen set by the 2 power forwards, took a decisive step forward, still closely guarding Xu Sen. However, with 2 screens in place, Xu Sen remained patient, waiting for the perfect moment. Once he successfully evaded both Durant and Green, he took a confident step back and launched a 3-pointer over Lillard. Swish. The score was now tied at 34-34. Following this, Adebayo capped off the play with a basket, adding another 2 points. Xu Sen, taking advantage of the cover provided by his teammates, launched an astonishing long-range 3-pointer. With a score of 37-36, the Huaxia team finally took the lead. Xu Sen alone had amassed 35 points. Beep. Jason Kidd could no longer contain himself. He called for a timeout, realizing that if the game continued in this manner, the outcome was uncertain. Typically, Xu Sen would dominate against other teams. But now Jason Kidd was experiencing a taste of the emotions once felt by coaches like Michael Malone and Darvin Ham. YISNT Xu Sen on our team. Chapter 69, Tokyo Olympics 7. Jason Kidd promptly substituted Booker for Levine. He strategized that if the Huaxia team deployed their 2 power forwards to set screens, Levine would also assist in defending Xu Sen that could not allow Xu Sen to shoot 3-pointers so effortlessly. Otherwise, the American team would face humiliation. Beep. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Lillard passed the ball to Durant and immediately sprinted to the other side. As Xu Sen moved to guard Durant, Durant returned the ball to the open Lillard. Swish. The American team began shooting 3-pointers as well. After all, they had several sharpshooters. Even Green, the playmaker for the Warriors, had a reliable 3-point shot. As Xu Sen crossed the halfway line, Durant, Green, and Levine swiftly surrounded him, while the 2 power forwards of the Huaxia team promptly moved into set screens. The 6 players became entangled near the 3-point arc, with Xu Sen cleverly hiding behind the 2 towering forwards, pursued by 3 members of the American team. It was reminiscent of an eagle capturing its prey. Yet no laughter echoed in the arena. Everyone watched the unfolding scene with utmost seriousness. Xu Sen seizes the opportunity to make a shot. Observing the skill description, A 69 accuracy rate represents his highest chance of success. Swish. Fortunately, he scores. In the next round, as Xu Sen advances past the half-court, Lillard approaches to defend him beyond the three-point line. Under this relentless pursuit, Xu Sen's three-point attempt fails. The head coaches of both teams find themselves at a loss for effective strategies, leaving the players to navigate the game as best they can. Beep. As the second quarter concludes, the score reveals that the American Eagles lead the Huaxia team by 4 points. In the two segments of the match, Xu Sen amassed an impressive tally of 51 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers, including a remarkable 15 successful three-pointers out of 23 attempts. In stark contrast, the Huaxia team's total score stood at a mere 55 points. The American Eagles displayed an extraordinary level of offensive efficiency, yet despite a decline in shooting accuracy due to defensive pressure, Xu Sen managed to sustain an outstanding three-point shooting percentage exceeding 60%. During halftime, Coach Gong struggled to articulate his thoughts regarding Xu Sen, ultimately directing his other teammates to focus on providing screens and enhancing their defense. The Huaxia team found themselves devoid of alternatives. Xu Sen's performance was simply unparalleled. Meanwhile, Jason Kidd of the American Eagles observed as the Huaxia players, apart from Xu Sen, appeared visibly fatigued as they exited the court. Their defensive efforts, already lacking, had further deteriorated to a state of near ineffectiveness, prompting a wry smile from him. As the third quarter commenced, Adebayo took a rest, making way for Love, while Lillard was substituted for Tatum. Following Xu Sen's missed three-point attempt, Love seized the rebound and launched a long pass towards the front court, akin to a quarterback's throw. As Xu Sen was about to take the court, he was momentarily obstructed by Green's imposing physique. Meanwhile, Tatum and Levine had already dashed to the basket to receive the pass and execute a layup. The entire offensive sequence of the American Eagle national team did not exceed 5 seconds. Xu Sen squinted at LeFou, then turned his gaze to his breathless teammates beside him. Sigh. After another 4 minutes of play, the disparity in the score had widened to 8 points in favor of the opposing team. Assistant Coach Lee could no longer endure this and conferred with Coach Gong. "We must substitute in players with stamina. Otherwise, we shall face defeat." Coach Gong replied, "I am aware of that. But will the American team not make substitutions as well?" Furrowing his brow, Coach Gong expressed his concerns. "We must at least attempt to change. Continuing like this will lead us to loss." Sigh. After hearing Assistant Coach Lee's plea, Coach Gong let out a long sigh, fully aware that he had been hoping for Xu Sen's spectacular performance to deliver a miracle. With no other option, he waved his hand and arranged for substitutions after the dead ball. Jason Kidd smiled, also making substitutions, bringing Adebayo back onto the court. Xu Sen's stamina began to wane, and he sensed that his physical condition had deteriorated to the point of affecting his three-point shooting accuracy. Standing on the court, hands on his hips, he tilted his head back and exhaled deeply, mentally encouraging himself. Among the fluctuating roster of players, the only constants on the court were Xu Sen and Durant, who had ceased his offensive pursuits. His sole focus now was to defend Xu Sen. As Jason Kidd had observed that Xu Sen's shooting percentage plummeted when Durant was tasked with defending him, Xu Sen also yearned to abandon defense in favor of a more aggressive offensive strategy. However, the only path to victory necessitated a dual focus on both attack and defense. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 76-85, with the Huaxia team trailing by 9 points. Shortly after the commencement of the fourth quarter, both the formidable Zhou and the stalwart Wang sustained injuries while defending against Adebayo and Green, forcing them to leave the game. In an instant, the Huaxia team found themselves bereft of height, rendering Xu Sen an isolated figure, seemingly without support. Xu Sen could only exert himself to the utmost, launching three-point shots and returning to defend. In the audience stands, as well as on mobile devices, fans were captivated by Xu Sen's performance, unable to tear their eyes away. Numerous live streaming rooms were filled with a flurry of comments. "Dear Xu Sen, you have exerted yourself to the fullest. There is little we can do now that we have faced defeat. Dear Xu Sen, you have already exerted yourself to the fullest, despite our defeat. There is little we can do. Xu Sen, you have already given your all. There is nothing more we can do in the face of defeat." The fans in attendance have begun to chant, rallying in support of Senator Xu Sen. "Keep going. Xu Sen. Keep going. Xu Sen. Keep going." Xu Sen glanced at the audience filled with his compatriots from Huaxia and smiled, determined to give his all without any regrets. In the final minute of the match, the Huaxia team trailed behind the American Eagles with a score of 95-106. Despite the 11-point deficit, Xu Sen harbored no thoughts of surrender. He surged past half-court and launched a three-pointer while being closely guarded by Durant. Swish. As he observed Lillard dribbling just past half-court, Xu Sen immediately closed in on him. However, Lillard, sensing Xu Sen's desperate gamble through his gaze, passed the ball to Love just as Xu Sen approached. Love then relayed it to the positioned Adebayo, who showcased his footwork beneath the basket before finishing with a layup. Their strategy hinged on scoring 2 points while managing the clock to secure victory. As the ball was inbound from their baseline, the American Eagles maintained a tight defensive formation across the court. Xu Sen darted left and right, maneuvering into an open space before receiving the basketball. However, 3 opponents quickly closed in, obstructing his path. With no other options, Xu Sen passed the ball to Zhao Defin, who surged forward and, from a 45-degree angle at the top of the arc, successfully sank a three-pointer. Unfortunately, only 30 seconds remained on the clock, and the deficit stood at 7 points. With possession in the hands of the American Eagles, the American team chose to run down the clock without attempting any offensive plays, and in the final second, Durant's shot missed its mark. Seizing the ball, Xu Sen made a three-pointer in the very last moment of the game. Beep. The match concluded with a score of Huaxia Team 104, American Eagles 108, a narrow defeat. Xu Sen's eyes brimmed with tears. In this match, he alone, wielding unparalleled authority, amassed an astonishing 92 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals, 7 blocks, and 8 turnovers. Yet, despite his prodigious efforts, his team succumbed to defeat, leaving him unable to contain his sorrow, feeling he had let down the hopes of his compatriots. Meanwhile, the bench of the American Eagle team erupted in celebration, reveling in their hard-fought victory. Each three-pointer they scored resonated like a hammer striking in their hearts as they feared the specter of defeat. Even in the final minute of the game, they dreaded Xu Sen conjuring a miraculous comeback reminiscent of a McGrady moment. Unwilling to be the source of disgrace for the American Eagle squad, after the referees declared the outcome, players from the American Eagle team approached Xu Sen in turn, offering embraces and words of encouragement. "You are truly formidable. Indeed, you are exceptional. Next season, you will be our fiercest adversary," Durant remarked while embracing him. "Hey, Xu. Can we discuss three-point shooting sometime? You are exceptionally accurate," Lillard added. "Booker, next season, I intend to triumph over you," Tatum exclaimed, "perhaps when your contract is up. You could join the Celtics." Green chimed in, "I hope you come to the Warriors. We could become great friends." Xu Sen's initial reluctance was somewhat alleviated by the words of the players from the American team. Chapter 70, Defining the Relationship. Inside the gymnasium, the atmosphere surged with exuberance due to the championship victory. Although the Huaxia team did not secure the title, the fans from Huaxia fervently celebrated, for they glimpsed hope. Xu Sen, though this time they fell short, the next opportunity may yet yield success. Xu Sen is merely 21 years old. As there remains a match for third place between Kangaroo Nation and Romantic Nation, the players from Huaxia have returned home. Xu Sen, drenched in sweat, took a quick shower before emerging. Lu Rupiang mentioned that she had procured a ticket for him to witness the clash between Kangaroo Nation and Romantic Nation. Together with Lu Rupiang, he purchased an array of snacks and returned to the audience seats at Sa Thomas Super Arena. "Brother Son, who do you think will win this match?" Lu Rupiang inquired, handing him a sports drink. "It should be Romantic Nation. On paper, their strength seems superior," Xu Sen replied after taking a sip of water. I don't understand. This potato chip is delicious. You should try it," Lu Rupiang exclaimed, opening a bag of chips and feeding a piece to Xu Senator. "I say. You, as an assistant to an NBA player, you ought to familiarize yourself with some basketball matters," Xu Sen remarked, looking at Lu Rupiang with a hint of exasperation. "Humph. All I need to do is take good care of you," Lu Rupiang retorted with a touch of pride. The two engaged in playful banter in the stands, their interactions captured by reporters and acquaintances. Meanwhile, as they savored their snacks and watched the match, news and videos regarding Xu Sen and Lu Rupiang began to circulate online. Xu Sen and his stunning assistant, Sister Ping Ping, has captured the heart of Xu Sen. Ultimately, the Kangaroo Nation team lost to the Romantic Nation team by 8 points, with the Romantic Nation securing the bronze medal in the men's basketball competition at the Tokyo Olympics. Xu Sen gazed at the celebrating Romantic national team, unable to suppress a sigh as memories of the 2023 draft lottery's first pick flooded back to him. Victor Wembanyama, a prodigious talent hailing from the Romantic Nation, came to mind. He was indeed a remarkable athlete, possessing both towering height and impressive wingspan, coupled with exceptional ball handling skills, a knack for three-point shooting, and the ability to create his own offense. Had he been part of the current romantic national team alongside Gobert, the American team might have struggled to secure a victory against them. Xu Sen, you were spot on. The romantic nation triumphed, exclaimed Liu, shaking Xu Sen's hand and interrupting his reverie. Indeed, their prowess is undeniable, Xu Sen replied with a smile. Well, I should head to the assembly point for the awards ceremony. Upon arriving at the gathering, Xu Sen noticed that the gazes of his teammates had shifted towards him. Yuan Daying approached and draped an arm over Xu Sen's shoulder, saying, Xu God, does your sister-in-law have any single friends or sisters? Please introduce one to me. With this question, his teammates, who were still without girlfriends, turned their eager eyes towards Xu Senator, huh? What sister-in-law? Xu Sen replied, bewildered. The one you were watching the game with just now? Liu, who is also your assistant, came the response. But she's not my girlfriend. Xu Sen stated, exasperated. Well, she might as well be. Just remember to introduce your brothers once you win her over. Yuan Daying teased. Get out of here. We haven't even made any progress yet. The group laughed and playfully jostled one another as they awaited the awards ceremony. Ultimately, at the FBA and FIBA awards presentation, the Huaxia team donned the silver medal for the Olympic men's basketball competition, marking a historic moment. Regrettably, they did not secure the championship, which meant the national anthem was not played. Xu Sen clenched his fists on the podium, vowing that one day he would secure a gold medal in men's basketball for the glory of Huaxia. After receiving his award, he informed Yao Ming, his teammates, and Coach Gong of his intention to return home first. Under Jiang Bin's arrangements, Xu Sen had numerous endorsements and promotional shoots awaiting him, although it was bittersweet. Yao Ming and the others bid farewell to Xu Senator that evening. Jiang Bin, Xu Sen, and Liu returned to their homeland, each planning to rest for 2 days before resuming their professional endeavors. Upon arriving home, Xu Sen received a warm welcome from his parents and relatives, marking his triumphant return. After hosting a grand banquet for all his friends and family at a luxurious hotel, he eventually returned home. Mother Xu sat on the sofa, her face aglow with a smile as she gazed at Xu Senator Asen. Is that little Liu beside you your girlfriend? Why hasn't she returned this time? Her words, once spoken, rendered Xu Sen the epitome of a straightforward young man, blushing profusely. Mom, we've only known each other for a few months. Is that so? I have seen in the news and videos that you two are quite the couple. You should seize the opportunity. That girl is quite charming. Don't let someone else snatch her away, or you'll have no place to weep, Mother Xu remarked, her expression one of exasperation with her son. Mom, have you forgotten that I am only 21 years old? I am still young, and there is no rush, Xu Sen replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Your father and I were married at 20, and here you are at 21, still hesitating. I don't care. Next time, you must bring little Liu home. All right. I'll do as you say, Xu Sen responded, rising to retreat to his bedroom. Why is this child so dense? I saw in the video that little Liu looks at him with different eyes. He is utterly clueless, Mother Xu lamented, due to Xu Sen's triumph in the NBA, where he secured the finals MVP, coupled with the Chinese men's basketball team winning a silver medal at the Olympics. A fervor for basketball has swept across the nation. During the 2 days of respite at home, Xu Sen, along with Jiang Bin and Liu, embarked on their journey of endorsements, particularly for Anta, and even participated in a basketball variety show. Although he may not possess the striking handsomeness of some prominent figures, Xu Sen's charming demeanor garnered him countless female admirers through his series of activities and endorsements. Consequently, his popularity soared within Huaxia, following his remarkable performance at the Tokyo Olympics, where he dominated the Japanese team. He also garnered immense acclaim in Japan, earning the title of Basketball Demon King. His jerseys became bestsellers in the land of the rising sun, and he was frequently depicted as an inspiration by many manga artists in their works. Unbeknownst to Xu Sen, it was the owner of the Mavericks, Mark Cuban, who truly reaped the financial rewards from the sales of his jerseys. Mark Cuban was already in discussions with the Mavericks upper management, planning to negotiate an extension with Xu Sen ahead of schedule. During this period, Nick Harrison's phone had been incessantly ringing, inundated with inquiries from other teams' general managers, all eager to know what it would take to acquire Xu Sr. Even the Los Angeles Lakers reached out, offering to trade anyone but Anthony Davis. Nick Harrison, recalling the disdain he faced from those same general managers when he first assumed the role of Mavericks general manager, felt a surge of pride and affection for Xu Sr. Xu Sen is my lucky star, he muttered quietly during a meeting. Nick, what did you say? Mark Cuban inquired, puzzled. Nothing, boss. I believe we should offer Xu Sen the maximum salary and aim for the longest possible extension, Nick Harrison replied. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Please expedite contact with Xu Sen's agent for discussions, Cuban affirmed. Meanwhile, in his homeland, Xu Sen had completed all his obligations and was preparing to return home with Liu Rupiang to meet his parents, accompanied by Jiang Bin. With matters settled, Jiang Bin planned to call Shun Fong to introduce her to his parents as well, assisting Xu Sen and Liu Rupiang on their journey home. Upon arriving at Xu Sen's residence, Liu Rupiang, feeling somewhat shy, was gently guided by Xu's mother to engage with relatives. After a day filled with socializing, and aided by Jiang Bin's support, the affectionate glances between Xu Sen and Liu Rupiang intensified once they were alone after escorting Jiang Bin back. It was on this day that Xu Sen and Liu Rupiang solidified their bond and officially became a couple. After a few pleasant days at home, Xu Sen received an unexpected phone call. Hey, our rising FME star Xu Sen, are you free in 3 days? Absolutely, boss. Kobe. Chapter 71, Star-Studded Gathering. Xu Sen and Liu Rupiang landed at the airport in Los Angeles. As they exited the terminal, they spotted Kobe chatting with another figure in the distance. Hey, boss. Xu Sen cheerfully waved at Kobe. Upon hearing the voice, Kobe looked up and smiled. Hey, our FMB has arrived. Upon approaching, Xu Sen discovered that the other individuals were Owen and his wife. Xu Sen exchanged high fives and embraces with Kobe. This is Kyrie Irving, who was injured last season. I presume you haven't met, Kobe introduced. Hello, Kyrie Irving. I am Xu Senator. Greetings, Xu Sen. FMV, with your astonishing 101 points in a single Olympic game. I dare say there is hardly anyone in the NBA who does not recognize you, Kyrie chuckled. All right, let's South converse at my estate. Now, please. Board the vehicle with your companions, Kobe said with a smile as he opened the car door. As they settled into Kobe's vehicle, Liu Rupiang engaged in conversation with Kyrie's wife, while Kobe, Kyrie, and Xu Sen enjoyed casual banter. After half an hour, the car arrived at a grand estate. Xu Sen gazed at the sprawling mansion, which boasted a sports arena, and remarked, Boss, you truly are wealthy. Hey, you cheeky lad, envious, are you? I've been a superstar in the NBA for over a decade. I believe you will achieve similar heights, Kobe replied with a playful tap on Xu Sen's chest. Indeed, you are a superstar, the idol of many young people in our homeland, Xu Sen retorted, rubbing his chest where Kobe had playfully struck him. Ha. However, my daughter Gianna now regards you as her idol, Kobe chuckled. Upon entering Kobe's home, Xu Sen's admirer Gianna rushed over with a basketball and jersey, eager for his autograph. Kobe watched with a smile, shaking his head, yet he said nothing further. That evening, current and legendary NBA stars gathered, including LeBron, Duncan, Iverson, Anthony Davis, Harden, Durant, and Curry. Notably, the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, also made an appearance. Through conversation, it became evident that this star-studded gathering occurred annually. Albeit with certain criteria, one must either gain recognition or attain notable honors or championships. The venue varied each year until Kobe's retirement, after which the gathering consistently took place at his estate, serving as a platform for mutual exchange and the pursuit of player interests. This year, Xu Sen had secured his invitation to the star-studded gathering following his championship victory and FMV achievement. Hey Xu, I'm Stephen Curry. And I'm Klay Thompson. As Xu Sen engaged in a delightful conversation with Liu Rupiang about the delectable pastries, Curry approached with Klay. Greetings, the Splash Brothers of the Golden State Warriors. Xu Sen responded with a smile. Thank you for looking after my brother, Curry began. Seth and I are indeed teammates. Xu Sen replied with a grin. Hey, Xu Sen. How about we have a friendly competition in shooting three-pointers? I noticed your prowess during the Olympic Games. Klay Thompson interjected. Indeed, you hardly utilized the three-pointer during the playoffs. Yet you excelled at the Olympics. Curry added, equally intrigued. I have always trained in shooting threes. I just lacked confidence back then. Besides, Luka's three-point shooting was more consistent at that time, Xu Sen explained, having prepared a valid rationale. Oh, I see. Luka's three-point shooting is indeed reliable, Klay Thompson acknowledged. Just as the trio enjoyed their lively banter, Kobe stepped onto a stage and grasped the microphone. Gentlemen, this year we welcome a newcomer. Let us extend a warm welcome to Xu Sen, our FMV for the 2019 to 2020 season, to say a few words. Upon Kobe's announcement, all eyes turned to Xu Sen, the sole Asian player on the court. Xu Sen was utterly bewildered, astonished by the existence of such a program. amidst the cheers of the crowd. He slowly approached the stage, embraced Kobe, and took the microphone, at a loss for words. Well, as a newcomer, I hope the esteemed seniors will look after me. I am unfamiliar with certain customs, and I kindly ask for your understanding. These were the only two sentences Xu Sen managed to utter. The audience erupted into applause. After stepping down, nearly all the stars approached Xu Sen for brief conversations. By the time the banquet was nearing its conclusion, Xu Sen had met almost all the stars present and had also encountered legendary figures from basketball history. Notably, Michael Jordan began to recruit Xu Sr. I believe you need a team of your own, one that has yet to claim a championship. Let this team bear your name. The Hornets would be a perfect fit for you. This new franchise will be built around you. Mr. Jordan, my contract is not yet concluded. I intend to consider my options once it expires, Xu Sen replied with a smile. Satisfied with his response, Jordan raised his glass and walked away. There were others eager to collaborate with Xu Sen, such as LeBron James. Hey buddy, you're truly remarkable. After this season, why not join the Lakers for another championship? This grand city suits you perfectly, and it would provide you with greater exposure. Xu Sen reiterated, Mr. James, my contract is still in effect. I will think about it when the time comes. Haha. I look forward to your good news, James responded, departing with his wife. The dinner concluded, and Xu Sen, along with Liu Rupiang, stayed at Kobe's estate for 2 days. During the day, he engaged in one-on-one matches with Kobe and participated in the training camp, either playing or mentoring the campers. In the evenings, he enjoyed barbecues with Kobe's family or prepared traditional Chinese cuisine for them. Before leaving the training camp, Xu Sen discussed with Kobe the acquisition of 2 training slots, recognizing how competitive it was to secure a place there. He later contacted Yuming to send 2 young Chinese players to train at Kobe's camp, aiming to foster talent from China. After bidding farewell to Kobe's family, Xu Sen returned to his villa in Dallas, where he spent a few days before being taken by Mark Cuban to observe the 2020 draft. Xu Sen, Luka, who do you think will be in the top 3 of this year's draft? Mark Cuban inquired, looking at them. Anthony Edwards, James Wiseman, LaMelo Ball. Xu Sen replied without hesitation, recalling how it had transpired in his previous life. The Timberwolves were in dire need of a scoring guard, and Edwards was an ideal match. Luka agreed with Xu Sen's assessment, but speculated that LaMelo Ball would be the first overall pick, while there was no dispute regarding James Wiseman, as the Warriors desperately needed a center. Hey, Xu Sen, let us make a bet. A lavish meal. At this moment, Doncic remarked, you cannot indulge any further. You have become too corpulent. I intend to discuss with Coach Kidd about intensifying your training. Mark Cuban interjected, ha ha ha. Indeed, we must enhance Doncic's training. Xu Sen chuckled quietly at the side. No, Mr. Cuban, I will perform well. You cannot treat me this way. Doncic uttered, slightly distressed upon hearing those words. Ultimately, this draft mirrored the previous one, with the Timberwolves selecting Anthony Edwards as the first overall pick. The Warriors opted for the disappointing James Wiseman, while Jordan Poole finally secured LaMelo Ball, who was no longer deemed a failure. The Mavericks acquired role players and subsequently commenced their rehabilitation, training, and preparation for the new season. Chapter 72, the commencement of the new season. Dallas Mavericks. American Airlines Center Training Facility. The Mavericks were engaged in an intra-squad scrimmage. Recently, several players had signed extensions or been traded. The Mavericks were no exception, for instance. Seth Curry was traded to the 76ers. Despite his commendable performance last season, he had become a defensive liability. Furthermore, Xu Sen had already developed his three-point shooting capability. Consequently, Seth Curry was traded away. Following several transactions, they acquired Charlie Brown, a formidable perimeter defender. At this moment, Porzingis was absent from the intra-squad scrimmage due to injury. Xu Sen led the substitute team in a fierce contest against the starting lineup, featuring Doncic. As Xu Sen sank the final three-pointer from the logo, the substitutes triumphed with a score of 80-76. What the hell? Xu Sen, you're unbelievable, Doncic exclaimed in exasperation. Today marked the 15th day of training, and over these 2 weeks, Xu Sen had guided the substitutes to a commendable 10 wins against the starting 5 in their 15 matchups. This consistently infuriated Doncic, as Xu Sen would often hit crucial three-pointers to either equalize or take the lead, leaving the Mavericks unable to defend against him. This mixture of frustration and admiration led Doncic to express his feelings towards Xu Sen with a playful outburst. As the spirited training sessions progressed, October arrived, heralding the commencement of the NBA preseason. The preseason serves as a transitional phase for team cohesion, especially after a summer of inevitable changes within the roster. It allows veteran players to regain their rhythm, enables newcomers to acclimatize to the team's strategies, and provides the coaching staff with the opportunity to assess player conditions, thereby formulating the lineup for the upcoming season. It also facilitates communication between coaches and players. Furthermore, as a commercial league, the NBA utilizes this period for external promotion, often organizing overseas games to generate excitement ahead of the regular season. The Mavericks' first preseason game was particularly auspicious as they faced the Pistons in Texas, conveniently close to home. At 4:30 p.m., the Mavericks bus arrived at the venue for the preseason match. Inside the locker room, players were preparing to take the court. Xu Sen, already regarded as one of the team's leaders, turned to the rookie Nate Hinton beside him and asked with a smile, "Hey, rookie, are you nervous?" "A little," Nate replied with a nervous chuckle. "Just give it your all. This is your first game. Showcase your skills," Xu Sen encouraged, patting Nate on the shoulder before donning his jersey and stepping outside. Mavericks, champions! Mavericks, champions! The cheers of Mavericks fans erupted as the players entered the arena. After months apart, the fervor of the Mavericks supporters was palpable, their enthusiasm echoing throughout the venue, while the Pistons fans maintained a respectful silence until their team emerged. The Pistons starting lineup this year featured Rose, Brown, Snell, Doumbouya, and Drummond, with notable players including Mihaliuk, Galloway, Morris, Wood, and Griffin. Among them were two once-celebrated stars, Derrick Rose, the former Windy City Rose, and the Blake Griffin, once a dominant force in the league, the architect of the Lob City for the Clippers. A prodigious talent who seamlessly fused strength with spectacle has unfortunately been rendered obsolete by the relentless tide of injuries. Observing the duo, Xu Sen feels a profound sense of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the gaze of the Pistons players is almost entirely fixated on Xu Sen, the newly crowned FMVP. As both teams commence their warm-up, Xu Sen and Doncic engage in a three-point shooting contest, their shots becoming increasingly flamboyant and distant. Each successful basket ignites a wave of excitement among the fans, culminating in Xu Sen's triumphant shot from just beyond the half-court line, which secures victory over Doncic, prompting a resounding applause from the entire arena. Following the exuberance, the referee's whistle signals the impending commencement of the game. The Mavericks lineup includes Xu Sen, Nate Hinton, Doncic, D. Smith, and Cauley Stein. The Pistons counter with Rose, Rodney, Josh Jackson, Jeremy Grant, and Drummond. With a decisive leap, Cauley Stein wins the jump ball and taps the basketball to Xu Sen. Xu Sen dribbled the ball forward, gradually advancing to a point 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Before Rose could mount his defense, he executed a swift jump shot. Upon landing, he immediately raised his hand to signal a 0K gesture and turned to jog back to the half-court. Swish. FMV. FMV. Xu Sen's audacious display elicited enthusiastic cheers from the fans. "Xu Sen, how bold you are today." Doncic scoffed derisively as he retreated on defense. "Shall you take the next shot?" Xu Sen replied nonchalantly. "It's a deal." Doncic's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to contemplate his next move. As Rose from the Pistons approached, he swiftly maneuvered past Xu Sen's defense, executing a quick change of direction to drive into the lane and score with a bank shot. The crowd gasped in disbelief at Xu Sen's apparent lapse. However, Xu Sen merely chuckled at Rose, raising a thumb in approval. He had chosen not to defend vigorously, as it was merely a preseason game, a time for warming up and showcasing his skills. On the next play, Doncic received the ball and dribbled it across half-court himself. Xu Sen and his teammates created a distance, allowing Doncic to engage in a one-on-one against Josh Jackson. Doncic skillfully dribbled beneath his legs, seeking his rhythm, while Jackson diligently defended, determined to showcase his best form. Doncic swiftly broke to the left, prompting Jackson to mirror his movement. However, Doncic cleverly pulled back, regaining control of the ball before retreating a step to launch a three-pointer. This was reminiscent of Harden's step-back three. The airborne basketball struck the rim and swished through the net. Doncic had evolved during the offseason, and Mavericks fans erupted in applause and cheers for him. During the Pistons' offensive possession, Rose brought the ball across half-court and directly passed it to Jeremy Grant. Grant, facing D. Smith, effortlessly maneuvered under the basket, executing a hook shot with finesse. The Pistons fans, witnessing their star's ease, responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Both teams' core players had made their mark, and Xu Sen, shifting focus, concentrated solely on orchestrating the plays. He primarily distributed the ball to Nate Hinton and Stan, keenly observing their performances, particularly Stan's. With Porzingis sidelined due to injury, it was essential to assess the caliber of this center. Stan did not disappoint Xu Sen, delivering a commendable offensive display under Xu Sen's guidance. Conversely, Nate Hinton's performance was lackluster, managing only 1 basket from 6 attempts over 9 minutes. If this trend persisted, he would soon find himself relegated to the bench. After 2 quarters, Xu Sen was benched by Jason Kidd for a rest. Without tangible results, there was little need for him to remain on the court. It was time to conserve energy for the regular season. Chapter 73, the commencement of the 2020-2021 regular season. In the final preseason game against the Pistons, Doncic took the court to secure the victory. Xu Sen participated in the last of the remaining 3 preseason games against the Bucks. This match took place in Sakura Country, where Xu Sen had garnered significant fanfare due to his performance at the Tokyo Olympics. At the request of the organizers, Xu Sen played for 2 quarters. Xu Sen also arrived at this competition largely due to the presence of numerous fans from Huaxia. Otherwise, given his identity as a Huaxia native, he would have declined to participate. He might as well have spent more time in his villa, signing merchandise and jerseys, awaiting the commencement of the regular season, during which his sister-in-law, Lu Ruyan, would host a live broadcast to raffle off these items as gifts for fans. Anticipation swelled as the regular season approached. The inaugural match featured a rematch of last season's Western Conference Finals, with the Mavericks hosting the Nuggets at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Tickets for today's game at the American Airlines Center were exceedingly scarce. Nearly the entire venue sold out within 2 hours of their release. Even those without seats were eager to stand and witness the action. Amidst the electrifying enthusiasm of the arena's DJ, players from both teams took to the court. The Mavericks' entrance was met with thunderous applause, while the Nuggets faced a chorus of boos. Following warm-ups, a ceremony was held to present championship rings prior to tip-off. In the envious gaze of the Nuggets players, Mavericks athletes, including those who had been traded like Seth Curry, returned to receive their championship rings. These rings were magnificently crafted, adorned with various diamonds and predominantly gold, inscribed with 2019-2020 NBA champions, Mavericks alongside the name Xu Sen. It was unmistakably a ring made exclusively for Xu Sen. Meanwhile, the Penghu live streaming platform in Huaxia, after a long hiatus, finally resumed broadcasting in the Forest fan room. As the stream commenced, over 100,000 viewers flooded in, propelling it to the top of the trending charts on the platform. The fans erupted into a jubilant sea of congratulatory messages as they witnessed Xu Sen receiving his championship ring. At this moment, the Emperor of Smoke, Lu Ruyan, began a raffle, giving away Xu Sen's signed merchandise and jerseys, further igniting the excitement in the live stream. After the Mavericks received their rings and took a group photo, they prepared to embark on the first game of the season. The Mavericks starting lineup included Xu Sen, Charlie Basson, Doncic, Kleber, and Cauley Stein. Due to Cauley Stein's impressive performance in the preseason and Porzingis being sidelined with an injury, he was promoted to the starting lineup. The Nuggets featured Murray, Will Barton, Michael Porter Jr., Millsap, and Jokic. During the jump ball, Jokic effortlessly tapped the basketball to Murray, who began to advance slowly, showcasing the ball-handling skills he had diligently honed over the summer. Confronted by Xu Sen, he felt a newfound confidence, opting for a one-on-one challenge without requesting a screen. Eager to test the fruits of his labor, as Xu Sen observed Murray's reluctance to pass, it was evident that he intended to take on the challenge himself, advancing with unwavering determination. Watching Murray dribble between his legs, he fixated on the ball in Murray's hands, searching for an opportunity to strike. In a swift motion, Murray executed a deceptive shoulder shimmy, attempting to confound Xu Sen with a feigned movement to the left. Xu Sen, sensing a shift to the right, smirked, thinking to himself, "Is that all you've got, Xu Sen?" As Murray pivoted sharply to the left, he forcefully attempted to push Xu Sen away with his right hand, while his left hand, in a habitual gesture of dribbling, found itself grasping at thin air. But where was the ball? As Xu Sen observed Murray's subtle shoulder feint, he discerned his intentions and deftly shifted to the right, poised to seize the moment. In a flash, as Murray pivoted, Xu Sen swiftly struck the basketball, sending it rolling behind Murray. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Sen dashed forward, retrieving the ball and accelerating into a counterattack. While the Nuggets attempted to regroup defensively, Xu Sen was already approaching the three-point line. He took off from just beyond the free throw line, executing an elegant under-the-legs maneuver mid-air, culminating in a stunning windmill dunk. Thud. The ball thundered through the rim, landing cleanly on the court, 50 points. At that instant, the DJ, unable to contain his excitement, proclaimed the perfect score of the dunk contest. As the audience momentarily fell silent in astonishment, they soon erupted into cheers, echoing the DJ's declaration, 50 points. After completing his dunk, Xu Sen, hearing the fervent voices of the fans, nodded and raised his hands, gesturing towards his half of the court as he jogged back. Witnessing this gesture, the crowd's cheers intensified. In the live streaming room, fans inundated the chat with comments in harmony with the atmosphere, 50 points. This dunk deserves a perfect score in any dunk contest. What if Wade were a judge up there? When did you arrive? I won't watch a dunk contest without Xu Sen. Isn't this just superhuman? The first round of Xu Sen's one-on-one defense and offense sent shockwaves through the entire basketball community, whether in the United States or in China. Videos of this segment circulated widely online, causing the attention surrounding the match to soar. Back on the court, after Xu Sen intercepted a ball from Murray, the latter's face still bore an expression of defiance. Undeterred, he dribbled swiftly towards the front court, aiming to take Xu Sen on one-on-one. With a quick change of direction, he attempted to charge towards the paint. However, Xu Sen stood resolute, akin to an insurmountable mountain, unaffected by the maneuver, remaining steadfastly in front of Murray. Thud. Murray, refusing to slow down, collided with Xu Sen and fell backward. The referee raised the whistle, poised to call an offensive foul against Murray. But as he witnessed Xu Sen step over Murray to retrieve the basketball, the whistle was silenced. The referee, intrigued, chose to observe how Xu Sen would execute the play. Refraining from blowing the whistle, Xu Sen dribbled past half court and halted at the logo, launching an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air and swished through the net. The spectators, who had just settled into their seats, erupted into jubilant cheers. With two remarkable shots right from the outset, both could easily secure a spot in the highlights. Fans of Xu Sen and the Mavericks alike were leaping with joy, as if celebrating a festive occasion. On the court, Murray cast a glance at Xu Sen, a sense of dread rekindling within him. Reminiscent of last season when he was left scoreless by Xu Sen's relentless defense, sitting in a daze on the floor. Jokic and Porter approached, lifting Murray's spirits with reassuring pats on his shoulder. Xu Sen has indeed grown stronger. It's best to avoid him, Porter remarked with a hint of bitterness. Murray nodded vacantly. Once again dribbling the ball, he noticed Xu Sen advancing defensively and passed it to Porter. The crowd responded with boos, leaving Murray feeling embarrassed. However, bolstered by his robust mental fortitude, he moved to the opposite side of the court, drawing Xu Sen away from the ball. Porter, with his back against Doncic, noticed Xu Sen retreating and took a couple of dribbles before pivoting toward the basket. Doncic followed closely, reaching out as Porter intended to shoot. Porter, opting not to take the shot himself, swiftly passed the basketball to Jokic, who, upon receiving the pass, used his body to displace Stein and effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 5-2. It seemed that the Mavericks were notably weakened in the paint. Chapter 74. Easily overcoming the Nuggets. Coach Michael Malone of the Nuggets pondered strategies to outmaneuver the Mavericks. Presently, it appeared that exploiting the interior was their best option. The Nuggets players recognized this as well, consistently seeking to pass the ball into the paint upon crossing half court, rarely attempting shots from the perimeter, unless it was Jokic. Consequently, whenever the Nuggets mounted an offense, the Mavericks' paint became congested with formidable defenders. Xu Sen occasionally charged into the paint to disrupt plays, intercept passes, and block shots. On the offensive end, he orchestrated the tempo with finesse. Whenever his teammates had a chance, he would deftly deliver the ball, and when opportunities were scarce, he would take matters into his own hands. The expression on Michael Malone's face could have crushed a fly with worry. Just as the first quarter drew to a close, Xu Sen launched the basketball from beyond half court, swishing it through the net, bringing the score to 36-24. Michael Malone sighed deeply, muttering to himself that this year's championship would likely belong to the Mavericks. With renewed intensity, he fixed his gaze on Xu Sen, recognizing that securing him was tantamount to clinching a shot at the championship. He then glanced over at the returning Nuggets players, normally a source of satisfaction, now rendered speechless. Another sigh escaped him as he picked up the tactical board to discuss strategies with his team. What else could he do? Without Xu Sen, he had to devise a plan to counteract his formidable presence. Meanwhile, on the Mavericks bench, the substitutes were laughing and joking, seemingly devoid of pressure. Particularly those on long-term contracts appeared carefree, while the players on short-term deals sought Xu Sen's favor, knowing that if he passed them the ball, their stats would shine. Anyone would seek his approval. Yet, one person wore a furrowed brow, Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd. After a moment of contemplation, Kidd raised his hand. clapping to command everyone's attention. Xu Sen, you'll play for approximately 36 minutes today. In the second quarter, I want Doncic to take the lead with the bench unit. A collective wave of confusion washed over the Mavericks players. Hey, coach. Xu Sen is a superhuman capable of playing the full 48 minutes effortlessly. Why limit his time? Doncic asked, bewildered. All the players, along with the coaching staff, turned their eyes toward Jason Kidd, awaiting his explanation. Clearing his throat, Kidd responded, I'll explain later, but for now, follow my instructions. Silence enveloped the team as they exchanged furtive glances between Xu Sen and Kidd. Their curiosity piqued. Xu Sen was equally perplexed. Until Doncic took the court with the bench players. The Nuggets reserves, led by Michael Porter Jr. and Paul Millsap, faced off against Doncic's supporting cast for 3 minutes. During this brief period, the Mavericks' formation appeared disorganized, revealing a significant deficiency in their individual scoring capabilities, with a score of 40-34. Xu Sen, seemingly lost in thought, cast a contemplative glance towards Jason Kidd, as if beginning to grasp the coach's intentions. Subsequently, Hardaway took Xu Sen's place on the court, leaving him seated on the bench. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, Xu Sen remained on the sidelines, while the Nuggets players occasionally cast puzzled glances towards him. During this period, Doncic single-handedly bore the weight of the team. However, he found it impossible to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Nuggets, and by the end of the second quarter, the Nuggets had surged ahead, leading the Mavericks by 6 points, with a score of 58-64. Xu Sen has fully grasped Jason Kidd's intentions. The current team relies excessively on Xu Sen. They navigate solely based on his rhythm, and Jason Kidd fears that if Xu Sen were to sustain an injury, the team would struggle to maintain their form or would require numerous games to regain their cohesion. However, Kidd is overthinking it. Xu Sen's physique is remarkably similar to that of the Great Eagle, making it exceedingly difficult for him to incur an injury. In the third quarter, Xu Sen takes the court alongside Hardaway, Doncic, Kleber, and Cauley-Stein. During halftime, Jason Kidd stated in the locker room, "All right." This declaration clarified his rationale for not utilizing Xu Sen earlier, and upon hearing this, the other Mavericks players bore expressions of shame. Vowing to enhance their training and remain true to their aspirations of staying in the NBA, they cannot afford to lose this game. Upon entering the game, they must adhere to Xu Sen's tempo. Good. Beep. As the whistle for the third quarter sounds, Xu Sen advances the ball. In the previous quarter, due to Xu Sen's absence, Murray had gained confidence by isolating Hardaway, but upon seeing Xu Sen return to the court, his fear of Xu Sen resurfaces, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Xu Sen dribbled to within 2 steps of the three-point line, and noticing the absence of any defender, he confidently took a shot. Swish. With that first basket, he proclaimed to the Nuggets that he, Xu Sen, had returned. However, the Nuggets swiftly adjusted their strategy. Murray brought the ball up the court and immediately passed it to the farthest player from Xu Sen, Porter Jr., who then began to make his move. Porter Jr., having gained confidence in the previous quarter, skillfully dribbled between his legs to find his rhythm, executing a left side drive before pulling back and then breaking to the right, deftly outmaneuvering the defender, Doncic. With space created, Porter Jr. charged toward the basket, utilizing Millsap's screen to attempt a layup. Yet, like a gust of wind, a figure surged forward. In the incredulous gazes of the Nuggets players, Xu Sen intercepted the basketball just as Porter Jr. released it, snatching it from the rim. Xu Sen seized the basketball and executed a long pass akin to that of a quarterback, sending the ball soaring towards the front court. The diminutive figure of Luka Doncic had already dashed towards the three-point line, and there was no doubt. Trust in Xu Sen. Swish. 63-64. Doncic effortlessly received Xu Sen's pass and scored with a layup, joyfully bouncing back to the half-court to exchange high-fives with Xu Senator. Hey, Xu Sen. See? I believed in you. When I saw you charging in, I knew the basketball was destined for you. You are brilliant. Xu Sen rolled his eyes in response. Of course. The Denver Nuggets commenced another offensive, this time proceeding with heightened caution. Meanwhile, the fans on the bench erupted in cheers. Ever since Xu Sen made his initial three-pointer leading to Doncic's score, the excitement had not waned. The fans knew. The moment Xu Sen stepped onto the court, the outcome was evident. Amid the fervent cheers, the Nuggets' offense culminated in a missed two-point attempt by Jokic. As the Mavericks initiated their offensive round, Xu Sen beckoned Doncic for a screen. With a sudden explosive step back, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. Uncontested, brimming with energy. His three-point shot found its mark with perfect accuracy. 66-64. In just 2 minutes on the court, Xu Sen reversed the score. prompting Michael Malone to immediately call a timeout. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. Xu Sen is utterly terrifying. During a timeout? Michael Malone devised a double-team strategy to contain Xu Sen, acknowledging that further discussion would be futile, despite Malone's awareness that this tactic would prove ineffective against Xu Sen. When the Nuggets initiated the double team, Xu Sen either executed a three-point shot with a screen or orchestrated the play without one. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Mavericks, under Xu Sen's leadership and shooting, significantly enhanced their offensive efficiency, surging ahead of the Nuggets by 6 points, leading 87-81. As the fourth quarter commenced, in the face of the Nuggets' lack of competitive spirit, the Mavericks swiftly extended their lead to 18 points in under 6 minutes. Michael Malone found himself unable to raise the white flag directly, opting instead to substitute his starters for the bench players. His mind consumed with thoughts of heading to the general manager's office post-game. Jason Kidd graciously acknowledged Malone's predicament, replacing all starters with substitutes to accept the Nuggets' concession. Chapter 75, the second regular season game against the Wizards concluded, with the statistics and thrilling highlights of this match rapidly disseminating across the global network. Xu Sen's personal statistics: 36 points, 10 rebounds, 15 assists, 6 steals, 6 blocks, and 3 turnovers. After Xu Sen and Doncic returned to the locker room to freshen up, they followed Jason Kidd to the press conference for interviews. As Xu Sen took the stage for the interview, he promptly removed the Gatorade from the table and placed it beneath the platform. He then took a sip from the drink in his hand, Mima, and set it down below as well. The media reporters exchanged knowing smiles, for none of them favored that brand of beverage. "Congratulations, Xu Sen. You have achieved yet another triple-double," a Dallas journalist exclaimed first. In response, all the media reporters erupted into applause. "Xu Sen, do you believe you can secure the MVP this year?" another reporter inquired. "Certainly. If I maintain such impressive statistics and lead my team to the top of the league rankings, I am confident," Xu Sen replied, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, the reporters applauded once more. It was a testament to his confidence. "Xu Sen, do you feel that you are now the leader of the team? What do you think?" He retorted, "Of course, Doncic is as well. Porzingis too." Xu Sen frowned at the journalist, who was conspicuously absent of a name tag. "Xu Sen, why didn't you play in the second quarter? Was there a conflict with the coaching staff, or is there an issue with your health? Did we not win?" Xu Sen refrained from providing a direct answer, merely responding with that remark. Throughout the remainder of the interview, Xu Sen adeptly navigated the questions with high intelligence. Xu Sen has once again achieved a remarkable triple-double. Why did Xu Sen not take the court in the second quarter? Xu Sen is confident that he can secure the MVP title this season. "I am capable of leading the team to achieve the best record in the league." Xu Sen does not acknowledge himself as the leader of the team. The media's remarks have sparked considerable uproar, with fans of the Huaxia team firmly believing that Xu Sen is the true leader of the Mavericks. Meanwhile, across Europe, it is widely accepted that Doncic holds that title, relegating Xu Sen to a supportive role. This led to a heated exchange between the fans of both players. The situation only calmed down after a video surfaced showing Xu Sen and Doncic cooking together. How detestable these media are. "We are clearly a dual-core team," Doncic muttered, biting into a chicken leg with dissatisfaction. "Otherwise, how would those media gain attention? They should refrain from spreading falsehoods," Xu Sen remarked nonchalantly. The next challenge ahead is a 3-game road trip to the Eastern Conference, which is exhausting to contemplate. No worries, aside from the Nets. The other two teams are merely pushovers, Xu Sen stated with indifference. The following morning, the entire Mavericks squad landed in Washington via plane, preparing for their match against the Wizards. This season, the Wizards' main lineup features the formidable backcourt duo of Westbrook and their team leader, Bradley Beal. After a lackluster performance in the 2017 to 2018 season, this year they barely made it to the playoffs. In this world, Westbrook had been traded to the Wizards early on. Meanwhile, the Mavericks continue to rely on the combination of Xu Sen and Doncic. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Capital One Arena in Washington was filled with fans, many adorned in yellow, donning Xu Sen's number 1 jersey, all of whom were his ardent supporters. As Xu Sen entered the arena, the resounding cheers from his fans echoed throughout the Mavericks' home court. Xu Sen also looked at the fans in astonishment. Upon realizing who they were, he joyfully waved at them, appreciating the recognition from his compatriots. During the warm-up, Xu Sen's various dunks and three-point shots elicited cheers from the fans, effectively transforming the first Capital Arena into his own domain. His fellow Mavericks teammates looked on with envy, yet they understood that Xu Sen Being of Chinese descent and showcasing exceptional skills, naturally thrived in the world's largest basketball market, China. Beep. The game was about to commence. The Wizards, home team Westbrook, Bradley Beal, Avdija, Hachimura, and Len. The Mavericks, visitors Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, D. Smith, and Cauley Stein. The referee tossed the basketball into the air, and Cauley Stein leapt swiftly, directing the ball to Xu Sen, securing the Mavericks' first defensive play. As Xu Sen received the basketball, Westbrook swiftly approached him. "Hey, Westbrook, have you really made the jump to the Wizards?" Xu Sen remarked with a smile. Westbrook, however, wore a stern expression and remained silent, fixated on the basketball in Xu Sen's hands, eager to make a steal. Noticing Westbrook's silence, Xu Sen chose not to speak further. Instead, he accelerated, deftly maneuvering past him, and executed a clean jump shot. Swish. With the score now at 3 o'clock, the fans from Huaxia erupted in joy, chanting Xu Sen's name. Xu Sen. Xu Sen. Xu Sen. Xu Sen pounded his chest, gesturing towards the fans of Huaxia for a response. In a possession for the Wizards, Westbrook dribbled past half-court, fully aware of Xu Sen's defensive prowess. Once over the half-court line, he passed the ball to Beal and made a move towards the paint to draw Xu Sen away. Beal, confronted by Hardaway's defense, called for a screen, utilizing it to create space for a direct three-point attempt. Swish. He answered Xu Sen's three-pointer with one of his own. As Xu Sen glanced over, he realized he was to engage in a three-point shootout. Upon receiving the ball, he signaled his intent for a solo play and swiftly advanced towards the front court. Faced with the dual defense of Westbrook and Beal, he deftly maneuvered, creating space before unleashing a three-pointer. Swish. After scoring, Xu Sen landed and cast a challenging glance at Beal, beckoning him. "Come on, Beal. Let me see if your three-point shot is as precise as mine." Beal, however, turned away, ignoring Xu Sen, but as Westbrook dribbled past half-court, Beal rushed over to request the ball. Upon receiving it, he quickly dribbled forward, using Hachimura's screen to evade Hardaway before attempting a three-pointer. Clang. The shot missed, and Xu Sen seized the rebound. Beal's expression darkened further. Despite his outward calm in response to Xu Sen's taunts, his actions belied a simmering frustration. Especially after Xu Sen sank another three-pointer, Beal grew more impatient, taking it upon himself to retrieve the ball and control the pace. Once past the front court and seeing Xu Sen defending him, he motioned for Hachimura and Westbrook to provide assistance. Utilizing their screens to create space, he attempted another three-pointer, but alas, it failed to find its mark. Turning to see Xu Sen's smirking expression ignited a fierce anger within him. As Xu Sen received the ball and charged forward, Beal attempted to apply pressure, but Xu Sen's speed enabled him to effortlessly shake off Beal. Dribbling toward the front court, Cauley Stein stepped up to set a screen as Xu Sen launched yet another long-range three-pointer. Swish. Xu Sen had hit an astonishing 4 three-pointers in a row. With a score of 12-3, the Wizards coach called a timeout, recognizing the need to calm Beal. Though he knew defeat was imminent, he hoped to avoid an embarrassing loss, especially one marked by a staggering 58-point deficit. Upon resuming play, the Wizards executed their offense, utilizing screens and distractions, with a composed Beal successfully making a baseline jumper. 12-5. Yet, it seemed Xu Sen was on fire. The subsequent possessions were dominated by his shots. He single-handedly rained three-pointers upon the Washington Wizards, delighting the fans who had come to witness his performance. As the first quarter concluded, the score read Wizards 22, Mavericks 38. Xu Sen achieved an astonishing feat, sinking 9 out of 10 three-point attempts within a mere 9 minutes, thereby equaling Klay Thompson's record. In Chapter 76, during the fourth game of the regular season against the Bucks, Xu Sen, akin to the previous match, did not take to the court initially. However, Luka Doncic, having been restrained for a quarter, unleashed his prowess in the second period, shooting 9 out of 14 and rendering the Wizards utterly helpless. The score gap between the two teams widened to 26 points, indicating that a single explosive quarter from the Mavericks in the third would suffice to conclude the game early. As anticipated, in the third quarter, Xu Sen entered the game, orchestrating the team's offense with fervor while maintaining a robust defense against the perimeter. By the end of the third quarter, the score ballooned to 100-69, with the Mavericks extending their lead to 31 points, effectively dismantling the contest. They managed to wrap up the game by the conclusion of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, only the substitute players took to the floor, while Xu Sen, Doncic, and other starters donned their warm-up gear, idly awaiting the game's conclusion. The Mavericks were set to fly to Detroit for a back-to-back matchup against the Pistons. Despite the Pistons being a lesser team, back-to-back games are physically taxing on players, making it prudent to rest whenever possible. The match concluded with a resounding victory for the Mavericks, 122-94 over the Wizards, marking their second consecutive win in the regular season. Xu Sen's performance was remarkable, boasting 40 points, 8 rebounds, 18 assists for steals, and 5 blocks. Following the game, while Jason Kidd attended to interviews, the players retreated to the locker room to freshen up before boarding the bus for their flight. After a brief rest in Detroit, they faced the Pistons once more. In this encounter, the Pistons deployed 2 players to double-team Xu Sen. Nevertheless, this strategy did little to hinder his scoring and playmaking abilities. Ultimately, after a fierce battle through 3 quarters, the Pistons were forced to concede, resulting in a final score of 112-92 in favor of the Mavericks, who secured their third consecutive victory. Xu Sen's personal statistics: 32 points, 14 rebounds, 20 assists, 5 steals, 6 blocks, and 3 turnovers. Next up is the final battle of the Eastern Conference road trip against the Milwaukee Bucks. Last season's MVP, Giannis Antetokounmpo's team, also the reigning champion of this season. That controversially debated championship, particularly the infamous play involving Kyrie Irving, was executed by the star player himself, Giannis. With this thought in mind, Xu Sen couldn't help but glance at his own feet, pondering whether he should be cautious when the game commenced. That day, the Mavericks flew to Milwaukee, resting overnight at a local hotel before seeking out a training facility the following day. As the training session neared its conclusion, an unexpected guest arrived, Mallory Edens, the daughter of the Bucks owner, accompanied by her friend. They spotted Xu Sen from the sidelines and promptly took a seat beside him. Xu Sen, sipping water, was taken aback when he noticed 2 striking Western beauties beside him. "Hi, hello Xu Sen, I'm Mallory, and this is my friend Sri Lanka." "Oh, hello. How did you get in here?" Xu Sen replied, bewildered at the presence of these 2 stunning women seemingly seeking him out. "Well, this training facility belongs to us, so we can come and go as we please," Mallory replied with a playful smile. "Hey, Xu Sen, what are you doing? Flirting? You're not afraid I'll tell Lou, are you?" At that moment, Luka Doncic, noticing Xu Sen conversing with the 2 beauties during practice, rushed over and spoke seriously to Xu Sen before turning to greet Mallory and Sri Lanka with a grin. "Hey there, beautiful ladies, I'm Doncic. It's a pleasure to meet you." The laughter from the 2 women grew louder. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Mallory Edens, and my father is Wes Edens, the owner of the Bucks. This is our cheerleading captain, Sri Lanka." Both Xu Sen and Doncic were momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here? Gathering intel?" Doncic inquired, bewildered. "I'm here to see Xu Sen, not you," Sri Lanka replied pointedly to Doncic. "Oh, should I leave then?" Doncic asked Xu Sen, looking for confirmation. "I doubt we have any prior connection, do we? One is the daughter of a Bucks owner, and the other a cheerleading captain." "I can't imagine either of you are my fans," Xu Sen said, his expression turning serious. "Do you wish to test the strength of the most formidable Eastern player in the NBA?" Doncic exclaimed dramatically, causing both women to blush unexpectedly. "If you're willing, I wouldn't mind seeing just how strong the man who dunks on LeBron is," Sri Lanka remarked with a playful lick of her lips. All right. I have to tell Lou. Xu Sen, you're in trouble. Lou specifically asked me to keep an eye on you." Luka Doncic cast a mischievous glance at Xu Sr. "If you dare to spread baseless rumors, I shall have the restaurant blacklist you." Xu Sen rolled his eyes in response. "If you truly attempt to have me blacklisted, I shall inform Lou of your reckless behavior. I sense you are itching for a challenge. Shall we see the prowess of Chinese martial arts?" Just as Xu Sen and Doncic were embroiled in their heated exchange, Mallory interjected. "I trust that 2 courteous gentlemen would not engage in a quarrel while neglecting the presence of 2 ladies." Upon hearing her words, both Doncic and Xu Sen fell silent and turned their attention to Mallory. "Ms. Mallory, please state your purpose for being here directly," Xu Sen spoke up. "Xu Sen, your contract this season is nearing its expiration, and I hope you will consider the Milwaukee Bucks. I believe they would offer you a satisfactory contract," Mallory stated earnestly. Her gaze fixed on Xu Sen. "Well, I will take it into consideration, but matters must be settled once this season concludes. May I kindly request that you both leave now? Although this training facility belongs to you, we have paid for it," Xu Sen remarked coldly. "Humph, how rude of you. Is not China known as a nation of etiquette?" Mallory muttered softly, her friend Sri Lanka nodding in agreement. Xu Sen was not inclined to engage in further conversation with them and directly invited them to leave. Humph, they still wished to be friends with him. What a farce. Mallory stamped her foot and pulled Sri Lanka away. Meanwhile, Xu Sen turned his attention to Doncic, who was attempting to escape, and promptly pursued him. After a playful scuffle, they concluded their training and returned to the hotel. The following day, at 5 in the afternoon, the Bradley Center hosted a regular season game between the Mavericks and the Bucks. As Xu Sen entered the arena, a fervent cheer erupted from a corner where a group of fans clad in red chanted his name in Mandarin. Xu Sen, Xu Sen. Their chants were interspersed with phrases in the Hokkien dialect. Xu Sen suddenly turned to the corner, waving at the fans. Indeed, Chinese people can be found all over the world. Wherever there are Chinese, there are people from Fujian province. After a brief interaction with the fans and some warm-up exercises, the match officially commenced. The Milwaukee Bucks, home team, fielded Holiday, DiVincenzo, Middleton, Antetokounmpo, and Lopez. The Dallas Mavericks, visiting team, featured Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, D. Smith, and Kleber. Due to the formidable presence of Antetokounmpo and Lopez in the paint, the Mavericks also deployed their two prominent forwards. However, for reasons unknown, the Bucks players cast fiery glances towards Xu Sen. Xu Sen was utterly perplexed by the situation, though he felt a slight tingling in his ankle. Would this match see him being tripped? Chapter 77, Dunking on Giannis. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Kleber and Lopez leapt with all their might. Yet it was Lopez, with his towering height and long arms, who first secured the ball for the Bucks. Holiday, receiving the ball before even crossing half-court, swiftly passed it to Giannis. The moment Giannis caught the basketball, he surged forward with remarkable speed. Xu Sen, like a flash of lightning, dashed towards him and snatched the ball from Giannis's grasp just before he could fully grip it. Giannis was taken aback. This speed was astonishing. Before he could react, Xu Sen had already bolted towards the front court. Seeing this, Giannis had no choice but to stride after Xu Sen, attempting to block him from behind. However, Xu Sen offered no opportunity. Upon reaching the three-point line, he executed a sudden stop and a sharp rightward pivot, leaving both Giannis and Holiday bewildered and off balance. Xu Sen shrugged, taking a moment before launching a three-pointer. He spun around, gesturing with 3 fingers towards his own half of the court as he sprinted back. Swish! The basketball effortlessly swished through the net. The audience in the stands erupted into cheers, with Xu Sen's devoted fans waving banners and rallying cries. Xu Sen, invincible. Xu Sen, Superman. In the online streaming room of the Huaxia Xu Sen fan club, viewers flooded the chat with comments, albeit with a peculiar tone. Xu Sen is getting increasingly pretentious. The new generation of showboaters, Xu Sen showing off like the wind, always accompanied by Xu Sen. It must be said that Xu Sen understands the dynamics of entertainment. After making his first basket, Xu Sen celebrated with teammates like Doncic and Hardaway, who teased him about his burgeoning flair for showboating. Nevertheless, Xu Sen wore a broad smile. The Bucks initiated another offensive, and this time, Giannis positioned himself at the baseline, ready to receive the ball rather than driving in for a layup. Holiday dribbled the ball up the court, and, before Xu Sen could pressure him, passed it to Middleton, who was making his way to the opposite baseline. Xu Sen did not pursue into the fray. Instead, it was Hardaway who dashed inside. Xu Sen swiftly moved towards Middleton, successfully switching defenses with Doncic. However, Middleton did not attempt a shot. After a few dribbles, he seized the opportunity to pass the ball to Giannis, who was stationed at the baseline. Giannis received the ball and, with his back to D. Smith, executed a few maneuvers before pivoting and forcefully charging past D. Smith. Leaping to evade Kleber's defensive effort. Boom. He executed a powerful dunk over Kleber. Truly a testament to his extraordinary talent, with a vertical leap of 33 centimeters. Don't fear him, Smith. If he pushes, just close in and commit a foul, it's of little consequence, for his free throw shooting is abysmal. Xu Sen remarked while receiving the ball from D. Smith. Indeed, in this match, as Xu Sen crossed half-court, Holiday immediately closed in, waving his hands downward in an attempt to disrupt Xu Sen's dribbling rhythm. Xu Sen lowered his body to protect the ball, surging forward within the confines of the cylinder. Observing this, Hardaway stepped in to provide a screen, enabling Xu Sen to evade Holiday's defense. DiVincenzo, attempting to replicate Holiday's defensive stance, quickly approached. However, Xu Sen executed a sudden stop and accelerated once more, leaving DiVincenzo motionless, as he charged directly towards the hoop, leaping with 2 steps. Noticing this, Giannis leapt to contest the shot, yet as Xu Sen's basketball ascended higher, Giannis could only slap at Xu Sen's forearm. The force of Xu Sen's arm pushed Giannis back, causing him to lose balance in midair. Thud! Xu Sen hung from the basketball hoop, while Giannis Antetokounmpo fell to the ground, clutching his thigh with a pained expression. Xu Sen glanced down to evade Antetokounmpo's foot and had just landed, still finding his footing. Suddenly, Brook Lopez charged in, forcefully shoving Xu Sen, causing him to topple over. The Maverick starters, alongside those on the bench, surged forward. Beep, beep. The referee, witnessing the commotion, hurriedly blew his whistle and intervened to prevent the situation from escalating. D. Smith, disregarding the chaos, rushed forward and knocked down Brook Lopez, who had just helped Antetokounmpo up. Lopez, rising, attempted to confront D. Smith, but was restrained by Antetokounmpo. As the referee's whistle became increasingly frantic, tensions flared, with both sides trading insults and shoving one another. Luka Doncic approached to assist Xu Sen, joining the effort to de-escalate the situation. After several players intervened, the two factions were eventually separated and returned to their respective benches. The referee proceeded to review the footage of the incident. Ultimately, Brook Lopez was penalized with a level 2 flagrant foul, as was D. Smith. The Bucks fans erupted in boos, feeling aggrieved that Xu Sen had also committed a foul. Nevertheless, the referee upheld the calls, and after the free throws were taken, the game resumed, with Antetokounmpo receiving medical attention on the bench. The absence of Antetokounmpo significantly lessened the interior pressure on the Mavericks, while D. Smith and Kleber's actions towards Lopez grew increasingly aggressive, yet the referee remained silent. This left Lopez somewhat disoriented as he continued to argue with the officials. Seizing the moment, the Mavericks swiftly expanded their lead. Beep. The Bucks called for a timeout. Unable to bear the situation any longer, the Bucks head coach called a timeout at the 6-minute mark of the first quarter. With a score of 20-7, the Bucks had managed only 7 points in 6 minutes, largely consisting of free throws, effectively being dominated by the Mavericks. Meanwhile, Bucks owner Wes Edens and his daughter Mallory watched the game from the stands. "How did your conversation with Xu Sen go yesterday?" Wes inquired, a frown crossing his face. "It was rejected. Now, with our players treating Xu Sen this way, there may be no hope," Mallory replied, her eyes darting away. The Bucks' anger towards Xu Sen stemmed from Mallory revealing to the team that he had bullied her. Unaware of his daughter's distress, Wes continued to observe the game as it resumed. Antetokounmpo returned to the court without any apparent issues, and upon receiving the ball at the free throw line, he boldly drove towards D. Smith, slamming the ball off the backboard and scoring, thus breaking the Bucks' scoring drought. 20-9. The Bucks fans erupted in cheers, chanting MVP, MVP, in support of their star player. On the Mavericks' next offensive possession, as they approached mid-court and drew in defenders, the ball was passed to Doncic. Unhindered, Doncic executed a three-point shot as effortlessly as in practice. Swish. The moment the ball swished through the net, it rendered the Bucks fans utterly silent. In the subsequent possession, Middleton's shot was thwarted by Xu Sen's formidable block. Xu Sen executed a swift three-point shot, dramatically extending the score to 26-9. In the stands, only Xu Sen's ardent fans waved their flags and cheered, while the Bucks supporters remained eerily silent. This tension arose after a recent conflict during which Xu Sen and Jason Kidd had sought to dominate the first quarter. By the end of the first quarter, the scoreboard reflected a staggering 42-20, with the gap widening to 22 points. During the intermission, the Bucks owner shook his head and departed with his daughter, acutely aware of their impending defeat. He planned to discuss with the Bucks general manager the possibility of acquiring Xu Sen. Meanwhile, on the court, Giannis stared at the score, his fists clenched, as a burgeoning thought began to take root in his mind, growing ever more insistent. Chapter 78. The Underhanded Giannis. As the Mavericks faced off against the Bucks in the second quarter, Giannis took to the court, rallying the bench to mount a comeback. Xu Sen did not take to the court, as the Mavericks elected to field Doncic to lead the team. However, the Mavericks bench players displayed an extraordinary ferocity today. The moment Giannis received the ball, Powell immediately closed in, applying relentless pressure. A foul was called, and the subsequent play continued in the same manner. Giannis's free throw performance was nothing short of disheartening, as he managed to convert only 2 out of 6 attempts within the first 3 minutes, leaving him with a countenance as dark as a pot's bottom. He sensed that the Mavericks were employing a strategy to deliberately thwart him. After the 3-minute mark, the starters returned to the court, and upon Xu Sen's entry, he could feel a hostile gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he found Giannis's eyes directed at him with a piercing intensity. Xu Sen felt a sudden chill in his heart. Could this young man be contemplating some underhanded tactics? Xu Sen received the serve and gradually advanced past the half-court, only to be met with relentless pursuit from Holiday. Accustomed to such pressure, Xu Sen deftly changed direction and accelerated to break free. However, just as he approached the three-point line, Antetokounmpo swiftly moved in to defend. Xu Sen was momentarily startled and glanced towards the paint, where Kleber had found himself unmarked. The basketball in Xu Sen's hands soared beneath the legs of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and with a precise bounce pass, it landed effortlessly in the grasp of Kleber. Uncontested, Kleber smoothly converted the opportunity, scoring with a bank shot. Meanwhile, Xu Sen, observing Giannis, suddenly remarked, "You would do well to maintain your composure and refrain from any reckless actions." Giannis, poised to charge towards the front court, momentarily froze, as if his thoughts had been abruptly pierced, and shot Xu Sen a glare, a flicker of indignation crossing his features. Xu Sen, unfazed, swiftly returned to his half of the court to defend. Giannis, seemingly eager to unleash his pent-up frustration, charged toward the basket, arms outstretched for the ball. Without hesitation, DiVincenzo tossed the basketball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Giannis explosively powered through, shoving aside Crowder before ascending for a two-handed dunk. Upon landing, he unleashed a fierce roar directed at Xu Sen, proclaiming, "You cannot seize victory. It belongs solely to Milwaukee." The nearby fans erupted in applause, chanting in unison, "MVP! MVP!" Meanwhile, the other starters for the Bucks, invigorated as if electrified, raced towards the front court. "Ah, quite impressive," Xu Sen mused to himself, receiving the inbounds pass and dashing forward. With a couple of deft spins to evade Holiday and Middleton, he launched an astonishing three-pointer from just 2 steps beyond the arc. Swish. Xu Sen's successful shot extinguished much of the momentum of the spirited Bucks players. This Xu Sen was indeed the FMV of last season. Meanwhile, Giannis and Holiday exchanged a signal, racing towards the front court. As they approached the three-point line, Giannis perfectly received Holiday's pass, took one dribble, and, disregarding Crowder, forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. Boom. Roar. Another thunderous shout echoed. Xu Sen smiled and said, "You scored 2 points, then I shall grant you 3. However, at that moment, Xu Sen had just evaded Holiday when he noticed Giannis standing 2 large strides away, awaiting him. Observing that Giannis did not advance, Xu Sen took the opportunity to shoot a jumper. As he leaped, he saw Giannis rushing toward him. Xu Sen felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he landed, immediately spreading his legs to regain his balance. Indeed, beneath his intended landing spot lay a formidable foot. "Damn it, you worthless fool. How dare you employ such despicable tactics? Are you seeking your own demise?" Enraged, Xu Sen forcefully shoved Giannis aside. In an instant, players from both the Bucks and the Mavericks rushed over. Alarmed by Xu Sen's actions, the referee hurriedly approached, flustered, while the guilty Giannis averted his gaze, avoiding Xu Sen's eyes. Xu Sen composed himself, refraining from rushing forward. It was not worth it for an insignificant person. He also intervened to prevent his Mavericks teammate from escalating the situation. At that moment, the large screen replayed the earlier play in slow motion. It became evident that Giannis, after Xu Sen leapt, raised his hand to execute a block. Taking a step forward while slightly lowering his head to glance below, subtly shifting his feet. His intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to trip Xu Senator, perhaps sensing the danger. Xu Sen expertly sidestepped and landed safely. Observing from a distance, Jason Kidd, who was on defense, approached the referee by the scorer's table, his thoughts crystal clear. "It is evident that Antetokounmpo violated the spirit of the game. He intended to trip my player. How can we dare to play under such circumstances?" he proclaimed, addressing the head referee with fervor. The referee, visibly displeased, contemplated whether to exhibit a slight bias in favor of the home team, only to be confronted by the Bucks' actions. "All right, kid, we will officiate the game impartially. Trust me, please return to your position," the referee replied, attempting to pacify Kidd. After reviewing the footage once more, a decision was reached. Giannis Antetokounmpo was charged with a technical foul, though Xu Sen chose not to pursue the matter further. The Mavericks were awarded 2 free throws. Though Kidd's expression remained stern, he was no longer agitated. The Bucks, however, were incensed. Their players approached the referees, voicing their grievances, with even Giannis joining in. Meanwhile, the Bucks fans erupted in a cacophony of discontent. Yet, a majority of the spectators remained rational, having witnessed the slow-motion replay on the big screen. They refrained from joining the outcry, feeling embarrassed instead. "Why am I the only one penalized? Xu Sen committed a violation too. Why not call it on him?" Giannis asserted with a serious demeanor. "Exactly. I merely nudged him, and you deem it a malicious foul. Is the league biased in his favor?" Brook Lopez added, unashamedly echoing Giannis. The referees, exasperated, attempted to walk away but found themselves ensnared by the two players' protests, their patience wearing thin. Given your antics, I will issue each of you a technical foul, the referee stated calmly, adjusting his composure. You referees are merely favoring that one Chinese player. You are undermining fairness for the sake of the Chinese market, Lopez shouted defiantly, attempting to incite the crowd's anger to pressure the officials further. The referee swiftly executed a signal for a technical foul, followed by a gesture indicating expulsion. Perceiving the intentions of the player, the official promptly ejected him without further discourse. In the wake of this decisive action, a momentary silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by an even louder chorus of dissent from the Bucks fans in the stands. Meanwhile, on the Mavericks bench, Xu Sen's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, a look that had not even manifested during the Olympics when he overwhelmed the Japanese national basketball team. Xu Sen addressed his teammates and coach Jason Kidd with a calm demeanor. Everyone, coach, I intend to nail the Bucks to the pillar of shame. I demand possession of the ball. I aim to secure a victory with a margin exceeding 58 points against the Bucks. All players nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Coach Jason Kidd studied Xu Sen's expression for a moment before responding, Take care of yourself. Should any danger arise, I will substitute you. Indeed, I will ensure my own protection, Xu Sen replied earnestly. Beep. The game resumed. Chapter 79. A 60-point gap. The match time stood at 7:23 in the second quarter when the game restarted. The Bucks, having lost Brook Lopez to ejection, substituted in the shorter Spalding, allowing Giannis Antetokounmpo to assume the center position. The Mavericks also made adjustments, with Hardaway and Doncic controlling the ball while Xu Sen shifted to the shooting guard position. The Mavericks initiated their offense. Hardaway dribbled the ball forward, with Holiday and DiVincenzo closely shadowing Xu Sen, allowing Hardaway to advance the basketball effortlessly beyond the three-point line. Just as DiVincenzo approached Hardaway, Xu Sen seized the moment and accelerated, prompting Hardaway to deliver the pass at the opportune moment. Xu Sen received the basketball, disregarding Holiday, and took a shot. After releasing the ball, he anxiously glanced down at his feet. Swish. The Bucks, determined to focus on their inside game with Giannis, swiftly sought opportunities to pass the ball to him as soon as they crossed half-court. Giannis, in turn, unleashed his formidable power, either dunking or laying it up with brute force, dominating the paint and proving invincible. However, for every basket Giannis scored, Xu Sen responded with a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Beep. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at Mavericks 78, Bucks 52, widening the gap to 26 points. Giannis wore a grim expression. Despite his relentless scoring efforts, the deficit only seemed to grow. He turned to Holiday, DiVincenzo, and Middleton, urging them to bolster their defense and prevent Xu Sen from scoring any further. The three, slightly pouting, could only nod in agreement. Was it truly their lack of defense? How could they contain Xu Sen, whose speed and leaping ability were beyond compare? At that moment, Bucks head coach Doc Rivers wore a stern expression as he slowly spoke. Middleton, your task is to guard Xu Sen. He is most troubled by agile, taller opponents, so stay close to him. Upon hearing the coach's words, Middleton contemplated and nodded, recalling that the only shot Xu Sen missed in the first half was when he was guarding him. Clenching his fist, Middleton resolved not to disappoint his coach. During the intermission, media outlets covering the game disseminated the series of conflicts and events from the first half. The vast legion of fans in Huaxia unleashed a torrent of vitriol against Giannis and the Bucks. The moment Xu Sen lowered his head to look at his feet, a GIF circulated widely online. Many fans even circumvented barriers to reach the NBA's official comments, demanding severe punishment for Giannis and Brook Lopez for their unsportsmanlike conduct. If it were only the Huaxia fans, it might have been manageable. However, Xu Sen also had a considerable following in the United States, many of whom were fervently reporting and commenting. Mark Cuban even made a series of calls to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, vocally condemning the behavior. In an instant, the entire NBA found itself in turmoil, and they could only issue a statement promising strict adherence to regulations post-game to quell the situation. Damn it, Antetokounmpo. Damn it, Bucks. Why provoke that Huaxia player? Silver muttered, his face darkening as he hung up the phone. Initially optimistic about the Bucks, he now wished nothing more than to strip them of their accolades. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became, prompting him to call the referee association, instructing that officiating in games against the Bucks this season must be fair and just, alleviating his unease somewhat. With halftime concluded, the game resumed. Immediately, Bucks coach Doc Rivers noticed the pitying glances from the referees directed at them. As a seasoned veteran, He felt an unsettling premonition and quickly sent an assistant coach to summon the general manager to investigate what was amiss. Rivers' gaze shifted to the moving Xu Sen. He had a foreboding feeling that the issue was indeed related to Xu Senator. As Xu Sen traversed the court, he began to lead Middleton on an incessant chase, deftly evading him while simultaneously drawing the attention of other Bucks players for defensive support. The entire defensive formation of the Bucks was torn apart by Xu Sen's relentless off-ball movement. Meanwhile, Doncic received a pass from D. Smith and suddenly found himself unencumbered, with no one within a 2-meter radius. After a brief dribble, he retreated to the three-point line and took a shot. Swish. Where are the Bucks? No one is guarding me. I shall make you weep with my shooting, exclaimed Doncic, as he retreated backward while shouting towards the Bucks. In that moment, all eyes were on Doncic, and Xu Sen eagerly approached him for a celebratory high-five. Magnificent, Doncic. The Bucks offense then passed the basketball to the corner, where Middleton awaited. Before Doncic could contest the shot, Middleton successfully released the ball. Perhaps due to Xu Sen's vigorous running, the shot went awry, only to be fortuitously caught by Xu Sen as he charged into the paint. As the play transitioned, Xu Sen handed the ball to Doncic and once again began to lead Middleton on a relentless sprint. This time, Holiday dared not aid in defending Xu Sen and remained fixated on Doncic, though others were drawn to Xu Sen's movement. Hardaway found himself wide open. As Doncic passed the ball, the defenders were predominantly lured to the opposite side. Swish. Hardaway effortlessly sank a three-pointer and rushed over to celebrate with Doncic and Xu Sen for the entirety of the third quarter. Middleton was subjected to Xu Sen's relentless pursuit, with several others, including Giannis, also trailing Xu Sen whenever Xu Sen found space and received a pass. He would either launch a three-pointer or execute a mid-range shot with flawless precision. It was impossible not to follow Xu Sen. His relentless energy was akin to a perpetual motion machine. Jason Kidd watched with wide-eyed enthusiasm, recognizing that Xu Sen had introduced a new tactic, one that appeared to be exceedingly effective. His extraordinary stamina, blistering speed, unparalleled ability to draw defenders, and supreme scoring prowess compelled the opposition to keep pace with him. Absolutely splendid. Xu Sen. He is the angel bestowed upon me by the heavens, Jason Kidd thought, unable to suppress a smile. The third quarter concluded with the Mavericks leading the Bucks 113-70. The offensive efficiency of the Mavericks soared to remarkable heights, thanks to Xu Sen, even as each possession nearly consumed the full 20 seconds. Despite the relentless efforts of Giannis, who frequently snatched numerous defensive rebounds, the Bucks' shooting percentage plummeted significantly due to their severe fatigue. Consequently, the gap between the two teams widened to an astounding 43 points. In the fourth quarter, a concerted effort could elevate the score to an embarrassing level. Given the two previous altercations between the teams, the unwritten rules of the NBA seemed irrelevant. As the fourth quarter commenced, Coach Doc Rivers recognized the Mavericks' relentless spirit and sought to extend an olive branch to Xu Sen, hoping for future collaboration. The fourth quarter began with Xu Sen and Doncic returning to the court alongside Kleber, while the Bucks retained only Holiday, DiVincenzo, and Giannis from their starting lineup. Middleton, having struggled through the third quarter, returned to the bench, exhausted and ill, unable to re-enter the game due to Xu Sen's relentless pace. The Mavericks continued to score, prompting the Bucks to foul Xu Sen in a desperate attempt to prevent him from shooting. However, this did not hinder the Mavericks from further extending their lead. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score gap ballooned to 54 points. In a decisive move, Doc Rivers called a timeout, substituting in the entire bench to signal surrender as he aimed to avoid a loss exceeding 58 points. The substitute players entered the fray and fought valiantly, while the Mavericks reserves, receiving signals from their leaders, scored and defended with fervor. The Bucks bench, understanding the Mavericks' disregard for the unspoken rules, gritted their teeth and fought back. Amidst the Mavericks' onslaught and the desperate expressions of the Bucks starters, the final whistle sounded, concluding the game with a score of 148-88. The Mavericks triumphed with a staggering 60-point victory, leaving the Bucks firmly entrenched in humiliation. Chapter 80. Post-game interview and player of the week. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, the Bucks departed swiftly, not looking back as they headed toward the players' tunnel. Xu Sen's personal statistics reached an impressive 62 points, 20 rebounds, 14 assists, 9 steals, and 6 blocks, accompanied by 3 turnovers. Following the game, only Coach Doc Rivers attended the post-match interview, while Giannis Antetokounmpo declined to speak. Meanwhile, the Mavericks players swiftly prepared to depart. Under the pressing demands of the media, Xu Sen and Jason Kidd attended the press conference, while the others waited on the team bus for their return to depart together. It was imperative to leave Milwaukee promptly. No one could guarantee the actions of zealous fans. Jason Kidd completed his interview first, and upon Xu Sen's arrival, he took a seat and tossed a Gatorade bottle aside. Before the reporters could pose their questions, Xu Sen interjected, stating, "As we are pressed for time with a flight to catch, I can only spare you 5 minutes. I hope you understand." The reporters, upon hearing this, eagerly stood up to pose their inquiries. One journalist queried Xu Sen's perspective on Antetokounmpo's questionable actions during the game. Xu Sen responded, "I believe that behavior lacks sportsmanship. This is a regular season game. What if it were the playoffs? If a team resorts to such tactics when unable to compete, I doubt any team would dare to face them." Another reporter congratulated Xu Sen on becoming a 60-point scorer. Asking whether the team could still triumph without Luka Doncic, Xu Sen cast a cold glance at the journalist, retorting, "Do you think a team can thrive without a player averaging around 30 points? Doncic is the leader of this team." When questioned about the Mavericks' substantial victory over the Bucks and the decision to keep playing in the fourth quarter, Xu Sen remarked, "What more can I say? Giving our all is the greatest respect we can show our opponents. Despite their unsavory tactics, we still respect them as competitors, don't we?" A Milwaukee reporter interjected. Noting that the two primary starters from the opposing team were no longer on the court, implying that winning under such circumstances lacked honor, Xu Sen replied, "I am unsure of your reasoning behind that question. One was ejected, and the other lacked stamina. Should we simply forfeit? What would be the point of playing in the NBA then?" After expressing gratitude, Xu Sen concluded, "I believe we may be running short on time for our flight. Goodbye." With that, he rose and left. The other reporters, who had hoped to continue questioning, glared at the one who had posed the earlier query. The Milwaukee journalist, feeling sheepish, followed suit, realizing the folly of his question. Upon returning to the bus, Xu Sen and the Mavericks swiftly made their way to the airport and boarded their flight back to Dallas. That evening, the NBA announced disciplinary actions. The Dallas Mavericks. Smith has been suspended for 2 games and fined $5,000, a penalty that was originally to be borne by the player himself. But the Mavericks have since stated that they will cover the costs. Meanwhile, the Milwaukee Bucks' Brook Lopez faces a 5-game suspension and a $20,000 fine. While Giannis Antetokounmpo has been banned for 5 games due to a blatant attempt to trip an opponent, a serious breach of sportsmanship. Typically, such penalties are uncommon. But the fervor of both the Mavericks and Antetokounmpo's fan bases has escalated the situation. In fact, tripping attempts that do not succeed generally go unpunished. Given that the Mavericks are the reigning champions, they naturally attract considerable attention, compounded by the sheer number of fans supporting Antetokounmpo. The repercussions of this incident have been significant, resulting in even the Greek Freak facing disciplinary action. Fortunately for the Mavericks, their 60-point victory over the Bucks has garnered widespread attention, marking one of the largest margins in recent years, especially with both team star players healthy and on the court. Consequently, numerous reports about this match have surfaced online. Antetokounmpo scored an impressive 40 points, yet the team suffered a 60-point defeat, an intriguing juxtaposition for the star player. Xu Sen. Doncic is also the leader of the Mavericks. The latest scoring sensation, Xu Sen, Middleton, who was left breathless from chasing, and Chris Paul commend Giannis Antetokounmpo, the one known as the 60-point maestro. Where lies Xu Sen's physical limits? The mindless Milwaukee reporters are relentless. Various reports emerge incessantly, captivating viewers, while Giannis Antetokounmpo's reputation has taken a significant hit, reduced to merely an MV designed to overshadow others. The following morning, Jason Kidd granted all players a day off. In the morning, Xu Sen leisurely enjoyed breakfast delivered by the restaurant at the dining table with his girlfriend, erupting, after their workout. Upon seeing the report that Chris Paul had liked, he nearly spewed the porridge he was eating. Xu Sen felt that Paul must be laughing uncontrollably now, for finally, someone had suffered a fate worse than his own 58-point game. Yet, this did not alter the fact that everyone still referred to him as the 58-point player. Afraid of bursting into laughter, Xu Sen refrained from reading the comments from Chinese netizens, as he believed they were exceptionally talented. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he prepared to browse the forums. Sen, you have been named the Western Conference Player of the Week. Erupting came running over, barefoot and holding a tablet, joyfully exclaiming, "You are truly amazing." Calm down, isn't this rather normal? I have achieved an average triple-double, and our team remains undefeated, so it would be strange not to receive such an honor. Well, my Sen is the best, far surpassing the Eastern Conference player, Durant, the contractor, Xu Senping responded with a smile. Ha ha, I agree. Sister Ping Ping is the most adorable. At this point, the sweetness becomes overwhelming, and I can no longer continue writing. The following day, Xu Sen arrived early at the gym for training. After receiving a round of praise from his teammates, he dedicated himself to his practice. They were about to face the formidable challenges posed by the Jazz and the Clippers on their home court. Xu Sen recalled that in his previous life, the Utah Jazz had clinched the top position in the regular season standings during this very season. The Clippers, as is well known, have consistently been a formidable team with the likes of Leonard and the esteemed General George. Xu Sen's debut match was against them. Following a training session, Coach Jason Kidd convened a meeting to analyze the strengths and strategies for the upcoming games against two rival teams before dismissing the players. For dinner, Xu Sen treated all his teammates, including Jason Kidd, to a celebratory feast at a fine dining establishment. Commemorating his accolade as the Player of the Week and wishing for success in the forthcoming matches. The next day at 5 in the afternoon, the American Airlines Center in Dallas was abuzz with excitement as the Mavericks prepared to face the challenge from the Jazz. Everyone, please rise. Let us welcome the superhero from China, the latest scoring sensation, the man of 60 points. Xu Sen, with the DJ's fervent announcement echoing throughout the arena. The fans rose in unison, cheering wildly. Xu Sen, arms outstretched, sprinted out of the player tunnel, basking in the adulation of the crowd. He waved to the spectators, particularly acknowledging Xu Senping and his sister-in-law Xu Ruyan, who were holding up their live-streaming phones, greeting the fans in the broadcast. Chapter 81. Gobert blocked as the warm-up concluded. The match commenced officially. Mavericks, home Xu Sen, Hardaway, Doncic, Kleber, Cauley-Stein. Jazz, away Mike Conley, Donovan Mitchell, Royce O'Neal, Bogdanovich, Gobert. With a resounding thud, Gobert of the Jazz successfully secured the initial possession for his team. Since Porzingis' injury, the Mavericks had scarcely won a jump ball. Conley dribbled into the front court, fully aware of the young man's exceptional speed and defensive prowess, thus opting not to delay. He swiftly passed the ball to Mitchell and set a screen to obstruct Xu Sen's advance. Xu Sen attempted to switch defense with Hardaway but was thwarted by Conley. Mitchell, receiving the ball, established a triple threat position on the left side and dribbled forcefully into the paint. Upon encountering Kleber's help defense, he promptly passed the ball to Gobert, who was surging into the lane. Gobert, upon receiving the pass, executed a feint that successfully deceived Cauley-Stein. Just as he released the basketball, Xu Sen, who had just leapt into the air, reached out to snatch the ball Gobert had thrown. The crowd erupted as Xu Sen delivered a stunning block on Gobert. The audience gasped in astonishment, followed immediately by an exuberant wave of applause and cheers. This moment was truly breathtaking. Xu Sen soared, his feet almost level with Gobert's chest. Suspended in the air as if gliding, cradling the basketball that was headed toward the hoop. Gobert's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a display of athleticism was terrifying. It was no wonder that Xu Sen could single-handedly lead the Chinese national basketball team to the finals, even without facing his own handsome team. They would surely have succumbed to the prowess of Xu Sen's squad. Based on his video analysis of Xu Sen, Gobert concluded that this player was simply unguardable. After securing the ball, Xu Sen landed gracefully and passed it to Hardaway, who was nearby, and then sprinted toward the front court. Observing Xu Sen's ascent for the block, Doncic also dashed forward, only to realize, upon turning back, that he was not greeted by the expected basketball, but rather by Royce from the Jazz trailing behind him. In that moment, Doncic found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though his intentions had been completely discerned. Xu Sen swiftly traversed the half-court, closely followed by Conley. While Mitchell strategically positioned himself in the passing lane from Hardaway to Xu Senator nevertheless, Xu Sen did not pause. Instead, he continued his sprint, taking Conley, the seasoned veteran, along for a complete circuit before executing a sudden stop and change of pace to successfully receive a pass from Doncic. With a swift pull-up, he launched the ball. Swish. 3-0. Conley exhaled deeply, sensing that today would be exhausting, yet he still collected the ball and gradually advanced it across the front court, signaling his intentions. Ellis approached to set a screen for Conley, who took advantage of the obstruction to drive inside. Upon noticing the cover retreating, Xu Sen attempted to circumvent and pursue Conley. But scarcely had he taken 2 steps before being obstructed by Mitchell. Meanwhile, Conley dashed into the paint, executed a deceptive pass towards Gobert, and effortlessly made a delicate floater into the basket. During the Mavericks' offensive possession, Xu Sen, eschewing ball control, sprinted towards the front court, drawing Conley along with him. As he darted left and right, he successfully attracted the defense, allowing Doncic to capitalize on Hardaway's screen and launch a three-pointer. The score read 6-2. The strategy devised by Jason Kidd for the Mavericks in the first quarter was to leverage Xu Sen's ability to distract and exhaust their opponents. In the next possession, Conley, aided by two teammates, managed to shake off Xu Sen and delivered the basketball to Gobert in the paint for an inside play. However, the somewhat clumsy Gobert, relying solely on his physicality, wasted precious time pushing aside Kleber and failed to notice that Xu Sen had already raced towards the paint. As Gobert went up for a layup, Xu Sen delivered a resounding block. The ball, after being swatted away by Xu Sen, was reclaimed by Gobert, who, without any thoughtful consideration, hurled the basketball towards the hoop once more, only to be met with another emphatic rejection from the leaping Xu Senator this time. The ball soared to the perimeter, where Hardaway was perfectly positioned to catch it. Gobert was left utterly bewildered. This 194-meter shorty was astonishingly adept. His leaping ability was remarkable. Having been blocked twice in quick succession, Gobert stood there in stunned silence as he retreated with his teammates to prepare for defense. Yet his eyes could not resist searching for Xu Senator. The crowd erupted with cheers due to Xu Sen's consecutive blocks, making Gobert acutely aware that he had unwittingly become a mere backdrop in Xu Sen's highlight reel. Clenching his fists in frustration, he vowed that on the next play, he would execute a dunk over Xu Senator. While Gobert was lost in thought, Xu Sen had already utilized a screen to receive the basketball and sink a three-pointer. The score now stood at 9-2 in favor of the Jazz. In this offensive sequence, Gobert received the ball and managed to shake off Kleber, preparing for a layup when he heard someone shout, "Watch out." Instinctively, Gobert pulled back the ball and glanced towards the paint, realizing that Xu Sen was indeed charging in, albeit still at a distance. Cursing under his breath, he hastily passed the ball to Mitchell, who, upon receiving it, executed a passing feint to evade the defender and smoothly transitioned into a turnaround jumper. Swish! Gobert joyfully rushed over to high-five Mitchell, feeling an excitement that seemed to surpass even that of Mitchell, who had just scored. Xu Sen shook his head in disbelief. The cautious exclamation he had just uttered had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. The Mavericks capitalized on Xu Sen's ability to divert the attention of two defenders, allowing Hardaway to successfully sink a mid-range shot. Meanwhile, the Jazz opted to pass the ball to Gobert. This time, Doncic imitated Xu Sen's warning, but Gobert was not fooled. He leaped with determination, preparing for a dunk. However, Xu Sen, already positioned beneath the basket, seized the basketball from Gobert's hands with a powerful swat, sending it against the backboard before securing it. Xu Sen seized the rebound and swiftly dribbled towards the frontcourt, withstanding the defensive pressure from Conley and Mitchell. He leapt powerfully to execute a thunderous dunk. Beep! Conley committed a foul. Xu Sen converted the play into a 2-1 opportunity. As he secured the ball, Xu Sen felt Conley and Mitchell strike his hands numerous times. Had he not clutched the basketball with determination, it would have been dislodged from his grasp. Xu Sen, shaking off his hand that was hit, successfully sank the free throw, bringing the score to 14-4. Throughout the subsequent quarter, Gobert scarcely dared to take a shot. Even when receiving the ball in the paint, he opted to pass it out. Conley, burdened by Xu Sen's relentless pace, saw a significant decline in his stamina and shooting accuracy. Mitchell fared slightly better, yet his energy was considerably drained as he was tasked with guarding Xu Sr. The consequence of this dynamic was a widening gap in the score, with the Mavericks extending their lead to 16 points by the end of the first quarter, 42-26. Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder, observing the scoreboard and then glancing back at the dazed Gobert and the panting Conley, sighed inwardly. Why was Xu Sen not selected for our team? He then began to mentor Gobert, emphasizing the necessity for him to finish plays. Otherwise, by the third quarter, the game could very well be declared over. However, as the second quarter commenced, Gobert, attempting to dunk, was once again denied by Xu Sen's block. After finally receiving psychological guidance from his coach, Gobert's mental fortitude crumbled once more, leaving him hesitant to finish scoring opportunities. After 3 minutes of play, the Jazz coach shook his head and substituted Gobert. The Mavericks continued to excel in perimeter shooting, with Xu Sen frequently crashing the boards to help secure rebounds with remarkable success. Gobert's presence on the court became increasingly ineffective. It would be more advantageous to have another player take his place to score. Chapter 82. Defeating the Jazz, we now face the Clippers. With Gobert off the court, the Jazz's interior defense posed no threat, allowing Xu Sen to focus entirely on defending the perimeter and scoring. Xu Sen received the ball and, without uttering a word. Effortlessly sank a logo three-pointer, igniting an even greater wave of cheers throughout the American Airlines Center. Xu Sen. Xu Sen. Subsequently, Xu Sen was relegated to the bench by Jason Kidd, under the pretense of safeguarding him from injury, though in reality, it served to cultivate the skills of other players, particularly Doncic. Upon noticing Xu Sen's departure, the head coach of the Jazz wasted no time in bringing Gobert onto the court. Xu Sen and Jason Kidd confirmed that they would not be taking to the court shortly. Instead, they made their way to the spectator seats beside Liu Ping and Liu Yin, engaging with fans in the Mavericks live broadcast room. The second quarter concluded with the score standing at 68-58, the Jazz having narrowed the gap to merely 10 points. During halftime, at Jason Kidd's behest, Xu Sen accompanied the Mavericks players back to the locker room. Upon entering, Jason Kidd began to single out players for criticism, including even Luka Doncic, while Xu Sen remained unscathed. In the more than 8 minutes that Xu Sen was absent from the court, the Mavericks seemed to be ensnared in a quagmire. Their offense was reduced to erratic shooting, while their defense was rendered porous, allowing Conley and Mitchell to exploit them with ease. The interior defense was somewhat better, yet it was still suffering due to Gobert's struggles, which Xu Sen had initially exacerbated. This lapse allowed the Jazz to close the gap to just 10 points. Sitting beside Doncic, Xu Sen could hardly conceal his amusement, much to Doncic's irritation. However, Xu Sen's mirth was short-lived as Jason Kidd's voice soon reached him. In future training sessions, all perimeter players, including small forwards, would be tasked with challenging Xu Sen in one-on-one drills aimed at honing offensive skills and individual defense. Huh? Xu Sen exclaimed, bewildered as he looked at Jason Kidd. What do you mean? You can't just let me dominate them. Kidd replied, are they all going to take turns challenging me? Xu Sen pointed at himself incredulously. Yes. Just bear with it, Kidd responded, his demeanor softening as he addressed Xu Sen kindly. All right. And once you score over 30 points in the third quarter, focus on facilitating the offense, Kidd continued. You can count on me, coach, Xu Sen assured, patting his chest confidently. As the third quarter commenced, Xu Sen re-entered the game, while Gobert remained on the court, having regained some confidence during his brief stint. The Mavericks' offensive possession began anew, with Xu Sen resuming control of the ball. Xu Sen gradually advanced, noticing that Conley did not step forward to defend but merely stood beyond the three-point line. Xu Sen smiled as he stepped back 2 paces from the three-point line and took a shot. Swish. 71-58. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands, and the fans in the live stream chat began to flood the screen with excitement. We still need the god Xu. Xu Shen Yo by Pinyin pronunciation. In a moment of divine prowess, Xu Sen calculated that his score had reached an impressive 28 points and began orchestrating the game. He commenced to showcase his passing skills, delivering a series of exceptional assists. Seizing the opportunity, he thwarted Gobert's attempts with 2 spectacular blocks, leaving Gobert visibly shaken. In the final second of the third quarter, he launched a shot from the half-court line. Swish. The cheers from the Mavericks fans had not ceased since Xu Sen entered the game, and they crescendoed to a fever pitch with this final shot. The score widened to 178, a 22-point lead for the Mavericks. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Jazz, undeterred, prepared to launch three-point attempts. However, before they could convert, Xu Sen himself sank 2 more three-pointers. Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder fell silent, ready to make substitutions, but the Mavericks requested a player change, and Xu Sen exited the game. Quinn, at a loss for words, realized that Jason Kidd was utilizing the game as a training session, allowing Xu Sen to extend the lead before letting other players take the floor. Damn, Quinn muttered in frustration. A nearby referee turned, puzzled by the outburst, as if to question whether Quinn was directing his ire at him. With a stoic expression, Quinn returned to his seat, dismissing thoughts of a starting lineup, and conceded that letting them hone their skills at the season's onset was acceptable. The referee shot Quinn a disapproving glance before resuming his diligent oversight of the game. The final whistle blew, concluding the match with a score of 130-110, a resounding victory for the Mavericks on their home turf. Following the game, players exchanged amicable handshakes, and the Jazz did not leave in anger but approached the Mavericks for congratulations. Each time a Jazz player shook Xu Sen's hand, they offered a remark. Xu Sen, you rendered me speechless with those blocks. I believe I've discovered the essence of basketball, and now I aspire to block others, said Gobert. Young man, your stamina seems boundless. Truly impressive, remarked Conley. Xu Sen, your three-point shooting is remarkably accurate. Would you consider starting a three-point class? I'd love to learn, added Mitchell. The The flattery overwhelmed Xu Sen, lifting his spirits until Doncic, standing nearby, muttered, "They didn't even compliment me." Damn. Xu Sen could not contain his laughter, bursting into a fit of giggles, only to be chased and struck by Doncic. Here are the personal statistics for the Mavericks in this match. Xu Sen, 37 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, 8 blocks, 2 turnovers. Doncic, 31 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, 5 turnovers. The core players of the Jazz. Mitchell, 32 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists. Conley, 21 points, 2 rebounds, 8 assists. Gobert, 8 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. In this match, Gobert, as the star player, performed disappointingly, even skipping the post-game interview. On the other hand, Xu Sen also did not attend the post-game interview, instead choosing to return home with Liu Ruiping and his sister-in-law, Ruyan. His sister-in-law finally had the opportunity to travel abroad, and Xu Sen and Liu Ruiping made sure to entertain her well. After 2 days of entertaining Liu Ruyan, the Mavericks faced off against the Los Angeles Clippers. The American Airlines Center in Dallas was once again filled to capacity, with fervent fans from China and a number of American celebrities present to amplify the excitement. Tickets for every game at the Mavericks Arena were sold out, with some fans resorting to paying a premium to secure their seats. Merchandise, including player jerseys, was flying off the shelves, and Mark Cuban was reaping substantial profits. Following the warm-up sessions, the game commenced. The visiting Clippers fielded Lou Williams, Patrick Beverley, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and Ivica Zubac, while the Mavericks took to the court with Xu Sen, Charlie Ederson, Luka Doncic, D. Smith, and Willie Cauley-Stein. The Clippers strategically deployed Williams, Beverley, and Leonard to bolster their perimeter defense, clearly aimed at countering the Mavericks' outside shooting. As anticipated, Cauley-Stein lost the jump ball, allowing Zubac to easily secure the tip-off for the Clippers, granting them an early advantage. Williams dribbled past half-court and handed the ball to Leonard. Upon receiving the pass, George moved forward to execute a pick-and-roll with Leonard. Utilizing George's screen, Leonard drove towards the paint, but upon noticing Xu Sen closing in, he adeptly executed a behind-the-back pass to George, who was stationed beyond the three-point line. By the time D. Smith rushed to provide defensive support, George had already released a three-point shot, scoring the first points of the game. 0-3 Chapter 83. The explosive Clippers team. The Mavericks now embarked on their offensive possession. As Xu Sen received the serve, Beverley immediately rushed forward to entangle him, exhibiting an unwavering determination to disrupt Xu Sen's comfort. Xu Sen furrowed his brows as he accelerated to shake off his pursuers, advancing towards the front court. As he approached within 2 steps of the three-point line, Leonard closed in with relentless pressure, ensnaring him in a deadly embrace. As Xu Sen was about to change direction, Beverley approached closely from behind. Xu Sen observed that the passing lanes of his teammates had also been obstructed, prompting him to leap high and take a shot. The basketball struck the rim with force, ricocheting upwards before ultimately descending into the net. Swish. A fortunate score. Leonard and Beverley exchanged no words, having already exerted their utmost in defending against such a stroke of luck. The Clippers embarked on their offensive possession. Xu Sen's gaze sharpened, and Leonard appeared as if he were being stalked by a leopard, every hair on his body standing on end. Once again, the Clippers resorted to their familiar strategy, employing a pick-and-roll collaboration between their 2 star players. Xu Sen chose to follow Leonard in defense, this time paying close attention to the passing lanes. As expected, upon noticing Xu Sen guarding him, Leonard swiftly directed the basketball to Beverley stationed in the corner. Xu Sen, fully focused, saw Leonard poised to pass. With a sudden surge of speed, he lunged forward the moment the basketball left Leonard's hand, intercepting it with precision. Crack. After Xu Sen released the basketball, his right leg surged with muscle, propelling him forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. His speed was astonishing, leaving the defending Clippers players far behind as he approached the three-point line and launched a shot. Swish. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers, as if the very structure of the building trembled in that moment. It felt as though Xu Sen had nearly left an afterimage with that shot. The Clippers players were left in a state of shock, wondering if Xu Sen had truly evolved to a superhuman level, displaying such strength. Beverley passed the ball to Leonard, who had returned to the half-court, and the Clippers continued their offensive. This time, Leonard refrained from overestimating himself. As soon as he crossed half-court, he handed the basketball to George and began to move. Confronted by Doncic's defense, George opted for a one-on-one play, backing into Doncic. With a deceptive shoulder shimmy, he broke to the right, but Doncic remained steadfast, not falling for the feint and staying on George's trail. George, undeterred, dribbled towards the baseline, and as he neared it, he noticed D. Smith preparing to assist in defense. Without hesitation, he pivoted and released the ball. The basketball struck the rim with a thud, only to be secured by Zubac, who converted the second chance opportunity with ease. Roaring with triumph, Zubac directed a fierce shout towards Stein before retreating to defend. Last season, Zubac had suffered greatly at the hands of the Mavericks' Porzingis, but today, he relished the chance to reclaim his pride against other Mavericks players, letting out a victorious roar. Stein silently retrieved the ball and passed it to Xu Sen, nodding as he sprinted towards the front court. "Watch the ball." As he passed Xu Sen, he noticed Xu Sen speaking to him. "All right." Stein instinctively quickened his pace, eager to establish his position early. Xu Sen accelerated directly, shaking off Beverly, and, utilizing the screen set by Charlie Denson, evaded Leonard as he surged towards the basket. As Zubac attempted to step up for a defensive play against Xu Sen, the latter deftly flicked the ball towards the hoop. Without a moment's hesitation, Stein took 2 steps and leapt, perfectly positioned to receive the ball just in front of the rim. Thud. Zubac, who had just turned to track the ball, was momentarily knocked back by Stein's collision, only to realize he had been posterized. Just as Zubac was about to utter a curse, he caught sight of Xu Sen's icy glare, prompting him to close his mouth in silence. He bent down to retrieve the ball and passed it to Beverly. Xu Sen wore a sardonic smile as he turned to resume his defensive stance. The Clippers, in response, altered their offensive strategy. Upon crossing half-court, Leonard swiftly passed the basketball to Zubac, who had positioned himself near the free-throw line. The Clippers' perimeter players began executing a series of off-ball screens and movements, ultimately leading to the ball being delivered to Lou Williams, who then directed it to Zubac as he surged into the paint. As Lou Williams passed the ball to Zubac, Xu Sen attempted to follow him inside but was obstructed by Leonard. The Mavericks, momentarily disoriented in their defensive formation, neglected to guard Zubac, allowing him an unchallenged shot. Throughout the remainder of the quarter, the Clippers experimented with various tactics. Meanwhile, Xu Sen capitalized on his ability to draw defenders and maintained an impressive offensive efficiency, gradually widening the score gap. Coach Tyronn Lue, perched on the sidelines, furrowed his brow in deep concern, feeling as though he had exhausted every strategic resource at his disposal. Yet, despite his efforts, the score continued to drift away from him, and he cast a wistful glance at Xu Sen, tears welling in his heart. Why wasn't Xu Sen playing for the Clippers? If he were, I could enjoy a daily respite. Instinctively, Coach Lue glanced at Jason Kidd, who stood alongside him, his gaze laden with envy. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the first quarter. Mavericks 32, Clippers 26. The Mavericks held a 6-point advantage as they entered the next period. Coach Lue rallied his players, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, let us treat this game as if it were the Western Conference Finals. There is a strong possibility we will face the Mavericks in the playoffs. We must devise a strategy to combat their prowess. Unleash your full potential. Our ultimate goal is the championship." On the opposite side, Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd meticulously analyzed defensive strategies for his players. As the second quarter commenced, both teams opted not to field their starters, instead relying entirely on their reserves. The two squads battled fiercely for 3 minutes, with the score remaining unchanged, before the starters returned to the court. During the Mavericks' offensive possession, as the ball crossed half-court, Doncic and Charlie Denson set screens for Xu Sen. As Xu Sen approached the 3-point line, he leaped and released the ball with precision. Swish. In this quarter, Jason Kidd assigned Xu Sen the task of relentlessly scoring, with the entire team collaborating to facilitate his points. During the Clippers' offensive possession, the Mavericks initiated an unyielding zone defense. Striving to secure the rebounds, Leonard maneuvered past Beverly and passed the ball to George, who swiftly took the shot. Swish. In the subsequent play, Leonard utilized Beverly's off-ball screen to receive the ball and executed a fadeaway jumper. Swish. On the Clippers' side, George and Leonard's shooting touch began to blaze, and the other players also became remarkably accurate. It remains uncertain whether Coach Lue's motivational speech had a profound effect, as long as they could evade Xu Sen. Scoring seemed inevitable. In a flash, the score between the two teams surged, and we couldn't contain Xu Sen. Under the scorching hot shooting performance, the Mavericks found it impossible to defend against us as every player contributed to the scoreboard. In a mere span of 9 minutes, Xu Sen astoundingly achieved 30 points with 11 successful shots out of 12 attempts, including 8 out of 9 from beyond the arc. The second quarter concluded with a score of 80-72, as the entire Clippers team erupted in response to Xu Sen's explosive scoring, closely trailing the Mavericks and preventing them from widening their lead. Coach Lue could not help but smile, sensing he had uncovered a strategy to conquer the Mavericks, a fierce scoring contest. As long as they could outscore their opponents, victory would be theirs. Yet, his thoughts were overly simplistic. Could it be that all Clippers players would consistently perform at their peak in every game and sustain such fervor throughout an entire match? The onset of the third quarter swiftly dispelled that notion impossible. Yet, Xu Sen proved otherwise. In the third quarter, Xu Sen continued to demonstrate his scoring prowess, starting with a flawless 6 three-pointers out of 6 attempts prior to the game's commencement. This sudden surge widened the gap between the two teams to 98-82. Coach Lue could scarcely believe it. Just as he thought he had found a solution, it was swiftly overturned. As the third quarter progressed, Xu Sen further asserted, scoring? You Clippers cannot compete with us Mavericks. You cannot surpass me, Xu Sen. Chapter 84. The 10-game winning streak of the Golden State Warriors. By the end of the third quarter, the score had ballooned to a staggering 116-90. With a 26-point deficit separating the teams, Leonard and George appeared listless, despite their efforts to contribute, with Leonard scoring 26 points and George 28. Even with 3 other teammates scoring in double digits, they still faced a 26-point defeat against the Mavericks. A sense of bitterness and despair loomed over them. Could the Mavericks truly claim the championship this season? Coach Lue shared similar sentiments, resorting to his final strategy, reinforcement. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Clippers, seemingly resigned, placed 5 substitutes on the court. Jason Kidd, with a cheerful demeanor, also introduced 5 substitutes and settled beside Xu Sen and Doncic for a casual chat, leaving the remaining duties to his assistant coach. Time seemed to pass swiftly amidst their jovial conversation, and before long, the game concluded with the Mavericks triumphing over the Clippers, 140-112. Xu Sen's performance in this match culminated in an impressive tally of 69 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. The Mavericks also celebrated their 6th consecutive victory in the regular season. Following the game, after a cordial handshake, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue participated in a post-match interview. Coach Lue, could you elaborate on the primary reason for your team's loss? A reporter inquired. Do we even need to ask? It's Xu Sen. In the first half, our players unleashed the most formidable version of him, and as a result, we lost the game, Lue remarked, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. The reporter pressed on. Did you devise any strategies to contain Xu Sen? What do you think? Lue retorted, leaving the room in silence. Frankly speaking, Xu Sen is now a coveted player across the entire league. Encountering him has become a source of concern for all teams, he added before departing. Meanwhile, Xu Sen chose to forego interviews and returned home, as his sister-in-law was preparing to return to her country. Xu Sen was filled with joy for now. No one could intrude upon the intimate world he shared with Lu Ruiying. Their every movement had always been rather loud, and during Lu Ruiying's sister, Lu Ruoyan's, stay, she had refrained from allowing Xu Sen to touch her. This had left Xu Sen, who was newly acquainted with the pleasures of intimacy, restless and yearning. Consequently, over the past few days, he found no outlet for his pent-up frustrations, often retreating to train alone until the midnight hour. The following day, after bidding farewell to his sister-in-law, Lu Ruoyan, Xu Sen turned to Lu Ruiying, his smile brimming with delight. Instantly, Lu Ruiying understood his unspoken desires, her ears flushing with embarrassment as she playfully slapped him, flustered and indignant. Upon returning home, she stormed into the bedroom. Xu Sen laughed more joyfully and followed along with enthusiasm. The Mavericks' upcoming schedule resembled a delightful journey, beginning with a visit to the Houston Rockets, who were embroiled in chaos due to Harden's departure. The game concluded with a decisive score of 112-76, allowing them to clock out after just 2.5 quarters. Next, they traveled to Texas to challenge the rebuilding San Antonio Spurs, where Xu Sen had a pleasant conversation with the venerable coach Popovich. During their chat, Popovich warmly extended an invitation for Xu Sen to join the Spurs next season. However, Xu Sen skillfully deflected the offer. Upon returning, Jason Kidd persistently inquired about Xu Sen's discussion with Popovich, cautioning him not to heed the elder's words, insisting that Popovich was quite devious and had committed many misdeeds, all out of concern that Xu Sen might be lured away by him. After Xu Sen disclosed their conversations to Jason Kidd, the latter finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, they faced the Hornets and the Raptors, 2 underwhelming teams from the Eastern Conference, at home, emerging victorious with ease by the end of the third quarter. As the first month of the regular season drew to a close, the Mavericks prepared to challenge the Warriors at the Oracle Arena in Golden State. Following this match, Porzingis would rejoin the team. Moreover, Xu Sen was finally given the opportunity to compete against the illustrious Stephen Curry. The Warriors, home Curry, Poole, Wiggins, Draymond Green, Wiseman. The Mavericks, away Xu Sen, Hardaway, D. Smith, Kleber. As the two teams completed their warm-ups, Xu Sen and Curry approached the center circle. Ready for the jump ball. Xu Sen, you are destined to lose. I am the dunk king of Golden State, Curry coolly remarked. Hee, just wait and see. Don't cry afterward, Xu Sen chuckled in response. Beep. The referee tossed the basketball into the air. Xu Sen leaped with great vigor, effortlessly passing the basketball to Doncic behind him. Doncic dribbled the ball forward, and upon landing, Xu Sen followed Curry as they advanced toward the front court. You should be called Golden State Levine, not the dunk king, Xu Sen jested with a smile. Levine? The slam dunk contest champion? Curry inquired. In Huaxia. Your fans affectionately refer to you this way, Xu Sen replied, still smiling. Really? Oh, you're being cheeky. Before Curry could finish his sentence, Xu Sen dashed forward to receive the ball and launched a three-pointer. Swish. In Huaxia, there is a saying that all's fair in war. As he retreated on defense, Xu Sen grinned at Curry and said, just wait for me. Curry, fuming, received the inbound pass and sprinted toward the front court. As Curry dribbled to the front, Xu Sen was about to step up for defense when Draymond Green moved in to set a screen. Utilizing Green's screen, Curry found a sliver of space and released a quick shot. Swish. At that moment, fans in the Huaxia Forest livestream chat began to erupt with comments. This is unreal. Fake Curry. Is Curry about to engage Xu Sen in a three-point shootout? When did Curry become this accurate? Did Xu Sen shoot him? The Warriors fans in the Oracle Arena erupted in cheers. Hey, Xu Sen, I told you to wait for me, Curry said, lifting his head with a hint of pride. Truly deserving of the title of NBA sharpshooter. But watch my next shot. Golden State's Levine, Xu Sen chuckled. After receiving the ball, Xu Sen swiftly advanced, utilizing Hardaway's assistance to evade Draymond Green's defense and charged directly towards the paint. Wiseman, unafraid and brimming with youthful exuberance, aimed to block Xu Sen's shot, leaping alongside him with outstretched hands, only to realize the basketball ascended ever higher, accompanied by an overwhelming force coursing through his hands. In an instant, Wiseman lost his balance mid-air. Thud. Xu Sen hung from the rim while Wiseman tumbled to the floor. Without a glance at Wiseman, Xu Sen turned to Curry and inquired, Can you do that? Curry, caught between amusement and disbelief, shook his head, replying, You just sent our rookie packing. That was rather ruthless. With that, Curry rushed over to help Wiseman to his feet. Xu Sen's lips curled into a smile as he turned and sprinted back to the front court. For the next segment of the game, he refrained from pursuing scoring opportunities, instead dedicating himself to orchestrating plays and delivering exquisite passes, thereby assisting his teammates. Notably, Doncic thrived beyond the arc, relishing every shot. Whether it was the inspiration ignited by Xu Sen and Doncic or simply his innate shooting prowess, Curry exhibited remarkable form, achieving 7 successful shots out of 10 attempts within the first quarter. As the first quarter concluded, the Warriors trailed the Mavericks by a narrow margin of 33-34. The Mavericks entered the second quarter with a slender advantage of 1 point. Chapter 85. Breaking Clay's single-quarter record as the second quarter commenced. Xu Sen embraced the role of a traditional point guard, focusing on facilitating his teammates. However, whenever the Warriors eased their defensive pressure on him, Xu Sen would seize the opportunity to showcase his scoring prowess. As the second quarter approached its final minute, the score remained tightly contested, with the Mavericks leading 64-60 over the Warriors. It was the Warriors' possession. Jordan Poole, positioned 2 steps behind the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, received a pass from Curry. Xu Sen casually assumed a defensive posture beyond the three-point line. Poole, the towering presence, launched an extraordinary long-range shot, and to Xu Sen's astonishment, he wore a mocking expression as he remarked, You're not nearly as terrifying as they say, are you? I've already sunk 3 three-pointers right in front of you. The score is now 64-63. Xu Sen was momentarily taken aback. Was he being ridiculed by Emperor Poole? Was he truly so inconsequential? In an instant, Xu Sen's demeanor shifted as he accelerated towards the front court. Brother Goji, Wiggins, stepped up to defend him, now tasked with the primary responsibility of guarding Xu Sr. Confronted by Wiggins, a prodigious talent, Xu Sen executed a swift change of direction, shifting the ball from side to side before seamlessly transitioning to a dribble between his legs, propelling himself forward with a deft step back. In a flash, he had eluded Wiggins, unleashing a shot. Swish. 67-63. Curry glanced at Xu Sen and sensed something amiss. He noticed a fierce determination radiating from Xu Sen's eyes and could not help but shake his head. Yet, Xu Sen had already retreated on defense. I hope I misread that, Curry thought to himself. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. During the Warriors' offensive possession, after crossing half-court and finding no opportunity to shoot, Curry passed the ball to Poole. As Xu Sen aggressively closed in on him, Poole, upon receiving the ball and intending to shoot, felt the pressure of Xu Sen's advance. In a moment of panic, he retracted the ball, only for it to collide with his foot, sending it rolling directly to Xu Sen's side. Xu Sen picked up the pace and surged forward, while Emperor Poole took a few steps in pursuit before conceding. Xu Sen dashed into the front court. Noticing that he was unguarded, with only Curry from the Warriors rushing towards him, it was evident that the team relied heavily on Curry's prowess. Muttering to himself, he swiftly launched a three-point shot. Swish. With just 12 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Warriors prepared for their final offensive play. As Curry advanced, Draymond Green moved in to set a screen. Upon Xu Sen evading Green's defense, he encountered Wiggins' off-ball screen. Curry seized the opportunity, finding space to release his shot. Swish. Beep. The second quarter concluded with a score of 69-66. Curry shrugged and began to bite down on his mouthguard. Xu Sen could not restrain himself from approaching to inquire about his lingering curiosity. Curry, does your mouthguard have a taste? I often see you gnawing on it. Not at all. It's merely a habitual bite. It helps relieve stress, Curry replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Then make sure to bite it more in the second half. Your teammates just taunted me, and I intend to start scoring, Xu Sen added, satisfied with the answer as he returned to the Mavericks bench. Curry's expression immediately fell. It appeared his earlier impression was not mistaken. Who could have dared to mock Xu Sen? Filled with questions and indignation, he made his way back to the Warriors bench, interrogating each teammate one by one. When he reached Poole, he calmly denied any involvement. Ultimately, his suspicious gaze landed on Draymond Green, who had also denied it. Yet he had a history of such antics. Curry was left puzzled, and Coach Kerr of the Warriors shared in that confusion. What was Curry up to? Asking who had mocked Xu Sen, what was the harm in a little banter? Draymond Green felt particularly wronged, having faced Xu Sen in the Olympics. He knew just how formidable Xu Sen was. There was no way he would mock him. It was not as if he had taken some performance-enhancing substance. Aside from Wiggins, who leisurely sipped water from his thermos, the rest of the Warriors appeared burdened as they began the third quarter. The Mavericks made adjustments, substituting Hardaway for Charlie Dorsey and Cauley-Stein for Kleber. Having won the jump ball, the Warriors were set to attack first in the third quarter. Draymond Green initiated the play, passing to Wiggins, who had found an open lane. Wiggins received the ball and leapt effortlessly for a thunderous dunk over the defending D. Smith. D. Smith resigned, retrieved the ball, and passed it to Xu Sen. Wiggins' talent was undeniable. Xu Sen received the ball with the intention of first confronting D. Smith to settle a score with Wiggins when the opportunity arose. He swiftly advanced the counterattack, with Charlie Dorsey providing a brief screen. As Xu Sen controlled the ball at the three-point line, he faced only Draymond Green's defense. With a sudden step back, he created space and launched his shot. Swish. Draymond Green was completely in sync with Xu Sen's rhythm, utterly outmaneuvered. However, Draymond remained unperturbed, simply running to inbound the ball. As Curry kept a watchful eye, curious to see if any taunts would emerge. On the next play, as Curry utilized Draymond's screen to take his shot, Xu Sen, thanks to his remarkable vertical leap, managed to graze the basketball with his fingertips. Curry's attempt resulted in an air ball, which was secured by Cauley-Stein. After receiving the pass, Xu Sen executed another rapid three-point attempt in transition. Draymond shouted in frustration, guard Xu Sen at half court. He was prepared to unleash his three-point prowess. In the subsequent possession, as Xu Sen crossed half court, he was immediately besieged by Wiggins and Draymond Green. Xu Sen directed the ball towards Doncic, who had already secured his position. The wide-open Doncic effortlessly sank the basketball through the hoop from beyond the three-point line. This was no longer merely a men's basketball game. His teammates were not from the CBA, but from the NBA. Moreover, they included the extraordinary sharpshooter Doncic, unparalleled across European leagues. On the next play, Poole stepped up to defend Doncic, who initiated a pick-and-roll with Xu Sen, creating ample space for a decisive shot. Swish. Following this, D. Smith also came forward to provide assistance with a screen, and with the support of 3 teammates, Xu Sen found it exceedingly easy to take his shot. 3-pointers rained down one after another, culminating in an astonishing streak of 13 consecutive attempts. Beep. The third quarter concluded. Xu Sen achieved an extraordinary feat, sinking 13 out of 13 3-point attempts and amassing 39 points in a single quarter. He shattered 3 remarkable records previously held by Klay Thompson, the record for most 3-pointers in a single quarter with 9, the highest personal score in a quarter at 37 points, and the record for the most 3-pointers in a regular season game at 14. Klay Thompson, who had come to watch the game with his girlfriend, initially wore a smile that has now turned to a grimace, unexpectedly witnessing another individual surpass his illustrious records. Xu Sen elevated these records significantly, particularly the 3-pointers, which surged from 9 to a staggering 13 within a single quarter. Moreover, by the third quarter, the Mavericks had essentially clocked out, with the score standing at 111-86 in favor of the Mavericks, marking a 25-point gap. With Xu Sen remaining on the court, defeat seemed inevitable. Dressed and ready, Curry approached the impeccably attired Thompson on the bench and patted him on the shoulder. This league has indeed witnessed the emergence of a sharpshooter even more formidable than us. Fear not. He may surpass me, but I shall continue to shatter this record. I am not yet past my prime, Thompson replied after a moment of contemplation. I will persist in my training. His determination grew stronger with each word. All right. I will join you in training. Next season, we shall not succumb to defeat again, Curry affirmed. After hearing this, Thompson rose and departed with his wife. Meanwhile, Curry sat on the bench, lost in thought and biting his mouthguard, as the Warriors surrendered in the fourth quarter, no longer needing to take the court. Despite his earlier words to Thompson, he could not guarantee that they could triumph over Xu Sen throughout the game. Xu Sen left Curry with an impression of unparalleled dominance. Chapter 86. Xu Sen, when will you score 100 points in a single game? On the court, players from both teams battled fiercely for their NBA careers. This was an entire quarter of play, providing them the opportunity to showcase their talents. Aside from a single official timeout, neither team called for a break, allowing the game to flow swiftly. Media reporters were eagerly preparing to interview Xu Sen. Beep. The match concluded, with the Warriors bench making a commendable effort to narrow the score to a mere 15-point deficit, ending at 136-121. Xu Sen's personal statistics: 58 points, 11 rebounds, 18 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. At the conclusion of the match, the two teams exchanged amicable handshakes. Curry approached Xu Sen with a smile, embracing him and proposing a jersey exchange. Xu Sen readily agreed and took a photograph with Curry. Following the game, the Warriors were the first to engage in interviews, during which Coach Kerr articulated the reasons for their swift defeat. Some of our players mocked Xu Sen, which provoked a significant outburst from him. However, I am unaware of the individual responsible. I advise against mocking Xu Sen. This statement caused an uproar among the media, shedding light on why the previously composed Xu Sen suddenly erupted in the third quarter, decisively altering the course of the game. Next, Curry participated in an interview. Curry, do you know who initiated the mockery? Was it Jordan Poole? After reviewing the footage, it appeared that following Poole's basket in the final minute of the second quarter, he exchanged a few words with Xu Sen, which seemingly triggered Xu Sen's explosive performance. What? Was it Poole? Are you certain? Could you show me? Curry's excitement surged as he finally discovered the identity of the provocateur. A reporter presented a tablet for him to view the footage. Now we know who it was. Xu Sen taught our rookie a lesson today. Although Curry's words were composed, he seethed internally, feeling deceived by Poole. This rookie is in for some consequences. Curry, with Klay Thompson's return from injury on the horizon, do you believe your chances against the Mavericks will improve? Klay Thompson's recovery is still underway, yet he persists in daily training. Once he returns, no team in the league will wish to face us, including the Mavericks with Xu Sen. Curry, reflecting on Thompson's imminent return, gazed resolutely at the reporters. Next season, we shall become a formidable challenge for all teams. After this declaration, Curry addressed a couple of additional questions before departing. On the Mavericks side, following their post-game rituals, Coach Jason Kidd began his interview, announcing to the media that Porzingis would return for the next game. Kidd, the Mavericks franchise record for consecutive wins stands at 11. By winning the upcoming game against the Raptors, you could surpass that record or even aim for a higher streak. Our goal is the championship. First and foremost, I must ensure the players' health before considering accolades. The seasoned Jason Kidd adeptly navigated the reporters' inquiries, and after a brief session, they concluded, awaiting Xu Sen's arrival for his interview. After a few moments, Xu Sen leisurely approached the corridor. Congratulations, Xu Sen, on breaking 3 records. As Xu Sen approached, the media reporters erupted into applause. After Xu Sen took his seat, all the cameras and microphones swiftly converged upon him, and the prearranged journalists began to pose their inquiries. Xu Sen, did your explosive performance in the third quarter occur as a reaction to Jordan Poole's taunts from the Warriors? He replied, well, he seems to think I am not that remarkable. I suppose I must leave him with a lasting impression. Earlier, Curry remarked that once Klay Thompson returns, every team facing them will encounter significant challenges. Will the Mavericks be among them? Xu Sen responded, indeed, the full roster of the Warriors presents a formidable challenge. However, I shall not be daunted. I will be exhilarated. Is the Mavericks' objective still the championship this season, and which teams pose a threat to you? Hey, that question should be directed at our coach, not me. Since joining the league, I have not faced every team, so I cannot say for certain. Upon hearing this, the assembled journalists were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xu Sen had been in the league for less than a year. Last season, he participated in only a handful of regular games before entering the playoffs. Some journalists quickly regained their composure and continued their questioning. Xu Sen, in your upcoming match against the Raptors, your idol Kobe scored 81 points against them. Can you surpass that? Xu Sen remarked, what was Kobe's situation then? And what is mine now? I have several excellent teammates. As long as the team can secure the victory, that is what truly matters. Xu Sen, given your scoring efficiency, you could eclipse the legendary Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points. When will you achieve a perfect score? I recall you scoring 100 points during the Olympics. He replied, scoring high is exhausting. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to engage in solo efforts. Basketball is a 5-person sport, but if the team requires me, I will certainly take the shot. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Sen spoke. Ultimately, after answering a few more questions, he returned. Subsequently, they prepared to face the challenge posed by the Raptors on their home turf. Just as Xu Sen returned to his villa in Dallas to engage and practice with the NBA's least effective defender, Lu Ruiying, news of today's game had already spread like wildfire across the internet. Xu Sen, if the team requires it, I can achieve a perfect score of 100. I made a profound impression on Poole by breaking 3 of his records in front of Klay Thompson. Xu Sen, I am fortunate to have excellent teammates. What are the limits of Xu Sen? With an astonishing performance of 13 three-pointers out of 13 attempts, he scored a remarkable 39 points, and Porzingis is set to return. The following morning, as Xu Sen and Lu Ruiying enjoyed breakfast while perusing the news, Lu Ruiying intermittently burst into joyful laughter. Her excitement peaked upon seeing Xu Sen's name announced as the Western Conference Player of the Month by the NBA. She joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, wow, congratulations, Sen. You've earned the Player of the Month award. In her elation, she planted a fervent kiss on Xu Sen's cheek and declared, I must return to start editing your game footage. With that, she swiftly downed her milk and rushed to the study to begin editing Xu Sen's videos. Truly, it seems that an evening feast will be in order once again. She then picked up the phone to call Jiang Bin, reserving a table for the evening celebration. Acknowledging that with Xu Sen's rising fame, the business at Sen's restaurant was flourishing, necessitating advanced reservations. Xu Sen finished his last sip of breakfast, neatly stowed away his utensils, and headed to the sink. Upon his return, he indeed received a call from Doncic. Hey, Xu Sen, you've been named Player of the Month. Let's celebrate tonight. Doncic exclaimed. I've already reserved a table at the forest-themed restaurant. Be sure to inform your teammates. You're so considerate. I'll go notify them. Doncic responded joyfully. 2 days later, at the American Airlines Center in Dallas, the arena was bustling with fans, drawn by Xu Sen's outstanding performance in the previous game. Among the audience were numerous NBA stars, including legends such as Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, and the demigod Vince Carter, all gathered to witness the spectacle. As Xu Sen entered the arena, he approached each person to greet them. Hey, boss, what brings you here to watch the game today? I saw in the media that you aimed to emulate my 81 points, so here I am, Kobe replied with a smile. Chapter 87, Effortlessly Securing 12 Consecutive Victories, Boss. After all this time, do you still believe what the media says? Xu Sen inquired. Hey, who knows if you really aspire to score a perfect 100? Kobe jested, lightly punching Xu Sen's chest. At that moment, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban approached. Hey, Kobe, welcome to Dallas. What do you think of our Xu Sen? Quite impressive, isn't he? Cuban said with a grin. Mark, Xu Sen is indeed my little brother, and he is exceptional. "You Mavericks have struck gold," Kobe replied. Mark Cuban held a profound admiration for Kobe, having retired his number 24 jersey when Kobe hung up his sneakers. The two engaged in a lively conversation. As Xu Sen observed the two engaged in lively conversation, he approached the familiar basketball stars, greeting them one by one. The Mavericks teammates warming up on the court, along with the Raptors players, gazed at Xu Sen with a mixture of envy and admiration as he conversed with the stars. Particularly, the Raptors' current leading star, Siakam, had been the subject of extensive media coverage prior to the game, with calls for Xu Sen to emulate Kobe's legendary 81-point performance against the Raptors. This incited frustration among the Raptors players, whose sole mission today was to secure victory and stifle Xu Sen's efforts. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, the starting lineups were announced. Mavericks, home Charlie Denson, Xu Sen, Doncic, Kleber, Porzingis. Raptors, away Van Vliet, Lowry, Anunoby, Siakam. Baines. Porzingis' return was immediately felt as he won the jump ball against Baines. The basketball landed in Charlie Denson's hands. Xu Sen was positioned at the shooting guard, and he entrusted the ball handling to Denson. Upon advancing to the front court, Denson passed to the unmarked Xu Sen, who effortlessly launched an ultra-long three-pointer. Swish. Seeing Xu Sen score so effortlessly, Siakam shouted at Lowry and Anunoby to stay on him and remember their objective. The two had initially struggled to adapt to Xu Sen's speed and rhythm, allowing him to slip away with ease, and they nodded in acknowledgement of Siakam's command. The Mavericks fans, accustomed to Xu Sen's remarkable long-range shooting, responded with applause and cheers. Van Vliet dribbled the ball up the court, waiting for his teammates, especially Siakam, to establish their positions. Once past half-court, Lowry stepped in to set a screen, enabling Van Vliet to evade Xu Sen's defense. Siakam also moved in to set a pick, successfully receiving Van Vliet's pass. Before Kleber could close in, Siakam released the basketball. Swish. 3-2. After scoring, Siakam let out a roar. But upon seeing the Mavericks inbounds the ball, he quickly turned to defend. The Raptors arranged their defense at the half-court logo, with Lowry and Anunoby tightly guarding Xu Sen, while Van Vliet positioned himself on the three-point line to defend against Doncic and others. The remaining two focused on interior defense, clearly having prepared extensively for this match, intent on a decisive confrontation with the Mavericks. However, they had not anticipated another strategy. Xu Sen, evading the ball, began to lead his defenders on a run. What initially seemed like a sound defensive arrangement quickly unraveled under Xu Sen's movement, allowing Doncic to score a two-pointer from the free-throw line with ease. Over the next 6 minutes, Xu Sen not only sank another three-pointer, but also continued to lead his defenders on a chase, leaving Lowry and Anunoby bewildered and disrupting the Raptors' formation. Meanwhile, the other four Mavericks players consistently scored, effortlessly finding open shots after just a couple of passes, demonstrating the truth of Xu Sen's assertions. In the NBA, he is fortunate to have commendable teammates. The score between the two teams quickly widened. At 18-10, the Raptors' head coach, displaying a look of resignation, called for a timeout, realizing that without further contributions from Xu Sen, they were bound to lose the match. During the timeout, the Raptors restructured their defensive lineup. Once the break concluded, the Mavericks made substitutions, bringing in D. Smith and Cauley-Stein for Portsy, and Kleber. Given that Portsy had only recently recovered from injury, Jason Kidd was judicious in managing his playing time, opting for the defensively adept Kleber to collaborate with him in the paint, thereby alleviating Portsy's defensive responsibilities. As the Raptors commenced their offensive possession, Siakam received the basketball in the paint and, facing the Mavericks' weakened interior defense, effortlessly maneuvered past D. Smith to score. D. Smith, upon passing the ball, noticed Xu Sen making his move again. However, this time, only Lowry followed Xu Sen's run, while the others remained focused on their assigned defensive matchups. With a smile gracing Xu Sen's lips, he accelerated past Doncic, effortlessly leaving Lowry behind and receiving a pass from Charlie Denson. With no defenders in sight, Xu Sen caught the ball beyond the three-point line, and the outcome was inevitable. Swish. 21-12. In the next sequence, Charlie Denson intercepted Van Vliet's pass, and Van Vliet managed to entangle him, allowing the rest of the Raptors to successfully regroup on defense. Yet, it was still just Lowry left to guard Xu Sr. Xu Sen unreservedly received the ball from beyond the arc and raised his hand to shoot. With the score at 24-12, the next player tasked with guarding Xu Sen was no longer Lou Rue, but rather Anubino. However, having just one player shadowing Xu Sen proved equally ineffective. Xu Sen effortlessly evaded him to catch the ball and sank a three-pointer. Gradually, the ensuing minutes mirrored the chaotic state of the game at the outset, as the Raptors' formation descended into disarray. Beep. The first quarter concluded with a score of 36-20. Xu Sen executed a flawless three-point shot, sinking all 5 attempts, rendering the Raptors' defensive strategy futile, as they suffered a staggering 16-point deficit in a single quarter. The two starting players who had been trailing Xu Sen exhibited a significant decline in stamina, effectively sealing the fate of the match. The Raptors' head coach, contemplating the situation with closed eyes, reluctantly addressed his players about the ensuing tactics, prioritizing scoring over defense. They could not afford to concede 20 points within a single quarter. To their astonishment, the Raptors noted that Xu Sen did not take to the court in the second quarter, speculating that his vigorous performance in the first quarter necessitated a respite. This prompted the Raptors to launch a fervent offensive in pursuit of narrowing the score gap. Both teams appeared to forego defense entirely, channeling their energies solely into scoring, resulting in a frenzied escalation of points until the conclusion of the second quarter. With a score of 72-60, Doncic struggled with his shooting touch, compounded by Kristaps Porzingis spending nearly 6 minutes on the court, allowing the Raptors to recover 4 points. The Raptors' head coach expressed dissatisfaction, pondering why, despite the absence of Xu Sen from the Mavericks, they had not managed to close the gap more significantly, indicating a need for introspection. While the Raptors' coach strategized in the locker room, Jason Kidd turned to Xu Sen, suggesting he take to the court in the third quarter to conclude the contest. All right. With a whistle, the third quarter commenced. Porzingis remained sidelined, preparing for a series of sprints. The Raptors initiated their offense, successfully passing the ball to Pascal Siakam after several exchanges. However, Xu Sen positioned himself near the paint, poised for action. As Siakam faked D. Smith to prepare for a jump shot, Xu Sen swiftly intervened, blocking the shot just as it was launched, seizing the ball and racing down the court to execute a rapid three-point shot. Swish. The transition from defense to offense was seamless, leaving Siakam in a state of disbelief as he watched Xu Sen return to defense after his shot. Xu Sen has just flown over, and even Siakam himself is unaware of when it happened. It's quite terrifying. In the ensuing third quarter, with the assistance of screens from Hardaway and Doncic, Xu Sen received support. Xu Sen made an astonishing 11 out of 11 three-point attempts, contributing several assists along the way. During the Raptors' offensive plays, it felt as though Xu Sen was omnipresent, frequently disrupting their rhythm with steals and blocks, causing immense frustration. Despite the head coach calling 2 timeouts, the situation remained unchanged. As the third quarter concluded, the Mavericks led the Raptors 114-82, allowing the Mavericks to effectively clock out early. During the intermission, Xu Sen took a moment to chat with Kobe Bryant in the stands. "Congratulations on your 12th consecutive victory, Xu Sen. You are truly remarkable," Kobe said, exchanging a fist bump with him. Chapter 88, The Battle of Percentages, 1. Following the match against the Raptors, Xu Sen declined interviews and instead accompanied Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal to a forest-themed restaurant for a meal. Although Kobe and O'Neal had visited China multiple times, it was their first experience with Min cuisine, and they praised the dishes enthusiastically. They insisted that the next time Xu Sen visited Los Angeles, he should be treated to a meal by them. "Xu Sen, given your current form this season, if you can avoid injuries, your chances of winning the championship are substantial," Kobe remarked earnestly. "Indeed, but we must also consider the Nets in the East. I've heard that your Chinese owner, Kai, is looking to trade for James Harden." O'Neal interjected after taking a sip of water. "Challenges fuel motivation. I am eager to compete against those 3, Xu Sen confidently replied. "You remind me of my younger self. Xu Senator, but first, you must get past tomorrow's roster of 75 players," Kobe said with a sense of pride in his eyes. Recently, Embiid has been performing exceptionally well. He is currently second on the MVP list, O'Neal added, finishing a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall with a satisfying smack of his lips. "Well then, I shall dominate Embiid. To be honest, he is rather soft, especially for a center. Don't you agree? Your Mavericks Portsy isn't particularly tough either. Many centers in today's league lack the requisite grit," O'Neal remarked, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. With the league now embracing a small ball era under the leadership of Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors, many centers have taken to shooting three-pointers. Xu Sen smiled knowingly. "Very objective observation," Kobe commented. "Hey, enough of this talk. What else would you like to eat? I can have them bring more," Xu Sen interjected, eager to shift the conversation. Eventually, O'Neal, clutching his stomach, ambled out of the forest-themed restaurant. I must come to Dallas more often to watch you play. The food here is delightful. Can I get a discount if I mention your name? O'Neal said, his eyes sparkling as he licked his lips. That's not possible. You've eaten too much. The most I can offer is a discount, Xu Sen replied, astonished by O'Neal's appetite, which was indeed formidable compared to the three of them. You, a billionaire, are still asking the younger generation for food, Kobe chuckled, playfully punching O'Neal. Take care, Xu Sen. When the next game, Kobe said as he bid farewell and got into his car. Good luck, Xu Sen. O'Neal also bid farewell. A day before the game against the Mavericks, Embiid sparked significant controversy with a tweet. The Mavericks have been performing remarkably well lately. We, the 76ers, shall triumph over you. The last time you defeated us was because I was absent. Now that I have returned, the 76ers will conquer you, Mavericks, and I shall prevail over you, Doncic. His direct remarks sent ripples through the NBA community. O'Neal responded directly, stating, I believe Doncic will teach you a lesson. Your arrogance will lead to your downfall. Numerous legendary figures have taken to the stage to voice their opinions, igniting a fervor across Twitter. The matchup between the 75 and the Mavericks garnered immense attention. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of Los Angeles, a certain individual, troubled by a lack of recent visibility, found inspiration upon witnessing the buzz surrounding this event and began to peruse the game schedule. The following day, amidst the fervent anticipation, the much-anticipated game between the 75 and the Mavericks commenced. Due to the overwhelming excitement, renowned commentators Shaquille O'Neal, Stephen A. Smith, and Charles Barkley were invited to provide their insights. However, Barkley cast a less than favorable glance at the 75. As he is both a staunch admirer and a former player for the 75, he found himself assigned to their side, while the detestable O'Neal was allocated to the Mavericks, leaving Barkley quite displeased, especially with regard to Embiid. After a brief warm-up, the game was poised to begin in earnest. The Mavericks, home Hinson, Hardaway, Doncic, Kleber, and Porzingis. The 75, away Maxey, Seth Curry, Simmons, Harris, and Embiid. This season, the 75 also secured the services of the formidable Dwight Howard as a substitute. Although their strength is deemed modest, thus far, they boast a record of 9 wins and 2 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference. As the game commenced, Porzingis faced off against Embiid for the jump ball, and despite their similar height and wingspan, Porzingis excelled, granting the Mavericks the opportunity for their initial offensive play. As Xu Sen received the ball, Maxey immediately closed in. This 2018 talent has gradually carved out his niche within the team, steadily revealing his prowess. However, with a swift acceleration and a change of direction, Xu Sen managed to shake him off. Just beyond the halfway line, Simmons, fueled by rage, approached with fervor. Ever since Xu Sen outplayed him last season, he has harbored a grudge that lingers to this day. The once gaming-enthused Simmons devoted his offseason to relentless practice, all in the pursuit of vengeance against Xu Sr. At this moment, Hardaway stepped up to set a screen, allowing Xu Sen to exploit the opening created by Hardaway's shield. With newfound space, he launched an extraordinarily long three-pointer. Swish! Xu Sen's first shot found its mark. Truly, he is remarkable. This season, his three-point shooting has reached an impressive accuracy of 86.7. Shaquille O'Neal chuckled heartily. Just look at Embiid. He will take the shot, Barkley reluctantly uttered insincere words. In the very next moment, the 75ers advanced, and Embiid took a three-pointer from the 45-degree angle. The ball soared gracefully but unfortunately ricocheted off the rim, only for Xu Sen to seize the rebound. In that instant, the commentary booth was filled solely with O'Neal's laughter. Xu Sen received the basketball and swiftly advanced on the fast break. 75 players were stationed on the perimeter, defending against him. Observing the situation, Xu Sen charged into the paint, where Embiid had just established his position. As Xu Sen leaped toward the basket, Embiid followed suit to contest the shot. However, having not yet stabilized himself and with a low jump, Embiid was unexpectedly collided with by Xu Sen's dunk. Instantly, the Mavericks fans at the American Airlines Center erupted in cheers, only to quickly shift to taunting Embiid. Softy, go practice some more. They jeered. You really think you can challenge Xu Sen? Softy. The fans in the front row were relentless in their mockery, causing Embiid, still on the floor, to feel his face flush with embarrassment. After being helped up by Harris and Simmons, he managed to regain his composure, internally vowing to solidify his determination to win the game, even if it meant sacrificing his share of the ball. Indeed, During the next offensive play, Embiid received the ball in the paint and selflessly passed it to Seth Curry, who was open in the corner. Curry did not disappoint, converting the pass into an assist with a successful three-pointer. 5-3. In that moment, Embiid felt a sense of transcendence, believing himself to be great for the sacrifices made for the team's victory as he ran back toward his half of the court, lost in thought. Just as he was experiencing this self-affirmation, Xu Sen launched another fast break three-pointer from behind him, jolting him back to reality. Embiid's anger flared as he shouted at Maxey and Simmons, "Guard Xu Sen. What are you doing?" His outburst left Maxey and Simmons speechless. He had not even noticed the screen set by the other Mavericks players during Xu Sen's advance. Embiid, oblivious, rushed forward without glancing back, completely focused ahead, while the others trailed behind him. This scene elicited laughter from the entire arena, particularly from the commentator Shaquille O'Neal, who was doubled over in amusement before the global audience. Both Xu Sen and Doncic on the court were unable to suppress their laughter as well. Embiid's antics were indeed amusing. Chapter 89, The Battle of Percentages 2. Hearing the laughter from the crowd, Embiid fell silent, lowering his head as he sprinted toward the front court. Upon receiving a pass from Maxey at the three-point line, he deftly utilized Simmons' screen to create space. Transforming his earlier embarrassment into determination, Embiid unleashed a powerful three-pointer. 8-6. Following the basket, Embiid refrained from celebrating, calmly retreating to defend. He was determined to win this game, treating it as if it were the finals. Sensing the gravity of Embiid's demeanor, the teammates of the 75ers also intensified their defensive efforts. In this instance, Xu Sen was unable to evade the double team, but fortunately, he managed to pass the ball to Doncic. Doncic, however, began the game with a lackluster shot that failed to find the net, and the ever-vigilant Embiid seized the rebound. Upon securing the ball, Embiid swiftly entrusted it to Maxey, who advanced rapidly into the offensive zone. Approaching the three-point line, he noticed Xu Sen and began to retreat, ultimately passing the ball back to Embiid as he recognized the latter's presence. The ball lingered briefly with Embiid before he promptly relayed it to the charging Simmons. With sheer momentum, Simmons executed a delicate layup, evading Porzingis' attempt at a block to score. The score was tied at 8-8. In the subsequent possession, after crossing half-court, Xu Sen utilized his ability to draw defenders, setting up Porzingis for a thunderous dunk. Following that, Harris capitalized on a missed rebound from Simmons underneath the basket, converting it into an easy score. Xu Sen executed a splendid three-pointer utilizing the screen set by Doncic and Hardaway. Subsequently, the two teams remained closely matched throughout the entire quarter, with Xu Sen's multiple assists to teammates yielding less than favorable results. Apart from Xu Sen and Porzingis, the rest of the Mavericks struggled to find their rhythm. Given that Porzingis had just returned from injury, Coach Jason Kidd could not afford to keep him on the court for extended periods, resulting in Xu Sen predominantly carrying the scoring load in the latter half of the quarter. By the end of the first quarter, the Mavericks held a narrow lead over the 75ers, leading by just 3 points, a margin achieved primarily by the bench players in the final 3 minutes. The score stood at 36-33. Xu Sen scored 24 points, and Jason Kidd, seated on the Mavericks bench, wore a grim expression. In the first quarter, Hardaway attempted 3 shots but failed to convert any, while Doncic made only 1 out of 5 attempts, which was a mere layup. And that too under Xu Sen's defensive pressure. It can be said that their shooting touch had reached an all-time low. Jason Kidd found himself at a loss. As the players could only rely on their own skills when their shooting was off, there was little anyone else could do to assist. Rubbing his temples in contemplation, Kidd made tactical adjustments, substituting D. Smith for Kleber in the second quarter to enhance mobility, granting Xu Sen the freedom to shoot without the necessity of passing. The aim was to see if Xu Sen could widen the scoring gap. The stakes of the game were incredibly high. Losing was not an option. However, it appeared that the 75ers treated this match as a rehearsal for the finals, with nearly every player performing at their peak. Reflecting on this, Jason Kidd realized the outcome of the game now hinged on Xu Sen. On the 76ers bench, Coach Nick Nurse observed as Embiid passionately addressed his teammates, emphasizing the significance of this game, a sight that filled him with immense satisfaction. Furthermore, with every player in the first quarter finding their rhythm and significantly increasing their shooting percentage, it was clear to Nurse that following Embiid's lead was the right strategy. It felt seamless. Yet, Coach Nick Nurse remained unaware of the challenges that awaited them in this match. The second quarter commenced amidst the psychological maneuvers of both coaches. After a brief 3-minute exchange among the substitute players without any change in the score, Howard struggled against Boban, unable to find a solution against such towering opponents, which hindered the effectiveness of the 75ers bench. With 9 minutes remaining in the second quarter, both teams reintroduced their starters onto the court for the Mavericks' offensive possession. Xu Sen received the ball and accelerated forward, deftly evading Maxi's defense. Doncic stepped up to provide Xu Sen with a screen, allowing him to shake off Simmons. As Xu Sen approached the three-point line, he faced Seth Curry's defense with utter disregard, rising up to launch a three-pointer. In that moment, Curry's defense was rendered ineffective. Swish. The score stood at 48-42. Embiid, refusing to be outdone, capitalized on Simmons' drive to attract defenders, receiving the ball beyond the arc and sinking a shot to close the gap by 3 points. Embiid finally felt rejuvenated after making the shot. He retreated while taunting the Mavericks, proclaiming that they could not defeat their formidable 75. However, the Mavericks players paid no heed to Embiid's rallying cries. Xu Sen swiftly advanced with the ball, and as Embiid attempted to assist with the defense, Smith quickly stepped in to impede his progress. Xu Sen skillfully surged to the front court and, with no defender in sight, unleashed a long-range three-pointer. Swish. The spectators in the front row erupted into laughter, their mirth infectious, spreading throughout the arena as the large screen revealed the cause. Embiid appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, his expression decidedly grim, and he fell silent as he rejoined the offensive lineup. However, Xu Sen would not relent. When Maxi attempted to pass, Xu seized the opportunity to intercept, racing to the front court and executing another counterattack three-pointer, widening the gap to 9 points. Embiid clenched his fists tightly, shooting a glare at Maxi, before stepping out to the perimeter to receive the ball and orchestrate the play. Maxi, eager to atone, darted into an open position, receiving Embiid's pass and sinking a two-pointer. The players maintained their fiery momentum, while the Mavericks' outside shooting seemed to be encased in ice, as Xu Sen's passes went unanswered when he found himself without an opportunity. Xu Sen had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He ceased to dwell on three-point shots when opportunities for long-range attempts dwindled. He charged towards the basket with fervor. Despite his efforts, the 75ers remained tenacious, closely trailing and refusing to let the score gap widen significantly. In the final 20 seconds of the second quarter, Xu Sen received an inbound pass and sprinted forward like an untamed stallion, drawing defenders as he maneuvered around the court, all while managing the clock. With 3 seconds remaining, he utilized a screen set by Stein to launch a three-pointer from the 45-degree mark. Swish. The second quarter concluded with a score of 83-71, the differential now at 12 points. Xu Sen had amassed a staggering 36 points in that quarter alone, bringing his personal total to 60. As the halftime whistle blew, players from both teams retreated to their locker rooms. Jason Kidd observed Xu Sen's impressive statistics and the scoreboard thoughtfully, glancing several times at the seemingly unspent Xu Sen, who remained silent. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. He would see how Xu Sen performed in the third quarter. Jason Kidd sighed inwardly. Although the Mavericks held the lead, the atmosphere in the locker room felt tense. Even the usually vivacious Luka Doncic was unusually taciturn. They felt a pang of guilt for not providing Xu Sen with assistance. Eventually, it was Xu Sen who rose to offer some encouraging words, lightening the mood in the locker room. Meanwhile, the 75ers locker room buzzed with energy as Embiid, alongside head coach Nick Nurse, laid out tactical strategies for all the players. Even the typically laid-back Simmons was fully engaged, driven by a desire for revenge against Xu Sen. The entire 75ers team seemed to exude the intensity of a championship final, though they remained blissfully unaware that Xu Sen had already scored 60 points in the first half. Chapter 90. The Battle of Percentages 3. Beep. The second half commenced as both teams sent their starters back onto the court. For the Mavericks, Portsias remained seated on the bench under Jason Kidd's directive, while D. Smith and Kleber took to the floor in his stead. On the 75ers side, Seth Curry was also benched, giving way to last season's Lakers starter, D. Green. To assist in defending against Xu Sen as Maxi dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Embiid, who was stationed at the free throw line. Simmons, Maxi, and D. Green swiftly broke into a sprint. Simmons set a screen to free Maxi from Xu Sen's grasp, while D. Green moved in to set a pick for Embiid. Utilizing the screen, Embiid created ample space and launched a shot. Swish. This time, the 75ers executed their strategy flawlessly, and instead of celebrating, they calmly retreated to defend, showcasing their determination to win. The Mavericks now prepared for their offensive possession. Xu Sen received the serve and swiftly advanced, denying Maxey any opportunity to entangle him. As he crossed the half-court line, Green and Simmons closed in from both sides to create a double team. However, Doncic and Hardaway momentarily intervened to provide assistance and cover. It was evident that the 75ers aimed to compel Xu Sen to secure just 2 points, leaving no room for him to attempt a three-pointer. Xu Sen, leveraging his speed, approached the three-point line and leapt, releasing the basketball from his grasp. Swish. The more you wish for me not to shoot a three-pointer, the more I shall. Subsequently, the 75 players executed their strategy while Xu Sen remained focused on making that three-point shot, although his shooting percentage slightly dipped due to defensive pressure. And there were moments when he missed, he still maintained an impressive efficiency. Meanwhile, the physical exertion from running their tactics and defending Xu Sen took a toll on the 75 players, leading to a decline in their shooting accuracy as well. Gradually, the Mavericks, relying on Xu Sen's three-pointers, began to widen their lead point by point. Nick Nurse, feeling the urgency of the situation, promptly called a timeout to allow the 75 players to rest and reorganize their offensive strategies and defensive tactics against Xu Sen on the Mavericks side, after missing 2 consecutive three-pointers. Xu Sen grew impatient, preparing to shift his focus to two-point shots. With 5:09 remaining in the third quarter, the whistle blew. The game resumed with the Mavericks on the offensive. Xu Sen, undeterred by the halfway line, surged boldly into the paint, charging toward the basket. With a swift motion, he executed a pull-up to evade Embiid's block and scored. In the next possession, Xu Sen leaped from the free-throw line, causing Embiid to retreat 2 steps in an effort to avoid being posterized. Embiid was well aware of Xu Sen's dunking prowess, having witnessed numerous occasions where he had been either dunked on or had fallen victim to Xu Sen's explosive athleticism. As the game progressed, Simmons recalled Xu Sen's dominant mid-range jumpers and powerful dunks from the previous season. His prowess in the paint was undeniable. By the third quarter, Xu Sen's offensive efficiency had reached an astonishing 100%. Nick Nurse sensed an anomaly. It seemed that all the points this quarter were being scored solely by Xu Sr. With just 15 seconds left in the third quarter, the Mavericks initiated an offensive play. As Xu Sen crossed the half-court line, he launched the basketball with precision. Swish. With only 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the Mavericks executed a full-court press. On the other side, Maxey maneuvered to create space, receiving the ball and quickly advancing it to Embiid, who had sprinted past half-court. Just as Embiid was about to catch the ball, he caught sight of a shadow rushing toward him. Instinctively, he stepped forward to receive the pass, but it was too late. Xu Sen snatched the ball from midair. With the ball in hand, Xu Sen sprinted into the front court, halting abruptly as he crossed the half-court line. He elevated for a shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, finding its home in the basket. Swish. Beep. The third quarter concluded with a score of 119-100. Nick Nurse finally realized something was amiss. He turned to his assistant and inquired about Xu Sen's scoring tally. "I don't know. Let me check," the assistant replied, hastily departing. When the players returned to the bench, the assistant, visibly astonished, handed the statistics to Nick Nurse. "What? Xu Sen has already scored 96 points." Nick Nurse's eyes widened in disbelief. This shocking revelation captivated the attention of all the players on the 75 team, especially Embiid, who rushed over to peer at the data. After glancing at the figures, he too was left in a state of shock. How could this be possible? Soon, all the players from the 75 team gathered around, craning their necks to get a better look. One substitute player remarked in astonishment that it would take him an entire season to accumulate such a score in a single game. Meanwhile, the big screen illuminated Xu Sen's remarkable individual statistics. The audience, regardless of their allegiance to the Mavericks, stood in unison, eager to witness this historic moment. The commentators, having anticipated this milestone, expressed their excitement fervently. "I am witnessing history. I am witnessing history." The typically composed A. Smith echoed their sentiments. Shaquille O'Neal, clutching his phone, called Kobe, exclaiming, "Kobe, you missed out big time by leaving 2 days ago. Xu Sen is poised to make history. Quickly, turn on the television to witness the drama unfold. Provide your insightful commentary as I tune in." On the phone, Kobe replied briefly to Shaquille before ending the call. Shaquille, unfazed, prepared to reach out to another friend. Meanwhile, Barkley has already dismissed 75 players from his focus, passionately narrating Xu Sen's performance, which has dominated the first 2 quarters. At this moment, Xu Sen feels the toll of fatigue, applying an ice pack to his knee. His teammates, upon reviewing Xu Sen's statistics, gaze at him with enthusiasm, yet, seeing him with an ice pack and a towel over his face, they dare not disturb him. The large screen in the arena also highlights Xu Sen's current actions. A hush falls over the crowd as they collectively choose not to interrupt Xu Sen. They need him to return in the fourth quarter and continue his historic journey. As the intermission swiftly passes in silence, the fourth quarter commences. Xu Sen removes the towel from his head, sets aside the ice pack, and prepares to enter the game. The entire audience rises to their feet, erupting in applause as Xu Sen re-enters the court. Xu Sen, go forth and create your miracle. Jason Kidd cheerfully encourages him. Absolutely. I am the miracle, Xu Sen responds with determination. As the Mavericks initiate their offensive play, Xu Sen, having just taken his position, finds himself closely guarded by Maxey and Simmons, who aim to prevent him from receiving the ball. Nevertheless, Xu Sen swiftly maneuvers, circumventing Doncic and D. Smith to position himself for the pass. With remarkable speed, he dribbles towards the front court, while the 75 players hesitate to foul him. Fully aware of Xu Sen's impeccable free throw accuracy, Xu Sen dashed forward with remarkable speed, and by the time he reached the three-point line, most of the 75 players had been effectively shielded by his Mavericks teammates, allowing Xu Sen to break free. Xu Sen leapt directly from the free throw line, executing a mid-air spin before delivering a thunderous dunk. Bang! 121, 100. MVP. MVP. In the stands, regardless of their affiliations. Fans united in a chorus of cheers for Xu Senator Embiid watched as Xu Sen landed, his gaze filled with despair. He understood all too well that Xu Sen's 100 points would forever be intertwined with his name. Damn! Embiid shouted, his voice drowned out by the roar of the crowd. The players of the opposing team had lost all desire to attack, particularly after D. Green's ill-fated shot attempt. Xu Sen swiftly sprinted toward the front court as Doncic received the inbound pass and forcefully launched the ball forward, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line. 3 strides away from the arc, Xu Sen leaped high amidst Maxey's defense to seize the basketball, then aimed for the hoop. Swish. Xu Sen executed an airborne three-point shot with precision. Beep. The 75 team called for a timeout. Xu Sen's personal score reached an astounding 101 points, shattering the ancient record of 100 points set by the legendary Wilt Chamberlain. The entire arena, with only a handful of exceptions, rose to their feet, applauding Xu Sen with fervor. The sound of clapping resonated throughout the venue. In this single match, Xu Sen ascended to the pantheon of NBA legends. Chapter 91. The Aftermath of 101 Points. With this remarkable performance, Xu Sen has secured his place in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed excitedly into the microphone. Indeed, both Stephen A. Smith and Charles Barkley nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the applause and cheers reverberated throughout the arena, as fans jubilantly chanted Xu Sen's name, Xu Sen, Xu Sen. The excitement continued unabated during the timeout, even as the game resumed. Many fans eagerly anticipated Xu Sen returning to the court to further etch his name in history, yet 75 players raised the white flag in surrender, retreating to the water cooler as substitutes. In an instant, the crowd was taken aback, only to erupt in boos. Jason Kidd glanced at the departing 75 substitutes on the court, turning his gaze towards Xu Senator. Xu Sen shook his head, declaring that history had already been shattered, rendering further efforts unnecessary. Jason Kidd, visibly irked, nodded in agreement as he arranged for 5 substitute players to take the court. Hey, Barkley, your beloved 75 team is quite the embarrassment. Shaquille O'Neal chuckled. Well, the point differential is insurmountable, and Xu Sen has already broken the historical record, Barkley stammered, feeling the sting of humiliation upon hearing O'Neal's words. At that moment, the camera panned to the bench of the 75 team, revealing that both Embiid and Simmons were conspicuously absent. It was only through the replay that it became evident they had departed for the player tunnel immediately following Xu Sen's acquisition of 101 points and the subsequent timeout. The crowd's boos echoed throughout the arena, while the large screen displayed Xu Sen, engaging in playful banter with Doncic on the bench. Xu Sen, it's been a week since we dined together, and now you're neglecting us, Doncic remarked. In truth, since Xu Sen had showcased his extraordinary abilities, Doncic had long refrained from asserting his position as the team leader. He had come to realize that this team now truly belonged to Xu Sr. Xu Sen has undoubtedly emerged as the leader of the Mavericks. However, given his temperament, securing a championship title suffices. After all, He is a pivotal player and could certainly assume the role of Pippen. Eat, eat, eat. You've already gained so much weight. If you keep this up, our Mavericks will become the heaviest team in the NBA, Xu Sen remarked, exasperated. And what rewards do you propose for us? Your 101 points owe much to our contributions. Doncic retorted with conviction. Upon hearing Doncic's words, his teammates turned their gaze towards Xu Sen, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Tomorrow night, everyone is invited to my villa for a party. There will be bonuses as well, came a voice from behind. They turned to see Mavericks owner Mark Cuban grinning at them. As for the rewards, I shall cover Xu Sen's. Mark Cuban added. What a generous boss, Xu Sen exclaimed, rising to shake hands with Cuban. The Mavericks players also stood up, joyfully echoing Xu Sen's sentiments. What a generous boss. Now sit down. After the game, let's rest and prepare for a night of revelry tomorrow. Upon hearing this, all the players settled back into their seats. Congratulations, Xu Sen, for breaking the scoring record. This will be a lifetime honor for you. I must express my gratitude to the owner for providing me with this stage, Xu Sen humbly replied. Ah yes. Make sure to collect the basketball used in this game. It is a commemorative piece. I've arranged for a stage for you to accept interviews shortly, Mark Cuban said, patting Xu Sen on the shoulder. Thank you, boss, Xu Sen responded appreciatively. On the court, the two teams' bench players engaged in an intense battle. While the Mavericks bench was filled with camaraderie, outside, throngs of fans and reporters eagerly awaited the conclusion of the match. Meanwhile, the news of Xu Sen's 101 points flooded the American internet. What was already a highly anticipated game now attracted even more attention, particularly from Huaxia. Today, due to membership requirements, the viewing of the match on the platform had resulted in a surge of over 500,000 new members within a mere hour. The number of members continued to climb, and the platform experienced a continuous influx of viewers. The head of the streaming service wiped the sweat from his brow in the back office, having urgently added numerous servers to prevent the live broadcasts from crashing. His foresight in avoiding a streaming disaster filled him with joy, as he anticipated a substantial year-end bonus from his boss. At that moment, Xu Sen's fan live stream had become the largest in the sports section of the platform. Lu Rian was busy having her assistant capture screenshots to send Xu Sen signed jerseys, basketballs, and merchandise. Her brother-in-law, Xu Sen, was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he had brought back plenty of memorabilia from his last trip to America, which would suffice for the 3 million fans in the live stream. The chat room had become almost impossible to read due to the overwhelming volume of comments. Xu Sen 101. As the basketball community erupted in fervor for Xu Sen, the match finally concluded. The players of Team 75 swiftly exited the court, heading directly to their bench to gather their belongings before retreating into the players' tunnel. They felt unworthy to remain in that space. After the final whistle, the staff approached to collect the game ball, wiping it clean and presenting it to Xu Sen for his autograph. Xu Sen smiled as he accepted the accolade, signing it with pride. Xu Sen, 101 points. Soon, a group of individuals gathered the materials to construct a stage in the center of the arena. While the crew was busy setting up, Xu Sen and his teammates retreated to the locker room to freshen up before returning to the court. All the media reporters had entered, and the audience remained captivated, their eager gazes fixed on the player emerging from the tunnel, the man who had achieved an astounding 101 points today. Xu Sen, Doncic shouted from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, those nearby began to chant in unison, Xu Sen, Xu Sen, Xu Sen. The fervent cheers gradually spread, until the entire arena resonated with the collective call of Xu Sen's name. Xu Sen gradually made his way to the stage. After receiving the microphone from the staff, he first expressed his gratitude to everyone present. He then bowed to those around him, a gesture that elicited applause from the audience and endeared him to the fans watching through the cameras. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my boss, Mark Cuban, for providing me with this platform to speak, Xu Sen remarked, nodding towards Mark Cuban, who responded with a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. To be honest, just a few hours ago, I had no inkling that I would score 101 points. My sole focus was on leading my team to victory in this game. Following the guidance of our coach, Jason Kidd, I endeavored to score as much as possible. By the time I realized I was nearing the 100-point mark, I had already accumulated 96 points. As you all know, in the fourth quarter, I made a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer, bringing my total to 101 points, thus setting a new record. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to my coach and my teammates. It is their unwavering support that enabled me to achieve such a remarkable score. Thank you. After Xu Sen finished speaking, everyone applauded generously. The host promptly signaled that the media could proceed with their questions. The journalists exchanged glances, and eventually, a reporter from Dallas stood up to pose the first inquiry. Thus, Xu Sen engaged with the reporters for nearly half an hour before concluding the stage interview. Within an hour after the game concluded, Xu Sen's name had ascended to the pinnacle of sports headlines worldwide. Chapter 92. The outburst of Doncic upon returning home. Famished, Xu Sen was greeted by Lu Ruping, who awaited him at the doorstep. As soon as they met, she rushed over, leaping into his arms and exclaiming, "My husband, the world's #1. You look so handsome." After her enthusiastic declaration, she heard the growl of Xu Sen's stomach. "I knew you were hungry," she said with a grin. "I've already ordered dinner from the restaurant. Come in quickly. Jiang Bin and sister Shenfang are here too." Hand in hand, they entered the villa, where they found Jiang Bin and Shenfang regarding Lu Ruping with teasing gazes, causing her cheeks to flush. Eventually, the four of them enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After Jiang Bin and his wife departed, the villa transformed into an intimate haven for Xu Sen and Lu Ruping. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation for the impending showdown. Outside the villa, Twitter in the United States buzzed with excitement, as Embiid became the target of widespread ridicule. Current and former stars alike congratulated Xu Sen, while those harboring grievances took the opportunity to mock Embiid and the 75 players. The fervor surrounding this event began to wane 3 days later, after the Mavericks faced off against the Memphis Grizzlies, where Doncic's brilliance came to the forefront. Inside the FedEx Forum, the announcer jubilantly proclaimed, "Let us welcome the latest scoring sensation, the 101-point marvel from Huaxia, Xu Sen." Despite being the visiting team, Xu Sen showcased his prowess with an astounding 101 points, earning a spirited introduction from the home DJ. A multitude of fans within the FedEx Forum rose to their feet, applauding in reverence for Xu Sr. Xu Sen has subtly begun to exhibit the qualities of a superstar. The Memphis Grizzlies currently revolve around their core player, Ja Morant, who was selected as the second overall pick in the same draft as Xu Sen and has also shown remarkable development. As long as Morant avoids any further incidents akin to the dual controversy, the NBA is keen on elevating him as the new face of the league. After both teams warmed up, the referees signaled that the game was about to commence. The Grizzlies, home Ja Morant, Allen, Dillon, Clark, and Jackson. The Mavericks, away Xu Sen, Hardaway Jr., Doncic, Kleber, and Porzingis. Porzingis and Jackson contested the jump ball, easily directing it into Xu Sen's hands. Xu Sen skillfully advanced with the ball, while Morant maintained a careful distance, neither too close nor too far, gradually retreating. It was unexpected that the 160th pick would rise to fame so swiftly. Morant remarked with a light smile, "Hey, you two will soon make a name for yourself, as long as you abide by the league's regulations," Xu Sen replied. "Currently, I am wholly absorbed in practicing and have no time for trivialities. My sole